Your Majesty, there is only one pill. Should it be used to save the Regent Prince or young Master Pei? Inside the Qingqian Hall of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, a group of imperial physicians knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. A woman of peerless beauty draped in a resplendent bright yellow long dress sat to one side. Her gaze carried an innate authority, inspiring awe without anger. This was the Empress of Great Zhou, Gu Mingyan. She looked towards the bed where a pale figure lay. A flicker of reluctance passed through her eyes, but it quickly vanished. The Regent Prince has only injured his right hand. It is not fatal and he will recover with rest. But A-Yue cannot survive without this pill. The physicians kneeling below understood the Empress' meaning perfectly. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with injustice for the man lying pale-faced on the bed nearby. It was he who had expended every effort to place her on the throne. He could have taken the position for himself, for with Su Yang's reputation he would have surely commanded more support than Empress Gu Mingyan. Yet this man stubbornly chose to follow her, willingly becoming her most loyal supporter. The people whispered that the Regent Prince was utterly devoted to the Empress, willing to die for her without a single complaint. Just like this time, he injured his right hand to save her and now lay unconscious. The head of the Imperial Medical Academy spoke. As Your Majesty commands. Cough cough, enter my hand. Su Yang heard the sound and woke from his coma. He felt a sharp searing pain in his right hand. He turned to see Gu Mingyan standing by the bed, her face filled with worry. A surge of sweetness filled his heart. She still cared for him just as before. The pain in his hand seemed to ease a little. Good, you're awake. Your hand is just a minor injury. A-Yue had a sudden attack and I must go to his quarters. Gu Mingyan, seeing Su Yang was awake, no longer lingered. Her only thought was to hurry to Shu Yun Hall. To her, Su Yang's injury was truly minor. He had survived far worse. But Pei Qingyue's life was in danger. Pei Qingyue. Him again. Su Yang's face, already pale, grew even whiter and the blood began to seep from his injured right hand. But Gu Mingyan had already left, leaving only two young physicians by Su Yang's bedside. Has Her Majesty left the palace? Su Yang asked the two men. The two physicians fell to their knees with a thud, terrified of incurring Su Yang's wrath and being executed on the spot, for he was known for his merciless nature. Reporting to the Regent Prince, Her Majesty has gone to Shu Yun Hall. The onset of young Master Pei's illness was too sudden. One physician began but stopped abruptly upon seeing Su Yang's face turn ashen. Shu Yun Hall. She had told him before that it was where her mother, the consort, once lived. She had said she would never let anyone else stay there. And now she was in such a hurry to let Pei Qingyue move in. How wonderful! Regent Prince, you must not give in to anger. The two men were terrified. This king of hell seemed to feel no pain. Even with his hand in such a state, he dared to exert force. The two men quickly removed the gauze from Su Yang's hand and reapplied the medicine. Only then did Su Yang see the true state of his right hand. An arrow had pierced through his arm, leaving a hideous gaping hole still stained with black poison. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. And in her eyes this was a minor injury. This hand might as well be useless. She simply did not care about him. She was in such a hurry to see that Pei Qingyue. He took a deep breath as if trying to expel the suffocating weight in his chest. It had been 10 years since he woke up in this world. From a common martial artist to the Regent Prince, he had supported Gu Mingyan every step of the way to the Dragon Throne. He had not thought of taking it for himself, but his system had prevented him. He had not minded, for completing the system's tasks and helping Gu Mingyan ascend to the highest position would allow him to return to Blue Star. He never expected the final task to be to take this arrow for her. While focused on completing his mission, he had unwittingly become drawn to Gu Mingyan. He admitted it, he was truly moved. Consider this woman, she was brave and resourceful, with a figure and beauty that were peerless. She was always strong and commanding before others, but with him she showed reverence and admiration mixed with a special emotion. He was not blind to it. He had already decided to give up returning to Blue Star, to stay here, to relinquish his military power and title and just be her prince consort. Gu Mingyan had spoken to him about this before. She had promised that he would be her only man. Though the grand ceremony had not yet been held, everyone in Great Zhou knew that Gu Mingyan was Su Yang's woman. But someone had to go and ruin it. He had thought he was the most important person in her heart, but now it seemed her heart had already strayed. He no longer intended to show her any consideration. System, how much time is left? Congratulations, host, for completing all tasks. You have 30 days until you can return. 100 million cash has already been deposited into your account awaiting your return. Of course he would go back. There was no point in staying. What was there in this place? Nothing. He no longer wished to be here. The Dragon Throne was hard and cold. Sitting on it meant being bound to it for life. It was far less comfortable than his own sofa. And the system had promised him 100 million cash upon his return to Blue Star. Losing the love of a cold woman in exchange for 100 million in warm cash. Su Yang looked up at the two physicians and said, "All right, you may leave." The two young physicians left one after the other. Once they were far enough away, their whispers began. Su Yang, a martial artist, had hearing far sharper than an ordinary man's, and he caught every word. "What do you think the Regent Prince is after? The Empress' heart is only with that young Master Pei. Can he even become the Prince Consort? That's hard to say. The Regent Prince has done so much for the Empress and holds the military tiger tally. Young Master Pei is her childhood friend, but at best he'll be a secondary Prince Consort, right? What do you know? The Empress gave the pill to young Master Pei, not to the Regent Prince. Isn't that clear enough? The important thing isn't who is the primary or secondary Prince Consort, but who will be the first to give the Empress a son." Su Yang's heart sank like a stone into an icy abyss upon hearing their words. A pill. He had nearly died at the border to gather those herbs, all to heal her wounds. The remaining ingredients were used to refine this single pill. That was the only pill with such miraculous effects. She had used the herbs he gathered to save another man. Did she think he was already dead? Meanwhile, Gu Mingyan had arrived at Shuyun Hall. A host of imperial physicians followed behind her. The head physician administered the pill to A-Yue, who slowly began to wake. "Cough cough, thank you, your majesty." His delicate weak voice was truly pitiful, causing Gu Mingyan to frown involuntarily. "A-Yue, there's no need to be so formal. If it weren't for your help in the past, I would never have had the chance to stand here." Gu Mingyan saw that A-Yue was about to rise from his bed to bow, and she quickly stopped him. During the previous emperor's military coup, she had hidden in A-Yue's residence to escape the purge. Little did she know, while she was safely hidden in the Pei mansion, Su Yang was fighting a bloody battle. Once Su Yang had handled everything and she was securely seated on the dragon throne, she knew the danger he had faced. But she would never acknowledge it. She had simply used him. She truly did like him, but she loved herself more. "How is he?" Gu Mingyan asked the head physician. "In response to your majesty, the pill is indeed potent. Young Master Pei is out of danger," the head physician replied. The other physicians now understood the position of Prince Consort was likely to be A-Yue's. As for Su Yang, even with all his martial prowess, he was nothing but a common ruffian, far inferior to the learned, gentle and refined son of the Prime Minister A-Yue. A voice came from the door. "I've come to see you." Just from the sound, Su Yang knew it was her. Su Lan was an orphan Su Yang had found in the countryside. He had kept her by his side. An orphan girl who had now grown into a great general of the Great Zhou. For Gu Mingyan's sake, he had deliberately distanced himself from Su Lan, all because of the Empress' single request for him to be discreet. He knew that the news of this incident would have reached her ears, and he was sure she would come without being summoned. Su Lan was dressed in her usual crisp, practical attire. Her handsome, heroic face was now filled with worry. As soon as she entered, she saw the fresh bandages on Su Yang's right hand stained with traces of blood, a clear sign of how severe the injury was. "Your right hand. It's useless." Su Yang stated this in a calm, flat voice. It was indeed useless. The arrow had been poisoned. Although the physicians had removed the poison, he knew his body too well. Su Lan's hand clenched into a fist. She took a deep breath and then released it. She had tried to persuade him before, even hinting that he should seize the throne for himself, but he had refused. She, like the others, and even more than others, knew the sacrifices Su Yang had made for Gu Mingyan. Before Su Lan could say another word, she was shocked by what Su Yang said next. "I am leaving. I have 30 days. Leave. Where to?" Su Lan asked in confusion, thinking he wanted to get away and clear his mind. Under his defense, the nations near Great Zhou had not dared to invade in just a few years. Especially the nomadic tribes, fierce and skilled in battle, led by the Qianwu, were driven back 1,000 miles beyond the border. In Great Zhou, Su Yang was the god of war. Now Great Zhou enjoyed peace and prosperity, all thanks to his guardianship. "I am leaving Great Zhou," Su Yang said with a bitter smile. His bitter expression caused Su Lan's heart to ache. She had always harbored feelings for him since the moment he saved her, but she had concealed them well. She was merely his subordinate, his little sister, and even her name was given by him. He had always been the guardian of Great Zhou. Now he was truly disappointed in Gu Mingyan, wasn't he? "Then where will you go?" Su Yang sighed, his gaze seeming to pass through her, drifting into the distance with a look of longing. "I told you before, my hometown is very, very far away. I'm going back, and then Great Zhou will need your protection." Su Lan looked at him, wanting to ask him to stay, but stopped herself. She knew him. Since the day they met, she knew he longed for freedom. If not for the people of Great Zhou, he would not have gone to war for Gu Mingyan. He would not have stayed so long in this palace. "All right. Whatever you say, I will do it," Su Lan said solemnly. Su Yang knew she could do it. He had taught her everything he knew. They had been through many experiences together, witnessing the people of Great Zhou suffering from poverty and starvation. They exchanged a smile, not like superior and subordinate nor like siblings but like kindred spirits. It seems I have come at an inopportune moment. A voice broke the atmosphere. Gu Mingyan's cold gaze fixed on Su Yang, waiting for his explanation. In the past, Su Yang would have hurriedly distanced himself from Su Lan to appease her. Now, even though his hand was injured, they were meeting privately again. This was challenging her bottom line. But this time no explanation came. Su Yang only asked indifferently, "Your Majesty, did you come to see me for something?" His attitude provoked Gu Mingyan into a cold laugh. "What? Can't I, your Empress, come to see my prince consort? Or does the Regent King prefer to be alone with his subordinates?" A sourness rose in Su Yang's heart. He said he didn't care anymore, but he still couldn't control his heart. She used to call him Brother Su, but now it was Regent King. She never used I in front of him before he called her Yener. Now everything felt so strange. From the moment she entered, she kept emphasizing this as if reminding him, afraid he would overstep. Su Lan also explained, "Your Majesty, I only came to visit the Regent King because I heard he was injured. We did not discuss any private matters." "Kneel. When did I allow you to interrupt while I am speaking to the Regent King?" Gu Mingyan suddenly said sternly. Startled, Su Lan quickly knelt. She knew the Empress methods. Besides winning Su Yang's heart when she ascended the throne, she had subdued all the ministers. Now her long reign gave her an imposing presence that intimidated without anger. Su Lan knelt with a thud before Gu Mingyan. "I thought General Su was impossible to summon, that she only listens to the Regent King." Gu Mingyan continued, "General Su, you trespassed into the inner palace and showed disrespect to your superior. Go receive 30 military strikes." Gu Mingyan. Su Yang couldn't bear it anymore. This woman was abusing her power to punish others, and because of him. She was warning him, hitting his people, slapping his face. She knew full well the relationship between Su Lan and him, yet she still did this. In the past, Su Yang thought she was just jealous and would actively distance himself from Su Lan, and she would not do anything outrageous. Not like now, such blatant targeting. Does the Regent King feel sorry for her? Gu Mingyan's gaze swept over Su Lan, then stopped at Su Yang's face. Su Lan, however, shook her head at Su Yang. If the sovereign wants the subject to die, the subject must die. "I thank your Majesty. Your servant obeys the decree." Gu Mingyan gave a faint hum. "Summon someone to take General Su away. Oh, and do it outside the hall, since the army is full of General Su's subordinates." Before she finished, Su Yang understood her meaning. She was afraid Su Lan would escape punishment. His palm clenched tightly. "Must you go this far? She will die." Su Yang looked at Gu Mingyan, gnashing his teeth, fury burning in his heart. "Summon them. What are you waiting for? My words mean nothing, do they?" Gu Mingyan pretended not to hear him. In her palace, in front of her, they were flirting. They truly didn't take her, the Empress, seriously. She had warned him before not to get too close to Su Lan. He was her prince consort. At that time, Su Yang had sworn earnestly that his eyes and heart held only her Gu Mingyan. Now he was meeting her alone, and they were exchanging affectionate glances. And Su Lan dared to interrupt, coveting her man. Did she think she couldn't see it? As soon as Gu Mingyan finished speaking, several guards emerged and escorted Su Lan out right outside the hall. Su Lan was pressed onto a bench, her hands restrained behind her back. A strike landed solidly on her back, then another on her buttocks, and blood immediately seeped through. Su Lan let out a muffled groan, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She clenched her teeth, lowering her head, deeply afraid that Su Yang would see. He was about to leave, and she couldn't let him be implicated because of her. She just needed to endure these 30 strikes. "Stop!" Su Yang roared, rising to his feet, ignoring the pain in his hand. An ordinary man would be crippled or dead after 30 military strikes. Let alone Su Lan, who was just a woman. But Gu Mingyan blocked him with her hand. "Regent King, do you want to defy the imperial decree?" Su Yang realized that in his current state he couldn't save Su Lan. He looked at Gu Mingyan, and finally he knelt. "I beg your Majesty to spare her life." Then he took out a golden medallion from his bosom, inscribed with exemption from death, and raised it above his head. Gu Mingyan frowned deeply. "Would you go this far for her?" Su Yang knelt on the ground, lifting his eyes to meet hers, equally defiant. "Isn't this what your Majesty wanted?" Gu Mingyan's anger surged at Su Yang's words. He had never knelt to her before, and now he was begging like this for another woman. Memory seemed to drift back to that time when she was not yet Empress. No one took her seriously, including her father and her brothers. After all, who would think a woman could sit on the dragon throne? Only Su Yang believed in her and protected her. Brother Su, will you always protect me? She leaned against his chest, listening to his strong steady heartbeat, feeling as if her own heart was beating in unison. Yenner, I will always be here. Su Yang held Gu Mingyan tightly, feeling her fragility and dependence. Alright, when you return victorious from this battle, I will ask my father to grant me marriage to you. After she finished speaking, her face flushed crimson and her gaze drifted towards Su Yang like wisps of smoke. Su Yang with reverence held Gu Mingyan's hand and said, alright, await my triumphant return. However, when Su Yang returned to the capital, the imperial palace had fallen into chaos. Prince Rui had slain the crown prince and all other princes stormed the palace, and failing to force the emperor to abdicate, declared himself emperor directly. The usurper was slain by Su Yang upon his return. Among the imperial family, only Gu Mingyan survived, fleeing the palace along with the Empress Dowager, who also escaped the massacre. It was only fitting that she ascended the dragon throne. Within that year she governed the Great Zhou with remarkable order and efficiency. Gu Mingyan gazed at the man before her, the one who once protected only her, now guarding another woman and using the imperial iron token granted by her father to ransom her. Good for you, she gritted her teeth, yet had no choice but to order her men to stop. Seeing Su Lan being lowered from the stool, Su Yang finally relaxed. But before he could rise, a breath caught in his throat and he spat blood, collapsing into unconsciousness once more. Seeing Su Yang fall straight to the ground, Gu Mingyan was also flustered. She hurriedly helped him up and summoned the imperial physician. Su Yang remained unconscious for a full day and night, and Gu Mingyan stayed by his side the entire time. In his dreams, Su Yang saw the scenes of their time together. She would embroider pouches for him herself, even though the ducks on them were crooked and misshapen. Brother Su, I embroidered this myself. Please don't disdain it. She would link her arm with his, calling him affectionately Brother Su, and ask him to accompany her to the Lantern Festival. Brother Su, will you come with me to the Lantern Festival every year? It was at that moment that assassin struck. The system in his mind flashed warnings incessantly: danger. 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 He could have dodged, but he unhesitatingly took the blade for her, thus scarring his face. From then on, his once handsome features were marred by a sword wound. But if he had evaded, the one wounded would have been Gu Mingyan. It was not because of the system quest, but because he could not bear to see her hurt. Brother Su, don't leave me. They'll take you to a physician right now. Don't cry. His hand gently brushed her tears away, his heart aching as he wiped them from her eyes. She had also pleaded for him when the late emperor still harbored suspicions. Father Su Yang has absolutely no rebellious intentions. His consciousness slowly cleared, and suddenly those memories shattered into fragments, leaving him standing alone in the void. She knew full well that he had never harbored any treasonous thoughts, yet she still doubted him, just like the late emperor, both fearing him and having no choice but to use him. She was still here, yet she was no longer the same person. Su Yang abruptly opened his eyes and saw Gu Mingyan leaning against the bedside, her eyes closed. Had she been watching over him all this time? He gently withdrew his hand, but the movement startled her. Awake. You're awake. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. She had truly been frightened just now, and she also felt a tinge of regret. After all, he was a man. She should not have used such a method to force Su Yang to yield. Have you been here all this time? Cough, cough. Su Yang began to cough violently as soon as he spoke. Are you all right? I had the imperial physician examine you. It's just a case of extreme agitation harming your heart. A few days of rest will restore you. Then she added, Su Lan, I have also spared her. She then casually pointed to the dark circles under her eyes. A strange feeling stirred in Su Yang's heart. Was she still concerned about him? How about the wedding be set for 10 days from now? The Bureau of Astronomy has calculated that it is an auspicious day. Our wedding has been prepared for a long time. It is time to complete the ceremony. Su Yang felt a flicker of hesitation. But then he thought, regardless of the outcome, he had followed Gu Mingyan for so long, and marrying her had always been his desire. Very well, since there are still 30 days, perhaps he should give her a chance and give himself a chance to bring closure to this relationship. All right, Su Yang replied. Just as the tension between them seemed to ease, a voice broke the atmosphere. Your Majesty, Master Pei says he is feeling unwell and wishes to see you. What's wrong with A-Yue? Take me to him at once. Upon hearing news of Pei Qingyue, Gu Mingyan immediately stood up, her expression anxious, a stark contrast to how she had reacted when Su Yang was injured. Are you really going? You promised me. Su Yang's heart, which had briefly lifted, once again plunged into the abyss. He looked at Gu Mingyan with a hint of coldness. She had promised him one man, one woman for a lifetime. Gu Mingyan hurried to the door, then seemed to remember something. She turned to Su Yang, who was still pale in bed, and said, I'll go see him first. Rest well, and I'll come back to see you later. In the next few days I'll have the palace attendants take your measurements for the wedding garments. Without waiting for Su Yang's reply, she left. Her anxious demeanor made Su Yang's breath catch. What did she think he was to her? Ever since Pei Qingyue appeared she had always been drawn to him, giving him every fine gift. The fox fur coat he had specially prepared for her had been passed on to Pei Qingyue. He wondered what spell Pei Qingyue had cast on her. In just a few short months how could she have become so fond of him? Whenever Pei Qingyue was mentioned, Gu Mingyan would say he was only a benefactor and that her heart belonged solely to Su Yang. Su Yang gazed at the palace before him, a trace of disgust flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile Gu Mingyan arrived at Shu Yun Hall. Pei Qingyue looked frail. Seeing Gu Mingyan he began to rise to bow. Gu Mingyan quickly helped him up, saying, "I've told you when we're alone there's no need for such formalities. Your Majesty, the rights between sovereign and subject cannot be abandoned. If only the Regent King were half as courteous and sensible as you." Gu Mingyan felt a headache coming on just thinking about Su Yang. If only he could be more like Pei Qingyue. But Su Yang was too proud and she couldn't help wanting to temper his stubbornness. Otherwise, after he moved into the palace, being the prince consort would not be easy. She had already decided once Su Yang married her and handed over his military power he could settle down in the palace and help her manage the inner court. Pei Qingyue felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Gu Mingyan's words. Did they not need to observe formalities when they were together? Have you summoned the imperial physician? How are you? Still feeling unwell? Gu Mingyan asked with concern, which made him feel better. As long as he put in the effort, even the empress could be won over. He immediately gave a light cough and said, "I am fine now. I know your Majesty went to see the Regent King. He was injured for your Majesty and I am sure he hoped you would visit him. I only learned about the elixir afterward. I wish to go and thank the Regent King." Don't go. His temper might frighten you, Gu Mingyan said. She didn't think much of it, she simply felt that Pei Qingyue, coming from a scholarly family, was indeed well-mannered. In comparison, Su Yang was just a rough swordsman. Rest well. Since you fell ill in the palace, stay until you recover before leaving. I've already informed the Prime Minister. Thank you, Your Majesty, Pei Qingyue said with tearful gratitude. As the sky gradually lightened, the eunuch beside her whispered, "Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court." She arrived shortly after mounting the imperial sedan. The courtiers had already taken their positions. In the past, Su Yang stood at the foremost left and Prime Minister Pei stood at the foremost right. One was a military official, the other a civil minister, and they were always at odds, locked in endless conflict. Everyone had heard of Su Yang's injury. Seeing that Su Yang was absent, Prime Minister Pei immediately spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." "Speak, Minister Pei." "Under Your Majesty's rule, the Great Zhou's people live in peace and prosperity. Your Majesty should also consider your own marriage." Other officials, seeing Prime Minister Pei speak, immediately chimed in, "These are the suitable young men I have collected for Your Majesty, all from noble families, elegant and talented." Gu Mingyan frowned, somewhat vexed, as she looked at the gathered ministers. "The Regent King and I have already set a wedding date. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Great Zhou, please take multiple consorts and expand the royal lineage." Below, a large crowd immediately knelt down. Gu Mingyan waved her hand impatiently and the eunuch beside her took the scrolls, shouting, "The court is dismissed." The officials below still dared not rise, all knowing that Her Majesty the Empress was displeased to hear these things, and they waited for Gu Mingyan to walk away. Prime Minister Pei, the head of the 100 officials, rose first and then waved to the official who had collected the scrolls. The official immediately understood and said, "Rest assured, Prime Minister Pei. The young master's portrait is among them. With his appearance and talent and His Majesty's affection for him, the position of King Consort will surely be his. Indeed, you are the newly appointed Vice Minister of Rights. I am honored that the Prime Minister remembers me." The Vice Minister's eyes lit up and he looked at Prime Minister Pei with a fawning expression. This was truly a chance to latch onto a powerful figure. After all, the Prince Regent was to marry His Majesty and the military seal would likely be handed over. Without military power, Su Yang was nothing but a paper tiger. By then, Prime Minister Pei's influence in the court would be at its zenith. Upon returning to the imperial study, Gu Mingyan saw a pile of scrolls already laid out on the desk. She casually picked up a scroll and glanced at it, then frowned and immediately threw it on the ground. "This bunch of scoundrels from the Ministry of Rights. Even if I don't choose any other king consort, do they present these ugly and inferior ones to fill the ranks? Do they think I am so easy to deceive?" The palace maids attending nearby all knelt down and said, "Please calm your anger, Your Majesty." Gu Mingyan was furious. Then she picked up the second scroll, which depicted a man in a blue robe earnestly playing the zither. It was Pei Qingyue. As she was gazing at it intently, she heard a voice from outside. "Your Majesty, young Master Pei requests an audience." Upon entering, Pei Qingyue saw Gu Mingyan's angry expression and picked up the scattered scrolls on the floor. "A-Yue, why are you here?" She immediately put away her anger and continued, "Grant him a seat. I heard that Your Majesty does not wish to take a king consort. I was also planning to speak to my father about this matter to spare your majesty any difficulty. I was thinking that before leaving the palace I should inform your majesty. He smiled gently and slowly sat down, his demeanor truly refined and elegant. Gu Mingyan felt a warmth in her heart and said, I do not wish to take more king consorts for now. Suddenly A-Yue fell to his knees with a thud. Gu Mingyan was startled, the sound was heavy. Could his frail body withstand it? What is this for? Your majesty, I have something. Rise and speak. A-Yue pretended to cough weakly, then said, I wish to become your majesty's secondary king consort. I know of your bond with the prince regent and I dare not covet more, but I also wish to share your majesty's burdens. Gu Mingyan rose and helped A-Yue to his feet. A-Yue also saw the unfurled portrait on the desk. It was of himself. He knew that his father had already begun to scheme and he needed to step up his efforts. I implore your majesty. I have admired your majesty for a long time. Could it be that your majesty is worried the prince regent will not agree? A-Yue asked, deliberately intending to provoke Gu Mingyan. As expected, Gu Mingyan said, how dare he? I am the son of heaven. Taking more king consorts is only natural. This matter is not his to decide. However, I only regard you as a benefactor with no romantic feelings. You don't need to. Upon hearing this, A-Yue's heart chilled. After all he had done, could he still not win her heart? It is my heartfelt wish to serve your majesty. I beg your majesty to grant this. Even if it means being your majesty's personal guard, I am willing. Moreover, the entire court is watching your majesty's marriage. Having just ascended the throne, your majesty needs to stabilize the people's hearts. I offer myself. Gu Mingyan looked at the man kneeling at her feet. Such a demeanor was something Su Yang could never achieve. Perhaps, as A-Yue had said, she indeed needed a king consort to stabilize the harem and the court officials. Su Yang was merely a martial artist from the Jianghu. Though he now held most of the military power of Great Zhou, he was not from a noble family. However, the military power held by Su Yang also made her deeply wary. She indeed needed someone to counterbalance Su Yang, and the best candidate was the son of Prime Minister Pei, the leader of the civil officials, who could rival him. Perhaps only if Su Yang surrendered the military seal could she feel at ease bearing his child. She had previously proposed taking back the military seal, but Su Yang had refused, making her even more wary. I grant your request. Return to the Prime Minister's mansion and prepare. Enter the palace on the day of Liuha. The Prince Regent will be the primary king consort and you the secondary. A flicker of barely perceptible jealousy passed through A-Yue's eyes, quickly concealed. What did it matter if he was the primary king consort? When Gu Mingyan bore him an imperial son first, she would eventually be his, and this realm would one day belong to the Pei family. Then he looked at Gu Mingyan with a devout expression. I thank your majesty for your boundless grace. Draft the edict. Soon an imperial edict was drafted. I will send someone to escort you back. You are weak in health, so take care. Thank you, your majesty. After speaking, A-Yue kowtowed and left. However, he had been unable to contact Gu Mingyan during this time. Since that was the case, keeping such good news to himself would be a pity. Take me to the Changqian Hall first to thank the Prince Regent. I owe his pills for my recovery from this illness. As he spoke, he patted his chest with a serious expression. But His Majesty ordered me to escort you out of the palace. The young eunuch said hesitantly. Do I need to remind you of my identity? A-Yue gave a light snort. Though he held no official position, he was the legitimate son of Prime Minister Pei, and his fame resonated throughout the capital. The young eunuch quickly lowered his head and obediently led A-Yue to Su Yang's palace. Go and tell His Majesty. A-Yue said in a low voice. The eunuch immediately understood. At that moment, Su Yang was practicing swordplay outside the hall. While it was actually just a tree branch, since weapons were not allowed in the palace. Although his right hand was crippled, his left hand could still wield a sword. Moreover, he needed to move around. Lying in bed all the time was uncomfortable. His complexion was slightly better than the previous day, but still lacked color. Due to the practice, his back was soaked with sweat. He stopped his movements, wiped the bean-sized beads of sweat from his forehead, and looked at his right hand. He slowly exerted force, and a piercing pain shot through him. Was it truly crippled? Even a slight exertion caused such agony. He caressed his injured right hand, his eyes filled with sorrow. Prince Regent, long time no see. I have come specifically to thank you. Thanks to your pills, I have recovered safely. Hearing the voice, Su Yang looked up and saw a man in a blue robe, seemingly a refined gentleman. His words expressed gratitude, but his expression showed little appreciation. Moreover, the words were clearly a provocation. He had no mood to play any favor-seeking games with him, for he had only 28 days left before he would leave. Get lost. I don't kill the old, weak, sick, or disabled. Su Yang was irritated by this man who always appeared frail and yet managed to sow discord between him and Gu Mingyan. Even a rough martial artist like him could see through Pei Qingyu's hypocrisy. He didn't believe Gu Mingyan couldn't see it, or perhaps she did, but... Watching the murderous intense surge in Su Yang's eyes, Pei Qingyue stepped forward instead of retreating. I heard the Prince Regent is also injured. It seems it's only a minor wound, but it has caused His Majesty much worry. These words made Su Yang's breath catch. If Gu Mingyan truly cared, she wouldn't have abandoned him. You call me sick and disabled, but aren't you the same Prince Regent? Pei Qingyue looked at Su Yang's right hand and taunted. Su Yang guessed that he was deliberately trying to anger him, but he wouldn't fall for it. Get lost. Save your tricks. Seeing that Su Yang remained unmoved, Pei Qingyue continued. He knew that these words could not anger Su Yang, only matters concerning Gu Mingyan would provoke a reaction. His Majesty said that on the day of Liuhe she will marry me. Impossible. Even if Gu Mingyan had feelings for Pei Qingyue, she would never choose the day of Liuhe, that was the day he and Gu Mingyan were to marry. She would never do that. Pei Qingyue narrowed his eyes and took out the bright yellow imperial edict from his bosom. This is an edict personally drafted by His Majesty. Would the Prince Regent like to see it? Su Yang suppressed his inner turmoil and accepted the imperial decree. It clearly stated that Pei Qingyue was to be taken as a secondary consort entering the palace on the day of Liuhe. He felt his heart abruptly constricted by an invisible hand. He had still firmly believed that Gu Mingyan would never do such a thing, thinking that she harbored at least some affection for him. She had once promised him that he would be the only one in her life. Could it all have been a lie? Perhaps there was genuine feeling when she was still a princess, but sincerity shifts in an instant. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Pei Qingyue judged the moment was right and continued, His Majesty is the Son of Heaven, how could she have only one consort? He leaned closer to Su Yang, provoking him further. The people of Great Zhou know of the Prince Regent Su Yang, but not of the Empress Gu Mingyan. Your achievements overshadow the sovereign. Do you truly believe Her Majesty is not bothered by this? Su Yang's face turned icy, his gaze sharp. Of course he knew the historical allusion from Blue Star, when the cunning hare is killed the hounds are boiled, when the birds are gone the bow is put away. He never imagined that this proverb would be fulfilled in his own life. Her Majesty also said that you are nothing but a ruffian from the martial world. Every time she sees your face she feels utterly disgusted. You're courting death. Su Yang delivered a heavy kick to Pei Qingyue, sending him crashing to the ground. The imperial decree fell and Pei Qingyue spat a mouthful of blood which splattered onto the decree. Cough cough. I never sought to compete for your favor. I only wished to share Her Majesty's burdens. Pei Qingyue gasped heavily on the ground, his hands clenched, his eyes filled with malice. How dare you? The Prince Regent certainly throws his weight around. Gu Mingyan's voice rang out, brimming with fury. Su Yang paid no heed to Pei Qingyue, who was feigning pitifulness on the ground. Though he had been enraged moments ago, given his current physical state he could not have injured Pei Qingyue to such an extent. It was all an act again. He looked at Gu Mingyan and asked, you want to take him as a secondary consort? Can you truly not tolerate anyone else? I am the ruler of a nation. How many consorts I take is beyond your interference. Just focus on being the primary consort. As Gu Mingyan helped Pei Qingyue up, she gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with concern. Your Majesty, please don't, your hands will be soiled. You were injured because of me. The Tianshan Snow Lotus Newly tribute from the western regions is beneficial for your health. Take it back and don't let any root ailment remain. Su Yang noted Gu Mingyan's words. Root ailment. His own hands were no different. Pei Qingyue picked up the imperial decree that Su Yang had knocked to the ground, wiped the bloodstains with his sleeve and carefully placed it inside his robe. Gu Mingyan observed his gesture, then turned to Su Yang and berated him. Prince Regent, you have defied my decree and assaulted another person. What punishment do you deserve? A-Yue is my man. Apologize to him immediately. Su Yang clenched his left fist, refusing to follow her command. Now he only wanted to clarify one thing. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Gu Mingyan. Do you truly intend to take him as a secondary consort? And on the day of Liuhe? Are you planning to consummate with both of us at the same time? His tone was dripping with sarcasm and his gaze no longer held the tenderness she was accustomed to. He had thought she might have difficulties or concerns, but now seeing her so protective of Pei Qingyue, his heart ached. Was he the only one still clinging to past affections? How ridiculous, he still refused to believe that years of bonds could dissolve so easily. At Su Yang's words, Gu Mingyan's blood rushed to her head. She slapped him across the face. How dare you speak to me like this? Defying imperial authority. I originally allowed you to stay in the palace and recover out of consideration for the injuries you sustained saving me, but you are so obstinate. I am the sovereign, you are the subject. If that's the case, then get out of here and go back to your Prince Regent's mansion. The imperial palace is no place for your insolence. Su Yang stood frozen, stunned by the slap. It was the first time she had lost control so violently, abandoning even basic decorum. His face burned. He understood the implication of Gu Mingyan's words: she was the sovereign, he the subject. When the sovereign commands a subject to die, the subject must obey. Su Yang then flicked his sleeve. Then I, your humble subject, congratulate your majesty on finding a worthy consort. Do not trouble yourself, your majesty. I will immediately remove myself from the palace and not obstruct your view. Gu Mingyan felt her palm tingling slightly as she watched Su Yang's retreating figure. She was momentarily stunned. Su Yang's words, had she gone too far? Never mind. On the day of Liuha she would surely make it up to him. She had no choice. The current court situation, coupled with the western region's Great Qian, Great Yuan and the Changyang tribe all watching covetously. Marriage alliances had always been the most direct and effective method to win over court officials and strengthen ties between nations. As the Empress of Great Zhou, taking a few consorts was nothing. The only place in her heart was still reserved for him, and the first child, she would give that to him as well. Watching Gu Mingyan stare absent-mindedly at Su Yang's departing back, Pei Qingyue felt a twinge of bitterness. He had orchestrated this entire scene. He had been beaten himself, his chest still aching, and Su Yang had knocked the imperial decree to the ground. Yet she had let Su Yang off so easily. Jealousy churned inside him. If only he could receive such favor. He had done so much, yet Gu Mingyan still couldn't let go of Su Yang. If that brute actually fathered the imperial heir first, then everything he had done would be a joke. Your Majesty, the Prince Regent was just concerned for you and spoke rashly. Please do not be angry on his account. Hearing Pei Qingyue's words, she rubbed her temples, spoke rashly. I think he is arrogant, resting on his laurels, and does not take me seriously. By the way, didn't I send someone to escort you out of the palace? How did you end up here? She looked at Pei Qingyue with suspicion. She remembered her past indebtedness, but that did not mean she was willing to be used. Your Majesty, I merely wished to thank the Prince Regent. Previously when I fell ill, it was thanks to his elixir that I recovered. Pei Qingyue immediately knelt upon hearing this. Now his goal was to win Gu Mingyan's heart. He must not let her suspect anything. He knew that fabricating a complete lie would not work, since the route out of the palace was in the opposite direction of Qingqian Hall. Claiming to be lost or passing by would be unreasonable. Indeed, after hearing Pei Qingyue's explanation, Gu Mingyan's suspicion diminished. She had previously suspected that Pei Qingyue was deliberately setting up Su Yang, which was why she had not pursued the matter of his disrespect. A-Yue, I dislike deception and defiance more than anything. I would never do such a thing. I only care for your Majesty and wish to share your burdens. All right, rise. I will escort you out of the palace myself. The memorials are all reviewed, it's a good time for a walk. Gu Mingyan helped Pei Qingyue up and offered a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Su Yang had just reached the palace gate. He had few acquaintances in this place. Most of his comrades from the army were stationed at the border. Only he, Su Lan, and two of his deputy generals had returned to the capital to report on their duties. Who are you? A young gatekeeper stopped Su Yang. The commandant, who had just returned from his patrol, rapped the gatekeeper on the head. You blind fool! How dare you stop the Prince Regent? The young gatekeeper hastily knelt and kowtowed. Prince Regent, spare my life. I meant no offense. Rise. Su Yang had no intention to blame. During his time in the military, he rarely encountered such situations where people would kowtow at the slightest provocation, which made him extremely uncomfortable. After Su Yang walked far away, the gatekeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did the Prince Regent leave the palace gates on foot? He didn't take a sedan chair. I've heard that the Prince Regent has deep affection for Her Majesty. His return to the capital this time is to marry Her Majesty. If not for the injuries he sustained while saving Her Majesty, the wedding would have already taken place. Indeed. The Prince Regent is the war god of our Great Zhou, invincible in battle. I've heard that even the Princess of Great Qian admires him deeply. Those still discussing fell silent immediately upon seeing the sedan chair ahead. From within the sedan, Pei Qingyue's voice came, kindly allow us passage. A token was then passed out from inside bearing the character Pei. Yes, Master Pei. Through the gap in the curtain, a few people vaguely caught sight of a female figure. A woman from the palace. Could it be Her Majesty the Empress? The palace guard took it and immediately let them pass. This could not be delayed. After the sedan departed, the young gatekeeper whispered, who was that inside? They had all seen it. Discussing Her Majesty recklessly. How many heads do you have? At the palace guard's words, everyone immediately fell silent. However, everyone knew that Pei Qingyue was favored by Her Majesty the Empress. During the Prince Regent's absence, many beautiful tales had spread among the people, all praising the two as a perfect match, a heavenly couple. Unexpectedly, Her Majesty the Empress had allowed the Prince Regent to leave the palace on foot alone while she accompanied the Prime Minister's son in a sedan chair. The contrast could not be more stark. Gu Mingyan followed Pei Qingyue to the Prime Minister's residence. This was a private incognito visit, so she brought only a palace maid and a eunuch. "Young master, you have returned." The old steward hurried to greet them but paused at the sight of the woman behind Pei Qingyue. Who was she? Yet matters of the master's household were not his to inquire. "Quickly inform my father, prepare to receive the imperial decree." Before long the entire family had assembled. Prime Minister Pei recognized Gu Mingyan at a glance. "Your servant kowtows to Her Majesty the Empress." "Long live the Empress." "Very well, read the decree." After it was read aloud, everyone rose. Prime Minister Pei said, "We thank Your Majesty for the great favor. This is Qingyu's fortune and also the fortune of our Pei clan." Lady Pei also smiled and said, "Indeed, the child of Your Majesty and Qingyue will surely be very adorable." Gu Mingyan frowned upon hearing this. The Pei family. Prime Minister Pei immediately scolded her. "What do you know to speak nonsense? Matters of Her Majesty are not for us to meddle." Then he quickly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, forgive me. My wife is a rustic country woman ignorant of these matters. She meant no offense." Gu Mingyan understood, but bringing up such matters was indeed offensive. However, there was no need to pursue it at this moment, it was just a remark. After all, the Pei family likely harbored such intentions. Still, a warning was necessary. It would be best not to have any superfluous thoughts. "Rise, all of you. I am incognito, so there is no need for excessive formality. We thank Your Majesty for your grace." Everyone expressed their gratitude in unison. Meanwhile, Su Yang had returned to the Prince Regent's residence. The sky had darkened and the night was as black as ink. The Prince Regent's residence was still the same as before. "Master, you have finally returned. Did you enter the palace to prepare for your marriage with Her Majesty? What happened to your hand?" "Well, Uncle Fu, I injured my hand a bit. Please prepare some paper, ink, brush and inkstone for me." Su Yang glanced at this white-haired old man. This was the first person he had met upon arriving in this world, and the man had once saved his life. So out of gratitude, Su Yang kept him in the Prince Regent's residence. When he was away, Uncle Fu managed the place well. To Su Yang, both Uncle Fu and Su Lan were like half of his family. Soon he arrived at the study. The brush in his hand moved swiftly as he wrote. He needed to leave letters, not only for Su Lan but also for Gu Mingyan. System: how many days left? 28 days. After finishing, he placed the letters inside the book he knew best, The Art of War, and set it on the desk. He had few lingering attachments left. Uncle Fu had his own family here, and Su Lan had attained a position that others could not reach in a lifetime. Surely his future marriage would not be a concern. As for his brothers in the army, the Great Zhou was now relatively peaceful with no enemy invasion at the borders. It was a good time for him to leave. As for Gu Mingyan, he knew her capabilities. She was even more suited for this position than he was. She was indeed a wise ruler. "Master, will you return to the border this time?" Uncle Fu, noticing Su Yang's low spirits, asked with confusion. "No, I want." Su Yang looked up and sighed. "That's wonderful. That means after you marry Her Majesty you will stay in the capital forever." Previously everyone was saying that Her Majesty and the Prime Minister's son were a perfect match. "I thought that you and Her Majesty..." Uncle Fu suddenly stopped. He had been about to ask if his master had angered Her Majesty the Empress, but then he saw Su Yang's expression turn grim. "Uncle Fu, I am preparing to leave. You should leave as soon as possible too." "Leave? Where is master going?" "To my hometown. It's getting late. Uncle Fu, you should go rest early." The next morning Uncle Fu's voice came from outside the door. "Master, will you attend the morning court today?" Su Yang thought for a moment and decided to go. He had been absent from court due to his injuries. The Pei family must be getting too big for their boots. Soon he arrived at the palace gates by carriage and entered the grand hall. He saw many unfamiliar faces. Everyone respectfully bowed to him, for he was the Prince Regent, a figure of high status. He naturally stood at the very front facing Prime Minister Pei. "I heard the Prince Regent was injured. It seems you have fully recovered. Thank you for your concern, Prime Minister Pei." Su Yang responded. "Her Majesty the Empress arrives." With a loud announcement, Gu Mingyan ascended the dragon throne. Everyone knelt in unison. "All my beloved subjects, rise." Only then did everyone notice that Su Yang had also knelt. Did he not have the iron plaque of immunity granted by the Empress? And the privilege of not kneeling before the throne? What was happening now? Gu Mingyan spotted Su Yang in the crowd at a glance. She said nothing since his willingness to attend court meant his injuries were mostly healed. Your servant has a matter to report. Minister Song, please speak. The 4 southern prefectures have been suddenly stricken by severe floods. The situation is dire. I beg your majesty to decide. Gu Mingyan was startled upon hearing this but maintained a calm facade. Having just ascended the throne, such a flood could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Do any of my beloved subjects have a solution? Prime Minister Pei stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old minister believes that the country is now prosperous and the borders are peaceful. Unfortunately, the treasury is empty. Raising taxes would harm the people. Now that the southern floods have suddenly occurred, we should prioritize the people and focus on flood control. Therefore, this old minister proposes reducing the provisions and pay of the border soldiers to fund the flood relief in the 4 southern prefectures. He was just short of silver at the moment. With this task based on his understanding of Gu Mingyan, she would surely assign him to handle it. Prime Minister Pei thought to himself. Impossible, Your Majesty. The soldiers pledged their lives to defend Great Zhou's safety. Their provisions are already insufficient. Reducing them further would chill their hearts. Indeed, Your Majesty. The soldiers have it hard. They have spent their entire lives at the borders dedicating themselves to Great Zhou. Those who opposed were almost all military generals who had good relations with Su Yang. They knew of Su Yang's abilities and that as Prince Regent he had treated the soldiers well. They had thought that military generals could still achieve something. Unexpectedly, now that Su Yang's iron plaque had been revoked, he knelt like everyone else. If even the Prince Regent was treated thus, what about ordinary soldiers? Great Zhou no longer needed them. Prince Regent, what is your view on this matter? Gu Mingyan looked at Su Yang. He was not like before when he would always be the first to speak of the soldiers' hardships and admonish her. Now he was silent and withdrawn, which was quite unfamiliar. In fact, Su Yang was at that moment trying to think of a way he could not stand by and ignore the soldiers' affairs. They were his brothers-in-arms, comrades who had faced life and death together. I believe this matter is simple. Simple. Then let the regent prince elaborate. Gu Mingyan raised an eyebrow looking at Su Yang. The treasury is empty, simply lacking funds. Why not execute a few corrupt officials and the money will naturally be sufficient? Su Yang said lightly. Many officials immediately began murmuring among themselves. Impossible. The Great Zhou has just entered a period of stable development with everything awaiting restoration. To launch such a massive campaign. The regent prince is truly speaking without feeling the burden. Corrupt officials are not so easily eliminated, indeed he is but a reckless warrior. Gu Mingyan was also startled. This did not sound like something Su Yang would say. She knew him, he was more like a person who wholeheartedly sought the welfare of the people, not someone who would blatantly propose such a measure. She also wanted to punish corrupt officials, but the situation at court was still unstable and corrupt officials were probably numerous. If she punished them now, the court would surely fall into chaos. Moreover, she had no actual military power. A large portion of the military was in Su Yang's hands and a small portion remained in the capital. She also had no capable subordinates. As a princess, she had never held real power. She had been able to manage the officials well only because of Su Yang's silent support, so she was eager to prove herself. After all, no emperor wants to rely on a minister and be despised by the people. She must take back the military power. As for Su Yang, she would give him the position of prince consort and her favor. Thinking of this, she looked at the officials and finally her gaze settled on Su Yang. He still stood with an aura of pride, his back straight as a pine, his eyes indifferent, and the scar on his face adding a touch of allure. What do you think, my dear ministers? Is the regent prince's proposal feasible? Prime Minister Pei stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since the regent prince has spoken thus, he must have a solution. Why not entrust this task to him? He knew that Su Yang held the military talisman, but the troops were stationed at the borders. In the capital, Su Yang did not have such great authority. If the matter were botched, Su Yang might be forced to surrender his military power. Then the court would be under Pei's control. He could have A-Yue bear the emperor a dragon heir as soon as possible and the Great Zhou would become the Pei family's domain. After Prime Minister Pei finished speaking, a group of people began to echo him, putting Su Yang on the spot. Your Majesty, I have very few troops available in the capital. Moreover, if this task is given to me, I fear I might not be able to control myself. The officials immediately fell silent. He really dared to say that. Was he thinking of going on a killing spree? However, I think Prime Minister Pei is very suitable for this task since he is familiar with the capital and the officials. Su Yang turned the fire onto Prime Minister Pei. Watching Gu Mingyan's gaze drift toward him, Prime Minister Pei swallowed his saliva and said, Your Majesty, I am old and afraid I cannot handle this. Although Prime Minister Pei is advanced in years, is there not the young Master Pei? What? Unwilling to share the emperor's burden. I have heard that Master Pei possesses extraordinary talent. Would it not be a pity if he were not employed by the great Zhou? Su Yang pressed relentlessly, cutting off all of Prime Minister Pei's retreats. Prime Minister Pei quickly knelt, fearing that Gu Mingyan would agree. Your Majesty, Qingyue is weak in health, as you know. He absolutely must not be involved in this matter. It is not that I am unwilling to share your burden. I have always prevented Qingyue from entering officialdom because of his health. I beg your Majesty to have pity on me, as he is my only son. Gu Mingyan thought to herself, A-Yue's health is indeed frail, unlike Su Yang, who could recover after a few days of rest from his injuries without causing her worry. She was now unwilling to hand over the remaining small portion of military power to Su Yang. Although he had said he had no interest in the throne, she dared not gamble. She only believed in herself. Only by firmly grasping power in her own hands could she feel secure. It seemed she would have to let the soldiers suffer. Then let it be as Prime Minister Pei suggests, reduce the soldiers' provisions. Once the flood disaster in the 4 southern prefectures is over, compensation will be made to the soldiers. Hearing Gu Mingyan's words, Prime Minister Pei breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had thought, under the current circumstances she would not dare to take risks. Your Majesty. Several generals knelt in unison. I have made my decision. Do you intend to defy the imperial decree? Gu Mingyan looked coldly at them. She noticed Su Yang among them. She had thought he did not care. Su Yang had not expected that the soldiers would be abandoned by the great Zhou, and that he would also be abandoned by Gu Mingyan. When trouble arose, he was always the one not chosen. In that situation, he knew that Gu Mingyan would not give him troops to punish corrupt officials. She was so wary of him. But now it concerned the soldiers of the great Zhou. The flood disaster in the 4 southern prefectures could have been handled in other ways, yet she still chose to let the soldiers at the cold borders suffer, and also let him suffer. Regent Prince, do you also intend to defy me? Your Majesty, the year-end is approaching. Reducing the soldiers' provisions now will likely break their hearts. Moreover, my proposal can also be implemented. Enough, Regent Prince. I have made up my mind. This matter will be handled by Prime Minister Pei. See to it promptly. I obey the decree. Prime Minister Pei looked triumphantly at Su Yang. The other military generals were also anxious. They felt chilled by Gu Mingyan's decision. They had dedicated their lives to the great Zhou, yet now the emperor, for the sake of the court and these officials who enjoyed luxury and lined their pockets in the capital, was willing to let the soldiers suffer. But there was nothing they could do. If even Su Yang's words were useless, how could theirs be? Court is dismissed. Everyone knelt in unison. After Gu Mingyan left, several generals approached Su Yang. Regent Prince, what should we do about this matter? The soldiers have already endured great hardship. For the sake of the great Zhou, some have not returned to their hometowns for decades, spending their entire lives at the border. Now that the war has barely subsided, they are being cast aside. We beg the Regent Prince to persuade His Majesty again. She has always listened to you. Su Yang sighed. Although he was about to leave this place, he did not want Gu Mingyan to make a mistake, nor did he want to let down the soldiers who followed him at the border. Then I will go and persuade His Majesty. However, you have also seen that the Emperor no longer treats me as before. Under the general's hopeful gazes, Su Yang arrived at the imperial study. Eunuch, please announce me to His Majesty. Regent Prince. Wait a moment. I will go and report to His Majesty. But His Majesty is in a bad mood. Do not contradict her. Thank you for the reminder, Eunuch. Shortly after, Regent Prince, please enter. His Majesty is waiting for you. Gu Mingyan did not even raise her head. Su Yang knelt directly. Your Majesty, If you are here about the provisions, save your breath. The decision made at the morning court will not be changed. Do not overthink it. In a few days we will be married. You have more important matters to attend to. She finally came over to help Su Yang up, saying, you and I have known each other for so many years, and you have followed me for a long time. This marriage is not only about us, but also a matter of giving an account to Great Zhou. In 2 days the western region's Great Qian, Great Yuan, and the 18 tribes of Qianyang will all send envoys to attend our wedding. We will need to receive them together. As for the flood disaster in the southern 4 prefectures, Prime Minister Pei can handle it well. I promise you, once the flood is over, I will compensate the soldiers. I know they have had a hard time. Your subject obeys the decree. Su Yang lowered his head and replied. He actually held little hope, yet he could not bear to see the soldiers treated this way. Seeing Su Yang's low spirits, she explained further, A-Yue, this matter is my fault for not telling you clearly beforehand, causing you to misunderstand. I only regard him as a benefactor. His becoming a side consort was his own proposal. I have no romantic feelings for him. Was she explaining herself to him, afraid he might misunderstand? Seeing Su Yang silent, she continued, I promise you the first child will only be yours. Su Yang let out a cold laugh. Your Majesty, is this charity? Are you pitying your subject? She had been moved by her explanation for a moment but soon returned to stillness. The first child. What about the second? Did that mean he could only await her favor, becoming a man who depended entirely on her affection? Had she forgotten the promises she made back then, or did she simply not want to mention them? Back then she was still a princess and he had been here for a few years, just starting to make something of himself. When they were together she always smiled like a blooming flower and he could see his own reflection in her eyes. Brother Su, I want you to carry me on your back, Gu Mingyan said with a smile. No, you are a princess of invaluable worth and I am clumsy. Besides, it would harm your reputation. He immediately waved his hand to refuse. I'm not afraid. In this life I belong to Brother Su. I told Father Emperor I wanted to marry you but he didn't agree. However, I will wait until you have earned military merit, then ask him to let me marry you. Then we can be together forever. Su Yan looked at the woman whose eyes were full of him and his heart melted. Back then the system's task was only to make him care for Gu Mingyan. He thought he was just completing the system's mission, but unknowingly his heart had been filled with her. Now he was supposed to empty out all those feelings he had stored. He couldn't do it, which was why the betrayal pained him so. Because he had seen her love him, he knew that she no longer loved him. Back then, though she was somewhat arrogant, she was not as heartless as she was now, heartless only toward him. After all, she was attentive and caring toward Pei Qingyue, yet she kept insisting there was no romantic involvement. Gu Mingyan was stunned for a moment upon hearing Su Yang's words. She then frowned and scolded, I cannot have only you as my consort. Can't you understand me? Where is the Brother Su I used to know? Hearing Gu Mingyan call him Brother Su again, Su Yang was also taken aback. He quickly regained his composure, clenching his left fist tightly. The Brother Su from before. She was going to have children with another man and yet she still wanted him to understand her. To be magnanimous. To graciously bestow upon him a child. How utterly ridiculous. Was he supposed to watch his own woman bear children for another man? He had no such inclination. He had remained faithful to her alone for so many years, refusing countless advances, all for the sake of her words about staying pure. Now power truly blinded people. Gu Mingyan saw that Su Yang did not answer inside, continuing, tomorrow is the annual Lantern Festival of Great Zhou. Will you accompany me? Su Yang looked at her. What did she mean? After thinking it over he agreed. When he left and returned to his residence, several military officers came to find him. Su Lan had heard about it. She had been sent away by Gu Mingyan a few days ago and had just returned. Upon hearing about the military provisions, she came to Su Yang's residence along with the others. Prince Regent, what did His Majesty say? Is she willing to retract the decree? The group stared at Su Yang. Su Yang didn't know how to answer. His relationship with Gu Mingyan had reached a point where the conflict could not be resolved. Gentlemen, His Majesty remains firm on this matter. Su Yang felt ashamed to face them. What? She insists on sacrificing the soldiers. Yes, what can we do? If His Majesty acts like this, how can the soldiers feel at ease? All of them were hot-tempered. Su Lan glanced at the crowd and said, if His Majesty does this and the military power is in the hands of the Prince Regent, why not overthrow the regime? The group was startled by such treasonous words. They all looked at Su Lan, wondering if Su Yang had put her up to it. Now His Majesty is discarding those who have served her well. Who knows how she will treat us military officers in the future? We are willing to follow the Prince Regent. Everyone knew of Su Yang's feelings for the Empress. Without Su Yang there would be no Empress Gu Mingyan today. Since Su Lan had raised the idea, they were naturally willing to follow Su Yang. Deep down they still believed that a woman holding power was absurd. Moreover, given the Empress' current attitude towards Su Yang and the border soldiers, they did not want to end up badly either. Su Yang listened to these words, raising an eyebrow. Warning, host has 27 days left before returning to Blue Star. Su Yang felt helpless. He knew Gu Mingyan was the most suitable person for the throne. I understand, system. Do not mention this matter again. Her Majesty has just ascended the dragon throne and her foundation is unstable. We should wholeheartedly assist her. Moreover, no one in Great Zhou is more qualified to sit on this throne than her. If all-out chaos ensues, the people of Great Zhou, whom we have worked so hard to protect, will suffer unbearably. We will make other plans. I have decided to send all my salaries over the years to the border. We must save the people, but we cannot cut the soldiers' provisions. Although he had not hoarded fortunes like those corrupt officials, he had some savings. Since he was about to leave anyway, scattering his wealth did not matter. The group exchanged glances. One of them said, the Prince Regent is truly righteous. Let this humble official handle this matter. Agreed. This task is entrusted to you. Make sure it reaches the soldiers at the border. There is no need to mention the source as it might stir discontent among the troops, which would be counterproductive. I will sort out the assets in my residence in the coming days and hand them over to you. After Su Yang finished speaking, he looked at the young military officer. Su Yang was not familiar with him, but he doubted the man would dare to act recklessly. Su Yang's reputation in the army and throughout Great Zhou was not to be trifled with. Except for Gu Mingyan, no one would treat him this way. After the others left, Su Lan said, "Are you really willing to give up?" "What is there to be willing or unwilling about? She is more qualified than anyone to sit on the throne. Besides, I will soon leave." For Great Zhou, Gu Mingyan was the most suitable ruler. He could not take her place, nor could he bring himself to do so. Gu Mingyan remained the only woman who had ever stirred his heart in both lives. He could stop loving her, but he could never harm her. "I'm not talking about the throne. I mean, are you really willing to let another man have Her Majesty? If you were the master of Great Zhou, she would be yours alone. Prime Minister Pei and his faction would be nothing to fear. You hold the military tally. I will help you return to the border. With a single command from you." Su Lan's gaze fell upon Su Yan not with suspicion but with absolute trust. He knew that with a single command the Great Zhou would be his for the taking, yet he had no such desire, save for the very beginning. Back then the Great Zhou was still ravaged by war and he thought to do something for the people. Under the system's arrangement he entered the military step by step, ascending to the position of Regent King, commanding 500,000 troops. He also understood that the system intended him to be Gu Mingyan's assistant, not to seize the dragon throne for himself. Now that he was about to leave, he would never overturn the regime for his own selfish desires. "Say no more. I did not choose this before and I will not make that choice now. Where have you been these past few days? You look travel-worn." Su Yan looked at Su Lan and asked. "His Majesty sent me to Ling City to procure items for the imperial wedding." Su Yang found it puzzling. Surely the Ministry of Rites could handle such matters. Why would Su Lan personally go on a purchasing trip? "By the way, how is the wound on your hand?" Su Yan looked at his right hand. The medicine had been changed several times, but the wound still hadn't fully scabbed, likely due to the poison. He didn't pay it much mind. This body was not his original one. When he first transmigrated, he had awakened in a mass grave, presumably a dead man's body. He was waiting for the right moment to return to Blue Star, and then everything here would be irrelevant to him. No need to worry. I know my own body, it's fine." Su Yang said indifferently. "It's getting late. You've had a long journey, you should return as well." Su Lan acknowledged and left. Fu Bo, who had not yet departed, spoke as before, "The night is deep and the dew is heavy, take care of yourself." Fu Bo approached Su Yang with a lantern, glanced at the wound on his right hand and sighed. Su Yang responded briefly and returned to his room. Time swiftly arrived at the day of the Lantern Festival. Gu Mingyan had been preparing early. "Your Majesty, how does this dress look? It makes you appear like a celestial maiden." She looked at the goose-yellow dress in the maid's hands, shook her head and pointed to the indigo lawn skirt beside it. "This one." She remembered that Su Yan favored the color indigo, just like when they first attended the Lantern Festival together. "Indeed, Master Pei will surely be so enchanted by your Majesty that he'll lose his way." Gu Mingyan frowned at the maid who spoke. "Who told you that I am going to the Lantern Festival with A-Yue?" The maid immediately knelt and kowtowed. Gu Mingyan said flatly, "When serving before me you should know what to say and what not to say. Take her away." The maid kowtowed desperately, blood staining the steps. Gu Mingyan did not even lift her eyes and the maid was dragged away by several guards. The remaining attendants trembled in fear, afraid of inciting Gu Mingyan's wrath. They had no idea what the maid had said wrong, for they had witnessed the bond between Gu Mingyan and Pei Qingyue, a rapport that even the Regent King could not surpass. Meanwhile, Su Yang arrived at Gu Mingyan's palace as promised. She was already dressed. She wore an indigo long skirt, her hair swept up into a flowing cloud bun with a few strands naturally cascading over her chest. Her skin was fair as jade, her features exquisite, clearly the result of meticulous preparation. Seeing Su Yang's stunned expression, she smiled and walked to his side. "Let's go. Today we are not sovereign and subject, let's be as we once were. Come, my Su Gij. Today I won't bring any guards, you shall be my protector." Su Yang was completely overwhelmed by Gu Mingyan's behavior. A flicker stirred in his deadened heart. He had already resigned himself, knowing she would not compromise and he would not stoop to sharing a wife with others. Yet when he saw Gu Mingyan in this attire, he was captivated. The address Su Gij also stirred his heart. He looked at her, smile, and listened to her words. It felt as if their relationship had returned to what it was years ago, when she would smile sweetly and act coy with him. "Su Gij, do you think Yenner looks beautiful today?" Gu Mingyan seemed pleased with Su Yang's expression, the look of being enchanted by her. A warm joy filled her heart. The time she had spent dressing up today was not wasted. Yenner, he murmured softly. It had been a long time since he had addressed her so intimately. Now she either called him Su Yang or sarcastically referred to him as the Regent King. In his days Gu Mingyan had already taken his arm and boarded the carriage leaving the palace. Soon they arrived at the Lantern Festival. The moonlight had just risen and the city was aglow with lanterns like a river of stars spilling down. The long streets of the capital were lined with all kinds of lanterns, rabbit lanterns, lotus lanterns, revolving lanterns. Their light flickered, casting a warm hue upon the night sky. Today her indigo long skirt made her cheeks appear radiant. The lantern light fell into her smiling eyes, swaying like fragments of gold. Gu Mingyan instinctively reached for Su Yang's hand. Just as her fingertips brushed his sleeve, he naturally sidestepped and pointed into the distance. That lantern with the jade rabbit pounding medicine is quite unique. Her empty hand curled into a fist. Su Gij, are you still angry with Yenner? She was now the son of heaven, not the princess of before. Granting him her first child was already a testament to the value she placed on their years of affection. Why must he persist in clinging to other matters? I dare not. Between us. Hold me like before. Can you? Gu Mingyan interrupted Su Yang, opening her arms. The Great Zhou's customs were fairly liberal, especially after Gu Mingyan became the Empress Regnant, elevating women's status. Thus the Lantern Festival saw a fair number of men and women, including many talented scholars and beauties. Su Yang was taken aback. She was actually acting coy with him, her eyes reflecting only his image just like before. His heart pounded violently. Gu Mingyan stepped into his embrace, nestling against him. Su Yang looked down and saw the smile in her eyes. Did she still love him? Hurry or the tree of fate will be packed again. I heard it's incredibly auspicious. Yes, last year we went too late, there wasn't even a crack to squeeze in. Several couples finished speaking and headed toward the tree of fate. The tree of fate. Su Gij, shall we go see it too? Gu Mingyan suggested. Su Yang agreed and followed Gu Mingyan. Her demeanor tonight was so reminiscent of the past that he couldn't help wanting to hold on tight. So this is the tree of fate. It wasn't here when we came before. Su Gij, look, there are so many hanging on it. When they arrived, quite a few people were already there, but fortunately it wasn't crowded. A nearby vendor said, young master and Miss, you two are truly a perfect match, handsome and beautiful. This tree of fate requires a talisman paper written with cinnabar inscribing your wish for a romantic bond. Soon good fortune will come your way. Just then a clear melodious voice pierced through the clamor, your mage A-Yen. She suddenly turned around. Not far from the crowd, A-Yue stood under the lantern's shadow, wearing a blue robe holding a rare glazed palace lantern. The light danced across his handsome features, exuding an air of scholarly elegance devoid of any weakness. A-Yue looked at her, his gaze so focused that it seemed as if everything around him had vanished, naturally oblivious to Su Yang's darkened expression. Su Yang understood in his heart that as soon as A-Yue appeared, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to him. A chill ran through his heart as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The excitement he had felt due to Gu Mingyan's change now turned to coldness. A-Yue, what a coincidence, you're here too. Gu Mingyan smiled as she rushed towards A-Yue, completely forgetting that Su Yang was still nearby. Su Yang clearly saw the sudden brightness in her eyes, more dazzling than the city lights. Was she really so enamored with A-Yue? Just earlier she had expressed her desire to be with him, and now during the Lantern Festival she seemed so eager to distance herself. After all, she had personally invited him. How did he end up feeling like just an onlooker? The shopkeeper seemed to understand, immediately promoting to Gu Mingyan and A-Yue, you two are truly a match made in heaven, this love tree is perfect for such a loving couple like you. Gu Mingyan replied with a smile, then let's pick one. She then handed it to A-Yue, turning back only to realize that Su Yang had already left without her noticing. From a distance Su Yang watched the two, feeling a sense of discomfort. He was no masochist, so he naturally wouldn't rush over to witness their love. It was better to leave quickly. He sensed that Gu Mingyan wanted to be close to him, but the moment he and A-Yue had to be chosen between, she would undoubtedly choose A-Yue without hesitation. It was truly laughable that he would still feel heartache because of Gu Mingyan. Su Gu, why did you leave? I've been looking for you with A-Yue for quite a while. At that moment Gu Mingyan's voice rang out from behind. Su Yang turned and saw the two of them. They really did make a perfect couple. A-Yue also noticed Su Yang, his eyes filled with provocation, but he felt a pang of jealousy at Gu Mingyan's words calling him Su Gu. Su Yang was merely a rogue from the rivers and lakes. He had just been lucky in leading troops to battle and happened to win a few victories. How could Gu Mingyan care so much about him? He was her savior. In her eyes it should have been only him. The malice in A-Yue's gaze was captured by Su Yang. He turned to leave but was stopped by Gu Mingyan, who said, "A-Yue is with us, it's livelier with more people." "Do you know what you're saying?" Su Yang frowned at Gu Mingyan. What did she mean? Did she think he was some kind of lowly person? As if summoned and dismissed at will. What A-Yue said I agree with, Pei Qingyue said at the right moment, his warm voice accompanied by an appropriate smile warming Gu Mingyan's heart. If A-Yue can do it, why can't you? She raised an eyebrow at Su Yang. Pei Qingyue, the son of a prime minister from a scholarly family, was a refined young man willing to be her consort. How could Su Yang, a mere rogue without any literary talent, reject her offer? She was willing to grant him the position of official consort and even promised him their first child. Why was he so resistant? Was he really so self-important, looking down on imperial authority? Did she think that Gu Mingyan wouldn't take action against him? Her dissatisfaction with Su Yang grew stronger. She had originally thought that they could mend their relationship before the wedding, but now it seemed unnecessary. She was the monarch, he was a subject. With a single imperial decree things could be settled without trouble. At that moment a carriage came charging through, heading right towards them. Su Yang was startled as well. If that carriage crashed into them, they would not only be injured but possibly dead. Gu Mingyan must not be harmed. His mind raced with thoughts while his body reacted first. He quickly pulled Gu Mingyan back, dodging to the side, while Pei Qingyue also saw Su Yang's actions and suddenly halted, brushing past Su Yang's hand, and in an instant he was sent flying. Su Yang frowned, grateful for his quick reaction, having already pulled Gu Mingyan aside, protecting her in his embrace. However, Gu Mingyan suddenly pushed Su Yang away and rushed towards where Pei Qingyue had fallen, shouting, "A-Yue, are you okay?" She picked up Pei Qingyue, her eyes reddening as tears fell onto his face. "Call a doctor." "Is there a doctor?" "Save my husband." "Cough cough, I'm fine, don't worry." "As long as you're not hurt," he said, but as soon as he finished speaking a trickle of blood conveniently spilled from the corner of his mouth. He heard Gu Mingyan call him her husband, which filled his heart with joy, yet his face still bore a painful expression. Su Yang also heard her call my husband, halting his steps as he wanted to approach, but upon seeing Gu Mingyan's bleeding ankle he still moved forward. But as he drew closer he heard Pei Qingyue say, "I know your bond with A-Yue, I never dared to have excessive hopes. Why can't you just accept me? To push me in front of that mad horse?" After saying this he began to cough violently, looking genuinely injured. However, given how obvious his earlier actions were, he didn't believe Gu Mingyan hadn't noticed. Smack! Su Yang looked at the woman before him in disbelief, as if he didn't recognize her. She had struck him. All for this fake Pei Qingyue. You don't agree? Would A-Yue risk his life to frame you? His body is already weak, how could he possibly endure such injuries? I originally thought you simply disliked A-Yue, but I never imagined you truly wanted to see him dead. Su Yang's face flushed with anger as he stood in the shadowy corner, hiding all his emotions. Only his left hand was clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning pale from excessive force, and his palm bore deep crescent marks from his nails. His right hand throbbed with pain, blood seeping through his clothes and staining his sleeve. Someone in the crowd recognized Su Yang. "Isn't that the regent? He is a hero of our Dezhou. Who is that? How dare she treat him like this?" "Nonsense, only the Empress dares to lay hands on the regent." The crowd suddenly realized and knelt in unison, shouting, "Long live the Empress!" Only Su Yang remained standing, feeling as if his feet were weighed down with lead, his throat bitter. He thought perhaps she still had some affection for him, otherwise she wouldn't want to marry him. Gu Mingyan had believed Pei Qingyue's clumsy act so readily without giving him a chance to explain. She had simply slapped him. Blood dripped from his right hand onto the ground, spreading like ink. Gu Mingyan merely glanced at it without concern, and upon hearing the words of the commoners her anger surged. Her words were as venomous as poison. "You are just a lucky rogue from the rivers and lakes. Any leader could win battles with Dezhou's elite cavalry. Don't think that just because you earned some military merit and were made regent you can act however you wish. How dare you harm A-Yue in front of me? Su Yang, I command you to kneel and apologize to A-Yue immediately." The crowd was in an uproar, demanding Su Yang to kneel and apologize to the son of the prime minister. To make the illustrious regent kneel and apologize to a commoner without an official title. Moreover, warfare was far from as simple as she claimed. To dismiss the regent king's campaigns for the realm with the remark that anyone could lead the elite cavalry of Great Zhou to victory was to utterly devalue Su Yang's sacrifices and dedication. This was clearly favoritism, yet being commoners they dared not voice their dissent, though their hearts harbored indignation for Su Yang. Meanwhile, several figures watching the scene from a distance found it rather amusing. Wasn't the Empress of Great Zhou about to wed the regent king? They had come specifically to attend the ceremony, yet here she was on the eve of the wedding, humiliating him before the crowd. Even from afar she could see that the son of Prime Minister Pei had acted deliberately. It was astonishing that the Empress was so blind. The woman's thoughts raced swiftly. This was fine. If Great Zhou did not value this regent king, Great Qian certainly did. The Empress Gu Mingyan despised Su Yang. That was perfect, for she herself was deeply fond of him. After all, she had longed to have him for so long. Since Gu Mingyan was blind to his worth, she could now take Su Yang away. What a spectacle! Truly a magnificent drama. She clapped nonchalantly as she walked into the crowd. The people, noticing the foreign attire of those following the woman, automatically parted to make way. Gu Mingyan raised her eyes to see a woman of heroic bearing surpassing even Su Lan in presence. She was clad in a red robe with a furry ornament at her waist and a long whip attached. Her hair was tied back neatly, adding to her spirited demeanor. Princess Si Ling of Great Qian. Gu Mingyan recognized her identity. Your Majesty has keen eyes. Indeed it is I. Si Ling walked slowly to Su Yang's side. She used the humble term, this one fitting her character. Su Yang had clashed with her on the battlefield many times, initially mistaking her for a man, only later learning she was the Great Qian princess who had always loved roaming the martial world. Then in a teasing tone she said, "What? Are you really going to kneel?" The Regent King, known as the God of Slaughter on the border, returns to the Great Zhou capital only to be humiliated by the sovereign he serves. I thought you rejected me because the Empress treated you well. Su Yang, how about coming with me? Su Yang was stunned, clearly not expecting Si Ling to say this, especially in front of Gu Mingyan. He had indeed fought her and she had never once won against him. Perhaps this had sparked some special feelings in her. She had previously invited him to go with her, offering far more generous terms than those of Great Zhou. But he had always refused, for his heart was filled with the welfare of Great Zhou's people and his lingering affection and longing for Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan turned and snapped, "How dare you? Do not think that being the Great Qian princess gives you license to spout nonsense. This is my Great Zhou. Su Yang is the Regent King of Great Zhou. Matters between him and me are none of your business, outsider." These people had come to celebrate her wedding with Su Yang, but now it seemed the Great Qian princess was here to steal him away. Even if she no longer wanted Su Yang, he belonged to her alone. Moreover, in her heart Su Yang had wronged Pei Qingyue. She only asked him to kneel and apologize. "Princess, you do not know the full story. Do not speak rashly. This matter is indeed Su Yang's fault. A-Yue suffered such severe injuries because of Su Yang's jealousy. Now I only ask him to apologize to A-Yue. Is that too much compared to A-Yue's wounds? I simply cannot stand by and keep silent. That little husband of yours, such tricks can only fool you." Si Ling looked at Pei Qingyue. This man was nothing but a pretender. A man putting on a pitiful act. In Great Qian, if a noble lady married such a man, she would be looked down upon. Turning to Su Yang, he stood like a pine spine, straight, eyes clear and honest. The contrast was evident. The Empress Gu Mingyan was truly blind, her eyes only for that pretender. She noticed a trace of melancholy deep in Su Yang's eyes. Was he pained by Gu Mingyan's behavior? Si Ling sneered. Valuing a piece of fisheye over a brilliant pearl, the Empress of Great Zhou was indeed lacking in discernment. But she would never voice this to warn Gu Mingyan. Only when Su Yang's heart died would she have her chance, wouldn't she? Gu Mingyan frowned at Si Ling's words. Just then the physician arrived and examined Pei Qingyue's injuries. Only then did she notice her own ankle was hurt. She recalled Su Yang's gaze earlier. Was he worried about her? But then she thought of the Great Qian princess' attitude toward him, and that flicker of regret vanished instantly. She said coldly to Si Ling, "This is Great Zhou and I am the Empress. Since Princess Si Ling has arrived early, please wait quietly for my wedding with the Regent King." The warning was clear. Pei Qingyue too felt a pang of jealousy which Si Ling caught in his eyes, though fleeting it did not escape her. It seemed a grand drama was about to unfold. Soon a group of officials arrived belatedly and escorted Gu Mingyan back to the palace. Pei Qingyue also returned to the Prime Minister's residence. Throughout, no one cared about Su Yang's injuries. Gu Mingyan before leaving cast a cold look at him without saying a word, yet that gaze seemed to convey everything. As Su Yang was about to leave, Si Ling stopped him. "Regent King, long time no see. I have just arrived in Great Zhou and my subordinates have prepared some modest wine. Would you care to join me?" Su Yang was about to refuse when she continued, "Regent King, do not rush to decline. Are you not interested in what is happening on the borders of Great Zhou?" Su Yang followed Si Ling to the inn where she was staying. After dismissing the attendants, Su Yang asked, "Princess, please speak." Si Ling poured a cup of wine for Su Yang and said slowly, "Patience. First taste this. It is the renowned Dukan I brought from Great Qian. Then I thank you." Su Yang raised the cup and drank it in one gulp, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, it was excellent wine. "Regent King, are you not afraid I might have poisoned it?" Si Ling laughed. "You would not," Su Yang said. He knew she was intelligent and that she had some design on him, so she would not poison him. Besides, they were in the Great Zhou capital, she would not act so rashly. Si Ling paused at his words, then continued with the earlier topic. "This time, as you and the Empress prepare for your wedding, the Changyang Tribal Alliance and Great Yuan have sent several spies to verify whether the wedding news is true. Meanwhile, they are launching attacks on the border. They want to confirm whether you have left the border. Once confirmed, they will launch a surprise assault. Is this true? Su Yang's heart tightened. He had not expected the Qianyong to be so ambitious nor the great Yuan to be such a trouble. However, he doubted Si Ling would reveal such information without a price. Nothing in this world came for free. He was also astonished that Si Ling knew such intelligence. It seemed Great Qian was hiding its strength. Perhaps they had agents in Great Zhou as well. Of course. I have no reason to deceive you. But as for the specifics, I do not know. Then what do you want in exchange for this information? He did not believe that De Qian would not seize the opportunity to reap the benefits during the war. Of course it's you. Si Ling gazed intently at Su Yang, her eyes burning with purpose. This time she had specifically requested an imperial decree to come to Dezhou all for Su Yang. Impossible. Su Yang refused calmly. Gu Mingyan has humiliated you like this, making you the Regent King kneel to her pampered lover, and you still want to protect her. It's not because of her. Su Yang's love for Gu Mingyan had been worn away by her repeated suspicions and suppression. However, Dezhou was the land he had always guarded. Here were the soldiers who had fought alongside him, as well as Su Lan and Fu Bo. He could never betray this country, and besides he was about to leave. Time was running out. Only 25 days remained before he had to return to Lanqing. Now that he knew the conspiracy between the Qianyong tribe and De Yuan, he had to settle matters properly before leaving in peace. At the very least he must inform Gu Mingyan so that Dezhou could prepare. Si Ling laughed heartily and said, then let the Regent King owe me this favor. After all, having the Regent King in your debt is quite valuable. She had confronted Su Yang several times, each ending in failure. Proud and arrogant, she naturally found herself drawn to the man who had defeated her. But that man's heart belonged to another, and she had to give up. Now, seeing the man she admired being humiliated by the female emperor he served, she felt indignant on his behalf. However, it seemed he had not completely given up hope. She was willing to wait. Si Ling looked at Su Yang's injured right hand, took out a small white porcelain bottle from her bosom and said, take this. It works wonders on external injuries. Su Yang thanked her. All right, thank you. I owe you one. He then left the inn. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyan returned to the palace, her ankle wound, already dressed with ointment. Your Majesty, the Regent King went to the inn with the Princess of Diqian. He left half an incense stick later. A dark figure appeared and swiftly vanished. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyan smashed the vase on her desk in a fit of rage. Su Yang. I was even considering marrying you. And you betray me. Did he really think she wouldn't dare do anything to him? He had hurt A-Yue so badly, and she only asked him to apologize to A-Yue. And now he betrayed her. As a female emperor, hadn't she treated him well enough? If that was the case, then don't blame her. The grand wedding must still proceed, and Su Yang must remain in Dezhou. She would never let him go to Diqian. The next morning, during the early court session in the Great Hall, Gu Mingyan sat high upon the golden dragon throne, sweeping her gaze over the assembled officials, her eyes coldly fixed on Su Yang. Prime Minister Pei spoke first. Your Majesty, I have a memorial. Regarding the flood in the 4 southern prefectures, I have already transported the disaster relief grains to the south. Gu Mingyan nodded with satisfaction. Prime Minister Pei, I have always trusted your work. It is your Majesty's wisdom that saved the hundreds of thousands of people in the south. Long live your Majesty. The officials chanted in unison, making Gu Mingyan feel a little elated. At this moment, Su Yang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. I have received intelligence that the Qianyong tribe and De Yuan have joined forces, intending to launch a surprise attack on the border. I request permission to reorganize the troops. The crowd immediately voiced objections. Are we going to war again? Although the Regent King is valiant and has never been defeated, the current situation does not allow for military action. Exactly. The flood in the 4 southern prefectures has not been resolved yet. We face both internal and external troubles. Prime Minister Pei turned to Su Yang and asked, May I ask where the Regent King obtained this information? And is it accurate? Su Yang replied, I have my own sources. Whether it is accurate or not, Dezhou needs to reorganize its troops to prepare for any contingency. He knew that many of the stubborn civil officials in the court would oppose him. These people, who only knew how to enjoy comfort within the passes, had no idea about the harshness of the borderlands and the determination of the soldiers to defend Dezhou. He also knew that Dezhou and even this very court harbored spies from other dynasties. But he did not care. He wanted them to know that as long as he and the soldiers were here, Dezhou was not to be trifled with. Gu Mingyan slammed her hand on the dragon throne, the sharp sound silencing the officials instantly. Regent King, I do not know where you got this information, but Dezhou must not start another war. Your Majesty, the Qianyong tribe are like greedy wolves. They must be suppressed with thunderous force, or they will lunge forward to bite. If you retreat a step, they will advance another. Su Yang looked at Gu Mingyan and urged her, for this was a matter concerning the safety of Dezhou's people. He deeply understood the saying, throw one punch to avoid 100 punches. If they retreated now, those ambitious wolves would surely take advantage. Over the years he had guarded the border, and only then did those wolves dare not advance recklessly, though they kept probing. A while ago the Qiangyong tribe had retreated 1,000 li, but he knew they were only sheathing their claws temporarily, waiting for the right moment. Because the Qiangyong had retreated far, he had been recalled. Knowing their cunning, he had not surrendered the military tally so he could always lead troops to battle for Dezhou. He was an orphan on launching and had never felt the care and love of society. But in Dezhou he had encountered much kindness from Su Lanfubo, the soldiers in the army, and Gu Mingyan. Naturally he could not abandon the people of Dezhou to their fate. Su Yang, 3 years of war have drained the treasury. Even the disaster relief grains for the southern flood had to be obtained at the expense of the soldiers. Now to start another war based on unclear intelligence, absolutely impossible. The border conflict has ceased. The regent king should focus on preparing for the wedding. Your Majesty. Su Yan wanted to speak further, but before he could finish a voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, emissaries from Dichen de Yuan and Xianyang request an audience. Summon them. A group of people entered the hall dressed in distinct attire. From Dichen came Si Ling and several others, all appearing subordinate to her. From De Yuan came a group led by an old man unfamiliar to Su Yang. And from Xianyang came a chieftain who had fought against him. The man shot a fierce glare at Su Yang before looking away, but Su Yang caught it. He remembered this man not for his bravery but for his despicable tactics. He had used border civilians as cover, mingling his soldiers among them in an attempt to infiltrate Dezhou. Su Yang had seen through the scheme, and the man held a grudge ever since. Such methods were despicable and condemned by all dynasties, using the people as shields in a war between two nations. Truly a vile villain. Congratulations to Her Majesty the female emperor on her wedding. Deqian presents a wedding gift to Your Majesty and the Regent King, wishing you a harmonious union until old age. We offer the floating gold mountains and rivers map. Deqian presents a pair of jade rui, a blood coral statue, and a floating gold mountains and rivers map. The eunuch announced the gifts. A huge scroll unfurled with a rustle inlaid with gemstones and gold thread. The vast territories of Deqian glittered within the map, displaying extreme luxury and hinting at the ambition to encompass the entire realm. The princess of Deqian is most thoughtful. Gu Mingyan clapped her hands lightly, her expression calm. Then she saw Si Ling glance at Su Yang, and Su Yang gave her a slight nod. A cold light flashed in Gu Mingyan's eyes. They were exchanging glances right in front of her. It seemed Su Yang was truly relying on his status as Regent King to act lawlessly, having no regard for her, the female emperor of Dezhou. The court officials were abuzz with speculation. It was said that the Princess of Deqian had once harbored feelings for the Regent King, yet no one expected her to attend the grand wedding of His Majesty and the Regent. Then came the elder from Dayuan, stepping lightly while holding a jade box. I humbly congratulate Her Majesty the Empress and the Regent King on your nuptials. Though our kingdom is small and our tributes modest, we present the moonlit pearl of the vast seas. As the box opened, a soft radiance spilled forth like liquid silver, revealing a pearl the size of a dragon's eye resting on silk brocade, its light pure and luminous. Stranger still, a crisp, refreshing aura permeated the hall, soothing the mind and dispelling all worries. The eunuch whispered to the throne, Your Majesty, this pearl calms the spirit, wards off poisons, and clears the heart. It was born from a millennium-old spiritual clam in the deep seas of Dayuan, unrivaled in the world. Gu Mingyan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. A pearl that stills the heart suits me well. I acknowledge Daiwan's sincerity. Finally came the chieftain of the Qiangyang tribes, carrying only a palm-sized sandalwood box. The 18 tribes of Qiangyang also congratulate Your Majesty and the Regent King on your wedding. We present a clever contrivance crafted over generations by our master artisans. His words were respectful, yet a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He slowly opened the box. Inside was no rare treasure but a walnut-sized, perfectly round metallic sphere of dark gold, seamless and smooth. This object is called chaos. It is the fruit of 5 generations of our master artisan's labor, carved from ivory and palm-sized, yet it holds a hidden world within. Inside are 66 interlocking mechanisms, and at its core lies a secret treasure. Yet it is seamless with no lock or key. None in our kingdom could unravel its mystery, a true pity. We hear that Great Zhou boasts many talents, especially the Regent King Su Yang, who excels in both letters and martial arts. Having tasted defeat at his hands, I know his caliber. Surely such a distinguished figure can unlock this marvel, bringing the secret treasure to light and honoring this divine artifact. As his words fell, the hall fell into a profound silence, so still that a pin drop could be heard. The officials exchanged uneasy glances. This was no tribute but a treacherous challenge. If it could not be opened, would it not admit before all nations that Great Zhou lacked talent? And Su Yang was a military man. All eyes turned nervously to Empress Gu Mingyan on her throne. Gu Mingyan herself was troubled. She knew Su Yang could win battles, perhaps through martial prowess or sheer luck, but she never considered him a man of great intellect. Faced with this provocation from Qianyong, she was momentarily at a loss. Su Yang, observing the chieftain's challenge, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, allow me to try." Taking the chaos from the chieftain, Su Yang examined it. The object was exquisitely crafted, each part interlocking with the next, seemingly impossible to open. The chieftain's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Bowing, he said, "Regent King, should you need time to study it, Qianyong will patiently await good news." These words only tightened the noose, forcing Su Yang to solve it on the spot or within a short time, or else Great Zhou's honor would be lost. But Su Yang suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes like lightning as they swept over the chieftain. Without even looking at the sphere, he declared simple. "Bring me my sword." His sword. The crowd was bewildered. Even Gu Mingyan wondered what method he had in mind. "Granted," she said. Soon a eunuch entered bearing a crimson-bladed sword. As everyone watched in confusion, Su Yang raised the sword with his left hand and precisely cleaved the sphere called chaos in two. From within rolled a golden crystal. He picked it up and presented it. "The treasure is retrieved. Your Majesty, please see." The Qianyong chieftain's face darkened. "Your Majesty, this was our tribe's most precious artifact, meant for the Empress herself. The Regent King has shattered it in such a crude manner, a desecration of a divine object, an insult to my tribe and a slight to your Majesty." Prime Minister Pei chimed in, "Indeed, your Majesty. The Regent King's actions invite ridicule from the world, painting Great Zhou as an uncivilized land of barbarians and showing blatant disrespect to your Majesty." Si Ling wanted to speak, but an older man beside her held her back. Meanwhile, the elder from Dayuan watched the unfolding drama with evident amusement. Some military officers came to Su Yang's defense. "Your Majesty, the Qianyong envoy never specified that force could not be used. Exactly, the Regent King's method was perfectly valid." But Pei's faction began to slander Su Yang. "The Regent King acts on brute force alone, a mere martial rogue with no wit. He tried to solve a riddle and has only made Great Zhou a laughingstock. Indeed. He insults the envoy and dishonors your Majesty." Many knew that Su Yang had fallen out of favor with Gu Mingyan and was trapped within the capital ripe for the taking. With Pei's son deeply favored by the Empress, it was rumored that if she bore a child it would be with him and the world would belong to the Pei family. The wise would side with Prime Minister Pei. Only a few foolish generals still spoke for Su Yang, blind to the Empress' displeasure. Su Yang said nothing, merely fixing a cold gaze on Gu Mingyan, his eyes now devoid of any emotion as if awaiting her judgment. True to form, Gu Mingyan glanced at Su Yang, disturbed by the chill in his eyes, but quickly composed herself. "Regent King Su Yang, for insulting an envoy, destroying a tribute, defying imperial authority and showing disrespect to me, your military command is revoked. Let this be a warning." Su Yang let out a cold laugh and knelt without hesitation. "Your servant accepts the decree and thanks your Majesty for your grace." Many in the hall sighed, some in pity for Su Yang, others with schadenfreude. The Qianyong chieftain wore an expression of vengeance, satisfied. Having secured the military token from Su Yang, Gu Mingyan addressed the assembly. "Esteemed envoys, now that you are in Great Zhou, rest easy at the guest lodges. I have arranged everything for your comfort." "We thank your Majesty." The envoys were led away by the Ministry of Rites, leaving only the Great Zhou officials. As the eunuch announced, "The court is adjourned." As the crowd dispersed and Su Yang prepared to leave, a eunuch stopped him. "Regent King, Her Majesty summons you." Su Yang paused. Had she not already taken what she wanted, the military token? Why summon him now? Was the humiliation not enough? Following the eunuch to Gu Mingyan's study, Su Yang was told Her Majesty awaits within. This old servant takes his leave. "Regent King, please." Su Yang nodded and entered to find Gu Mingyan deeply engrossed in reviewing memorials. "Your servant kowtows before your Majesty." She did not respond, her focus unbroken, as if she had not heard him. An hour passed before she slowly rose, then smiled as if just remembering something. "When did the Regent King arrive? Why did you not announce yourself? Rise." She no longer invited him to forego formalities as in the past. This was a reminder: when in audience he must kneel. "Your Majesty, why have you summoned me?" Su Yang knew she was doing it deliberately, yet he chose not to say more, allowing this to serve as the final vestige of their bond. Gu Mingyan gazed at Su Yang, a flicker of barely concealed satisfaction in her eyes. She was indeed intentional. Once bound by gratitude and the military talisman, she had both loved and feared him. Now, with the army's authority in her grasp and her wedding imminent, it was time for Su Yang to understand that the Great Zhou realm belonged to her Gu Mingyan. She was the Empress and he was merely her consort. He should have long accepted this, set aside his pride, contentedly become her consort and serve her alongside A-Yue. Now was the perfect chance to temper his arrogance. A mere hour of kneeling could hardly be considered taxing for a seasoned general like him. "It concerns the wedding." Tomorrow I shall send palace attendants to your Prince Regent's residence to take your measurements. Aside from the attire, all other arrangements are complete. Before she could finish, Pei Qingyu's voice rang out as he burst in. A-Yen, I have arrived. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up and she smiled. A-Yue, I am free today. I specifically summoned you to the palace to select the wedding garments together. Only then did she seem to recall Su Yang's presence. Prince Regent, you may withdraw. A-Yue and I have matters to discuss. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. He produced a document from his robes, a petition to resign from office and dissolve the engagement. Gu Mingyan did not even glance at it. Leave it on the table. A flicker of annoyance crossed her mind, another trivial matter from the morning court. Su Yang watched her memories flooding back, how she had pleaded for him, sworn to marry him, and leaned on him. Brother Su, will you always protect Yen'er? After she had endured the massacre of the imperial family, she had collapsed into tears upon seeing him. He had gently wiped away her tears. Su Yang will protect Yen'er for all his life. She no longer needed his protection. The great Zhou was at peace and her heart had turned to another. Su Yang stared at the painful sight before him. His heart finally died completely. Perhaps returning to Blue Star would leave him with no lingering attachments. After Su Yang left, Gu Mingyan and Pei Qingyue grew even more intimate. Even many palace maids knew that the Empress' heart belonged to young Master Pei. Young Master Pei and Her Majesty are a perfect match, far superior to the Prince Regent. Look at his bearing and appearance. Hush. Are you tired of living gossiping about Her Majesty? Do you remember what happened to the maid who attended Her Majesty's dressing? The round-faced maid lowered her voice. Thank you for the warning, sister. But doesn't Her Majesty favor young Master Pei? Why would she order her death over mere words? Serving a ruler is like lying with a tiger. Her Majesty's thoughts are beyond our guessing. Get back to work, we must tend the imperial garden well. I hear the Grand Empress Dowager is returning to the palace. She loves this garden, especially the chrysanthemums. They need careful attention. Meanwhile, the Grand Empress Dowager rushed back from the Hugua Temple. Along the way she had heard countless rumors about how Gu Mingyan had treated Su Yang. Not only had she humiliated him publicly, but she had also forced him to kneel and apologize to young Master Pei. Even more absurd was the rumor that she planned to marry both the Prince Regent and young Master Pei on the same day during the A-Yue festival. She had to return and admonish Gu Mingyan. Such an act was utterly unacceptable, it would make them the laughingstock of the realm. Within half a day she arrived at the palace and met with Gu Mingyan. Grandmother, why have you returned? Weren't you supposed to cultivate at the Hugua Temple for a year? Gu Mingyan asked. She knew her grandmother had always favored Su Yang, surely she wasn't here to plead his case. Had I not returned, I would never have known the chaos you've stirred. Are you trying to jeopardize the great Zhou's legacy? Grandmother, there's no need for concern. Su Yang's military talisman has been reclaimed and he will marry me. I shall firmly guard the great Zhou's realm. I have heard everything, the absurd deeds spreading among the people. Seizing the talisman, stripping him of his regency, suppressing and humiliating him. The great Zhou owes him a debt of gratitude, and so do you. Is this how you repay him? The Grand Empress Dowager's voice was stern. The common folk were all speaking, thus feeling aggrieved for Su Yang. And she, about to marry him, treated him so shamefully. Gu Mingyan grew irritated. Grandmother, I have my own plans for this. Su Yang is nothing but a brash commoner. My willingness to make him my consort is a grace he should kneel and thank me for. Every favor and every slight is the sovereign's decree. And I have been more than generous. He constantly targeted A-Yue and I only made him kneel to apologize. He didn't even comply, yet I didn't pursue the matter. A-Yue said he wouldn't hold it against Su Yang. Pei Qingyue. I told you that man is untrustworthy. How can you be so stubborn? Su Yang has done so much for you. Can you truly bear to betray him? Gu Mingyan's gaze turned cold. I will treat him well. But in this great Zhou, everyone says I, Gu Mingyan, owe my position to Su Yang. The people only know the Prince Regent Su Yang, not me, the Empress Gu Mingyan. If I do not temper his pride before the wedding, the realm might think the great Zhou's kingdom belongs to the Su family, not the Gu. If you humiliate him so, are you not afraid he will leave in despair? Everyone knows he loves me to the bone. After all he has done for me, isn't it all for this wedding? After the ceremony I will make it up to him. He has spent years guarding the borders and fighting on battlefields. He is weary. Now that the borders are stable, it is time for him to enjoy peace. She clearly did not wish to explain further. Deep down she knew she owed her throne to Su Yang's efforts, but she refused to admit that her reign depended on a man, especially when the people echoed the same sentiment. It made her wary. Her willingness to make him her consort was already in immense favor. Grandmother, you must be tired from the journey. Please rest. I have everything under control. Do not worry. In a few days you will attend my wedding. The Grand Empress Dowager sighed. Very well. You are now the Empress of Great Zhou. I am old. May your own judgment guide you. After the Grand Empress Dowager returned to her chambers, she summoned Su Yang. Su Yang had just arrived at his residence when the summons came. Butler Fu had already inventoried the household assets and sent for the general, hoping these funds could ease the hardships of the border soldiers. Butler Fu, this is for you, a pension for your old age. Master, this is far too much. This old servant cannot accept it. Don't stand on ceremony. Think of A-Yue's dowry for her marriage. This is my small token of gratitude. I owe you far more than silver can repay. If you don't accept, I will not rest easy. With Su Yang's persuasion, Butler Fu finally accepted. Very well. I must go to the palace. Continue the inventory, I shall return soon. On the way, the eunuch in charge asked Prince Regent, what is this? It looked as though he was moving out. Could it be because of the wedding? Just taking inventory. There was a theft recently. Su Yang fabricated an excuse, unwilling to reveal the truth to the palace. The eunuch asked no further. In about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the palace gate. Su Yang followed the eunuch to the Grand Empress Dowager's chambers. There sat an elderly woman with silver hair adorned with precious hairpins. Seeing Su Yang approach, she rose and greeted him with warmth. My good child, I have heard of these matters. Yenner is at fault. She has been spoiled since childhood. I have spoken to her. You are a man and a warrior, do not hold it against her. I have watched her grow up. She does have feelings for you, though she expresses them poorly. On her behalf I apologize. Grand Empress Dowager, this servant is unworthy. Perhaps the bond between His Majesty and me has run its course. I will not force it. I know you have suffered. Her Majesty is willful and the Pei family is no good. I have witnessed your devotion to Yenner over the years. You were meant to be together. Rest assured, I will see justice done for you. The Grand Empress Dowager continued, go back now. Rest assured and marry Yenner with peace of mind. I shall take my leave, Su Yang replied. Upon returning to the mansion, Steward Fu had already finished tallying the treasury's assets. The military officer arrived as well, asking Regent Prince, do we really not need to report this to His Majesty? Su Yang shook his head. No need. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Convert these assets into provisions and distribute the silver to the soldiers stationed at the borders. Thank you for your magnanimity, Regent Prince, the officer said, clasping his fists in deep gratitude. After he left, Steward Fu pointed to a pile of items nearby, each stored in small boxes. Some had been sitting there for a long time, yet the boxes remained spotless. Su Yang remembered these were gifts from Gu Mingyan, and a few were still kept in his study. My lord, these were all sent by Her Majesty. You used to treasure them greatly, storing them in the treasury. This old servant has been maintaining them for you all along. Thank you, Steward Fu. He picked up one of the wooden boxes, inside which lay a paper butterfly, the one he had taught Gu Mingyan to make. Brother Su, look, is the butterfly I made beautiful? Is it prettier than yours? He would always praise her with doting affection, calling her clever and thoughtful. He picked up another larger wooden box. A kite. Inside was a rabbit-shaped kite, already damaged, yet he still treasured it. Ah, the kite got stuck in the tree. What should we do? Brother Su, can you get it down? Her eyes blinked at him, sparkling like stars, stirring his heart. He leaped up and retrieved the kite, though it was torn by the branches, yet he still cherished it deeply. He did not look at the rest. He took a deep breath to calm the melancholy in his chest. Meanwhile, in the Grand Empress Dowager's palace, A-Yue had been summoned. His voice was gentle, still bearing the refined and courteous demeanor, and he bowed with proper etiquette to the white-haired Grand Empress Dowager. Your humble subject A-Yue pays respects to the Grand Empress Dowager. May you enjoy blessings and longevity. Young man of the Pei family, do you know your crime? The Grand Empress Dowager's stern voice rang out. Your humble subject does not know. I begged the Grand Empress Dowager to enlighten me. He had already guessed the reason she summoned him. With this demeanor he silently cursed the old crone in his heart, yet outwardly he showed no trace of disrespect, keeping his head lowered with an obedient expression. You truly don't know. You made the Regent Prince kneel before you in front of the common people, and you bewitched His Majesty into making you a secondary husband on the day of the Liuha festival. Do you know how much the Regent Prince has contributed to Great Zhou? Can you even compare to him? The Liuha festival was supposed to be the grand wedding between His Majesty and the Regent Prince, yet you had to intrude. And those despicable tactics your Pei family used against the Regent Prince, do you really think no one knows? Are these accusations unjust? Unjust to you and your Pei family. Pei Qingyue remained kneeling on the ground. The Grand Empress Dowager sees clearly. I never harbored any extravagant hopes for His Majesty, I merely wished to devote my heart to her. In the court she was persuaded by the officials to take more husbands, it was for the sake of Great Zhou. I only admire Her Majesty and I have no intention of competing with the Regent Prince. You don't intend to compete. Forcing the Regent Prince to give up his military seal, wasn't that what your Pei family wanted? Do you think this old woman doesn't understand anything? The Grand Empress Dowager let out a cold snort. Did he really think she was so easy to fool? He even tried to wash his hands of everything. Such a silver tongue, no wonder her granddaughter was so bewitched by him that she agreed to a simultaneous wedding. Though Su Yang was the Regent Prince, he had endured many grievances for her granddaughter's sake. After all, who else could, or would dare, insult him so? At this thought she felt even more disgusted with Pei Qingyue, as if he were a sycophant corrupting the ruler. Put away your act. The emperor may fall for it, but I am not so easily deceived. Just then a voice sounded growing closer and one could sense her anxious mood. Grandmother, has A-Yue done something wrong? Gu Mingyan rushed to shield him, her tone urgent and breathless, clearly having run over. Without meeting the Grand Empress Dowager's gaze, she gently helped the kneeling man to his feet. A-Yue, are you all right? Why didn't you send someone to inform me? You've been wronged. Your Majesty, I am not wronged. The Grand Empress Dowager merely had some questions for me, do not worry. He glanced at the Grand Empress Dowager, then turned to Gu Mingyan. Yener, you have become increasingly unruly. To disregard her own grandmother for a man showing no manners, was this a warning to her? Grandmother, I have told you I have my own plans for the marriage. As the Son of Heaven, what is wrong with taking a few husbands? She continued to shield Pei Qingyue. Moreover, A-Yue has done nothing out of line. The rumors you heard were spread by the Regent Prince, he simply wants me to take him as my only husband. A-Yue has never targeted him, on the contrary he has repeatedly targeted A-Yue, showing contempt for imperial authority. I have not bothered with him yet, now he turns around and accuses me bringing these matters before you. And you actually believe his words over mine? I have seen everything with my own eyes. As the female emperor of Great Zhou, would I falsely accuse Su Yang? Gu Mingyan said coldly, her tone filled with displeasure toward the Grand Empress Dowager. The Grand Empress Dowager was also stunned. Gu Mingyan had never spoken to her in such a serious tone before. Yener, grandmother only wants what's best for you. I will say this one last time, grandmother, do not interfere with my marriage. I have my own plans. You just wait to hold your great-grandchild. Then she led Pei Qingyue away. A-Yue, come with me. She left the Grand Empress Dowager behind, fuming in anger. Once in the imperial study he spoke to persuade her, Your Majesty, the Grand Empress Dowager was only concerned about you. Perhaps she heard rumors among the people and developed this prejudice against me. Her desire to avenge the Regent Prince shows she cares for you. Do not worry, perhaps in time she will change her view of me. Moreover, the Regent Prince has not truly harmed me. He may be so possessive of Your Majesty that he acts out of jealousy. I do not blame him. A-Yue, thank you. You are not only my benefactor but also my husband. Su Yang has indeed done many things wrong, but out of our long-standing bond I will not abandon him. He treated you so poorly, yet you still speak for him. If only he were half as considerate as you. In her heart she grew even fonder of Pei Qingyue, a different kind of affection from the youthful love she had for Su Yang. This was more like the thrill of conquest over a subject. Pei Qingyue treated her like a celestial emperor, a goddess, placing her on a pedestal, unlike Su Yang, who saw her as an ordinary ruler and frequently admonished her, making her feel as if the female emperor were under his control. It was utterly vexing. To share Your Majesty's burdens is my greatest honor. He gazed at Gu Mingyan with burning intensity, as if his eyes could melt her. A-Yue, take this. Keep it. If I cannot be there in time in the future, you must know how to protect yourself. You are not skilled in martial arts and your constitution is weak. Do not put yourself through such humiliation again. This is the Iron Writ of Immunity. He looked at the iron token of immunity in Gu Mingyan's hand, his heart surging with excitement, yet he dared not reach for it immediately. After all, this was something Su Yang had obtained only after years of campaigning and countless victories. How could he acquire it so easily? Take it. You are my man, so naturally you shall not suffer such grievance. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. He took it joyfully. This item, aside from the crime of treason which it could not pardon, was essentially an extra life in all other circumstances. He imagined that when he showed it to his father, the old man would surely praise him. This time you have been wronged. Here is the Songhai Yumingju presented by Great Yuan, I bestow it upon you. Gu Mingyan waved her hand and the eunuch at her side delivered the precious pearl into Pei Qingyue's hands. He opened the box for a glance and was instantly captivated. Truly a magnificent treasure. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. The wedding robes are already being hastened. I will have them sent to your residence when they are ready. Pei Qingyue was escorted by Gu Mingyan's carriage to leave the palace. The eunuch at her side ventured, Your Majesty, was not this Sanhai Yumingzhu the wedding gift from Great Yuan to Your Majesty and the Regent Prince? Now you give it to the son of Prime Minister Pei. Even he felt it was improper, but Gu Mingyan said calmly, it is merely a trifle. The Regent Prince does not care for such things. Meanwhile in her palace the Grand Empress Dowager was breathing heavily with rage. Romyan, do you think I am truly old and useless? Romyan standing beside her soothed Grand Empress Dowager, you worry too much. It is not that you have aged but that Her Majesty has grown up and has her own thoughts. Yet surely she understands your good intentions. Indeed. She spurns Su Yang and dotes on this Pei Qingyue instead. Does she not realize that the Great Zhou owes its present stability to Su Yang? Grand Empress Dowager, there is no need to fret too much. This old servant sees that Su Yang is utterly devoted to Her Majesty and she has affection for him as well. I suspect it will not be long before you can hold a great-grandson in your arms. Enough. I cannot manage it and I no longer wish to. Romyan, accompany me to the Imperial Garden for a stroll to clear my mind. Pei Qingyue returned to his residence. His mother was pacing frantically with worry and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Pei Xiang had also been sitting in the main hall waiting for his return. When he entered, the family immediately surrounded him. The observant mother noticed the marks on Pei Qingyue's knees. The light-colored robes made them particularly conspicuous, lending him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yue, you have suffered. Did the Grand Empress Dowager give you a hard time? The Grand Empress Dowager wanted to vent on behalf of the Regent Prince, so she summoned me. But Her Majesty came quickly and gave me this. He produced a wooden box and inside lay the Sanhai Yumingzhu. Pei Qingyue's mother was instantly captivated by its beauty. Pei Xiang also recognized it. Was this not the tribute presented by Great Yuan in the court yesterday? Sanhai Yumingzhu, Pei Xiang uttered, then turned to Pei Qingyue. This object was the wedding gift from Great Yuan to His Majesty and the Regent Prince. I never expected Her Majesty to bestow it upon you. Father, there is another matter, let us speak inside. Then he addressed the maids and servants, you may all go about your duties, we have no need of your attendance here. Once inside the inner chamber, Pei Xiang asked, what is it? Why such secrecy? Pei Qingyue's mother also urged, yes, you are, speak quickly. What is this matter that required dismissing the servants? Her Majesty has bestowed upon me an iron token of immunity. What? Both parents cried out in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. The iron token of immunity. Seeing their excited expressions, he smiled and said, yes, it is the very iron token of immunity that Su Yang risked his life for through years of battle. Her Majesty gave it to me. Both parents were overjoyed. Yue, it seems Her Majesty truly cares for you. You must help her bear a son soon, your mother has long wanted to hold a grandchild. My son is indeed the foremost scholar of Great Zhou. Even the Empress herself is charmed by you, ha ha ha. Truly my son. Well done, you must ensure Her Majesty produces a royal heir. Then the Pei family will hold sway over all. Whether the child bears the surname Gu or Pei, it will carry the bloodline of the Pei family. Father, Mother, Her Majesty said I am to enter the palace on the day of the hexagram union. The wedding robes are nearly finished and I will soon be able to enter the palace. Good. It is late, you should rest early. Pei Xiang's face was full of smiles, clearly extremely pleased with his son. Pei Qingyue returned to his own chamber and was about to rest when he discovered a maid lying in his bed, a comely girl with a slender figure. She wore only a red belly band, her cheeks flushed, her eyes seductively fixed on him. He frowned and tried to leave, but the woman embraced him. Young master, I was sent by the master and mistress to attend to you. Young master, do not despise me, I am still pure. She said this as she climbed onto him, making as if to undo his clothes. He intended to refuse but found his head growing dizzy. Was there something wrong with the incense in the room? The next morning he woke to find the sun already high. The woman beside him had gone. Only the rumpled sheets bore witness to the night's frenzy, and a spot of crimson was particularly conspicuous. Yue, are you awake? Did you sleep well last night? Hearing the voice outside, Pei Qingyue quickly covered the marks on the bed, rose hastily, dressed himself properly, and then went out. Mother! This was not your mother's idea alone. You are to enter the palace to serve Her Majesty in a few days, you must be familiar with these matters. There is no time to learn slowly, so we devised this method. Your father and I did it for your own good. You have always admired Her Majesty and you have never had a woman by your side. We were afraid you would not know how to please Her Majesty, so we had someone teach you. Rest assured. As long as you do not speak of it, who would find out? Besides, Her Majesty has a harem and she took Su Yang as well, did she not? That woman. And do not speak recklessly of His Majesty. His expression darkened noticeably at the mention of Su Yang. How could that brute compare to him? Fine, your mother understands. As for her, since she has completed her task, she has naturally left. I will handle this matter for you. Pei Qingyue's head throbbed. But you could not. Rest assured, using it in small amounts does no harm. I was afraid you would refuse. Here, take this. Pei Qingyue's mother drew a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve. This is for you to mix into the nuptial wine when you drink the union cup with Her Majesty. Drinking it together will surely ensure the early birth of a royal heir. Pei Qingyue acknowledged her words and accepted the bottle. Early the next morning, Su Yang saw the palace attendants who had come to take measurements. Regent Prince, Her Majesty has sent us to measure you for your wedding robes. Su Yang nodded faintly and allowed them to proceed. However, when they saw the wound on his right hand, they all gasped, it was so severe. They had also heard of the incident. The Regent Prince truly loved Her Majesty deeply. Old Fu, seeing this, asked, there are only 3 days until the wedding. Rushing the wedding robes now, will it be in time? One of the supervising palace maids replied, it will be in time. We have made wedding robes for many emperors and empresses. Moreover, the robes for the Prime Minister's son were completed 2 days ago after his measurements were taken in the palace. Then she seemed to realize she had misspoken. Her face turned pale and she knelt quickly. Regent Prince, forgive this servant, I spoke out of turn. It is nothing. Rise. Su Yang said calmly. After all, he had no intention of participating in this wedding anyway. Why involve himself in a ceremony that was never truly his? The estate's assets have been cleared and it is time to leave. Though there are still 23 days until the system's countdown, there is no need to remain any longer. After the palace attendants finished their measurements and left, Fu Bo walked up to Su Yang. Old servant has witnessed the bond between you and Her Majesty for so many years. I never expected she would treat you like this, humiliating you. The son of Prime Minister Pei, a mere commoner, is so valued by her, yet your wedding robe is placed behind his. Su Yang merely shook his head lightly. He had no intention of saying anything else. That day, when he was summoned to her imperial study and knelt waiting for an hour, he had already come to his senses. There was nothing worth holding on to. Earlier rumors were rampant among the people. I thought they were spread by Prime Minister Pei, but now it seems they are all true, my lord. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I have let go of Gu Mingyan. She doesn't care about this grand wedding, and neither do I. Now that there is nothing left in the mansion, you should leave as well. Fu Bo said no more. He saw deep disappointment in Su Yang's eyes, disappointment in the Empress and in the court. In the blink of an eye, the auspicious day arrived. Hours earlier, the main street of the capital witnessed a spectacle unprecedented in millennia of peace. Red carpets were laid from the Prince Regent's mansion all the way to the palace gates. On both sides, eager crowds packed the streets, their cheers nearly lifting the clouds in the sky. The imperial guards in gleaming armor barely held back the surging tide of people. The jade carriage with its ornate canopy was drawn by 8 pure white horses. The Empress sat upright, receiving the homage of the multitude. Today she wore no imperial crown, only a 9 phoenix hairpin. The pearl tassels dangling from the phoenix's beak swayed gracefully, yet could not conceal the blazing light in her eyes. Her face was exquisite, with a crimson floral adornment on her brow slowly blooming, a breathtaking, unparalleled beauty. She was not going to be married off, she was going to take a spouse. She was going to marry the man who had lifted her onto the dragon throne and vowed to protect and cherish her. Envoys from various states stood in order on both sides of the palace gates, wearing decorous smiles, yet their eyes were inscrutable. Some showed envy, others deep wariness. Everyone knew that the union of the Empress and the Prince Regent meant that the already powerful Great Zhou would have its power solidified like a single block of iron. A match made in heaven. An old minister exclaimed, stroking his beard. The Empress and the Prince Regent, after years of affection, are finally united, truly a blessing for our dynasty. Others echoed his words. The commoners also buzzed with chatter. The Prince Regent has followed Her Majesty for so many years, he has finally gotten his wish. Yes, it seems Her Majesty has finally set her heart at ease regarding the Prince Regent. That time she humiliated him in public. Now at last the lovers are united. A cry rang out. The auspicious hour is near. The ritual official cleared his throat and his high-pitched proclamation drowned out the noise. Welcome, the Prince Regent enters the palace. The drums and music grew more solemn and all eyes turned to the slowly opening gates. The gates of the Prince Regent's mansion slowly opened. The one who was supposed to walk hand in hand with Empress Gu Mingyan was nowhere to be seen. Only an old man was burning something in a corner of the courtyard. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Gu Mingyan watched the varied expressions of the crowd, her hands clenched tightly. Her long nails dug into her palms, yet she felt no pain, her gaze fixed on the burning pile. She stepped forward and demanded harshly, who allowed you to burn these? Do you know these are imperial gifts? She stepped closer and saw the objects were already charred beyond recognition, barely identifiable as a kite. And this bracelet, the mandarin duck pouch. These were all tokens of love she had given him. Now they were being burned like this. Your Majesty, spare me. These were all ordered by the Prince Regent. He said these things were useless and keeping them only brought trouble, out of sight, out of mind. So he had me dispose of them. This is a letter the Lord told me to give you before he left, Fu Bo said, tremblingly raising the envelope. The plain white envelope bore a single line of familiar bold handwriting, forceful enough to pierce the paper, yet like a cold dagger suddenly stabbing into Gu Mingyan's heart. With the realm as a betrothal gift, the military talisman is returned. Your servant cedes all to your Majesty. For the rest of my life I beg your forgiveness, I can no longer serve. Gu Mingyan's fingertips trembled slightly as she held the letter. Hadn't he promised to love and protect her for a lifetime? She recalled how different he had been lately. She should have realized earlier, Su Yang was never one to swallow his pride. He had planned to leave her completely from the start. She hadn't even held him accountable for his entanglement with the Princess of Diqian. She thought he wouldn't really do anything, so she merely summoned him to the palace for a reprimand. And his earlier extreme hostility toward A-Yue, she had let it all go. Now he was throwing a tantrum, trying to force her to back down first. She tore the letter to shreds. If he dares to do this, I will not indulge him. A surge of anger rose within her. Su Yang, do you want me to become the laughingstock of the entire realm? I will not let you have your way. Guards, issue a wanted order, bring the Prince Regent back to me. Then she pointed at Fu Bo. Arrest this man. He vandalized imperial gifts. By law he should be executed, but since he is the Prince Regent's man, throw him into the dungeon for now pending further orders. Gu Mingyan slowly raised her head. All the starlight in her eyes had died, leaving only an unfathomable dark abyss. She swept her gaze over the crowd below, taking in the faces of fierce speculation and even the smugness of the envoys. She said coldly, prepare the carriage to the Prime Minister's mansion. As Gu Mingyan's words fell, the ritual official quickly responded and shouted, prepare the carriage to the Prime Minister's mansion. The drums and music resumed. But the target had changed. At Prime Minister Pei's mansion, Pei Qingyue was already waiting impatiently. Young master, Her Majesty is coming. She's coming to take you to the palace. A servant, having gathered the news, ran back joyfully to report. So soon. Wasn't Her Majesty supposed to go to the Prince Regent's mansion first? Prime Minister Pei and his wife asked in confusion. Her Majesty indeed went to fetch the Prince Regent first, but that ungrateful wretch actually fled the wedding and burned the imperial gifts. In her fury, Her Majesty had him arrested and issued a wanted order for his capture. Prime Minister Pei was startled. Su Yang had always overshadowed him, relying on the Empress' favor and his military victories, and was arrogant beyond measure. Who would have thought he would make such a foolish mistake today? Gu Mingyan might be a woman, but she was also the Empress. How dare he provoke imperial authority like this? It seemed he had overestimated him before. Su Yang was just a brute who lost his mind over a woman completely under the Empress' thumb, and now trying to use such tactics to provoke her. Truly ridiculous. Pei Qingyue was overjoyed. With this, he didn't need to lift a finger to easily win Gu Mingyan over. If Su Yang were still in the way, it would be hard for him to act. Now the Empress was his alone. Thank you indeed, Prince Regent. Her Majesty has changed course and is heading to the Prime Minister's mansion. All the people in the mansion knelt in unison, waiting for Gu Mingyan. The fortunes of the Pei family were about to rise. The ornate sedan chair came to a halt before the Prime Minister's residence, its gates already flung wide in anticipation. The entire Pei family knelt at the doorstep as the ceremonial official proclaimed Pei Qingyue received the imperial decree, escort the secondary consort into the palace. Pei Qingyue humbly accepts His Majesty's boundless grace. His gaze fell upon Gu Mingyan within the sedan chair. She appeared different today, bearing a tender feminine allure beyond her usual demeanor, yet never losing the imperial majesty of a female sovereign. He was instantly captivated. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already departed. The news spread swiftly he had left the capital, but lingered not far beyond the city walls. He overheard the commoners murmuring, "Did you hear? The Regent Prince has fled the wedding." What? The Regent Prince fled the wedding? Impossible. After all he's done, years of war, wasn't it all to wed Her Majesty? How could he flee? A young man in scholar's robes said, "I know. I was close enough today to witness it myself. The Regent Prince truly fled." The Empress was furious and ordered the execution of his mansion's steward. She even issued a warrant for his capture. Another bystander chimed in, "Yes, I heard the same." But Her Majesty immediately went to the Prime Minister's residence and brought the Pei family's young master back to the palace. For all we know, they might be in the bridal chamber already. Not that fast. With envoys from various nations attending the grand wedding, a banquet is surely underway. This isn't a village wedding, you know. Su Yang caught those words. Gu Mingyan was going to kill Uncle Fu. Hadn't he told Uncle Fu to leave as soon as possible? How could this be? He had entrusted Uncle Fu to dispose of those items but never imagined the old man would use such a method to remind Gu Mingyan. He had to return. Uncle Fu must not come to harm. He mounted his horse and galloped back toward the capital. Suddenly a strange sound cut through the wind. Though his right hand was crippled and his martial strength diminished to less than a tenth, his hearing and perception of danger remained keen. Su Yang yanked the reins sharply. The steed reared with a long neigh as he warily scanned his surroundings, his hand instinctively moving to the sword hilt at his waist. But it was too late. Several dark figures slipped out from the woods and behind rocks like phantoms, silent and swift as lightning, moving with flawless coordination. Before he could even see how they struck, a searing pain shot through his wrist bones, his sword clattered to the ground and a numbing blow hit the back of his neck. The world spun and he was violently thrown from his horse. Dust choked his mouth and nose. He struggled to rise, but cold metal coiled around his limbs like serpents, chains forged from refined iron, unnervingly heavy, instantly binding him tight. You. He looked up into their expressionless faces, his heart sinking. These were no ordinary palace guards. They were more like trained assassins, each masked with a cyan visage. He rattled his shackles, violently scraping his hands bloody. But before he received an answer, a cold voice warned, "I never thought the war god of Great Zhou would become a cripple. I advise you not to struggle." Now what was there left for him to understand? She had actually sent men to capture him, treating him like a heinous criminal. The journey passed in silence, broken only by the monotonous rumble of wheels. When the carriage finally stopped and he was dragged out, the sight that met his eyes was his own familiar bedchamber, the Chengqian Hall. He was shoved inside, stumbling heavily onto his knees with a sharp jolt of pain. He frowned slightly, but the pain was nothing compared to the bone-deep chill that had already seized his heart. He looked up. The hall blazed with light, illuminating every speck of dust. The first thing Su Yang's eyes fell upon was not Gu Mingyan on her throne but A-Yue. Dressed in grand red wedding robes, his face still elegant and gentle, he looked down at Su Yang with a disdainful expression. These were the very wedding robes Gu Mingyan had chosen for him, their intricate details far surpassing Su Yang's own. Now A-Yue stood beside Gu Mingyan, slightly bent, whispering intimately into her ear. Su Yang's pupils constricted sharply. Gu Mingyan still wore the elaborate ceremonial gown from the day's grand wedding, its white sleeves and trailing hem embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes that gleamed under the candlelight, stabbing his eyes with pain. She seemed to finally notice Su Yang chained and kneeling pitifully in the hall. She slowly raised her eyes. Su Yang's throat tightened, he wanted to speak but his dignity choked all words. She let out a scornful laugh, extended two fingers to lift A-Yue's chin, her gaze fixed on Su Yang's face. Then in an icily detached voice she said, "Since the regent prince has publicly repudiated the wedding and refuses to share the bridal chamber." She continued softly, "Then you shall kneel and watch. Tonight during our grand wedding you will kneel here and hold the lamp for us throughout the night." The iron chains bit into his flesh, cold and merciless, binding his limbs and shredding the last shred of affection he held in her heart. The candle flames flickered, casting his rigid kneeling shadow in erratic lengths, twisted and distorted on the mirror like golden bricks. He did not move, did not speak, only stared fixedly at the imperial seat above. In the shadows unseen, his fingers dug fiercely into the cold stone floor beneath him, his nails splitting, oozing crimson beads of blood that mingled with the fine dust in the cracks. The hall remained warm with incense, yet it felt like a frozen hell to him. Gu Mingyan no longer looked at him as if he didn't exist. Her fingers wound through A-Yue's dark hair, her eyes tender. "A-Yue, tell me, should a fierce beast be caged or should its claws be pulled so it learns to obey?" A-Yue's voice was clear and gentle, his answer cautious, "Your Majesty. The regent prince is after all a pillar of the state." He must have been momentarily confused. Yet a glint of mockery shone in his eyes. He had secretly employed so many schemes without inflicting real harm on Su Yang, yet now Su Yang had brought ruin upon himself by angering Gu Mingyan. This outcome was truly gratifying. Su Yang struggled to rise, the heavy chains clattering, only making him appear more wretched. "Gu Mingyan, do you truly intend to humiliate me like this? Wasn't your humiliation of me enough before?" Gu Mingyan descended slowly, lifting Su Yang's chin to force his gaze to meet hers. Coldly she said, "I humiliate you. Wasn't it you who targeted A-Yue? Wasn't it you who acted presumptuously, arrogantly, taking credit for everything? The people say I owe you. Should I hand over the dragon throne to you? Does this realm belong to the house of Su or the house of Gu? You said you would protect me for life, yet you fled on our wedding day, making me a laughingstock before the world. I merely took back the military seal that was rightfully mine, and I intended to compensate you on this wedding day. Is this how you repay me?" He was left speechless, choked by her accusations. If one wishes to condemn, no excuse is needed. He had clearly submitted a memorial but she had not read it. Gu Mingyan harshly released his face and then walked tenderly to Pei Qingyu's side. Since the regent prince is unwilling to consummate the marriage with us and feels aggrieved, her voice was slow and deliberate, each word like a poison needle piercing Su Yang's heart, then let him stay here and learn how others serve us. Gu Mingyan! Shouted Su Yang, his eyes wide with fury, his voice hoarse. He had thought that after all their years together, even if love had faded, even if she had grown tired of him, she would never go this far. Pei Qingyue involuntarily shuddered at that moment, as if startled by Su Yang's voice, drawing closer to Gu Mingyan until their bodies were almost pressed together, and Gu Mingyan did not seem to resist. This subtle movement was like a sharp blade once again carving deeply into Su Yang's heart. He watched Pei Qingyue leaning against her, saw the protection and tenderness she showed toward Pei Qingyue, and compared it to his own current state of humiliation and disgrace. So this was it: without her favor he was nothing. A single scalding tear finally escaped his eye, sliding down uncontrollably before quickly vanishing into his collar, leaving no trace. Like his shattered dignity and the trampled heart within him. Your subject, his voice rasped, broken as if from the depths of hell, confesses his guilt. His forehead struck the cold hard golden bricks with a muffled thud. Gu Mingyan let out a light laugh, but her eyes were chillingly cold. Since the regent prince admits his guilt, then tell me, what is his crime? Su Yang's body stiffened. How could he say it? A crime of fleeing the wedding. A crime of defying the imperial decree. Or a crime of having believed he was different, that she might have harbored some affection for him. Can't you say it? Should I remind you clearly? She walked up to Su Yang and lifted his chin with the tip of her foot. Watching him prostrate on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction rose in her heart, the satisfaction of taming a beast. She should have done this long ago. She had been too soft on him before. Her mind churned: a beast must have its claws and teeth pulled before it can be caged. First crime, contempt for the sovereign, openly defying the imperial decree and fleeing on the wedding day, treating the majesty of the royal family as nothing. Second crime, betrayal of trust. I granted you the position of principal consort, willing to share the realm with you, yet you discarded it like a worn-out shoe. Third crime, destruction of an imperial gift. Fourth crime, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the quietly downcast Pei Qingyue beside her. Fourth crime, disturbing my A-Yue. She spoke in a gentle tone. A-Yue has a weak disposition and a frail constitution, he cannot bear fright. You have frightened him. Su Yang jerked his head up, staring in disbelief at the tender scene on the throne. He had fled the wedding, defied the decree, destroyed an imperial gift, and trampled her dignity, yet one of the final charges was disturbing Pei Qingyue. Since the regent prince admits his guilt, he must be punished. She withdrew the foot that had lifted Su Yang's chin. Considering that you and I have shared many years of companionship and you have rendered meritorious service, I spare you the death penalty, but you cannot escape a living punishment. Just now you frightened A-Yue, and before that you repeatedly targeted him. A-Yue has not held it against you. Very well, you shall apologize to A-Yue. Her voice carried an unmistakable tone. You yourself shall cut off a lock of your hair as a way to sever the past and atone to A-Yue. Shear his hair. One's body hair and skin are received from one's parents. Moreover, as the regent prince, having his hair cut was an immense humiliation. Even though his soul was that of a modern person, having lived so long in Great Zhou, he knew this was utter degradation. And all to apologize to Pei Qingyue. He finally understood. She was not joking, nor was she testing him. She truly intended to grind every shred of his dignity into dust beneath her feet and Pei Qingyue's. With a clang, a dagger was thrown before him. Seeing Su Yang unmoved, Gu Mingyan said, of course you can refuse, even try to leave, but Su Lan is still in the capital and the old steward of the prince's mansion is in prison, unless you no longer care about their lives. Su Yang's hands clenched, his eyes blazing with fury. His hand reached for the dagger and the cold touch instantly climbed into his heart. He had not expected her to threaten him with the lives of Su Lan and Uncle Fu. He raised his other hand trembling and picked out a strand from his jet-black hair. The strands were smooth. Once upon a time, when she was young and mischievous, she had secretly tugged at his hair, earning a helpless scolding, and she would act coy and beg for forgiveness. The warmth of the past had now turned into a poison that gnawed at his entrails. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Hand rose, blade fell. A lock of severed hair drifted silently to the ground, landing on the cold golden bricks, much like his withered heart at this moment. I beg your majesty to spare Uncle Fu. He is merely a steward of the prince's mansion, he knows nothing. The gift your majesty bestowed upon me, I ordered him to burn it. He kowtowed heavily again. The searing pain on his forehead no longer mattered, his only thought was to save Uncle Fu. A pool of blood spread on the ground. So you deliberately destroyed an imperial gift. I shall punish you. You will kneel here and hold the lantern for me all night. She made no mention of the steward from the regent prince's mansion. Since you Su Yang value bonds. A palace maid handed the lantern to Su Yang and instructed him on some precautions. Su Yang held the palace lantern. It was different from ordinary candles, it required someone to lift it high, raising it above the head. Gu Mingyan watched the once proud man being tamed by her and smiled with satisfaction. Then she turned to Pei Qingyue and asked, A-Yue, today is our wedding. Have we not yet drunk the nuptial wine? Yes, your majesty, your servant will attend to you. The two drank intimately, and Su Yang, seeing the dazzling scene before him, turned his head away. Gu Mingyan reminded him, Regent Prince, learn well how to serve me. He turned his head back, but the glaring scene continued. After 3 cups, Su Yang's hand trembled slightly, the wound on his right hand throbbing with a dull pain, even tingling, causing the candle to tilt. The crimson candle dripped hot liquid drop by drop, falling onto his hand, leaving red spots. This was no ordinary candle at this moment, it was torture for him, not only on his hand but also in his heart. Gu Mingyan saw Su Yang's state and a flicker of pity crossed her heart, yet she still made no move. She was determined to shatter Su Yang's pride completely and make him willingly submit to her. Can't you even hold a lantern? Gu Mingyan said coldly. Su Yang had no choice but to raise his aching right hand and continue holding the lantern. After all, Uncle Fu's life was still in her hands. He comforted himself in his heart, soon. In 20 more days he could return to Blue Star. Pei Qingyue's expression turned sour. No matter how he looked at it, Gu Mingyan was using him to punish Su Yang as if he were merely a tool, stirring jealousy within him. Does Her Majesty still have Su Yang in her heart? He even fled the wedding. Pei Qingyue's thoughts raced, but his actions quickened. If he could only have her body, wouldn't he win her heart eventually? Your Majesty, do not be angry over an irrelevant person. May I help you change? All right. She glanced at Pei Qingyue, her gaze tender. Su Yang watched the woman he had once deeply loved, now so heartless. He was an irrelevant person. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Gu Mingyan before him, not uttering a single word, just looking. When he had stripped down to his inner garments, Gu Mingyan stopped Pei Qingyue's hand. A-Yue, I'm tired. Rest in the side hall first. A sudden weariness overtook her, unsettling her heart. She had always harbored feelings for Su Yang. Her sentiments toward Pei Qingyue were more of gratitude for his life-saving grace. Pei Qingyue protested reluctantly, Your Majesty, but tonight is our wedding night. Gu Mingyan's expression cooled considerably. A-Yue, be obedient. Seeing her chilling demeanor, Pei Qingyue had no choice but to leave. The frigid palace was left to the two of them. Su Yang's hands were already stained red by candle wax, his consciousness fading. He collapsed to the ground. Only then did Gu Mingyan show a flicker of pity. Hearing the commotion, the palace attendants outside came in. Someone take the Regent King away and have him properly treated. Su Yang was placed on the bed to rest. When the imperial physician arrived, he was startled. Had the Regent King been punished? Taking his pulse, his expression changed. Gu Mingyan looked at the old physician. What is wrong with the Regent King? Your Majesty, the Regent King was already severely wounded and not yet healed. Added to that, depression weighs on his heart and... He glanced at Gu Mingyan and dared not continue. Speak. I absolve you of any blame. And acute rage which caused his collapse. The implication was clear. Su Yang had been driven to this state by her. She gazed at Su Yang's pallid face and gently touched it. The icy feel of his skin startled her, it was like touching a living corpse. She had only wanted him to admit his fault and submit, not to die. Use the best medicine. Heal him. In his coma, Su Yang seemed to hear Gu Mingyan's voice, the tone filled with distress. He laughed bitterly inwardly. How could it be real? She wanted him to suffer a fate worse than death. When he awoke again, it was already broad daylight. The wound on his head had been dressed. There was no one around. He called out a few times before an attendant entered. The Regent King is awake. His Majesty specifically instructed that you should rest and recover. Su Yang was stunned. Yesterday Gu Mingyan had wanted to depose him and make him suffer. How could she care about him now? Probably the Grand Empress Dowager had learned of it and forced her to relent. He lowered his eyes, his emotions unreadable, but his aura was listless, like a man on the brink of death. When will His Majesty come? He had to beg Gu Mingyan to spare Fu Bo. His Majesty is at the morning court. Later she will be accompanying young Master Pei. No, now we should call him Pei, the secondary consort. This young eunuch knew that Su Yang had fallen out of favor with the Empress. He was spared only because of past merits, otherwise the crime of such impertinence would have doomed a disgraced Regent King stripped of his military command. Naturally he did not treat Su Yang with much respect. The matter of the escaped wedding had caused a great scandal, breaking the Empress' heart and shaming the great Zhou imperial family. It seemed Su Yang would never regain favor. Su Yang, however, cared little about others' attitudes. His only thought was to rescue Fu Bo. Since His Majesty will not come to me, I will go to her. He dressed and went to the imperial study, where she would inevitably go after the morning court. Unexpectedly Pei Qingyue was also there sitting inside like a lord of the inner court. Seeing Su Yang, Pei Qingyue smiled. Is the Regent King also waiting for His Majesty? Su Yang did not reply. Soon Gu Mingyan arrived clad in bright yellow dragon robes more imposing than ever. She was visibly startled to see Su Yang. Hadn't she told him to rest? Why was he here so early? Behind him followed several ministers, all old acquaintances. Before she could speak, Su Yang knelt directly. Your Majesty, I beg you to release Fu Bo. He is old and cannot endure imprisonment. Gu Mingyan remembered then, but she had other matters to attend to. The ministers behind her kept their heads low, not daring to look. Rise. I have important affairs to handle. All of you leave. I will see you later. Su Yang slowly rose and withdrew outside the imperial study. The others watched the man who had once fought on battlefields for years, known as the Yama by foreign tribes, now standing as desolate as a commoner, his aura diminished, even his frame seeming frail. Was this still the once invincible war god of Great Zhou? The eagle of yesteryear, now a caged bird. Everyone knew Su Yang's escape from the wedding had enraged His Majesty, and naturally no one dared to court trouble at this sensitive moment. Your Majesty, the flood disaster in the 4 southern prefectures remains unresolved. Your servant believes a trusted imperial commissioner should be dispatched. Prime Minister Pei is a civil official and has not handled this matter decisively. Indeed, Your Majesty. The flood is so severe that other prefectures and counties have been affected. Jiangzhou is flooded with refugees. Although officers from various prefectures have set up tents and distributed porridge, it is merely a stopgap measure. Your Majesty, I have a candidate for the imperial commissioner. Gu Mingyan asked who? The Regent King Su Yang. He is the only one in the realm so beloved by the people. This task would surely be resolved quickly in his hands. Moreover, now that he resides in the palace as Your Majesty's royal consort, he should share your burdens. Gu Mingyan frowned. She had struggled to confine him to the inner court. How could she release him back to the court? Impossible. Her refusal was decisive. The others exchanged glances. Hadn't she brought him back to the palace without real punishment, meaning they had reconciled? Yet she still feared the Regent King so much. They finally failed to agree on a candidate. Just then a eunuch's voice came from the entrance. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Pei requests an audience. Summon him. Prime Minister Pei entered and stated his purpose. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I have not handled the flood disaster in the south well. Prime Minister, do not blame yourself. You are a civil official and this is beyond your jurisdiction. I have now decided to send an imperial commissioner to the 4 southern prefectures. Do you have any candidate? Your Majesty, I recommend the new top scholar. He is a man of great talent and will surely accomplish the task you assign. The others nodded in agreement. After the matter was settled, they left the palace. When Gu Mingyan stepped out of the imperial study, she saw Su Yang still standing there. Regent King, why are you still here? What is the matter? Your Majesty, I beg you to spare Fu Bo. You have stood here all this time for a servant in your mansion. Do you have any other request? Su Yang shook his head. What right did he have to make requests now? In her eyes he was a criminal. She kept him by her side only to avoid accusations of ingratitude from the world and to appease the Grand Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, Fu Bo is not a servant, he is my family. I beg Your Majesty to show mercy. Gu Mingyan stepped closer. Other than that, do you have any other request? I give you leave to speak. Your Majesty, I dare not. Beyond this I have no other request. Gu Mingyan repeated through clenched teeth, a fine no other request. She looked coldly at Su Yang, a bitter ache in her heart. She had gone this far and he still would not yield. Was he so unwilling to consummate their marriage with her? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Her face instantly darkened and she spoke with displeasure. Although Su Yang did not understand why she had suddenly become like this, he sensed her displeasure and resolved in his heart to no longer appear before her voluntarily. Her demeanor suggested that she did not wish to see him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Yang, whose pride had been ground away, but unlike yesterday she felt no satisfaction, only a growing irritation. She wanted him to be obedient, but only to her alone, not to become like this. She snorted softly, flicked her sleeves and left the place. After leaving, Gu Mingyan went to Pei Qingyue's palace. Pei Qingyue was still preoccupied with the wedding night, but noticing her unusual mood he cautiously asked, Your Majesty, is something troubling you? A-Yue, do you think I am beautiful? Gu Mingyan touched her own face, a profound sense of loss welling up within her. That uncouth martial wanderer had never cared for this appearance, had he? Pei Qingyue lowered his head, his voice warm and firm like the striking of fine jade. Your Majesty's beauty surpasses that of the 9 heavens goddess. The sun and moon themselves would pale before you. His words were perfectly measured, expressing admiration without overstepping his bounds as a royal attendant. "A-Yue, drink with me." Gu Mingyan let out a soft laugh, but there was little joy in it. Indeed, the Prime Minister's son understood her better. Why should she still pine for that martial wanderer? The eunuchs and maidservants silently laid out the wine and dishes. Pei Qingyue had picked up the jade flagon, and amber liquid slowly poured into the luminous cup, releasing an enticing luster. "Your Majesty, your servant will pour for you." After several rounds of wine, the sky grew dark. A surge of strong alcohol rose within her. Gu Mingyan propped up her heavy forehead, her usual majesty replaced by drunkenness. She slapped the table and muttered resentfully, I am the son of heaven. Under heaven, who dares? Who dares defy me?" Seeing her drunken charm, Pei Qingyu's eyes flickered with a complex light. He turned to the attendants standing in the hall and said in a steady voice tinged with undeniable authority, "His Majesty is drunk. I will attend to her. All of you withdraw." The attendants exchanged glances, knowing that Master Pei was the one favored by His Majesty, so they silently retreated and closed the hall doors. Only the two of them remained in the hall, their breaths audible. Pei Qingyue carried Gu Mingyan toward the bed, but he heard a faint tearful sob from the figure in his arms, causing him to halt abruptly. So this was the formidable Empress when drunk, pitifully nestled in his arms. Just as he was removing his clothes, Gu Mingyan, placed on the bed, sat up and wrapped her arms around his waist. Gu Mingyan's mind was hazy. This wine was truly potent. How had she ended up in Su Yang's palace? She stared at the figure before her, a blur of overlapping silhouettes. A name that made her heart tremble escaped her lips with uncertain hope. Brother Su. The figure before her stiffened immediately. Sensing his reaction, she thought he was still angry and hastily held him tighter, rambling, "Brother Su, I'm sorry, I didn't want to treat you like that, but you made me the laughingstock of Great Zhou and I couldn't bear it." "Brother Su, are you still angry with Yenner?" "It's okay, Yenner knows she wronged you. He'll make it up to you, he'll bear you a child all right." She spoke urgently, afraid he would leave. "Brother Su, from now on the realm of Great Zhou will belong to us both. You can rest easy as my king consort. Please don't ignore Yenner, all right? You promised to protect me forever." Her voice finally broke into a sob like a child begging for affection. Pei Qingyue, hearing Gu Mingyan's words full of regret, felt a pang of bitterness, mostly jealousy. In front of him she had even abandoned the royal eye and reverted to the girlish Yenner. Why was it that Su Yang, a mere martial wanderer, could win her favor while he, the Prime Minister's son, could not? He had done so much for her, yet her heart still belonged only to Su Yang. Even after Su Yang had taken the military talisman for himself, grown arrogant over his achievements, and made the people of the world know only his name, rendering her empress a mere figurehead, she still loved him. Even after Su Yang had publicly fled on their wedding day, abandoning her and making her the laughingstock of the realm, she still yearned. Even now, with Su Yang entangled with the princess of Great Qian and rumors spreading across the land, she still thought of him. She, Gu Mingyan, the supreme empress of Great Zhou, still had only that faithless, heartless man in her heart. Rage churned within Pei Qingyue, but his hands involuntarily tightened, gripping Gu Mingyan's wrist as if to hold on to the person he had desired for years. He felt the warmth crawling up his back. He couldn't bear to let go, nor could he. Regardless of who occupied her heart tonight, he would make her his own. "Ah, Brother Su, you're hurting me." Hearing Gu Mingyan's cry of pain, Pei Qingyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions. Imitating the slightly cold tone he remembered from Su Yang, he whispered, "Wait for me, Yenner." He quickly prepared the medicine his mother had given him when he entered the palace. If he could make Gu Mingyan bear his child, wouldn't she forget Su Yang? He poured 2 cups, walked back to the bedside, and spoke in a voice so tender it could drip honey. "Yenner, on this beautiful night we have yet to drink the wedding wine. Brother Su." Their arms intertwined, the wine slipped down their throats. Gu Mingyan unconsciously shook her head, gently pressing her temples. She looked at the face of Su Yang before her, lowered her head, and a blush spread across her cheeks. Pei Qingyue was mesmerized. Usually she was so aloof and lofty, but now Gu Mingyan was like a real woman, her shyness making him dizzy. This was his now. Su Yang would never get Gu Mingyan in this life. He looked at Gu Mingyan on the bed, shed his undergarment, and reached for her belt. He saw her frowning in confusion and pressing her head. "Brother Su." Her voice was tinged with doubt and uncertainty. "Yenner, don't be afraid, I'll be gentle." It was this deliberately imitated, overly gentle tone, so unlike Su Yang's true nature, that struck like a drop of icy water into the chaotic sea of Gu Mingyan's consciousness. No. Su Yang would never speak in such a cloying manner. Even when gentle, he was proud. Gu Mingyan was instantly jolted awake. Seeing Pei Qingyue unbuckling her belt, revealing large patches of skin, her eyes cleared immediately, fury flooding her face. She slapped him across the face. "Pei Qingyue, how dare you? You deceived me." Pei Qingyue hadn't expected her to wake at this critical moment. "Your Majesty, Qingyu's heart has always been yours. There has never been another. I only wish to be with you. I beg your majesty to grant this. Get out. Gu Mingyan did not listen to his explanation, her voice stern. She could not tolerate deception. She turned and left, and the lingering intimacy in the palace instantly vanished. Watching her leave, Pei Qingyue trembled with rage. Fine, Gu Mingyan. Where do you place me? After a long while he slowly stood up, straightened his disheveled robes, touched his swollen cheek, and his eyes grew deep and dangerous. Su Yan, you're dead. Meanwhile, after leaving Shuyun Hall, Gu Mingyan returned to her own palace looking wounded by love. Gu Mingyan heard footsteps and looked up. Grandmother, you're here. I told you long ago that Su Yang is a gift from heaven to our great Zhou. He has done so much for you and for this realm, you know it well. You suspect him, fear him. If he had rebellious intentions with his reputation and ability, how could you have ascended the throne? Gu Mingyan sighed. Times change. It's not that I don't trust him, I don't trust human nature. Is this the Su Yan you wanted to see? What do you truly want, him as Su Yang or an obedient dog? Do you think threatening his loved ones will make him yield? This will only push him further away. The Grand Empress Dowager had also heard about the incident of humiliating Su Yang that night. She thought her granddaughter, always proud, would vent her anger for a while and then be fine. After all, she had watched them grow, and with their years of affection and the wedding. It was just a quarrel that would be mended in bed. She never expected her granddaughter to truly humiliate her own king consort like that. The Grand Empress Dowager couldn't help but sigh. Grandmother, what should I do? Gu Mingyan looked at her helplessly, unsure how to face Su Yang. She still cared but couldn't bring herself to say it. Every word that came out of her mouth was a sharp blade. How to do it you should know better than I do. Thank you, Grand Empress Dowager. Yenner understands. Once I finish dealing with the flood disaster in the southern four continents in the coming days, I will go and make it clear to him. Gu Mingyan suddenly understood. She only wanted to quickly finish dealing with the flood disaster in the southern four continents, but her dissatisfaction with Prime Minister Pei grew. Although he was a civil official, this task had been entrusted to him, yet this was how he handled it. The flood in the south remained unmitigated while the money was spent. If it weren't for the fact that Pei Qingyue had saved her life, she would have wanted to punish Prime Minister Pei. If this task were given to Su Yang to handle. Gu Mingyan stopped the thoughts in her mind. She absolutely could not let Su Yang gain power again. He should stay well in the harem. She would not revoke his title of Prince Regent, and she would compensate him properly. Pei Qingyue also learned of this news. Since Gu Mingyan still harbored feelings for Su Yang, he would fan the flames even more. A vicious scheme to kill two birds with one stone brewed in his mind. It could eliminate his romantic rival while also striking at the Dacian forces allied with Su Yang. He still remembered how the Dacian princess had stood up for Su Yang back then. Her demeanor was even more overt than the rumored admiration for him. Now this Dacian princess had not yet left. He summoned a palace attendant. This was a member of the Pei family, so naturally trustworthy. Xiaoyun, I have a matter for you to handle. Deliver this letter to my father as soon as possible. Xiaoyun was not only from the Pei family but also a martial artist. She quickly completed the task and returned. Pei Qingyue nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the fish would soon take the bait. Outside the palace, Prime Minister Pei received the secret letter and frowned. Truly a centipede that dies but never stiffens. I didn't expect that even at this point His Majesty still recalls the bond with him. It seems the fire he kindles in Her Majesty's heart is not yet strong enough. Not enough to burn those so-called feelings to ashes. The realm of Great Zhou will sooner or later belong to our Pei family. As for the Prince Regent colluding with Dacian, betraying His Majesty. He whispered a few words to his subordinate beside him. Not long after the subordinate returned to report, Prime Minister, the matter has been handled. Good, you've worked hard. I heard your sister is a female official in the palace. Prime Minister, I know. Please spare my sister's life. After saying this, he actually slit his own throat. His body was quickly dragged away. Prime Minister Pei looked displeased at the bloodstain on his robe corner. He wrote the secret letter and handed it to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun naturally knew Prime Minister Pei's methods and dared not think too much. Prime Minister, rest assured. I will return immediately and deliver the letter to the young master. Xiaoyun's life belongs to the Prime Minister's residence. All right, go. Prime Minister Pei waved his hand impatiently as if shooing away a fly. Meanwhile, Si Ling, together with several envoys, was about to leave Great Zhou when she received a secret letter from Su Yang. Is this the Prince Regent's secret letter? One of them asked. Could it be a trap? Hasn't he already returned to the palace? Someone voiced the thought in everyone's mind, why would he send them a secret letter? This form of letter was indeed a secret letter. Si Ling opened it and found it was a letter asking for help. Su Yang was begging her for rescue. Princess, we should return to Dacian. It's best not to meddle in Great Zhou's affairs. The more they stir up trouble, the more advantageous it is for our Dakian. That's right, Princess. Su Yang has already entered the palace and become the husband of the Empress of Great Zhou. Isn't that what he wished for? What could he need from us? It's definitely a trap. We must not fall for it. Could this be a forgery? Xiling frowned and said, it's not a forgery. I recognize the handwriting. I'll go and take a look. After all, I'm leaving Dakian anyway. Tomorrow I will visit Her Majesty the Empress and see him along the way. If it's true, saving him won't be a big deal, his value is no less than 10 cities. If it's false, it doesn't matter. It won't have any effect. I'm just going to say goodbye to him. The others saw they couldn't dissuade her, so they gave up and let Xiling do as she wished. One night passed, sunlight streamed in, falling precisely on her face. Gu Mingyan's eyelashes fluttered. Had she rested here all night? She rose dressed with the help of palace maids and went to the morning court. All the officials could see that Her Majesty the Empress looked unwell and listless. No one dared to speak, fearing to provoke Gu Mingyan's displeasure, since Su Yang's escape from the wedding was already known to all. Your Majesty, the Dakian princess, the envoy of Great Yuan and the chieftain of the Changyong tribe request an audience. Summon them. They exchanged a few pleasantries and were about to leave. After Xiling left, she intended to wait for Gu Mingyan to finish the court session and then raise the matter of meeting Su Yang, but unexpectedly a palace maid stopped her. Princess, the Prince Regent invites you. She was somewhat suspicious. The timing of this palace maid's appearance was too coincidental, and it seemed strange no matter how she looked at it. The palace maid took out a note from her bosom, which was indeed in Su Yang's handwriting. Could it be that he was truly trapped and needed her help? Did he want to leave Great Zhou? Xiling then followed the palace maid. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyan also ended the court session and went to the imperial study. While reviewing memorials, she heard a eunuch beside her mention in a concerned tone, the Dakian princess seems to pay special attention to the Prince Regent. Your Majesty should be cautious lest the meritorious official at the border fall into unnecessary controversy. Gu Mingyan didn't care. She believed that Su Yang had some sense of discretion. However, the Dakian princess indeed had feelings for Su Yang, she could sense it, which was why she had been so angry before. But since the Dakian princess had already left, there was nothing to worry about. Then she heard someone report, Your Majesty, the Dakian princess has entered the harem privately to meet the Prince Regent. What? Gu Mingyan immediately stood up, looking at the messenger. What did you say? Say it again. The palace maid repeated, Your Majesty, the servant saw it with her own eyes. Gu Mingyan angrily swept the memorials from the table to the floor. Lead the way. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's side, while communicating with the system, he counted down the time. 18 more days. He could return to Blue Star and all the people in this world would have nothing to do with him anymore. Princess, we have arrived. The Prince Regent is waiting for you inside. The palace maid respectfully led Xiling in and then left. Xiling, excited to see Su Yang, didn't notice the maid's departure, nor did she realize that this was a trap set for her and Su Yang. Su Yang was also slightly surprised to see her. Shouldn't she have returned to Dakian by now? Why was she here? Prince Regent, haven't seen you for a few days. How come you are so disheveled? Xiling's tone was teasing, but her eyes revealed concern. Princess Xiling, why are you here? Su Yang, however, did not notice the emotion in her eyes. His heart had already died with Gu Mingyan's suspicion. Didn't you write the secret letter asking me to come and help you leave Great Zhou? Xiling also realized something was wrong. Just as she turned to look back, she saw that the door had been closed at some point. She walked up and tried hard but couldn't open it. It seems we've been set up, Prince Regent. Do you think this scheme is aimed at me or at you? Xiling simply sat down beside Su Yang. After all, she had a way to leave. Gu Mingyan wouldn't really kill her. She hadn't expected to be trapped so thoroughly. To be able to do this so stealthily, both inside and outside the palace, and even have you caught in the trap, such a grand scheme. It seems they want to use you to eliminate me. I am already a useless man and she despises me so much. Yet I can still be so coveted by others. Other than his Pei family, who else but Pei Qingyue? Su Yang let out a cold laugh. Now, under these circumstances, he had been set up and couldn't escape. Pei Qingyue. The one who made you kneel and apologize to him before at Gu Mingyan's command. Su Yang did not reply, merely sighed. I will help you. Leave Great Zhou with me and I will assist you in regaining your high position. How about it? Xiling looked at Su Yang and asked, her gaze burning. I will only be loyal to Great Zhou. You should leave. Given Gu Mingyan's temperament, you will surely suffer this time. I have implicated you. Xiling felt somewhat guilty. She had truly been too concerned and thus confused, walking straight into such an obvious trap. Now she had also implicated Su Yang. Under the current circumstances it seemed impossible to avoid. The palace maid must have run to inform Gu Mingyan intending to confirm Su Yang's crime of adultery. It's fine. She won't kill me. After all, we have years of affection. The remaining words he did not say. Great Zhou seemed stable on the surface, but turbulent currents were hidden beneath. If he died, the kingdom would surely fall into chaos. He believed Gu Mingyan would never make such a choice, especially given the internal and external troubles. The Qianyang tribe and the Great Yuan were eyeing them covetously, ready to strike at any moment. He had previously mentioned this to Gu Mingyan in court, but she did not believe him, thinking he wanted to hold on to military power. Now that military power was no longer in his hands, the Qianyang tribe and Great Yuan would likely launch an attack soon. I can help you leave Great Zhou. Now that you are detested by Gu Mingyan and no one in the court can speak for you, the once renowned god of death of Great Zhou is now like a caged bird. Are you truly willing to accept this? Si Ling was somewhat stunned. She felt deeply distressed that a talented person like Su Yang had fallen to such a state, especially since he was the one she admired. Thank you, princess, but no need. I have my own plans. He did not intend to tell Si Ling about his intention to leave. After all, she was not a person of Great Zhou. In her urgency, Si Ling grabbed Su Yang's sleeve. I cannot bear to see you suffer in Great Zhou. At this moment the door was kicked open with a resounding bang, the trembling door conveying Gu Mingyan's fury. Standing beside her was Pei Qingyue, looking at Su Yang with a sneer. Gu Mingyan was also furious. Su Yang, I have treated you well, yet you betrayed me. Betray Great Zhou. As she entered, she saw exactly the scene of the Great Qian princess urgently grabbing Xie Yunlin's sleeve. On the ground lay the secret letter, which was actually a fake plea for help. He wanted to explain but didn't know how. Even if the contents were false under these circumstances, it had become true. After all, if he followed Si Ling and left, Great Zhou would have no more secrets. He was not only familiar with the borders of Great Zhou but also the military deployment of the inner provinces, essentially a living border defense map. Thousands of words were stuck in his chest, ultimately turning into a single painful and feeble defense. Your Majesty, I have never betrayed you or Great Zhou. In the face of overwhelming evidence, these words were powerless. Your Majesty, the Empress, this is not what it seems. Someone deliberately set a trap for me. Silence. When I speak with Su Yang, when is it an outsider's turn to interrupt? Does the Princess of Great Qian truly think I am blind and deaf? You secretly met with my consort, pulling and tugging. I heard with my own ears what you said to Su Yang, and you still want to quibble. Gu Mingyan said coldly, though her words were directed at Si Ling. Her gaze was fixed on Su Yang. Su Yang's pupils constricted. Looking at the woman he had once deeply loved, his pain far outweighed his grievance. So, you never truly believed in me. He thought that after experiencing so much suspicion and humiliation he would no longer feel heartache, but he could not stop it. Guards. The Regent Prince Su Yang, guilty of treason and improper conduct, seize him. Strip him of his title and throw him into the imperial prison to await trial. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Yang was seized by several guards. He said nothing more. Perhaps she had long wanted to do this and was just waiting for an opportunity. Before the wedding your princely mansion had already been emptied, hadn't it? You had long planned to leave Great Zhou. It was only then that Gu Mingyan realized Su Yang had long intended to leave. If not for Pei Qingyue telling her, she would have been kept in the dark by Su Yang, despite still thinking about their wedding. Su Yang was stunned. After a long moment he lowered his head. He was indeed going to leave, not to avoid her but because his heart was dead. Returning to launching would be just right. He did not want to lie, nor could he bring himself to say it. Seeing this, Gu Mingyan trembled with rage. Throw Su Yang into the imperial prison. The guards stepped forward, handling him roughly. Su Yang did not resist. He merely gazed deeply at her, his eyes filled with pain, disbelief, and the desolation of a collapsed faith. As he was escorted past her, he left in a low voice a sentence only she could hear. So, in your heart I am so fragile. Gu Mingyan's figure swayed imperceptibly, her nails digging deep into her palm. Su Yang was led away by the guards. The once spirited regent prince and prospective consort had become a prisoner in an instant. Gu Mingyan withdrew her gaze and continued, send the Princess of Great Qian to the post station. She is to leave the territory today and never set foot in Great Zhou again. Si Ling was not one to be manipulated. Before being expelled she left not an excuse but a prophetic warning. Your Majesty, today you cut off your own arm because of the slander of a villain. When the iron cavalry of Qianyang and Great Yuan arrive at the city gates in the future, I hope you do not regret it. Great Zhou is full of talents. Without Su Yang I still have other generals to use. No need for the princess to worry. Gu Mingyan did not take it to heart. She said coldly she knew that the news Su Yang had in court was passed by Si Ling. It seemed they had long colluded. She had still thought of Su Yang, and even when he had acted like that before she hadn't held it against him. She had only given him a small punishment, letting him know who was the sovereign of Great Zhou. Now he had committed such a grave crime, colluding with foreigners, betraying her. At this moment only the fury and coldness of betrayal remained, her heart aching as if twisted. Pei Qingyue comforted her gently, each word like salt on Gu Mingyan's wounds. Your Majesty, take care of your health. Perhaps. The regent prince was just momentarily confused. Momentarily confused. I think he had planned this all along. Gu Mingyan said coldly. Then she softened and said to Pei Qingyue, it's good that I have you. Once these matters are settled, I will allow you to consummate our marriage. She should also let go of Su Yang. Since he was unwilling, she would not shamelessly force it. Besides, after what he had done, she would not easily let him off. One charge after another accumulated. He, Su Yang, deserved to die. Pei Qingyue immediately looked at Gu Mingyan with delight. Your servant thanks your majesty. He was finally about to get what he wanted and couldn't help feeling joyful. How could Su Yang compare with him? But he did not notice the pain in Gu Mingyan's eyes. In the imperial prison, dark and dank, the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Su Yang was brought to the prison, stripped of his fine robes, clad in a prisoner's garb and laden with chains. He sat upright on the straw mat, still maintaining the bearing of a prince regent, yet the torment within far surpassed the affliction of the flesh. This was the prison for grave offenders. He never imagined that he would one day be sent here, caught in such a ridiculously contrived trap. Could she truly believe it? Without granting him a single chance, she wished for his death. Suddenly a sound from outside jolted Su Yang from his thoughts. Prince Consort Pei. The guard, upon seeing Pei Qingyue, hastily bowed in deference. Now everyone knew that Su Yang had colluded with foreign tribes and had been utterly abandoned by Her Majesty. Consort Pei was now the sole prince consort. Before long should he sire a prince with Her Majesty, the future of the Great Zhou realm. I come on Her Majesty's orders to visit the Prince Regent. Oh, forgive me, he is no longer the Prince Regent. Pei Qingyue came to visit by imperial decree, but his true intent was to inflict a mortal wound upon the heart. Pei Qingyue, clad in a robe of moonwhite silk, appeared even more striking. His gaze fell upon Su Yang in his prison attire, and his triumph was palpable. Now he was the victor. Prince Regent, why bring yourself to this? Pei Qingyue spoke in a gentle tone, yet his eyes hid a cold glee. Had you admitted your affair with the princess earlier, Her Majesty might have shown leniency out of old affection. The crime of conspiring with the enemy implicates the entire clan. Su Lan, whom you wish to protect, and the servants in your residence, all shall be buried with you. Su Yang closed his eyes, unwilling to argue further. But Pei Qingyue was not about to let him off. Leaning close, he whispered, do you know? In her fury, Her Majesty has ordered the immediate expulsion of the Princess of Dakian and reduced the military provisions and grain for the border by 3 tons, deeming it a place where you might have leaked intelligence. Prince Regent, you who guarded the nation with a lifetime of renown, have now brought suffering upon the frontier soldiers. Can your conscience find peace? Her Majesty. I must see her. Su Yang roared, his eyes glaring at Pei Qingyue as if they might split. Every word from Pei Qingyue was like a poisoned needle, precisely piercing the places Su Yang cared about most: his feelings for Gu Mingyan, his innocence, his sense of duty toward the army and the nation. To burden him with a fabricated crime and drag the border soldiers into it, this pain was far greater than any physical torture. After committing such deeds, you still think Her Majesty will see you? Pei Qingyue scoffed disdainfully, relishing Su Yang's state. The humiliation Su Yang had suffered before still felt insufficient, and at that time he always sensed that Gu Mingyan had not yet given up on Su Yang. Even that night when she mistook him for Su Yang, she still yearned for Su Yang. Now it was different. Gu Mingyan had personally agreed to consummate their union, which meant she had utterly cast Su Yang from her heart. Thus disposing of Su Yang would be effortless. Her Majesty has already consummated with me. What of you? You shielded her from harm, slew enemies, and yet she will soon bear my child. And you? You never even touched her, did you? He was determined to provoke Su Yang. The more furious Su Yang became, the greater his delight. Su Yang's eyes snapped open, chains clattering, his gaze bloodshot. Pei Qingyue. What? Want to kill me? Pei Qingyue chuckled softly. Pity you are now a prisoner in chains. Her Majesty will never trust you again. And I am Her Majesty's only man. Pei Qingyue looked at Su Yang, who though imprisoned bore no trace of interrogation. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. Su Yang has been stripped of his title and reduced to a commoner by Her Majesty, no longer the Prince Regent. Now, as he colluded with foreign tribes, we must extract the evidence of his treason from his mouth at all costs. Yes, Prince Consort Pei. Let this servant handle these matters, do not dirty your hands. A nearby jailer curried favor with Pei Qingyue, but was silenced by a glare from him. This whip is not bad. Pei Qingyue walked over to a rack of instruments and picked up a long whip soaked in water, its surface studded with barbs. One could well imagine the agony it would inflict upon a person. Bring out the Prince Regent of Great Zhou. The jailers exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. After all, this was the former Prince Regent who had commanded an army of 300,000 at the border. Without a direct order from Her Majesty, they dared not act rashly. Only the obsequious jailer echoed, urging, "Are you going to defy the Prince Consort's orders? Do you still intend to heed that one?" The jailer pointed at Su Yang, inside his tone dripping with contempt. He knew well whom he should flatter now. The others exchanged glances, reading the same resolve in each other's eyes. Now they absolutely could not offend Pei Qingyue, and since Su Yang had been deposed, they had no reason to hold back. Several men hauled Su Yang out. "Forgive us, Prince Regent, but the Prince Consort has given orders and we must comply. You are meting out private torture. Her Majesty has not yet interrogated me. How dare you? Pei Qingyue, do you not fear Her Majesty's wrath?" Yet Su Yang was still hoisted onto the rack. Pei Qingyue observed Su Yang's appearance with immense satisfaction. "Her Majesty has no time to visit a traitor like you. The floods in the 4 southern prefectures have troubled her for quite some time." Pei Qingyue raised the long whip and lashed Su Yang. With one stroke, Su Yang's chest was torn open. He gritted his teeth, uttering no sound, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Pei Qingyue. Then came several more lashes, leaving not a patch of unblemished skin on his body. Pei Qingyue had used all his strength, yet Su Yang remained silent, glaring at him through clenched teeth which soon grew wearisome. He flung down the whip, then clapped his hands, laughing. "Truly worthy of the war god of Great Zhou, a stalwart bone. I almost admire you." Pei Qingyue leaned close to Su Yang's ear and whispered, "You have no idea, Her Majesty is even more seductive than a brothel court." Su Yang immediately lifted his head and glared at him. Seeing Su Yang finally react, Pei Qingyue smiled, realizing that he did not fear pain but was sensitive to anything concerning Gu Mingyan. Indeed, for a seasoned warrior, physical agony could never rival the torment of the heart. "But I must thank you for stepping aside, allowing me to enjoy Her Majesty alone. Naturally, I must share this good news with you. Her Majesty also said that only I can satisfy her. You are nothing but a waste, she finds you disgusting." "Silence! Pei Qingyue!" Su Yang shouted coldly. Pei Qingyue grew more elated at Su Yang's fury. Before, he had employed countless schemes yet failed to win Gu Mingyan or bring Su Yang down. Now it was different. He would not only possess Gu Mingyan's body and heart but also destroy Su Yang completely. "What can you do to me?" "You don't want to hear it. I'll say it anyway. Weren't you so proud? Calling yourself the Prince Regent, the war god of Great Zhou, the Empress Prince Consort. I'll make sure you lose everything. Gu Mingyan is mine. This realm is mine too. When she consummated with me, she was still a virgin. You never had that fortune." Pei Qingyue's words were cut short as Su Yang spat a mouthful of blood onto his face. Su Yang spat fiercely, saliva mingled with blood. "You bastard!" Su Yang stared at the outwardly respectable Pei Qingyue, who always played the victim before Gu Mingyan, feigning innocence while secretly provoking and disgusted him. Pei Qingyue paused, then fury surged. "Su Yang, I'll kill you." He raised a red-hot branding iron from the rack and advanced toward Su Yang. "Let's see which is harder, your bones or this iron." "What are you doing?" A voice rang out and everyone looked up. Behold, Gu Mingyan, adorned in resplendent robes, stepped forward slowly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Su Yang, devoid of the former tenderness in her eyes. It was as if she were looking at a stranger. Several prison guards, upon seeing Gu Mingyan, hastily knelt down, their faces filled with trepidation. They lowered their heads, their hearts uneasy, wondering if the Empress' demeanor indicated she was blaming Consort Pei for treating the Regent Prince this way. Pei Qingyue was also startled, immediately tossing the branding iron into the fire pit, a question forming in his mind: why had she come? Could it be that she still harbored lingering affections and hadn't given up on Su Yang? And judging by her words just now, was she intending to blame him? Pei Qingyue promptly knelt down and explained, "Your Majesty, your servant only wished to share your burdens, not to intentionally punish the Regent Prince." He once again adopted that frail demeanor which only made Su Yang feel nauseated. Su Yang remained silent, watching Gu Mingyan. What was her purpose in coming here? Or was she like Pei Qingyue, here to torture him? Everyone assumed that Gu Mingyan had come to reprimand Pei Qingyue for torturing Su Yang. The prison guards were also trembling with fear. It was truly a case of immortals quarreling. While mortals suffered, they had only followed Pei Qingyue's orders and had not dared to lay a hand on him themselves. It was Pei Qingyue who had acted personally, but they dared not say a word. However, Gu Mingyan's next words caused Su Yang's heart to sink into an abyss. "A-Yue, this prison is a filthy place. You are delicate, do not come here again. Look, the robes I had tailored for you are already soiled." Su Yang watched the affectionate display between the two, finding it an eyesore. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Your servant only wished to counsel the Regent Prince and also to ease Your Majesty's worries. Your Majesty is burdened with state affairs and this matter has caused you distress. It pains your servant's heart. Gu Mingyan merely said indifferently, let's go, A-Yue. Don't let this irrelevant person ruin your mood. Then she gently took Pei Qingyu's hand, her gaze holding a tenderness that once only Su Yang had seen. Now he had become the irrelevant person. Did she truly wish for his death? Su Yang looked at Gu Mingyan and asked word by word, did you ever trust me? Yener, I can explain this. I beg you to stay, let me speak with you alone. The term Yener made Gu Mingyan's body stiff in a reaction even Pei Qingyu noticed. Gu Mingyan stepped forward, roughly grabbing Su Yang by the neck, forcing him to lift his head and look at her. Su Yang, who do you think you are? And who do you think I am? You are nothing but a common rogue from the martial world, relying on luck and your military exploits to act arrogantly, defy imperial authority and collude with foreign tribes. I am the son of heaven of this great Zhou, the most exalted person in the realm, yet you repeatedly challenge my limits. Do you truly believe I dare not kill you? Or that I am afraid to kill you? You want to talk to me? It's too late. I gave you a chance. Gu Mingyan's tone was icy, her gaze enough to freeze Su Yang's remaining words. Su Yang's eyes were filled with sorrow. I told you before, I am not originally from this world. I came for you. He was not entirely lying. The system's most important task for him was to protect Gu Mingyan and help her seize the supreme position of the great Zhou dynasty. Now he too was about to leave. There were only 16 days left before he would return to Blue Star. Your Majesty, what does the Regent Prince mean? To try to exonerate himself at this moment with such an excuse is somewhat ridiculous, Pei Qingyu said, looking at Gu Mingyan. A-Yue, pay him no mind. He is no longer the Regent Prince. He is merely a convicted criminal. Does he think that by saying this I will forgive him? Seeing this, Su Yang could only plead, Your Majesty, your subject has committed no outrageous act. Moreover, the memorial I submitted earlier regarding the border situation must not be ignored. I beg Your Majesty to reconsider. I can assure you that the Qiangyang tribe at the border has been constantly engaging in small provocations. They are ambitious and treacherous. He was cut off by Gu Mingyan's cold laugh. Su Yang, do you truly believe that you are the only one capable in this great Zhou? I have my own judgment. Even without you I can still kill the enemy, protect the nation and drive out the Qiangyang. The border troops are not to be trifled with. Your Majesty, the soldiers' provisions can no longer be reduced. Su Yang continued to advise earnestly. Even if he was about to leave, he did not wish to see the great Zhou destroyed. He did not want the great Zhou to return to those times of cold, hunger and destitution. After all, this was a place where he had lived for over a decade, where his family and friends resided. Su Yang, I do not need you to teach me how to rule. Gu Mingyan merely cast a glance at the wounds all over Su Yang's body inflicted by Pei Qingyu. That single glance caused Su Yang's heart to sink further, a dull ache persisting within it. Gu Mingyan's heart clenched painfully, but the dignity of an emperor and the agony of betrayal compelled her to utter even more heartless words. Su Yang, seeing you like this only makes me feel disgust. Su Yang slowly raised his head, peering through the bloodstains and disheveled hair. His once bright star-like eyes were now filled with a lifeless ashen gray. He moved his cracked lips but ultimately said nothing. Slowly he sealed away the last vestiges of his affection for her, locking it away forever. Gu Mingyan did not utter a single word of reproach to Pei Qingyu. Instead, she took his hand, the one with clearly defined knuckles now stained with Su Yang's blood. She produced an embroidered handkerchief and wiped Pei Qingyu's hand. A-Yue, let's go. Don't dirty your hands. The handkerchief stained with blood was carelessly discarded in the dark, damp cell. Su Yang noticed that the handkerchief was embroidered with a green pine and in the corner was the character Su. Was this meant for me? Su Yang's heart stirred. This was indeed his favorite plant because of something Gu Mingyan had once said. Brother Su, you are like a green pine someone Yener can lean on. And Brother Su carries the scent of a green pine, it smells so good. Gu Mingyan had sprained her ankle, so he carried her down the mountain on his back as she leaned against him. Hearing the girl's playful words, her sweet laugh and her alluring fragrance, he felt his heart might leap out of his chest and his ears burned with heat. In both his past and present lives combined, he had never felt such happiness. Yet before him the green pine and his character Su, now stained with blood, were cruelly discarded by Gu Mingyan, who deemed them filthy. Without looking back, Gu Mingyan left with Pei Qingyu. Her only parting words were, "Don't let him die." As she exited the prison, her expression turned indifferent and she released Pei Qingyu's hand. Her heart was in turmoil. She did not want to admit that she still could not let go of Su Yang. Her actions just now seemed only to be a means of revenge. Revenge for his betrayal. She deliberately showed kindness to Pei Qingyu in front of Su Yang to make him understand that she, Gu Mingyan, was not irreplaceable. She was the most exalted person in Great Zhou. It was only natural for her to have as many consorts and attendants as she desired. A conflicting feeling lingered within her. Gu Mingyan hated Su Yang for his betrayal and wanted to kill him. Yet she did not want him dead. As for what Su Yang said, she did recall him mentioning it before, but she believed it was just a lie to deceive her. How could she possibly believe such nonsense about not belonging to this world and being about to leave? No sooner had Gu Mingyan left than Su Lan arrived. The moment she stepped into the prison and saw Su Yang, her heart ached uncontrollably. "My lord, I have come to see you." She reached out to touch Su Yang's face, her hand trembling uncontrollably. In her heart she felt that Su Yang had been treated unjustly. He had done so much for the Empress, even the common people of Great Zhou knew it, yet the Empress did not believe him. She had humiliated him and now even subjected him to torture. "How could Her Majesty treat you like this?" Her voice was filled with distress. Hearing her voice, Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, dizzy and lightheaded. "You are here. Now you are a general and I am a prisoner. Do not put yourself in danger for me, and do not offend Pei Qingyue or defy the Empress. I am still alive, she will investigate." He said these words only to comfort Su Lan, uncertain whether Gu Mingyan would actually investigate. She seemed to trust him, no longer fully convinced that he had betrayed her in Great Zhou. "But your injuries? How could Her Majesty use torture on you? This matter is clearly suspicious. It was not her, it was Pei Qingyue who did this." "He? How dare he? You are the hero of Great Zhou, the war god of Great Zhou. How dare he treat you like this?" Su Lan gritted her teeth. "Wait for me. I will go plead with Her Majesty and have everything investigated quickly to clear your name." Su Yang shook his head. "No need. Going now would only implicate you. I have something else for you to do. The borders of Great Zhou." Su Lan understood immediately. "Rest assured, I will do it. I will leave for the border at once." Su Lan glared fiercely at the jailer. "You have quite the nerve. How dare you torture the war god of Great Zhou? Release him at once." The head jailer, seeing Su Lan's demeanor, dared not offend her. These were all influential figures. He immediately ordered his men to help Su Yang inside to rest. Su Lan finally left reluctantly. Su Yang felt relieved. As long as Su Lan went to the border and ensured defensive preparations, even if he were not there, the Qianyang would not easily breach the defenses. However, no sooner had Su Lan left the prison than someone informed Gu Mingyan of her visit. Gu Mingyan had just finished reviewing memorials when she received the news. "She moves quickly, even my orders are not so effective. Seize Su Lan. If she resists, kill her without mercy." As Gu Mingyan's words fell, several figures moved like ghosts toward the palace. Meanwhile, Pei Qingyue, granted special permission by Gu Mingyan, visited Prime Minister Pei. "Yue, has the Empress consummated with you?" Upon meeting Prime Minister Pei, dismissed everyone and spoke to Pei Qingyue. "Not yet. She still seems to have Su Yang in her heart," Pei Qingyue said impatiently. "Su Yang has been stripped of his title, imprisoned, fled the marriage, and now colludes with foreign tribes. Even the crime of treason is not enough to make Her Majesty kill him." Prime Minister Pei frowned, finding it troublesome. "But Her Majesty said that once the flood relief in the 4 southern prefectures is handled, she will consummate with me." "Father, about the flood relief?" Pei Qingyue did not continue. He had long suspected that his father, though a civil official, could not have reached such a position without being capable of handling such simple matters. He suspected his father had embezzled the relief funds. Prime Minister Pei remained silent for a long while before slowly nodding. "Father, you are foolish. The Empress is already worried about this matter. Embezzling relief funds is not something we can stomach. And these funds were saved by cutting the border troops' grain supplies." Pei Qingyu's head ached. Now that the Empress was anxious about this, she would inevitably suspect his father. If that happened, not only would his father lose his position, but he himself would also be affected, even facing the calamity of having their family executed and property confiscated. "Father, how could you do something so foolish?" Prime Minister Pei sighed and explained it was because your younger brother was caught smuggling salt. The matter was serious. They demanded 10,000 taels to release him, otherwise once exposed your brother's fate would be sealed. You know that Great Zhou punishes salt smugglers severely. Now that you are in the palace, I need a son by my side to carry on the family line." Pei Qingyue sneered. "You keep saying my younger brother. Isn't he the bastard son you had with your mistress? Mother refused to let him into the family registry, and I refused too. So that was it. The reason he committed such a great crime, even embezzling relief funds, was for that bastard. He should have eliminated that bastard before entering the palace." This old man's favoritism was beyond measure. He had told him before that if he bore the Empress child, the child would be of the Pei bloodline. Now it seemed the old man was just biased. Lineage. Only the child of the mistress counted as lineage, didn't it? Pei Qingyu's gaze turned cold. He had once thought the Prime Minister's residence could be his support, but now it had become a burden. If it was a burden, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. What was family affection compared to the allure of supreme power? The kingdom and the beauty were all his. "A-Yue, your father is sorry, but please understand that I have not had an easy time. Your brother is already troublesome, I can only rely on you. That bastard is not my brother, I have said it before. If you insist on dragging the entire Pei family to die with him, I won't stop you." Unexpectedly, Prime Minister Pei knelt before Pei Qingyue. "A-Yue, consider it your father begging you save your brother. I promise I will never interfere with him again nor let him into the Pei family registry. You will always be the legitimate son of the Prime Minister's residence. Father, how can you kneel to me? Get up, I will help you." Prime Minister Pei looked at him with a moved expression. "A-Yue, tell me what to do and I will follow your instructions. What about the silver? Is it all spent? A few hundred taels are left." "What? Didn't you say it was only 10,000 taels? I heard from Her Majesty that the relief funds were more than 50,000 taels. How can there be only a few hundred left? What have you done? Your brother's matter required bribes." Pei Qingyue took a deep breath, nearly fainting. His body was already weak and this shock was enough to make him want to kill someone, to kill that bastard. "A-Yue, what do we do now? The silver cannot be replaced this whole." Prime Minister Pei now seemed more like a son, pitiful and helpless. Who would have thought the Prime Minister of Great Zhou would be like this? "What else can we do? Find a scapegoat. Then finish the job completely," Pei Qingyue said helplessly. How could he be stuck with such a biased and foolish father? Oh, and one more thing, Su Yang must die. Now the Empress is still dealing with the flood relief, leaving Su Yang aside. I fear that delay might lead to change, that the Empress might not have given up on him. I was too hasty before and the trap is not perfect, it could be uncovered with investigation. Have you taken care of all the loose ends? Prime Minister Pei nodded emphatically. Rest assured it's done. Even if the Empress investigates, she won't trace it back to us. Good. Tomorrow at court, rally the officials to pressure the Empress. Have Su Yang dealt with quickly. If he gets out safely, the matter of the embezzled relief funds will be exposed. Moreover, Your Majesty has been deliberately postponing the interrogation of Su Yang. I suspect that Your Majesty still harbors lingering feelings for him. Prime Minister Pei nodded repeatedly in agreement and assured, rest assured, tomorrow I will surely have Su Yang convicted. The next morning at the imperial court, Gu Mingyan sat on the throne with a worried expression. Recently she had been overwhelmed by the floods in the surrounding southern regions. Furthermore, due to the Su Yang affair, her emotions were extremely unstable. All the officials noticed Gu Mingyan's terrible complexion and only a few, under Prime Minister Pei's instigation, stepped forward to speak. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Gu Mingyan glanced up and saw it was the Minister of Justice. She said indifferently, speak. Your Majesty, Regent Prince Su Yang has colluded with Dakian and betrayed Dazhou. I implore Your Majesty to bring him to justice. To give the people of Dazhou an explanation. Gu Mingyan remained silent. Seeing this, several others quickly chimed in. Indeed, Your Majesty. This Su Yang has repeatedly disregarded Your Majesty's decrees and shown no regard for the dignity of the Dazhou imperial family. Now he has committed such an act with irrefutable evidence. We hope Your Majesty will not be lenient. Of course, there were also a few military generals who knew that given Su Yang's character he would never commit treason. He was certainly framed. Your Majesty, it is impossible for the Regent Prince to betray Dazhou. I implore Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Gu Mingyan impatiently waved her hand. I have my own plans for Su Yang. Why are you in such a hurry? Earlier, when I raised the issue of the southern floods, every one of you was as silent as a mute. Now you are all so eager. Gu Mingyan was in a bad mood and pointed at Prime Minister Pei with a harsh tone. Prime Minister Pei, I entrusted this important task to you and adopted your suggestions. Now do you have anything to say? The #1 scholar you recommended has been in the south for several days and hasn't handled the matter properly. Now the floods in the 4 southern prefectures remain unresolved and refugees have fled to other prefectures and counties. What crime do you deserve? Prime Minister Pei, seeing Gu Mingyan's anger, knelt in fear. Your Majesty, forgive me. I am willing but unable. The floods in the 4 southern prefectures are beyond my ability. I never expected them to be so severe. Even after distributing disaster relief funds and grain, it was to no avail. He had already thought of a scapegoat, the governor of the 4 southern prefectures, and if that wasn't enough he would add the #1 scholar. In any case, he had already made up his mind. He must not come to harm, nor his son. As for others, dying in his place would be considered an honor. I think you are truly confused. Since you admit your incompetence, I will transfer this matter to another minister. You may take a rest for a while. Gu Mingyan glanced at Prime Minister Pei below with great impatience. If it weren't for Pei Qingyu's sake, she would definitely have charged him with dereliction of duty rather than letting it slide so lightly. Prime Minister Pei knew this was a special favor from Gu Mingyan and quickly knelt to thank her. I acknowledge my crime and accept your decree with gratitude. The ministers dared not continue to bring up Su Yang's matter. After the morning court ended, the person Gu Mingyan had sent to investigate Su Yang's case returned. Your Majesty, I traced the clues to the post station of the Dacian princess, but there the trail went cold. Gu Mingyan was not entirely heartless, she was also deeply troubled in the palace. The words in the secret letter, Su Yang's silence and his previous abnormal behavior, all forced her to deepen her suspicion of Su Yang. Where is Su Lan? Have you captured her? Gu Mingyan continued to ask. Reporting to your Majesty, she has been captured, but during the struggle she was injured and fell unconscious. The shadow guard replied respectfully. Have someone treat her injuries. I have questions for her. The shadow guard acknowledged and quickly disappeared from Gu Mingyan's sight. Before long he returned with a woman who was Su Lan. Su Lan was now full of anxiety. The shadow guard brought her before Gu Mingyan. Your Majesty, the person is here. As soon as she woke up, she insisted on going to the border, saying that Dazhou is in danger and that I should not have stopped her. Su Lan knelt with a thud as soon as she saw Gu Mingyan. Your Majesty, I beg you to believe me. The border of Dazhou is in danger. Now that the Regent Prince has been demoted to commoner and Dazhou is at odds with Dacian, the Dayuan and Xiangyang have allied. They may launch a sneak attack on our border. I implore your Majesty to allow me to inform the border generals to prepare defenses. Gu Mingyan slammed her palm on the table and demanded coldly, when did I ever allow you to leave the capital and return to the border? I am merely concerned for Dazhou's safety, so I. General Su, do you know that the kind of person I despise most is one who acts on their own like you? Do you obey Su Yang or do you obey me? Let me ask you, does this realm of Dazhou belong to the Su family or the Gu family? And as for the Regent Prince you keep talking about, he has been stripped of his title and demoted to commoner. It seems my words truly carry no weight. Gu Mingyan tapped her fingers on the table, the sound striking Su Lan's heart with each beat. She had gone to the border on Su Yang's orders, and indeed Her Majesty would not approve of her going to the border. But such military intelligence cannot be delayed. Once delayed, it would spiral out of control. At best we would be ambushed, at worst we would lose the border. I dare not, but such military intelligence cannot be delayed. I implore your Majesty. Military intelligence. What evidence is there? The war at Dazhou's border has ceased and the Qiangyong have retreated 1,000 li. How can there be talk of an invasion? Hearing this, Gu Mingyan grew even angrier. This was clearly a distrust of her judgment, preferring to risk death to believe Su Yang as if she, the Empress of Dazhou, meant nothing. You dare not. Guard, seize Su Lan and throw her into the heavenly prison. Since you are a follower of Su Yang, you shall accompany him on the same path. Issue my decree. General Su Lan, for leaving the capital without my permission, is sentenced to execution in 10 days. As for Su Yang, who acted on his own authority and now dares to extend his hand before me from the heavenly prison, is he mocking me as a fool? He dares to have his subordinates spread such baseless rumors to the border. He is also sentenced to execution in 10 days. Gu Mingyan then turned to the terrified Su Lan and said, since the two of you have betrayed me, you should know the consequences. Su Lan was terrified. Your Majesty, how can you truly decree the execution of the Regent Prince? Do you have no idea how much he has done for Dazhou and for you? The wounds on his body, the scars on his face, every single one was left for you. How can you be so heartless, killing the donkey after it finishes grinding? Do you really want to make all the soldiers of Dazhou disheartened? I am heartless. Su Yang disregarded imperial dignity, fled the wedding in public, and I still gave him a chance. Yet he secretly colluded with the Dacian princess, committing treason. Look for yourself, is this Su Yang's handwriting? Gu Mingyan produced the secret letter she had obtained from signing a distress letter in Su Yang's handwriting. And the words she had overheard Su Yang say outside the door along with everything before only reinforced her belief that Su Yang had betrayed her. Su Lan picked up the crumpled secret letter from the ground. Inside it was indeed Su Yang's handwriting, identical without a trace of difference. But she believed it could not have been written by Su Yang, for how could Su Yang possibly write a letter of distress to the Princess of Dacian? He was clearly about to leave. It couldn't have been written by him, muttered Su Lan. Someone must be framing him. The greatest beneficiary right now is Pei Qingyue, that young master of the Pei family. It's Pei Qingyue, your Majesty. He must be the one who framed the Regent King. With this incident he is the greatest beneficiary. Su Lan suddenly snapped awake looking at Gu Mingyan and continued, Your Majesty, earlier when I was ordered to procure items for the wedding I encountered a salt merchant who said that the young master of the Pei family was also involved. She still remembered that salt merchant's words implying that the Pei family would become the in-laws of Her Majesty the Empress of Great Zhou and that even the Empress would have to show them deference. Now thinking about it, all this was connected to the Pei family's targeting of Su Yang. Gu Mingyan however slapped Su Lan across the face. You bastard! How dare you slander the prince consort? I have already investigated. This matter has nothing to do with the Pei family or A-Yue. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal dog raised by Su Yang, utterly devoted and fearless of death. You can't even save yourself and still you think to speak for your master. Guards, drag her away. I don't want to hear any more of her nonsense. As the words fell, several men came forward to drag Su Lan away. The force was so great it nearly dislocated her arms, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Gu Mingyan, the Regent King, is innocent. Border war is imminent. As the Empress of Great Zhou, you are incompetent and obsessed with romance, being toyed with by that Pei family young master. Great Zhou will fall under your rule. Killing the Regent King will shake the foundation of Great Zhou. You are disregarding the empire and its people. Su Lan threw aside all courtly etiquette, wanting only to awaken this incompetent empress. Hearing this, Gu Mingyan abruptly stopped. She drew a blade from a nearby guard's scabbard and thrust it into Su Lan's chest. Cursing me to ruin the empire. You deserve to die. Did you really think I wouldn't kill you? You, like Su Yang, rely on a bit of military merit to show disrespect toward me. You deserve to die. Su Lan's pupils abruptly contracted. She looked down in disbelief at the blade buried in her chest. She had never expected Gu Mingyan to act right there in the hall. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave. She staggered a step, then could no longer hold herself up. The men restraining her slowly released their grip and she fell to her knees, blood gushing from her chest, spreading a glaring red pool on the ground. You! Su Lan raised her head with difficulty, looking at Gu Mingyan's figure, her voice shattered by pain. Despot, you will regret this. Gu Mingyan lowered her gaze, looking down at her with eyes as calm as a frozen lake devoid of any ripple. I never regret. Then she pulled out the blade. Drops of blood flew with the edge splattering onto her bright yellow robe, a shocking sight. Su Lan spat blood, fine cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her lips quickly turned ashen, yet she still forced herself to keep breathing, speaking haltingly, Regent King. Served you for so many years, truly not worth it. I have tolerated Su Yang for years, relying on his military achievements, arrogant and insolent. The Empire of Great Zhou bears the surname Gu, not Su. Su Mingyan's eyes suddenly filled with fierce malice. Gu Mingyan leaned down, grabbed her disheveled hair and forced her head up. I am the son of heaven, the mandate of heaven is mine. You think with a bit of military merit you can lecture me? I didn't expect you would still feel sorry for Su Yang even to your death. Then you deserve to die even more. In response, the sound of Su Lan's last breath, her eyes still wide open, staring at Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan suddenly threw away the long blade in her hand. Her palm trembled slightly and her chest heaved violently. The hall was dead silent except for the faint sound of blood dripping, each drop striking her heart. She stared at the lifeless corpse, a wave of unease washing over her. Guards! She turned abruptly, her voice as cold and hard as iron. Drag it out. Gu Mingyan, with her back to the mess, said in a voice devoid of any warmth, Issue my decree. General Su Lan, colluding with foreign tribes, leaving the capital without authorization, plotting treason, has been executed. Yes. The guards dared not say more, hastily stepping forward to lift the corpse and withdraw. The sound of footsteps faded and the hall doors slowly closed. She raised her hand to her temple, feeling a dizzy spell. The images she had forcibly suppressed uncontrollably surfaced, Su Lan's desperate and hateful eyes staring at her before death. Despot! Sooner or later the empire will fall. Lingered in her mind like a she shook her head violently, trying to dispel these thoughts. I am not wrong. She is the one who was wrong. She deserves to die, and Su Yang deserves to die too. This empire is mine and no one will shake it. She sat on the throne, gasping heavily as if waking from a nightmare, her eyes somewhat dazed. Your Majesty, the eunuch's trembling voice sounded from outside the door. Minister Li of the Ministry of War and Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Revenue request an audience, saying. There is urgent military intelligence. Hearing this, Gu Mingyan took a deep breath, suppressed the previous discomfort, pulled herself together and resumed her imposing and inscrutable demeanor. Summon them. She steadily sat back on the throne entwined with 9 dragons. After a moment the 2 ministers rushed in, their expressions panicked. Your Majesty. The Minister of War, without even having time to bow, urgently reported, we just received an 800ly urgent dispatch. The border is in crisis. The Changyong tribes, 18 of them, have united with the forces of the Great Yuan. Learning that the Regent King Su Yang has been imprisoned, they have taken advantage of the chaos, breached 2 passes in the cities of Linzhou and Xicheng. Have fallen. The border troops are without a leader, retreating in defeat for 100 li. The situation is critical. As if struck by a thunderbolt, Gu Mingyan rose abruptly. What? How is this possible? Are there not other generals at the border? How could the defeat be so swift? In just a few days 2 cities have fallen. The Minister of War was also puzzled. Indeed, the Regent King cares deeply for Great Zhou. Why didn't he set up proper defenses? Gu Mingyan was also taken aback. Defenses. Was she wrong? Was Su Lan telling the truth just now? Linzhou, Xicheng. Those were the cities Su Yan had fought bloody battles for, reclaiming inch by inch from the Changyong. Now she had personally handed them away. The Minister of War continued, Your Majesty, it was because of the Regent King that the border held those beasts in check. Now news of the Regent King's imprisonment has somehow spread. They seem to have been waiting for this opportunity. Now the Changyong are unstoppable. Without the Regent King at the border, I'm afraid. Enough. It's impossible that Great Zhou has no one else to use besides Su Yang. She refused to believe that such a vast country had only Su Yang available. He was just a roguish martial artist who had achieved some military merit. The hundreds of thousands of troops at the border, anyone could take that position. Su Yang was just lucky. It's not that he is indispensable. The Minister of War thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, there is another who could do it. Who? Gu Mingyan asked, a glint of surprise in her eyes. She knew that Great Zhou was full of talent. How could there be only Su Yang? Su Lan. She was once a general alongside the Regent King. She must have learned from him. She should be able to hold them off for a while. As for the Regent King, perhaps let him atone for his crimes by performing meritorious deeds. Gu Mingyan's face darkened. She had already killed Su Lan and Su Yang was in the imperial prison. How could she lower herself to beg Su Yang? I refuse to believe that there is no one in this Great Zhou dynasty I can rely on. As Gu Mingyan was fretting, Pei Qingyue entered the imperial study. The ministers of war and revenue greeted him. They informed Pei Qingyue of the urgent border crisis. Pei Qingyue was also shocked. He had finally managed to frame Su Yang, releasing him now would undo all his efforts. His expression turned grim. Though skilled in political machinations and slander, he was no match for the true onslaught of warhorses and blades. Suddenly he recalled that a relative from his uncle's branch was also stationed at the border, a mid-ranking officer. Your Majesty, do you remember Pei Wu from my uncle's line? He is 30 now and a deputy general in the Northern Army with many battlefield achievements. Why not give him a chance? You mean Pei Wu? I remember him, quite capable. I will draft an edict immediately and send it to the border. Gu Mingyan felt a surge of delight. She knew the Great Zhou dynasty was full of talent. How could Su Yang be the only one? Ridiculous. The ministers of war and revenue dared not voice their objections. They knew of Pei Wu, he was nothing more than an armchair strategist. How could he possibly hold off the joint wolf-like armies of the Changyong and A-Yue? He had merely stolen military merits from others thanks to his connection to Premier Pei. The emperor was kept in the dark, but they knew the truth. The 500,000 troops of the Northern Army could not be handed over to him, otherwise all would be lost. The two exchanged a glance. It seemed they had to seek out Su Yang after all. He was the only one who could save the Great Zhou dynasty. They tactfully took their leave, leaving only Pei Qingyue and Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan gazed tenderly at Pei Qingyue. A-Yue, I am glad I have you. But Pei Qingyue grew anxious, his eyes burning as he looked at her. Your Majesty, about the consummation. May I serve you tonight? He didn't want the bird in hand to fly away, he had to seize the chance quickly. Gu Mingyan did not rebuke him. Wait a bit longer. The southern flood relief is still unresolved and war has broken out. I really cannot focus on other matters. Pei Qingyue didn't know if she was making excuses or if her heart still belonged to Su Yang. But he knew this was not the time to be impatient. He said understandingly, as you wish, Your Majesty. Then, to test Gu Mingyan's attitude toward Premier Pei, he as his son needed to know clearly. Your Majesty, my father is old and incompetent. I also feel guilty for not handling matters well and causing trouble for you. His demeanor stirred some guilt in Gu Mingyan. She had avoided him these past days partly because of Premier Pei. She hadn't expected him to think this way, always putting her first. A-Yue, don't blame yourself. It was indeed your father's fault. I have already punished him. You are always so kind and gentle, I certainly won't take it out on you. Pei Qingyue excitedly took Gu Mingyan's hand, his gaze tender. Meanwhile, Su Yang was in the imperial prison when an edict from Gu Mingyan arrived. The eunuch read aloud the Prince Regent Su Yang, arrogant in his achievements, defying imperial authority, colluding with foreign tribes and betraying the state, sentenced to execution in 10 days. Accept the decree, Prince Regent. The eunuch looked at the once high-spirited regent, now reduced to this state, and sighed. I accept the decree. Eunuch, I can't get up. Let it be. Su Yang laughed bitterly. His body was ruined. Wielding a sword again was a luxury beyond reach. Then I shall return to report. The eunuch said nothing more. This was not his concern. Pinching his nose in disgust, he left. Su Yang continued to lie slumped, his gaze deathly still as he stared at the ceiling. A rat scurried back and forth near his feet. He had not eaten for 2 days nor had a drop of water. The broken bowl at his feet was filled with dirty water. He didn't know if this was on Pei Qingyu's or Gu Mingyan's orders, or if it was simply the standard treatment in the imperial prison. System, if I die early, can I return to Blue Star ahead of time? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Yes, but if you die early without leaving through the channel I've opened, your soul might be incomplete, what you call stupidity. Host, hold on, there are still 15 days left. Only now did he understand what it meant for a day to feel like a year. These 10-odd days were harder to endure than the decades he had spent here. Su Yang sighed. The greatest sorrow was greater than the death of heart, which was probably how he felt now. Just then 2 figures entered the prison. As long as they weren't breaking anyone out, anyone with some rank could enter. It was the ministers of war and revenue. The moment they saw Su Yang, they knelt. The jailer was startled. Had they truly offended the Prince Regent? All of you leave. We have urgent military matters to discuss with the Prince Regent. The jailers withdrew. Seeing Su Yang's condition, they wiped cold sweat from their brows. Who had beaten him so severely? Could it be the Empress Dowager's order? The great Zhou dynasty's female emperor treated a loyal and capable minister, her own king consort, so cruelly and now expected him to fight for the dynasty. Only then did the two notice the broken bowl at Su Yang's feet. Enraged, they exclaimed, these scoundrels! How dare they treat the Prince Regent so harshly? The Minister of Revenue understandably left and returned shortly with a food box and the keys to the prison. They helped Su Yang upset out the food and said respectfully, Prince Regent, we hope you can set aside past grievances and protect the people of Great Zhou once more. Let the Prince Regent eat first and recover his strength. The Minister of War glared at the Minister of Revenue, who quickly fell silent. It was too impatient to ask for a favor so hastily. Su Yang slowly lifted his eyelids and glanced at them. Then I won't stand on ceremony. But am too weak to get up. How could we trouble the Prince Regent? Allow us to serve you your meal. The two slowly fed Su Yang. After he ate, he felt somewhat restored. Tell me, what's the matter? The two exchanged a glance, knelt again without regard for the filth, and said, we beg the Prince Regent to act and save Great Zhou. What's wrong? You mean the border crisis. I already sent Su Lan to the border. She should have arrived by now. If only they had prepared in advance, the Qianyang wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Before Su Yang could finish, he realized something was wrong. Where is Su Lan? The two lowered their heads even further. Prince Regent, please calm your anger. General Su. Her whereabouts are unknown. We have sent men to search along the route, but so far there is no news. Now Linzhou and Xicheng have fallen. Today an urgent dispatch from 800 Li reports the border is in peril. Prince Regent, this was discussed at court before. We didn't believe you and didn't take precautions. Now the enemy army is closing in. Please, for the sake of the people of Great Zhou, act. Su Yang was filled with doubt. Had Su Lan already reached the border and been captured? How could she be so careless? If she was captured, she might still be alive. He hadn't anticipated that the enemy had already breached 2 cities with such swiftness. Su Yang looked at the 2 men and said, you see the state I'm in now. Not only was he wounded, but he was also held captive. It would be difficult for him to even leave. He too wanted to go out and rescue Su Lan. The Minister of Revenue said, your subject will unite the officials to plead with His Majesty. The Regent has always been devoted to Great Zhou. How could he possibly betray it? Indeed, His Majesty has been blinded by petty men. Now they want Pei Wu to take command of the Northern Army. Su Yang's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered this Pei Wu. During a previous campaign, his insubordination had led to the deaths of thousands of soldiers. Had he not been Premier Pei's nephew, the late emperor would not have issued a special edict pardoning his crimes. For anyone else, that battle would have been their end. He would have used the man's blood to consecrate the banners and honor the fallen warriors. To entrust such an insubordinate, utterly foolish man with the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, how could Gu Mingyan give him such a weighty responsibility? Absurd. A tyrant indeed. This was the Empress of Great Zhou he had loyally supported onto the dragon throne for so many years. This was the woman he had protected and cherished all this time. Not only did she suspect him of adultery and treason, but she also humiliated him, allowed A-Yue to torture him, and now decreed his death. She could have investigated the truth, yet she chose not to. Clearly she wanted him dead. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. After all these years his devotion had been in vain. The two men at a loss heard Su Yang say slowly, "She has already issued the decree, execution in 10 days. The two were shocked. How could His Majesty be so foolish? Did she truly believe A-Yue could defend Great Zhou? The regent had guarded the border for years without incident, forcing the Qianyong to retreat 1,000 li from Great Zhou's front lines. But now, soon after his return, his military seal was confiscated, his title stripped, and now even his life was at stake. No, they had to persuade His Majesty. Let His Majesty revoke the order and summon the regent back to action. The regent had done so much for His Majesty and for Great Zhou. This was his home. He would never stand idly by. The two men did not press Su Yang further. They bowed respectfully and took their leave, tossing a few silver ingots to the jailer. "Take good care of the regent or you'll lose your head." The head jailer nodded obsequiously. None of these people were to be trifled with. But at least this one had given him silver. He weighed the coins in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He now regarded Su Yang with even greater respect. Su Yang was no longer in a hurry. If Su Lan had been captured and the pass had not been breached, she was likely safe. The cities within the pass were not so easily taken. Moreover, that A-Yue would soon reveal his incompetence. But his injuries were severe. The next morning at court, Premier Pei and his faction of officials continued to attack Su Yang, afraid that Gu Mingyan might change her mind. Gu Mingyan, growing impatient, brought up the urgent border crisis. The hall fell into dead silence. Those who had been attacking Su Yang went quiet. Only the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of War, and a few generals still in court spoke up for him. One old general, A-Yue Gong, stepped forward abruptly, his voice booming, "Your Majesty, the Qianyong are coming with overwhelming force. Only the regent can stop them. The regent may have overstepped at times, but treason. This old minister dares to stake his head on it. The regent could never commit treason. If he had betrayed us, why would he have held the border for so many years? I beg your Majesty to release him immediately and let him redeem himself through service." But Premier Pei rushed to object. "Your Majesty, I disagree. Su Yang's crime of treason is not yet proven and he has shown disrespect to your Majesty. If we let him go now, we may never reclaim the military seal. Great Zhou would be turned upside down." Another minister trembled as he spoke. "But who else in Great Zhou can stop the Qianjiang's iron cavalry? Do we sit by and watch our territory fall?" Gu Mingyan snapped. "Enough. Great Zhou is not just Su Yang. I have already sent someone to the border appointing A-Yue to command the Northern Army." The court erupted in murmurs. A-Yue? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Pei. Is he a relative of Premier Pei? Only the generals and Premier Pei knew the truth. Led by the old general A-Yue Gong, the military officials all objected. "Your Majesty, that man must not be used." Gu Mingyan flew into a rage. "Do you even respect my authority? I will not be taught how to rule. He became a deputy general, he must have some skill. I don't need you to tell me how to govern." Gu Mingyan sat rigidly on the dragon throne, her fingers icy. She knew these old ministers were not disloyal. It was precisely their loyalty that made them risk her wrath to speak for the imprisoned man. They trusted not her, the young empress, but the regent who had led them to countless victories on the battlefield. "The evidence is conclusive. General A-Yue, are you asking me to be partial?" Gu Mingyan's voice was cold as ice. "Do you all see me as a tyrant who heeds slander and murders the loyal?" The court fell into a profound silence, a silence more oppressive than any argument. The old general A-Yue Gong and the other generals said no more, and even the ministers of war and revenue were troubled. They had hoped to persuade the empress, but she was truly a tyrant. Gu Mingyan waved her hand and the officials knelt. "Court is dismissed." With a loud announcement, Gu Mingyan departed and the officials swiftly left. The ministers of war and revenue told the old general A-Yue Gong and the other generals about their meeting with Su Yang. Learning that the empress had already decreed Su Yang's execution without fully investigating the truth, their faces darkened. The empress had gone too far. Old General A-Yue Gong thundered, "This tyrant! But Great Zhou cannot fall. I will head to the border immediately. We've already lost Linzhou and Xicheng, the cities inside the pass must not be lost. That A-Yue is a fool, he cannot lead hundreds of thousands of soldiers to their deaths." The others bowed respectfully. "Then we entrust this to you, old general." A-Yue Gong went to Gu Mingyan's study to request permission to go to the border. Gu Mingyan, troubled, asked, "General, what brings you here?" A-Yue Gong made a deep bow, then slowly straightened. Though over 60 his back was as straight as a pine. Your Majesty, I request permission to go to the border. His voice boomed like a bell through the silent study. This old minister may not be as valiant or brilliant as the regent, but I have experience. At this critical moment for Great Zhou we must defend it with our lives. Gu Mingyan set down her vermilion brush. Her eyes flickered. She noticed the unnatural pause when the old general mentioned Su Yang, as if every word carried weight. You are truly a pillar of my reign, she said slowly as she rose. The bright yellow dragon robe shimmered with golden threads in the candlelight. I approve. But you are advanced in years, so you shall serve as deputy commander. Do not join the front lines, steady the troops from the rear and offer strategies. She paced to the imperial desk. I grant you authority to act independently of Pei Wu. Command 100,000 elite troops at your discretion. Depart tomorrow. Your subject accepts the decree. Yu Qigong knelt on one knee. Not until the old general's heavy footsteps faded beyond the palace gates did Gu Mingyan slowly sink back into her throne. Her fingers unconsciously traced the pile of memorials on the desk, most of them subtly alluded to the regent's military achievements and pleaded for him to redeem himself. The candles in the hall crackled, casting shifting shadows across her obscure expression. Su Yang. She whispered the name as if grinding it between her teeth. I refuse to believe Great Zhou cannot survive without you. Outside the window the moonlight was cold. She recalled that during the morning court the official's first reaction was always let the regent decide. Even now when Yu Qigong requested to go to war he deliberately mentioned that man's name. Gu Mingyan clenched her fist abruptly, her nails digging deep into her palm. I will prove to the world, she murmured to the empty hall, her voice unwavering with resolve, that I am the true emperor of Great Zhou, a wise ruler. As the last word fell she reached for the topmost memorial and without hesitation cast it into the brazier beside her. I am not the empress who needs to hide behind a brute like you. Gu Mingyan, her heart in turmoil, dismissed her attendants and walked alone toward the dark forbidding structure deep within the palace, the imperial prison. The air thick with dampness, rot and the scent of rust assaulted her senses. She descended the stone steps step by step, her magnificent dragon robe clashing starkly with the surroundings. At the lowest level before a solitary cell she halted. Su Yang was not as disheveled as an ordinary prisoner. He wore a clean white prison garment, though it was now stained with blood. He sat quietly against the wall, eyes closed in repose. Even in captivity the aura around him, steady as a mountain, sharp as a sword, remained undiminished. Hearing footsteps he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes which once struck fear into enemy armies now gazed calmly at Gu Mingyan beyond the cell door, without joy, without sorrow and without fear. Your Majesty graces me with your presence. Have you come to see me off on my final journey? Su Yang spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse yet still carrying a unique magnetism. Gu Mingyan's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand. She had anticipated his anger, his protests, his pleas, just like the last time when he would claim he was wronged. But she had never expected such indifferent calm. Su Yang, she forced herself to meet his gaze, her voice cold and hard. Do you know your crimes? A faint fleeting curve seemed to tug at the corner of Su Yang's lips. If your Majesty says I am guilty, then guilty I am. After all, has your Majesty not already made up your mind? Execution in 10 days. This indifferent tone, this submissive reply struck Gu Mingyan like a slap across the face. She would have preferred a fierce rebuttal, only then could she steel herself in her resolve. Do you resent me? She stepped forward, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Resent me for moving against you, the all-powerful regent who has also betrayed the state to the enemy? I dare not. Su Yang lowered his eyes, gazing at the heavy shackles on his wrists. Times changed. Su Yang raised his eyes, his gaze piercing, meeting hers directly. Your Majesty is no longer a princess in need of protection, but an emperor who holds the reins of power. To establish your authority, to reclaim control, I understand. But this charge of treason, please your Majesty, do not let it chill the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed at the border, nor shake the foundation of the Great Zhou. He believed that if she would only investigate she would surely find some clues. But she was driving him to the brink of death. His words like a precise dagger peeled away all her lofty justifications, pointing directly at the truest intent hidden beneath the label of treason, the struggle for power and the unacknowledged sense of inferiority and fear she felt in the shadow of his brilliant achievements. Silence. Gu Mingyan cut him off sharply, her breath rapid. Do not try to sway me with old sentiments. I saw with my own eyes you and the Princess of Dakian, and you even fled the wedding, all to leave the Great Zhou. Su Yang looked at her quietly for a moment, his gaze as if it could pierce through her soul and see the intimidation behind her bluster. He sighed softly, offering no further argument, only murmuring, Your Majesty, the invasion of Qianyong this time, its timing is suspicious, its assault fierce, it is no ordinary event. There may be upheaval within the court. Should matters become untenable, I implore your Majesty to prioritize the kingdom and the people. Moreover, I did not flee the wedding. That day at the palace I presented my resignation memorial. Your Majesty was occupied with consort Pei's intimacy and did not read it. His words held no intention to exonerate himself, instead they warned her of the perilous situation. At this moment he still thought of the great Zhou's safety. Or perhaps of her. He hadn't fled the wedding. He had resigned. Gu Mingyan's heart quaked violently, a tempest of inexplicable anger and bitterness surging within her. How could he remain so calm? How could he still adopt this posture of a loyal minister? Did he not know that the more he did so the more he made her appear petty, blind to loyalty, a foolish ruler? Enough! She almost screamed, stepping back as if to escape his too penetrating gaze. Su Yang, stay here and watch. Watch how I quell these Qiangyang barbarians. Watch how the great Zhou will not fall without you. With that she turned abruptly, her bright yellow robe sweeping in a sharp arc, and fled the prison as if escaping. Behind her Su Yang closed his eyes again and a barely audible sigh escaped him. When Gu Mingyan returned to her bedchamber, her breathing was still unsteady. She strode directly to the bookshelf in the corner of the imperial study, her fingertips brushing past rows of memorials, her movements so hasty she nearly toppled a blue and white porcelain vase beside her. Where is it? That memorial. The candle flame flickered with her movements, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A eunuch beside her cautiously stepped forward. Your Majesty, what are you searching for? Gu Mingyan froze, suddenly recalling that after the regent had left that day she had tossed the memorial aside in her agitation. At the time she only wanted it out of sight. Who would have thought now? A memorial from a few days ago, the one the regent brought to the palace. This servant knows it, the eunuch replied with deferential eyes. Seeing Your Majesty had left it on the desk, I stored it away. It is on the second shelf, first row. Gu Mingyan reached out as instructed and indeed touched a booklet of different texture from the other memorials. She pulled it out and the familiar scent of ink greeted her. It was the very one he had handed to her that day. She took a deep breath and unfolded the memorial. The familiar handwriting came into view, each character as steady and dignified as he had always been. But the words that followed made her freeze in place, her fingertips instantly cold. It read directly, I, your subject, wish to resign my post and retire to the countryside. My talents are humble, my learning shallow, and I am unworthy of Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to revoke the title of Prince Consort. I shall ever pray for Your Majesty, wishing the sacred dynasty eternal stability and the realm peace. Each word was like a needle dipped in ice, piercing her heart. She remembered the unfathomable look in his eyes when he presented the memorial, the slight tightening of his thin lips, the unusually straight back as he bowed and withdrew. So even then he had already made his decision. A fine unworthy, she murmured, her knuckles white from the force of her grip. The memorial trembled slightly in her hand. A candle wick crackled, the sound starkly clear in the silent chamber. The eunuch sensed the violent shift in her aura, not just anger but a turmoil of shock and regret. He held his breath, bowing his head, not daring to make a sound. Gu Mingyan's hand fell limp and the memorial landed with a soft thud on the floor. She finally understood that what he had handed over was not a simple resignation. He had returned his power, his status, the honor of Prince Consort, and all the bonds and ties between them over the years. In the most dignified and decisive manner he told her he wanted none of it. He no longer wanted her nor her kingdom. Su Yang, she whispered his name, her voice trembling in a way she did not recognize. Unprecedented panic seized her heart, more intense than when she faced enemy swords years ago. No. Memories surged like a relentless tide, drowning her in a nightmare from which she could not awaken. That day the rebel army stormed the imperial city, flames painting half the sky crimson and the air reeked of blood. She huddled in a corner of the Pei family's secret chamber, trembling as the clashing of blades and anguished cries echoed outside, silently praying for her own safety. Just when she thought death was certain, the chamber door was violently flung open. Su Yang stood at the threshold, drenched in blood, his armor shattered, his face smeared with gore that might have been anyone's, yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. Yenerim here, he rasped, his voice hoarse but unwavering. That night he carved a path of survival for her through a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. She leaned against his broad warm back, feeling the steady strength that was her only anchor in that turbulent world. Each step he took was firm, as if afraid to startle the person he carried. Don't be afraid, he whispered. Your subject is here. After her ascension the court was in turmoil, with powerful families watching covetously. It was he who wielded an iron fist to purge the court and stabilize her tottering empire. She still remembered that rainy night when he knelt on the cold golden bricks of the imperial study, rainwater dripping from his hair. His voice was clear and resolute. Your subject is willing to be the sword in Your Majesty's hand to clear away all thorns. Back then how could they have imagined this day would come? But when did things begin to change between them? Perhaps it started with meeting A-Yue, the benefactor who had sheltered her in her darkest hour, yet now became an insurmountable chasm between them. Your Majesty, he had once stood below the steps, eyes blazing. A-Yue is far from the simple man he appears. She understood his concerns, but A-Yue had saved her life. That night, had he not risked everything to hide her in the Pei family's secret chamber, she would never have survived until Su Yang arrived. She had explained countless times that Pei Qingyue was merely a benefactor and her kindness toward him was only repayment. "I know what I'm doing," she always replied. She thought he understood. Even when he repeatedly targeted Pei Qingyue, even publicly refuting the Pei family's proposals in court, she never truly punished him, believing this was the utmost leniency she could offer. But now looking back, perhaps it was precisely the self-righteous leniency that drove them to an irreparable point. He left without a word, fleeing their betrothal, submitted his resignation, determined to abandon the court, and now came news of his meeting with the Princess of Qian, accusations of treason, and that secret letter. Each incident drove them further apart. She suddenly let out a low, bitter laugh, the sound eerily desolate in the empty hall. "Su Yang, are you trying to force me to bow my head?" she murmured. "To admit I am a tyrannical ruler, blind to right and wrong, and have wronged you?" Her heart ached as if being torn apart. She pressed a hand to her chest where something seemed to be wrenching violently. Just then the heavy hall door was gently pushed open by an attendant, and Pei Qingyue's figure appeared in the interplay of light and shadow. He was dressed in a plain moon-white robe today. "Your Majesty, may you enjoy boundless peace," he bowed. Gu Mingyan, listless, said, "A-Yue, you're here. Be seated." The attendants hurriedly brought a brocade stool, but Pei Qingyue did not sit immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, his gaze falling on the faint furrow between her brows. "Is your Majesty worried about the border situation?" When she remained silent, he continued, "Your servant suggests releasing the Regent King from the heavenly prison and ordering him to atone for his crimes through merit. Over the years he has rendered great service to the Great Zhou and enjoys high prestige in the military. With the border in crisis, perhaps only he can go personally to stabilize the army's morale." Gu Mingyan finally looked up at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "I thought you would hate him." Her voice was soft but probing. "He not only took away your favor but also treated you so cruelly." She couldn't help recalling that scene in the heavenly prison, Su Yang chained to the torture rack, Pei Qingyue standing before him holding a red-hot branding iron. Had she not arrived in time, the iron would have seared Su Yang's flesh. "I wouldn't call it hatred," Pei Qingyue said, lowering his eyelids to mask his emotions. "I am merely a little jealous." He gave a bitter smile so fragile it seemed it could shatter at a touch. "Jealous that he received all of your Majesty's affection yet did not know how to cherish it." Suddenly he lifted the hem of his robe and knelt. "On the day of the wedding he made your Majesty a laughingstock. Overwhelmed by indignation, I took it upon myself to administer punishment. I beg your Majesty to punish me." Pei Qingyue had no choice but to retreat in order to advance. He knew that under the current circumstances, only by letting Su Yang out to resolve the border conflict could things be salvaged. "A-Yue," she finally spoke, her voice unreadable, "you were always so understanding, so considerate of the bigger picture." She leaned forward slightly, looking at him with deep sympathy. "A-Yue, I have said that once these matters are settled I will consummate our marriage and grant you a child." Then she thought of the rumors among the people, the minister's trust in Su Yang, his prestige in the military, and his words in the prison. She could not lose. She must not bow her head. This Great Zhou did not belong to Su Yang alone. Her voice suddenly turned cold as if laced with ice. "Do you realize that if he atones through merit and returns with military glory, how many in this court will still remember that I am the sovereign? That is precisely why I cannot easily let the Regent King leave the heavenly prison. I refuse to believe that my Great Zhou has no one else but him. Enough, you may withdraw. I have state affairs to attend to. I will come to you when I am done." Gu Mingyan waved her hand, showing little emotion. She felt no romantic attachment to Pei Qingyue, only gratitude for saving her life. Previously she had merely used him to provoke Su Yang. In just 3 short days the situation changed dramatically. When the blood-stained, fire-scorched urgent battle report was presented by a trembling attendant, Gu Mingyan was having breakfast. The exquisite glass lamp shattered on the floor, the sound piercing, and she could no longer feign composure. "Shuafeng City. Lost. General Yuqi. Died for the nation." She read the words aloud, each one seeming squeezed through clenched teeth. The report clearly stated that Yuqi Gong had not fallen on the battlefield. During a crucial defensive battle, the Deputy General Pei Wu, claiming to act on the Emperor's decree, had forced Yuqi Gong to guard the rear supply lines. Due to a miscalculation, the old general perished. Afterward, Pei Wu diverted the troops, leading to the fall of Shuafeng City. With Shuafeng breached, the 2 cities behind were left vulnerable, their gates wide open, and the Changyang cavalry could reach the capital in a matter of days. Pei Wu. How dare he deceive the throne? Such a fool dares to call himself a general. Gu Mingyan sprang to her feet, her vision going dark, barely able to stand. The court was plunged into a doomsday panic. The officials led by Prime Minister Pei, who had previously advocated for harsh punishment of Su Yang and praised the Empress' sage rule, now stood pale-faced, silent as cicadas in winter. The elder statesman who had pleaded for Su Yang, though not speaking directly, cast looks of sorrow and implicit blame that made Gu Mingyan feel more uneasy than any sharp words could. Prime Minister Pei, this man is your clan's own kin. What do you have to say? And do not forget it was your fine son's secondary consort Pei who personally recommended him to me. Whoosh. At these words the entire hall fell into stunned silence, the previous clamor of discussion dying down. How could they have forgotten this layer? That Pei Qingyue, the side consort Pei, occasionally meddled in state affairs favored by His Majesty. What did he know of military and political matters? Nothing but hollow words and flattery meant to please the sovereign. But he could whisper in the emperor's ear at night. Several generals who had vehemently opposed this matter along with the 2 ministers of war and revenue now wore expressions of utter dismay. They recalled how in the court they had laid bare the dangers, arguing that such frivolous individuals were unfit for heavy responsibilities. Yet the emperor, swayed by the side consort's recommendation, had stubbornly persisted. And now disaster had indeed struck. For a moment every gaze converged upon Prime Minister Pei. Prime Minister Pei's hand trembled almost imperceptibly, but his voice remained unerringly steady. Your old servant has failed to discipline my son, failed to restrain my clan, leading to this grave error. The guilt is inescapable. I beg your majesty to punish me along with him. He offered no defense, no evasion, shouldering all the blame onto himself and his son. This seemingly penitent confession was like a soft knife aimed precisely at the heart of the young empress upon the dragon throne. He was reminding the entire court, and more pointedly Gu Mingyan, that the final decision to appoint the man rested with her. Prime Minister, the lapse of failing to discipline your son shall be addressed later. She deliberately glossed over the most sensitive, most central issue of pillow talk, forcibly severing the link between failing to teach and failing to appoint. Without waiting for anyone to react, her voice rose sharply, carrying the imperious majesty of a sovereign like a thunderclap echoing in the silent hall. The pressing matter now is to deal with Su Yang, to respond to the imminent crisis at the border. She had to wrench everyone's attention away from the harem, from the Pei clan, from her own possible missteps, and force it back to affairs of state. Your Majesty, with the nation in peril and the army's morale shattered at this moment, only recalling the Regent King can stabilize the situation. I beseech your Majesty to temporarily pardon his crimes and allow him to redeem himself through merit. The Minister of Revenue's words struck Gu Mingyan's heart like a hammer. We implore your Majesty's wise decision. The chorus of officials' endorsements surged like a tide, engulfing her. Those bowed heads, seemingly respectful, were in fact using the nation's survival to pressure her into submission. She looked down at the assembled civil and military officials, and finally, through tightly pressed vermilion lips, she forced out a single word. Granted. The distant chimes marking the end of court were grating to her ears. After the session she wandered in a daze, utterly lost, toward the imperial prison. In the dim cell Su Yang lay still, his face pale as paper, as if all vitality had ebbed away with that desperate headlong collision. Gu Mingyan waved her hand, dismissing all the jailers. In the empty cell only her heavy breathing and his faint, barely perceptible breath remained. She approached step by step, each footfall feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Icy shackles bound his wrists and ankles. Through the torn prison garb, crisscrossing whip scars and fresh wounds were visible. And on the wall a patch of dried, darkened blood was a shocking sight. Had he been so gravely wounded? Why hadn't she noticed before? She slowly crouched down, the hem of her magnificent dragon robe trailing on the filthy floor. Her trembling hand reached out, wanting to touch the wound on his forehead, but just as her fingertips were about to make contact she snatched it back as if burned. She dared not. Su Yang. She began, her voice hoarse and choked with unprecedented emotion, carrying a panic and fragility she herself had not realized. The border. An urgent dispatch of 800 Li Shuofeng City has fallen as well. As if stirred by her voice, Su Yang's eyelashes fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes that once mirrored the stars and vast seas now held only a desolate gray. He looked at her without resentment, without agitation, only a dead calm. Your Majesty, his voice was weak and hoarse, what does your Majesty wish your subject to do? I need you, she blurted out, covering her inner turmoil with her usual commanding tone. The Great Zhou needs you too. You must go to the border and stabilize the army's morale. Hearing her words, Su Yang gave a bitter smile filled with boundless irony and desolation. Need? Your Majesty, are you saying you need a prisoner who has been personally convicted by your Majesty of treason and collusion with the enemy? He moved his body with difficulty, raising his wrist, bloody and raw from the heavy shackles. The clanking of the chains was jarringly loud in the dead silence of the cell. His prison clothes were also stained a ghastly red. How can your Majesty expect the border soldiers to obey the orders of a convict? He paused, his gaze sweeping over his legs, which were temporarily unable to move freely, his voice laced with bone-deep exhaustion and surrender. Moreover, your subject is now but a cripple. It takes all my strength just to stand. How can I again wield a sword for your Majesty, fight the enemy and gallop across the battlefield? Only then did Gu Mingyan feel regret. How can this be? You've survived so many dangers on the battlefield before, these are just minor flesh wounds. Her voice grew softer and she dared not meet Su Yang's calm, unwavering eyes. She dared not admit that these wounds were inflicted by Pei Qingyue with her tacit approval. At that time she had been blinded by anger. She had thought he would always forgive her as he had countless times before. But now he lay there barely recognizable as the man he once was. I am to be executed in 5 days, am I not? Su Yang looked up at her and asked, his voice frighteningly calm. He would finally be free. Death would allow him to leave early. He had already negotiated with the system. If he died unexpectedly, his spirit might be severely damaged upon returning to Blue Star, but if he gave up half of his points, he could preserve his sanity. After returning, the 100 million in cash would also be halved, but that was still more money than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. If he left through the passage opened by the system, he would have to wait 10 days. 10 days, enough time to handle the border crisis. I will not let you die. Gu Mingyan grabbed his arm fiercely. Su Yang found it somewhat amusing. She was the one who had distrusted him, the one who had wanted to take multiple consorts, the one who had wanted him dead. He had tried to dissuade her before, to no avail. Now that things had come to this, what was the meaning of her expression? He knew she wasn't feeling remorse for him, but fear of becoming the sinner of the Great Zhou, fear of being the monarch who lost the kingdom. There must be a way. I remember you used to gather herbs. The medicine you brought back once cured me when I was gravely ill. The imperial physician said that herb had miraculous effects. I'll summon them now and have you healed. Guards! Fetch the imperial physician, she almost screamed. Soon the physicians filed in, kneeling in terror across the floor. After tremblingly taking his pulse, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute prostrated himself. Your Majesty, the Regent King's wounds are infected and there are residual toxins. Moreover, he has long been afflicted with a pent-up heart. His time may be short. And his current state of mind. The head physician wanted to say that Su Yang seemed to have little will to live, but he dared not, for the Empress' eyes at that moment were murderous. Gu Mingyan demanded harshly, what about that elixir pill from before? Are you trying to keep it for yourselves? The physicians kowtowed repeatedly. The head physician stammered, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? When the Regent King and the side consort Pei were both injured, it was Your Majesty who ordered me to administer it to the side consort. Is it me? Gu Mingyan murmured, pointing at herself. It was she who had cut off Great Zhou's retreat. She was the sinner of Great Zhou. She shouted at the imperial physician like a madwoman, Cure Su Yang or I'll have you buried alive with him. Your Majesty, forgive me. The imperial physicians kowtowed in unison. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but that they were incapable. The chief imperial physician's murky eyes shifted and finally he spoke tremulously, Your Majesty, I have a method. Since that pill had such miraculous effects, presumably the heart's blood of the one who consumed it could also. His voice trailed off as he prostrated himself. He dared not utter the rest of his words, for the man was the one cherished in the emperor's heart. It was not his place to decide. Gu Mingyan froze, then looked at Su Yang. Wait for me. The two words were cast with resolute force, echoing through the empty dungeon. The chief imperial physician staggered to follow the emperor's swift steps. Inside Shuyun Hall, the incense smoke was warm and soothing. Pei Qingyue was reclining on a soft couch taking a nap. Suddenly the bead curtain clattered. He looked up to see Gu Mingyan approaching with a blade in hand. The edge glinted with the candlelight, carrying a chilling coldness. What does Your Majesty seek from your servant? His Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze clung to the curved blade like a bird entangled by a viper. Gu Mingyan leaned over her shadow, completely enveloping Pei Qingyue. The Pei Wu you recommended has suffered a crushing defeat. Shuofeng City is lost. She traced her fingers along the back of the blade, her voice dropping to a whisper. Now only Su Yang can turn the tide. The pill was given to you before, now your heart's blood can cure his symptoms. Pei Qingyue's pupils contracted sharply. She wanted to use his heart's blood to cure Su Yang. A-Yue, bear with it. Her icy fingers brushed over his trembling eyelids. It will be over soon. Several palace attendants pinned Pei Qingyue down. She held a jade bowl in one trembling hand as she approached him. Your Majesty, mercy. A shrill wail pierced the hall. A-Yue, bear with it. Once this is over, I will not hold your father's matter against the Pei family. And I will also protect you from the consequences of your attack on Su Yang. Don't be afraid, it's just a few drops of your heart's blood. Pei Qingyue's face turned deathly pale and a warm dampness spread beneath him. He had lost control of his bladder. Gu Mingyan frowned but handed the blade to the eunuch beside her. You do it. Be precise, don't hurt A-Yue. She turned her back. The dull thud of the blade cutting through flesh came from behind, accompanied by Pei Qingyue's agonized cries. Gu Mingyan stared at the drizzling rain outside the hall. Pei Qingyue saw the blade stab fiercely into his heart. The blood flowed and the pain nearly convulsed him. The blood continued to flow. It took half an incense stick's time to fill half a bowl. Enough. The chief imperial physician looked at the dark red liquid swaying in the jade bowl, then glanced at Pei Qingyue, who had already fainted. He sighed, what a sin. Only then did Gu Mingyan turn around gazing at Pei Qingyu's pale face. With a mixture of heartache and guilt she said, Physician Jiang, you must heal him thoroughly. Don't leave any lingering effects. A-Yue has a weak constitution. If it weren't for Su Yang. She abruptly stopped herself. There was no need to explain. She was the sovereign, everything she did was right. The chief imperial physician felt Pei Qingyu's pulse for a moment, then bowed. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Rest assured, your majesty. Although consort Pei has suffered a loss of vitality, fortunately the blade avoided the heart vessels. With a few months of recuperation he will be fine. Gu Mingyan nodded lightly. The two returned to the dungeon. We're back. Su Yang looked at the jade bowl in her hand. The glaring scarlet made him sneer. Didn't you say Pei Qingyue was your benefactor? And this is how you treat him? Once Pei Qingyue was cherished as a treasure in her eyes while Su Yang was worthless. Now to save him she actually dared to extract the heart's blood of this benefactor. Gu Mingyan was stunned, then forced herself to calm down. A-Yue volunteered. But her shifting gaze betrayed her guilt. I said I would cure you. Without my permission you can't die. Her voice suddenly softened. Su Yang, this is also your home. You don't want Great Zhou to fall and the people to be displaced, do you? I am begging you, can you? Such a humble tone made Su Yang freeze. She could beg. But she was right, this was also his home and he still had to save Su Lan. Su Yang looked at the bowl of blood and indescribable nausea surged in his heart. Gu Mingyan urged, hurry and drink it. After a moment's thought Su Yang turned his face away. It's not that serious. Bandage me, you'll recover in a few days. Gu Mingyan wanted to persuade him further, but Su Yang's gaze stopped her. She turned to the physician. Physician Jiang, how long will it take? But time waits for no one, the border situation is dire. Then we'll set off immediately and recover on the way, Su Yang said calmly. Given my current state it will take about 2 days to reach the border. Gu Mingyan suddenly straightened her back, a long-lost flame igniting in her eyes. As the Empress of Great Zhou I cannot rely solely on. I will lead the campaign personally and fight alongside the Regent Prince. In her heart she still harbored an unshakable affection for Su Yang. Having gone through so much she not only regretted how she had treated him in the past but also yearned to mend their relationship. Moreover, she could not become the eternal sinner of Great Zhou. Su Yang, her voice was soft yet firm. I was wrong. The dim light of the dungeon fell upon her face. In those phoenix eyes that had once brimmed with arrogance there was now only sincerity and regret. At this moment she was not the lofty empress but an ordinary woman desperate to make amends. Su Yang merely glanced at Gu Mingyan indifferently. In his calm, unruffled gaze there was no trace of past affection, only detachment. Your Majesty, let's go. Gu Mingyan froze. He would not forgive her. She had only made a small mistake. He had once promised to protect her for life. Gu Mingyan clenched her fists and followed Su Yang out of the dungeon. In Shuyun Hall Pei Qingyue had awakened. A piercing pain radiated from his chest. He opened his eyes. The dim candlelight in the hall illuminated the familiar curtains but could not dispel the chill in his heart. He recalled Gu Mingyan's ruthlessness, how she had come to extract his heart's blood to save Su Yang. For Su Yang. He murmured, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed uncontrollably, his vision darkening, yet he clearly remembered her final expression, resolute, cold, even tinged with a hint of disgust. Another violent fit of coughing struck. He instinctively clutched his chest, his fingertips touching the thick bandage. Damn Su Yang. The hall door was pushed open gently. The maid Xiaoyun hurried in, rushing to support his swaying body. Master, you must not be agitated. The physician said the wound is too deep if it reopens. Pei Qingyue grabbed Xiaoyun's arm, his knuckles white from the force. Where is she? Xiaoyun lowered her eyes, silent for a moment, then whispered, Your Majesty took the blood and went to the dungeon to save the Regent Prince. Gu Mingyan, when have I, Pei Qingyue, ever wronged you? He asked himself in his heart. He had done so much and he had once saved her. Gu Mingyan had even personally promised to consummate their marriage and give him a child. Now she was extracting his heart's blood to save the man she had once despised. They all deserved to die. The next morning during the early court session at the Jinluan Hall, Gu Mingyan, seated on the dragon throne, had already changed into a suit of silver armor. Her black hair was tied up high, shedding some of her former coquettishness and gaining a sharpness befitting the battlefield. Her gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the civil and military officials who stood with heads bowed in the hall. Ministers, the border is in peril. Shuafeng City has fallen. The enemy's iron hooves will soon march south. I have made up my mind. I will personally lead the campaign today, and together with the Regent King we will face the national crisis and recover our lost territory. The voice was clear and resonant, echoing through the empty hall. However, in the midst of the silence a trembling voice spoke up, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Everyone turned to look. It was the Minister of Rights. He knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, your person is of utmost value. How can you personally venture into danger? Moreover, the Regent King's body. No, let's temporarily negotiate peace trading space for time. That would be the best policy, your Majesty." Negotiate peace. Gu Mingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice turning cold. How to negotiate peace? Cede territory. Pay indemnities. Impose heavy taxes on the people of Dezhou to fill the bottomless pit of those Changyang. The Minister of Rights bowed low and said reluctantly, "Your Majesty, in times of survival we must adopt expedient measures. If we can preserve the ancestral temples and state of Dezhou, we can endure a temporary humiliation." Enough. My mind is made up. The Regent King is no longer seriously injured. This battle will be won. Gu Mingyan slammed the dragon table abruptly and rose to her feet. The silver armor clashed, producing a resounding clang. She walked down the steps of the throne step by step, came before the Minister of Rights and looked down at him. "My dear Minister, you have studied the classics of sages, learned loyalty and patriotism. Yet now when our nation is in crisis you teach me to surrender without a fight, to hand over the heritage of our ancestors and thousands of miles of rivers and mountains." Her voice was not loud but carried a piercing chill. "If I had listened to your wise advice today, how could I face the ancestors in the How could I face the tens of thousands of soldiers at the border?" The Minister of Rights trembled all over, his sweat pouring. "Your humble servant." "Your humble servant is also for your Majesty, for Dezhou." "For Dezhou." Gu Mingyan sneered and abruptly drew the sword at her waist, the imperial sword she was preparing to take to the battlefield. Her gaze was fierce and the cold gleam of the sword flashed. "Disturbing our army's morale, confusing our people's will, this is treason. Today I will use your head to sacrifice to our army's banner and to strengthen our army's might." Before the words had faded, the sword light fell. Blood spurted and his head rolled to the ground, his face still frozen in shock and horror. In the hall a heavy smell of blood instantly spread. Every civil and military official trembled with fear, bowing their heads deeply, not daring to make a sound. Prime Minister Pei was even more frightened. Fortunately it wasn't him who had proposed it earlier. Otherwise the head on the ground might have been his. Gu Mingyan stood holding the sword, blood dripping from the tip spreading into a glaring red plum blossom beside her silver battle boot. Her gaze swept over the silent ministers, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. "From today onward anyone who speaks of peace will be like this man. During my absence from the capital, the Prime Minister will oversee the state and the 6 ministries will assist in governance. All administrative affairs shall follow the usual precedents. If any indecisive matters arise, send an 800ly urgent dispatch to the army. Guard the capital well. Await the triumphant return of the Regent King and me." As she finished, all the officials in the hall knelt down in unison and responded, "May your Majesty return in triumph." She sheathed her sword neatly, turned around and strode out of the hall. The silver armor reflected a cold radiance in the morning light with not a trace of reluctance. Outside the palace gates the great army had assembled. The dense mass of troops stood silent, only the banners fluttering in the wind. Su Yang, due to his injuries, was in a carriage. He saw Gu Mingyan come out and noticed the blood spots on her armor that had not been completely wiped clean. His eyes flickered slightly but he said nothing. Gu Mingyan mounted her horse and stood side by side with him. She turned her head, took one last look at the majestic imperial city, then reined her horse around facing north and pointed her whip straight ahead. "March out." Horses' hooves shattered the morning stillness. The iron hooves rumbled, galloping toward the war-torn border. The carriage wheels creaked, raising a trail of dust. Inside the spacious carriage Su Yang leaned against a soft cushion. His face, pale from blood loss, bore a hint of curiosity. He looked at Gu Mingyan riding beside the carriage and finally asked, "Your Majesty, why are you so determined to lead the campaign personally? The battlefield is ruthless, no child's play." Hearing him take the initiative to ask, a flash of delighted light instantly appeared in Gu Mingyan's eyes. She reined in her horse to match the carriage's speed and leaned slightly to look at Su Yang behind the curtain. "Su Yang, are you worried about me?" Her tone carried a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Su Yang averted his gaze and did not answer. Gu Mingyan did not press further. She straightened up, looked ahead at the winding official road, and her voice regained the calm and matter-of-fact tone of an emperor. "I am the son of heaven. Defending the land and protecting the people is my responsibility. When the nation is in crisis and you are heading to the border like this, how could I sit idly in the deep palace of the capital?" In her heart there were thoughts she had not spoken aloud. In her past understanding, Su Yang was merely a commoner from the martial world, relying on some courage and luck to earn military merits and climb to the position of Regent King. If he could achieve great deeds on the battlefield, why couldn't she, as the true dragon emperor ordained by heaven? Moreover, deep down she urgently wanted to see with her own eyes how Su Yang actually led troops in battle. Why could he command 100 responses in the army? Why did the border people's eyes fill with admiration and trust when they heard the name Regent King? That was a power that she who had lived a life of luxury in the capital had never truly understood or felt. She wanted to get close to him to understand the true person beneath his halo, and also wanted to prove to him and to the world that she Gu Mingyan was not an incompetent ruler who could only rely on others. With this thought she turned her head, a slight curve of challenge on her lips. Moreover, what the Regent King can achieve I may not necessarily be unable to do. This vast land is ultimately my domain. Upon hearing this, Su Yang merely withdrew his gaze, calmly closed his eyes, concealing a trace of complex emotion deep within. She was after all that proud and even somewhat naive empress, imagining the battlefield too simply. But he did not say more. He merely felt the occasional dull pain in his chest from the bumpy carriage ride and silently adjusted his inner energy. The road ahead was long and the smoke of war was near. This empress, who had never experienced the true cruelty of the battlefield, would soon learn that war was by no means a game to prove personal authority as she imagined. After 2 days of travel they finally arrived at the border. Tianlu City. Who goes there? On the city wall the garrison soldiers' voices were hoarse, filled with deep fatigue and vigilance as they looked down at the dust-covered troops below. His Majesty is leading the campaign personally. Open the city gate at once. A captain of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, holding up the bright yellow Imperial Edict. The defending general dared not neglect and quickly led men out of the city to verify. When the scroll of Imperial Edict embroidered with dragon patterns was unrolled in his hand and he saw the clear Imperial seal and the words "Personal Campaign," his pupils contracted sharply. The Empress herself had arrived. He immediately knelt on one knee. "Your humble general pays respects to your Majesty. Welcome your Majesty into the city." The heavy city gate creaked open, slowly revealing the somewhat desolate scene within. Gu Mingyan took the lead and entered the city. Her sharp gaze swept over the kneeling guards on both sides and the commoners peeking through broken doors and windows, their faces mixed with fear and hope. Her heart felt as if something had fiercely clenched it. This was the border city under her rule. How had it come to this? The procession headed straight for the temporarily requisitioned general's residence in the city. Stepping into the somewhat messy government office, Gu Mingyan coldly demanded, "Where is Pei-Wu? Tell him to come before me immediately." The chill in her voice made the remaining officials shudder. A deputy commander quickly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. General Pei is resting in the residence. I will inform him at once." Meanwhile, in the backyard of the general's residence, Pei-Wu was dozing on a rocking chair with a half-empty jug of wine beside him. The recent string of military defeats and constant fear had forced him to numb himself in this way. General Pei. The imperial reinforcements have arrived." The urgent shouts of his personal guards startled him awake. Pei-Wu jolted, springing up from the rocking chair, his face instantly lighting up with joy. "Quick! Take me there at once." A huge weight seemed to have been lifted from his heart and he trembled with excitement. "Finally they've come. It must be the capable men my family sent to help me." As he hastily straightened his crooked armor, he secretly rejoiced. Earlier, due to his own misjudgment, the veteran general Yu Qigong had been killed and Shuafeng City was lost. He had been worried that the court would punish him. Now it seemed that the Pei family had indeed pulled strings in the court, not only suppressing the matter but also sending reinforcements. With the forces arranged by his family, Tianlu City should be defensible and he might even earn some merit. Thinking of this, the gloom of recent days vanished and his steps became much lighter. He almost ran to the front hall of the government office, a flattering smile on his face at the thought of meeting his own people. However, when he excitedly stepped through the threshold and saw the silver-armored empress seated in the main seat, her face covered in frost, and Su Yang standing beside her, pale-faced but with eyes like knives, his smile instantly froze. All color drained from his face, his legs gave way and with a thud he collapsed to his knees. Your Majesty. Regent." His voice trembled uncontrollably, his mind blank. How could it be that the emperor herself had come? And Su Yang? Wasn't he supposed to have been executed already? Gu Mingyan looked down at this general who had collapsed like mud. She thought of how because of him the Great Zhou had lost Lingzhou, Qiqing and even Shuafeng City. They had also suffered heavy casualties and worse, caused the death of the old general Yu Qigong. An uncontrollable rage surged within her. She slowly stood up, each step seemingly stomping on Pei-Wu's heart. Pei-Wu, her voice cold enough to freeze the air, "Do you know your crimes?" Pei-Wu trembled, cold sweat instantly soaking his inner garments. He hurriedly kowtowed, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please see clearly. It was the enemy's overwhelming force. The Qiangyang allied with the Great Yuan. I was truly outnumbered." Su Yang looked at Pei-Wu, his head throbbing with pain, and he nearly lost his balance. Gu Mingyan quickly supported him and helped him sit down. Gu Mingyan asked with concern, "Regent, are you all right?" Su Yang only nodded coldly, then turned to Pei-Wu and asked, "The old general Yu Qigong would not make such a basic mistake." Pei-Wu's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Reporting to your majesty and regent, it was Yu Gong. Yes, Yu Gong was overconfident. He urged me to fight. I was deceived by him, your majesty. Shut up. Su Yang roared, his eyes blazing with fury. With no one to testify against him, you shift all blame onto a loyal martyr who died for the nation. The old general Yu Gong spent his entire life on horseback, his loyalty and bravery known throughout the land. How dare you slander him here? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Thinking of how such a veteran general had died in vain because of this fool, his voice trembled with grief. General Yu Gong died for the nation because of your mistake, while Pei-Wu fled with the remnants of your troops and abandoned the city to return to Tianlu City. How dare you still argue here? As a military man himself, he felt the deepest sympathy for fellow soldiers, especially a veteran like Yu Gong. Su Yang finished speaking and could not stop coughing. Gu Mingyan, feeling distressed, took his hand. Pei-Wu, terrified by the murderous intent in his eyes, almost choked as he kowtowed repeatedly. I dare not. I dare not. Regent, spare my life. He instinctively looked at Gu Mingyan beside him. Wasn't it said that the emperor disliked Su Yang and had thrown him into the celestial prison? Why had she brought him on this imperial expedition? Now to save his skin he started babbling nonsense. Your majesty, please, for the sake of Prime Minister Pei and Qing, spare me. Su Yang did not respond, instead looking at Gu Mingyan, his meaning unmistakable. Gu Mingyan frowned deeply, then kicked Pei-Wu, who was still kowtowing and begging for mercy. If not for A-Yue sake, I would have already executed you. Regent, what do you think should be done? I entrust this military tally to you, and I will not hold past grievances against you. She returned the tally that she had taken from Su Yang. Su Yang did not take it. Your majesty, please keep the tally safe. Gu Mingyan's hand froze in midair and a pang of guilt crept into her heart. Since your majesty trusts me, I will handle Pei-Wu. He declared in a clear voice that echoed through the office. Pei-Wu. Negligence of duty, stubbornness, slandering loyal officials, these are compounded crimes. Moreover, he attempted to use nepotism to coerce the sovereign, an unforgivable crime. Guards. He ordered sternly, strip Pei-Wu of his armor and official robes and throw him into death row. Post his crimes throughout the army to uphold military law. At noon 3 days from now, in front of the city gate, he shall be beheaded as a warning to comfort the spirits of General Yu and the tens of thousands of soldiers who died on this border. She wondered if there was still a chance for them. Did he still have feelings for her? Su Yang, after the war ends, let us return to the palace. Before she could finish saying and get married, they were interrupted by an arrival. It was the person who had previously been close to Su Yang, the one who had converted the regent's mansion's assets into silver and brought it to the border. Regent. Then seeing Gu Mingyan beside him, he quickly knelt and greeted, I pay respects to your majesty. Rise, Vice General Chen. Su Yang recognized the man at once. Chen, who was considered a capable general. However, he was still inferior to Su Lan. By the way, I had previously sent Su Lan to this border to give an early warning. Why is she not here? Could she have been captured? Chen, who thought for a moment and replied, reporting to the regent, we did not see General Su. She might have been captured by the Qianyong on the way. No one noticed Gu Mingyan's guilty conscience when she heard Su Lan's name. She resolved in her heart that Su Yang must never find out that she had killed Su Lan. Gu Mingyan lightly coughed, interrupting the conversation between the two. What is the current military situation? The enemy's movements, are military deployment and the supply of food and materials. You have been in Tianlu City for some time. Please report these details to me and the regent. Shen Hu's voice was loud and hoarse, characteristic of the soldiers at the border. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the main force of the Chang army currently stands at about 200,000 stationed at Shuafeng City. Their momentum is overwhelming. The Yuan dynasty is still observing and their movements remain unclear. After the enemy captured Shuafeng City, they are dividing their forces to sweep through the surrounding passes, with their vanguard already appearing 30 miles outside Tianlu City, constantly testing our military defenses in recent days. He paused, took out a worn defensive map from his pocket and spread it out on the table, pointing to several places marked in red. Continuing, our current military strength is over 200,000, but after consecutive defeats at Linzhou, Qiqing and Shuafeng City, morale urgently needs to be restored. What complicates matters further is the severe loss of military supplies, particularly the arrows, of which only 30% remain, and heavy arrows needed for siege crossbows are even more scarce. Su Yang gently pointed at the location of Shuafeng City, his slender fingers reflecting a faint golden light from the dark patterns on his sleeves under the candlelight. Summon the remaining commanders. He raised his gaze to Chen, who, his voice steady as a rock, the emperor and I will wait here. We can discuss other urgent matters once everyone has arrived. Chen, who clasped his fists and accepted the order. Upon learning that the emperor was personally leading the troops and that the regent had returned, the discussions among the army became fervent. Is it true that the emperor is personally leading the troops? Yes, the regent has returned as well. This is great. Tianlu City is saved. Soon heavy and chaotic footsteps could be heard from outside the tent. Shen Hu was the first to lift the curtain and enter, followed by 5 armored commanders. They looked weary from a long journey, their armor stained with dried mud and dark blood, each face showing signs of fatigue from days of hard fighting. Yet at this moment their eyes burned with fervent light, all directed towards the Empress seated at the head of the table and the regent beside her, who had created countless legends. "We the humble servants pay our respects to your majesty. We salute the regent." The crowd knelt on one knee, the clanking of their armor ringing out. "Everyone rise." Gu Mingyan's voice was clear, especially resonant in the somewhat cramped military tent. "The military situation is urgent, formalities can be spared. General Chen has already reported the general circumstances. Now that everyone is here, please share the conditions under your command one by one." A dark-skinned commander was the first to clasp his fists and speak loudly. "I am Zhao Ben, responsible for the city defense. Currently all 4 city walls have been reinforced and we have sufficient logs and stones. However, as General Chen mentioned, our stock of arrows is only 30% of its peak. The enemy's cavalry has been increasingly rampant lately and I fear they are testing our defenses." Next, a sharp-featured commander stepped forward. "I am Sun Yi, in charge of reconnaissance. The main force of the Chang army is still clearing the area around Shuafeng City, but their 3 divisions, each about 10,000 strong, are closing in on Tianlu City in a pincer formation. At the latest, within 3 days their forces will reach the city. Furthermore, according to scattered reports from brothers who escaped, there are unusual movements within the Yuan territory suggesting possible troop mobilization, though their intentions remain unclear." An older composed officer in charge of supplies furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the food supplies in the city based on current usage can only last for a month. If the fighting intensifies and the soldiers' consumption increases, I fear it may be insufficient in less than 20 days. The tent fell into a brief silence and Su Yang frowned. The situation was indeed dire for them. Each report from the commanders felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. With troop losses, a lack of military supplies, a powerful enemy at the gates, and potential internal risks, the situation was precarious. All gazes inevitably converged on the Regent Su Yang, who had remained silent throughout. Su Yang slowly walked up to the hanging rudimentary map, his gaze fixed on the vast area between Tianlu City and Shuafeng City. He extended his finger and lightly circled the area surrounding Tianlu City. "The Chang army is on a winning streak, their momentum is strong and their offensive is sharp. This is their strength." His voice was calm without a hint of disturbance, yet it instantly captured everyone's attention. "However, they also have their weaknesses. With an army of 2,000,000 divided to claim land, their strength is already diluted. A long-distance march deep into our territory will inevitably stretch their supply lines. This is one of their drawbacks." His finger moved toward Shuafeng City. "Occupying Shuafeng may seem like a solid foundation, but it also requires them to divide their troops for garrisoning, dispersing their main strength. Furthermore, while the Chang and Yuan appear to be allies, they each harbor their own intentions. The Yuan's unclear movements also restrain the Chang army." He suddenly turned to face the commanders, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Therefore the enemy seeks a quick victory, aiming to crush our main forces in one fell swoop to secure their dominance. Our army has just suffered defeats and morale is low. Engaging them Hedon is playing right into their hands. So what does the regent propose?" The seasoned supply officer could not help but ask. To hold firm, Su Yang uttered 2 words clearly and forcefully. "Send the order down. From this day forth the 4 gates of Tianlu City will be tightly closed and a curfew will be implemented. Zhao Ben, you are to arrange for additional decoy troops to be stationed 30 miles outside the city. Widely display flags to feign frequent reconnaissance activities of our army, demonstrating strength to deter the enemy's vanguard and slow their advance." Zhao Ben's eyes brightened as he clasped his fists and replied loudly, "I will carry out the order." Su Yang looked at Sun Yi. "General Sun, increase the deployment of elite scouts. Not only must we keep a close watch on the movements of the 3 vanguards of the Chang army, but also send out personnel to closely monitor the Yuan's borders and the Chang supply lines. Report back immediately at the first sign of unusual activity." "Understood." Sun Yi accepted the order, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "As for supplies and weapons." Su Yang's gaze shifted to Gu Mingyan, giving a slight nod. "Since your majesty and I are here, we will find ways to arrange for rear supply, prioritizing the front line. Generally from this day forth food rations in the city will be implemented, prioritizing the soldiers defending the city. At the same time mobilize the able-bodied men in the city to assist in the defense, distributing simple weapons for emergency use." Each directive was clear and concise, instantly clarifying the previously chaotic situation. The commanders accepted their orders and the gloom that had hung over them seemed to dissipate somewhat, replaced by a determined sense of having found a solid backbone. Gu Mingyan quietly observed Su Yang as he issued commands. He stood there tall and steadfast like an insurmountable mountain. Even in the face of such a precarious situation, his calmness and strategy remained the greatest reliance for her and for all of Tianlu City. She took a gentle breath, and as Su Yang's words fell, she slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping over the faces of every commander in the tent, her voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. "What the regent says is my intent. Tianlu City is the gateway to our northern borders, the shield of our nation. This battle concerns the fate of the country. I hope all generals will unite with me and the regent to resist the foreign enemy. The empress and the regent stood side by side, one exuding cold majesty, the other as steady as a mountain. The commanders in the tent felt a heavy wave of confidence and passion surging from their chests, kneeling on one knee in unison, shouting with resounding voices, "We pledge to defend Tianlu to the death. We are willing to serve the emperor and the regent until death." After the crowd gradually dispersed, Gu Mingyan and Su Yang walked side by side through the city. At this moment Gu Mingyan had shed the imperial majesty she usually bore in the court. Her martial attire made her appear like an ordinary military commander. Meanwhile Su Yang sat in a wooden wheelchair, gently pushed by a young soldier. The bandages on his chest were faintly visible. Those whip wounds, though not deep, had lingered for too long, and now recovery would not be swift. It could not be healed in a short time. Before they knew it, they arrived at the military camp. When the soldiers saw the two, they knelt in unison to pay their respects. Gu Mingyan raised her hand in a gesture, "Rise, all soldiers. The Great Zhou's ability to hold the border is entirely due to your blood-soaked battles. Now that the emperor and the regent are here in person, we shall live and die together with you." Su Yang glanced deeply at Gu Mingyan upon hearing this. She truly knew how to win people's hearts, and now indeed she was needed to boost morale. A young soldier expressed gratitude. "Thanks to your majesty's provision of clothing and increased rations for us border troops, we have been able to hold out so long. Your majesty is wise and enlightened." "Indeed, your majesty is wise and enlightened." Other soldiers echoed in unison. Gu Mingyan stood frozen in place. She was perplexed, her heart filled with doubts. Had she not diverted the border troops' rations to cover the flood relief in the 4 southern prefectures? How could the border soldiers' rations have increased? Who had assisted? She looked at Su Yang, hoping to read the answer from his face, but his expression remained indifferent. Sensing her gaze, Su Yang said, "Indeed, your majesty is wise and enlightened. Naturally she cares for the border soldiers." The words were impeccably phrased, as if he were merely a dutiful minister covering for the sovereign. Suppressing her doubts, Gu Mingyan continued conversing with the soldiers. She learned that some had been stationed here for 10 years without returning home, some had missed their parents' funerals, and some had rushed to the border only 3 days after their wedding, never to return for 5 years. Each story struck her heart like a heavy hammer. She, the female emperor, had once believed the border was peaceful, even considering cutting military funds, if not for someone secretly maneuvering. Gu Mingyan unconsciously turned to Su Yang. Under the setting sun, the contours of his profile were sharp yet exuded an indescribable aloofness. So all these years he had been silently guarding her Great Zhou, protecting her, the unworthy female emperor. But what had she done? She recalled that day in the Golden Throne Hall before the assembled civil and military officials. Knowing it might not be his fault, she had still insisted on revoking his military seal, accusing him of overreaching with his troops, humiliating him before the court and envoys. She remembered how she had questioned his loyalty with the harshest words, how she had forced him to march before his wounds had healed. Su. She almost blurted out the long-unused title, but choked when she saw his indifferent eyes. Had she truly been wrong about everything? "Brother Su, I'm sorry. After the border war ends, I will announce to the world that we shall marry. Complete the grand wedding we never had." After exchanging a few words with the soldiers, Su Yang couldn't stop coughing, so Gu Mingyan ordered him to rest. Back in the residence, the candles burned brightly. The main generals stationed at Tianlu City had just gathered, not yet seated, when a scout burst in covered in dust and the smell of blood, kneeling on one knee. Voice, "Urgent report. Your Majesty, Your Highness. The Changyang vanguard, about 5,000 cavalry led by one of their chieftains Jia Tai, are launching a sudden assault on our western camp. The attack is fierce. They are shouting before the formation, saying Su Yang's days are numbered. The Great Zhou female emperor is nothing to fear, and that now is the perfect opportunity to break the city." What? A stir ran through the generals, all eyes instantly fixed on Su Yang, who sat calmly in the main seat with a composed expression. Then they turned to Gu Mingyan, whose face had turned ashen. Gu Mingyan's heart tightened. She instinctively glanced at Su Yang beside her, but saw only his eyelashes slightly lifted, his deep eyes utterly unruffled, as if he had merely heard the enemy's ordinary taunts. "Understood." Su Yang's voice was steady and flat. Though he sat in a wheelchair, his complexion poor, there was no anger or panic. Jia Tai. Wasn't that the envoy that Changyang had sent to the Great Zhou court to attend their wedding? At that time Su Yang had been forced to hand over his military seal because of the deliberate trouble he caused. This man is brave but impetuous and greedy for glory, prone to reckless advances. He raised his eyes, sweeping across the generals in the tent, finally settling on Chen Hu. "General Chen, as you reported earlier, the western camp is built against the mountain, and outside it lies a narrow valley called Shuiyunjian. Is that correct?" Chen Hu immediately cupped his fists. "Indeed, Your Highness. The entrance to Shuiyunjian is wide, but the interior is winding and cramped, unfavorable for cavalry deployment." "Good." A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. Since they know my injuries are severe, they must believe our army is demoralized and ripe for the picking. Let's make them even more certain. His words were not rushed but carried an undeniable decisiveness. Issue the order. The garrison of the western camp feign defeat, discard some banners and drums, withdraw 3 li into the valley, creating a false appearance of rout along the way. Order archers to ambush on both cliffs, prepare plenty of fire arrows and rolling logs and await the signal. Also dispatch a light cavalry unit bearing my command banner to engage the enemy heathen, then retreat immediately, ensuring Jia Tai's main force is lured into Shuayunjian. Each command was clear, precise, and hit the mark. It was as if a meticulous chessboard was unfolding before their eyes and he was calmly placing his pieces. The generals in the tent were first stunned, then suddenly enlightened, and swiftly departed to carry out their orders. Gu Mingyan stared at his pale yet resolute profile, and his knuckles whitening from the pain he endured, her heart filled with overwhelming shock. His body now should have been resting, yet here he was casually laying a deadly trap, using his own injuries as bait to lure the enemy into a fatal ambush. This calm courage and strategy far exceeded her imagination. It seemed she had never truly understood him. The orders were executed swiftly. Soon the distant sounds of shouting and hoofbeats grew louder, as if the enemy were indeed breaking through with unstoppable force. Inside the command tent, Su Yang closed his eyes in concentration, as if listening to the distant war drums. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing like a sword unsheathed. The moment has come. Light the signal fire. In an instant flames shot up from the direction of Shuayunjian, and the roar of battle erupted far more intense than before. About half an hour later, Chen, who covered in blood but brimming with energy, strode into the command tent, his voice barely containing his excitement. Your Majesty. Your Highness. A great victory. Jia Tai, greedy for glory, personally led 3,000 elite troops into Shuayunjian, where they were trapped by our ambush. He tried to break out but was captured by a tripwire. He is now being brought to the tent. The tent erupted in jubilation. When the generals looked at Su Yang again, their gazes were filled with awe. They knew he was the great Zhou war god, yet they were still astonished by this. Gu Mingyan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within her. She looked at Su Yang, her voice carrying a hint of admiration. She herself didn't recognize you. Had already calculated he would do this. Su Yang turned his head slightly, his movements slowed by the pain yet adding to the weight of his strategic command. He said softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, as the art of war says, know yourself and know your enemy. He knew of my injuries, I also knew his nature. Use oneself as bait to catch the big fish. He paused, looking toward the tent entrance. Now we can have a proper talk with this Changyang chieftain about how they learned of my injury and what else they might know. The firelight outside cast a glow on his calm brows and eyes. In that moment Gu Mingyan clearly realized that as long as this man was here, Tianlu City would never fall. The great Zhou would never perish. Jia Tai, with his hands bound behind his back, was roughly shoved into the command tent. He was a burly man, and though now a captive, his eyes were still as fierce as a trapped beast. Upon entering the tent, he fixed his gaze on Su Yang sitting in the main seat and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Su Yang. You tricked me. If you hadn't feigned injury and weakness, how could I have fallen for your scheme? The generals in the tent were enraged upon hearing this, and Chen, who even stepped forward with his hand on his sword, but Su Yang stopped him with a single glance. Su Yang slowly rose to his feet. His movements appeared composed, but Gu Mingyan, who stood closest to him, keenly noticed that he used the momentum of standing to imperceptibly press his hand against the edge of the table, steadying his slightly swaying body due to his severe injuries. Without looking at the raging Jia Tai, he spoke in a steady voice. Jia Tai, your Changyong army of 200,000 may seem formidable, but in truth it is fraught with hidden dangers. The grain stored in Shuafeng City, as far as I know, is only enough for your army for 1 month. Your decision to split your forces and raid the passes is nothing but an attempt to plunder provisions and sustain your army through warfare. Unfortunately, 300 li west of Shuafeng City there was a severe drought last year, leaving the land barren for 1,000 li. There is nothing for you to plunder. Jia Tai's ferocious expression stiffened instantly. Su Yang continued, speaking slowly but with every word piercing the heart. You are eager for battle, even willing to send a vanguard general like you to take the risk of a deep thrust simply because you want to achieve a quick victory before my reinforcements arrive and before my army's morale stabilizes, to capture the thorn of Tianlu City and open the supply route to the prosperous Central Plains. Am I right? He tilted his head slightly and finally turned his gaze to Jia Tai, a look of cold omniscience in his eyes. So your accusations of my trickery are nothing but the impotent rage of a loser. All warfare is based on deception. You couldn't even ascertain the true condition of your opponent, and you charged in blindly based on an unverified rumor of Su Yang being severely wounded. If that's not stupidity, what is? You. Jia Tai's face turned crimson. He wanted to retort but found that every word of Su Yang struck at their most fatal weaknesses, leaving him momentarily speechless. Su Yang ignored him and turned to Gu Mingyan and the assembled generals, issuing orders with clear logic. Jia Tai has been captured and the Changyang vanguard has been thwarted. Their main force will surely make a move within the next 2 days. They cannot afford a prolonged war due to their grain shortage. Chun Hu. I am here. Immediately dispatch all light cavalry divided into teams of 100 to harass the Changyong grain transport teams around Shuofeng City day and night. Burn what can be burned and disrupt what cannot be burned. Ensure that not a single grain is safely delivered to Shuofeng City. Understood. Vice General Zhang. I am here. Tianlu City is built against the mountain. On the Yixianshan Gorge outside the west gate set up many pitfalls and trip ropes. Ambush 500 strong crossbowmen on the cliffs on both sides equipped with sufficient fire arrows. If they come to attack, that place will be their graveyard. Yes. Orders were issued like flowing water, precise, ruthless, and directly aimed at the Qianjiang's vital points. Throughout the entire process his breathing remained steady, but the fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead and the occasional slight contraction of his pupils as he endured excruciating pain betrayed the torment he was suffering. Gu Mingyan stood beside him, watching him calmly orchestrate everything with his severely injured body, calculating the movements of the 200,000 enemy troops, their grain and logistics, the geographical advantages, and even the psychology of the enemy general with perfect clarity. The shock in her heart rose like towering waves one after another. She recalled that in the court before she had been wary of his excessive power and had even tacitly allowed some measures to check him, including retrieving his military tally. Now it seemed, in the face of his earth-shaking and ocean-controlling abilities, how laughable and short-sighted those so-called checks and suspicions were. If he truly had ulterior motives, this empire. She dared not think further. A profound regret like cold vines coiled around her heart. She regretted her past suspicions, regretted not trusting and relying on him earlier and more thoroughly. Having such a pillar at the border was the great fortune of the nation, and yet she had nearly destroyed the great Zhou herself. Su Yang. When the generals had left with their orders and only the two of them and the guards holding Jia Tai remained in the tent, Gu Mingyan couldn't help but speak, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Su Yang seemed to know what she wanted to say and gently raised his hand to stop her from continuing. His gaze still fixed on the map, his voice low but carrying an undeniable strength. Your Majesty, the front lines are filthy and the blades are merciless. Your safety concerns the fate of the nation. Please move to the inner city and protect yourself. Leave this place to your subject. The calmer and more restrained he was, the more intense the regret and shock surged in Gu Mingyan's heart. She looked at his upright yet undeniably weakened back and finally suppressed all her emotions into a single sentence. All right, I trust you. Be careful. In everything. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Wu was pressed into the front line. At that moment several figures galloped toward Tianlu City. The defending soldiers immediately knocked their bows and crossbows standing ready. The riders reined in their horses beyond arrow range, and one of them rode forward and shouted in a clear voice that pierced the pre-battle silence. Listen, soldiers on the wall. I am His Majesty's side consort Pei Qingyue, here to attend to His Majesty. Please allow entry. He wore a moon-white robe which appeared strikingly incongruous and pristine against the backdrop of the grim black armored army and the grey city walls, as if he were not stepping into a battlefield of carnage but attending a spring banquet. The news quickly spread back into the city. Upon hearing it, Gu Mingyan almost immediately put down the military report in her hand, a flicker of undisguised surprise and perhaps concern flashing in her eyes. Without further words she immediately rose and hurried to the city gate tower. Su Yang was standing before the battlements, gazing into the distance at the subtle changes in the Changyong army's formation, deducing their possible first wave of attack. Hearing the personal guard's report of Pei Qingyu's arrival, his expression remained unchanged. It was only when Gu Mingyan hurried up the tower bringing with her a faint scent that he imperceptibly shifted his stance. He saw the sudden light that lit up in Gu Mingyan's eyes when she heard the name Pei Qingyue, an emotion of urgency he had never captured when she looked at him. There was a time when such a look would have stung his heart, but at this moment Su Yang felt only a profound calm within. Host, there are 5 days remaining. This system will open a passage for you to return to the Blue Star. The system's prompt sounded in his mind at just the right moment, carrying a mechanical coldness, yet it also seemed to underscore his current state of mind. Yes, 5 days. Once this battle was concluded, the Changyong army repelled and the border stabilized, he could completely leave this world filled with schemes, warfare, and hopeless emotions. Everything here, the imperial power, the battlefield, and her, would eventually have nothing to do with him. Open the city gate and let consort Pei enter. Gu Mingyan's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible urgency as she gave the order. Pei Qingyue rode in on his white horse, wearing white robes utterly out of place in this iron-blooded city. He looked up and saw Gu Mingyan on the tower, and immediately his face broke into a warm jade-like smile. He quickly climbed the tower. Your Majesty. Pei Qingyue came before Gu Mingyan, bowed gracefully, his tone full of concern and longing. I heard that the border was in peril and Your Majesty was personally leading the campaign. I was restless day and night, so I specially requested permission to come, wishing to attend to Your Majesty and face the difficulties together. Gu Mingyan extended a hand in a gesture of assistance, her tone softening. "Qingyue, you have a kind heart. This place is dangerous. Your injuries. You should not have come. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Your servant is fine. I only wish to be with Your Majesty. Even through mountains of swords and seas of fire, Qingyue will not fear." Pei Qingyue's words were gentle, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Mingyan. Su Yang watched the scene silently like an outsider, and the last ripple in his heart subsided into stillness. Su Yang turned to Gu Mingyan. Though his movements were hindered, his etiquette remained impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. "Your Majesty, since King Consort Pei has arrived safely and the enemy's movements outside the city are clear, I must inspect the defenses and adjust the deployment to ensure absolute security. I shall take my leave." His voice was steady and devoid of emotion. Without waiting for Gu Mingyan's response, he turned and departed, leaving only Pei Qingyue and Gu Mingyan behind. Gu Mingyan watched his resolute back. The words "it's not what you think" caught in her throat, refusing to be spoken. She instinctively raised her hand, her fingertips pausing briefly in the air before dropping helplessly. She suddenly realized that the look in his eyes just now was terrifyingly calm, as if he were looking at an insignificant stranger. "Your Majesty, a person of such immense importance yet personally leading the campaign, this truly worries your servant." Pei Qingyue's gentle voice sounded at the perfect moment, pulling her thoughts back. "The border is harsh and cold if anything were to happen." Gu Mingyan steadied herself. When she turned to him, her imperial majesty had been restored. "A-Yue, rest assured. I am the son of heaven. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Your Majesty, your servant has sinned." Pei Qingyue knelt abruptly. Gu Mingyan knew what he was about to say. "The matter of Pei Wu is not your fault. You were deceived by him as well." Her voice held an unyielding decisiveness. "The Regent King has ordered his execution at noon today to console the spirits of General Yuqi and the tens of thousands of fallen soldiers." She leaned down to help Pei Qingyue to his feet, her fingertips lightly brushing his wrist. "I know you are kind-hearted, but this man must die. I have not taken my anger out on the Pei family only out of consideration for you." Pei Qingyue had no intention of pleading for that fool anyway. He rose smoothly. "Your Majesty is wise and sage. On behalf of the Pei family, your servant thanks your Majesty for your boundless grace." Bound before the formation, Pei Wu witnessed their intimate exchange. He shouted, "Your Majesty, spare me. Release me. I am the cousin of the current king consort and a relative of Her Majesty the Empress. You cannot kill me. Qingyue, save me. I am your cousin." Pei Qingyue frowned almost imperceptibly. This utterly useless fool dared to drag him down even at death's door. "Your Majesty," he turned to Gu Mingyan, his expression troubled. "Please allow your servant to bid him farewell. After all, it was my negligence and recommendation that led to this. A-Yue, do not blame yourself. This man deserved death anyway. If you wish to see him, go ahead." At the execution ground, Su Yang sat in his wheelchair, his cold gaze fixed on Pei Qingyue as he approached. Regent King Pei Qingyue bowed respectfully. "Your servant has come to say farewell to him with your Majesty's permission." Su Yang merely nodded slightly, his eyes cutting like icy blades, but he said not a word. "Qingyue, did my father send you to save me? I was wrong. I was never meant to be a general. I didn't want this either. You are His Majesty's consort, plead with her, spare my life. Cousin, when you do wrong you must pay the price. Accept your death peacefully. The Pei family will take care of your father's household. Pei Qingyue. Come here." Pei Wu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Pei Qingyue, then cast a meaningful glance toward Su Yang. "Speak, cousin." Pei Qingyue, unafraid of any outrageous act, leaned in and whispered. "Are you not afraid of His Majesty finding out about your younger brother's illegal salt trade? Save me and he'll keep your secret. Otherwise he'll expose it right now." Pei Wu threatened viciously. Pei Qingyue clenched his teeth in anger. "That bastard, what does that have to do with me? Then he'll tell His Majesty or the Regent King. Su Yang is deeply trusted by His Majesty now. I'm sure he would be more than happy to deal with you and the Pei family for what you did to him before." Pei Qingyue's fingers tightened. He absolutely could not let Su Yang get a hold on him or the Pei family. Su Yang's injuries were all his doing. Su Yang would never forgive him. "Fine, I'll save you." He turned to face Su Yang, his voice regaining its usual gentleness. "Regent King, please postpone the execution. Your servant will go plead with His Majesty." A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Yang's lips. "Do you think His Majesty would break the hearts of tens of thousands of soldiers for a criminal?" His gaze pressed down on Pei Qingyue like a physical weight. Pei Wu's crimes warrant death 1,000 times over. That is not for the Regent King to worry about. Pei Qingyue maintained his outward composure. Your servant knows his limits. He strode quickly toward Gu Mingyan, his mind racing with how to convince Her Majesty. But he failed to notice the flash of murderous intent in Su Yang's eyes behind him. Pei Qingyue fell to his knees with a thud, his voice mournful and choked with just the right amount of sobbing. Your Majesty, I beg for your mercy. Spare my cousin's life. Though his crimes are grievous, he is still my close kin. Moreover, it was my own failure in judgment that led to my recommendation. He prostrated himself, shoulders trembling, playing the role of the kind-hearted and soft-hearted to perfection. Gu Mingyan frowned, her tone losing its earlier tenderness. A-Yue, I know you are kind, but the crimes this man has committed. Before she could finish, her pupils constricted slightly. Pei Qingyue slowly drew something from his bosom and raised it high above his head. It was the iron death exemption plaque she had given him earlier. Are you truly determined to use this death exemption plaque to save him? Pei Qingyue kowtowed again. I beg your Majesty to grant this. My uncle has only this one son. If Pei Wu dies, his line will be extinguished. Ultimately, if I had not recommended him, he would never have had the chance to commit such a grave error. I cannot escape the blame. Very well, I grant it. Thank you, your Majesty, for your boundless grace. Pei Qingyue bowed heavily, then rose, clutching the life-saving plaque tightly, and hurried toward the center of the execution ground. Su Yang still sat in his wheelchair, directing the soldiers to clean up the chaos and reinforce the guard. Regent King, hold the execution. Pei Qingyue called out, raising the death exemption plaque high. The sunlight glinted off the token, almost blinding Su Yang. His Majesty has granted clemency and pardoned Pei Wu. This is the death exemption plaque personally bestowed by His Majesty. All eyes turned to the plaque and whispers arose. That's the death exemption plaque. I recall the Regent King has one too. His Majesty truly dotes on this consort Pei to give him the death exemption plaque. Some were curious but more disapproved. This Pei Wu deserves 1,000 deaths. How could His Majesty pardon this man? Exactly. Even if His Majesty dotes on consort Pei, he should still consider the laws of the realm. Where does this leave the law? And how are we loyal ministers to conduct ourselves? Others immediately chimed in, their voices pained. More subtle murmurs touched on an even more sensitive relationship. Hasn't His Majesty and the Regent King always been quite intimate? Now that he's given this death exemption plaque to that young master of the Pei family, where does that leave the Regent King? Watch your tongue. Matters of the royal family are not for us to speculate. But this favor is truly puzzling. I wonder what the Regent King is thinking at this moment. Yet Su Yang seemed to hear nothing. His gaze was locked onto that iron death exemption plaque, his mind erupting with countless fragments. Indeed, he recognized this plaque. He had guarded the border for Great Zhou for years and had even taken a wound meant for Gu Mingyan. She had granted him the plaque only to later revoke it out of suspicion. Now it appeared in Pei Qingyue's hands, used to save the very culprit who had committed treason, caused the deaths of tens of thousands of his soldiers, and left him gravely wounded and beyond recovery. To her, he was nothing but a tool to be used, a target of suspicion, as subject of cold imperial machinations. Yet to Pei Qingyue she offered boundless indulgence of favoritism that trampled even the law. Su Yang found it laughable that he had devoted so many years to Great Zhou and to her. All his dedication, his loyalty, his forbearance and concessions, before Pei Qingyue they seemed so cheap, so fragile. His eyes pierced through Pei Qingyue, fixed on the distant figure of Gu Mingyan. Is this what you wanted? Release him. Chen Hu stepped forward, urgently lowering his voice through gritted teeth. Your Highness, are we really letting him go? By the Emperor's decree, let him go. Su Yang cast a glance at the distant figure. Pei Wu deliberately strolled to Su Yang's wheelchair, squinting, lowering his voice with a nauseating smugness. Tisk, I told you, when this great Zhou Qingyue is the one in His Majesty's heart. What are you, Su Yang, but a worthless fighter? To others it seemed he was thanking Su Yang. After speaking, he hurried to Pei Qingyue, his face transformed into one of tearful gratitude. Qingyue, I owe you much. If you hadn't come, I would have. Pei Qingyue felt disgust but maintained a gentle demeanor, saying calmly, enough, cousin. Since you're safe, go quickly to thank His Majesty. Though the death sentence is remitted, punishment remains. I hope you will conduct yourself well. His words were accompanied by a glance at Su Yang, a flicker of undisguised triumph. He bowed slightly. Prince Regent, your servant takes his leave. Watching the two retreating figures, Su Yang's voice rang out coldly, bring me a bow. His tone was low but carried a steely resolution, reaching the ears of the surrounding guards. Chen Hu, startled, quickly reacted and took a bow from a soldier, handing it to Su Yang. Your Highness, what do you intend with the bow? He must die. Otherwise, what meaning is there in my guarding this border? He deserves death, and even His Majesty cannot protect him. But His Majesty has issued a decree, and there is the iron plaque. Chen Hu felt a surge of satisfaction but couldn't help worrying. He knew well that the relationship between the Prince Regent and the Empress in the capital was already delicate. Defying the imperial order so openly would have dire consequences. Just when things had started to ease, this violation of His Majesty's will would surely. Su Yang said nothing more. He nocked an arrow, drew the bow and aimed. The motion was fluid and precise, targeting the smug retreating figure. Whoosh! The arrow pierced Pei Wu's heart. He was still talking with Pei Qingyue, still basking in the relief of survival, when the arrow struck. The murderous intent was unmistakable. He wanted to kill him. Pei Qingyue shrieked, "Prince Regent! You dare defy the imperial decree! You show contempt for His Majesty! Where is your respect for the law?" Su Yang slowly lowered the bow, tossing it carelessly to Chen Hu as if he had done nothing of consequence. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, nor did he offer an explanation. He had to die. "If you disagree, tell His Majesty to come speak to me." Gu Mingyan had witnessed everything. The moment Su Yang loosed the arrow, the calm mask on her face shattered, replaced by fury. Su Yang had defied her decree again. Su Yang! Once again! So brazenly defying her while even resorting to force shooting the man she had just pardoned before her very eyes in full view of everyone. This was not just killing Pei Wu, it was trampling her authority, grinding her imperial dignity into the dust. Her chest heaved violently, rage nearly overwhelming her reason. Yet just as she was about to erupt, her eyes fell on the disciplined border troops below, saw the undisguised reverence in their eyes for Su Yang and their satisfaction at Pei Wu's death. She swallowed the reprimand that had risen to her lips. At this moment the border was unstable and enemies lurked on every side. She still needed Su Yang, her sharpest blade, to secure the realm. But the thorn remained in her heart. "By the way, how is Jia Tai doing?" Su Yang asked. "He's a tough one, won't say a word," Chen Hu replied. "Take me to him." There were too many people and eyes around earlier. Now he needed to confront Jia Tai alone and find out where Su Lan had gone. He suspected that Su Lan had likely been captured by the Qianyang, which was why she had gone missing. He had explicitly told her to go to the border as early as possible to warn them. Even though Linzhou and Xicheng could not hold, Shuofeng City should not have fallen either. His thoughts racing, he soon arrived at the cell where Jia Tai was imprisoned. The man was already covered in blood. Yet his eyes remained fierce and sharp. Su Yang could not help but admire the man's mettle. A soldier beside him, seeing Su Yang come to interrogate Jia Tai in person, said, "Your Highness, we haven't extracted any useful information. This man is tight-lipped." Su Yang waved his hand. "No matter. Leave us, I will speak with him alone." Soon only Su Yang and Jia Tai remained in the cell. Jia Tai lifted his head and looked at Su Yang. "Regent, what do you wish to ask?" "If I ask, will you tell me?" "Oof, I wish I could kill you." Jia Tai snarled. "But Regent, how did you become lame? Can't walk anymore. So you were pretending all along. Looks like the information I got wasn't entirely false." Jia Tai sneered at Su Yang. Seeing Su Yang in this state, he felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't resist taunting him. Su Yang ignored the mockery. He pushed the wheels of his wheelchair, slowly approaching the iron bars. His gaze was calm but carried an unyielding pressure. "I admire your toughness. But toughness won't save your life, nor will it change the fact that your Qianyang forces have been defeated." Su Yang's voice was low but clearly reached Jia Tai's ears. "I will ask you only one thing now, Su Lan. Where is she?" Jia Tai spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and grinned savagely. "Su Lan? Which Su Lan? I've killed and captured too many people to remember. Su Lan, my sister." Su Yang's tone turned cold. She was supposed to reach the border before Shuofeng City to warn them, but she disappeared. The only ones who could have intercepted her were your Qianyang vanguard. A flicker of confusion passed through Jia Tai's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper mockery. "Ha, the Regent can be wrong too." Su Yang keenly caught that momentary anomaly. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice even more. "Tell me, where are you holding her? Speak and I will grant you a quick death, perhaps even spare the lives of your captured Chang warriors." "Pa! Don't try that crap on me." Jia Tai jerked violently, chains clattering. "I don't need your pity. You people of the Great Zhou are all hypocrites. This is not pity, it's a trade. My sister's whereabouts for the lives of your clansmen." Su Yang stared into his eyes. "One life for hundreds. That's a deal you don't lose." Suddenly Jia Tai seemed to think of something extremely amusing. He let out a low raspy laugh full of malice. "Ha ha ha. Su Yang, you've been so clever all your life, yet here you are scurrying like a headless fly. You think your sister was captured by us?" Su Yang's heart tightened, but his face betrayed nothing. "Was she not?" I'll tell you this. Jia Tai almost roared with the glee of piercing an opponent's scheme. The Qianyong army never encountered her. Our marching route was set by the royal court aiming for a swift flank attack on Xichang. Intercepting messengers. We had no time for that, nor did we receive such orders. Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Jia Tai's words didn't seem like lies, especially when he was in a position of psychological advantage, eager to see Su Yang thwarted. Under such circumstances, what he said was more likely to be true. Moreover, the Qianyong specialized in swift raids and field battles, not meticulous interception and capture. The route indeed didn't match. Seeing Su Yang's instantly changing expression, Jia Tai grew even more smug. Now you know you've been barking up the wrong tree. Your precious sister might have died in some desolate mountain. Ha ha ha. Su Yang ignored his wild laughter, his mind racing. Su Lan was not captured by the Qianyong. Then where did she go? She was supposed to head to the border. A more terrifying thought coiled around his heart like a cold viper. If it wasn't the Chang who intercepted her, then who else on the road to the border had the capability and the motive to capture her? Lin Zhou. No, they were too busy fending for themselves. He almost murmured to himself, not the Qianyong. Could it be the Great Yuan? Or a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind, making him tremble. Could it be that Su Lan never went to the border at all but was still within the Great Zhou, even in the capital? And who could target him so specifically, even targeting Su Lan, but the Pei family? Then he shook his head. The Pei family, though detestable, was not foolish. They would not do such a thing in the capital under the emperor's very nose. That made the Great Yuan more likely. His chest heaved slightly, not because of Jia Tai's provocation, but because deep inside he had actually wavered for a moment at those words. Gu Mingyan. Would she? Impossible. Gu Mingyan might be decisive, might have kept things from him, but she had no reason to harm Su Lan. Su Lan was after all a general of the Great Zhou. She wouldn't. Su Yang ignored Jia Tai and turned to leave, leaving the man shouting behind him. Su Yang, you followed Gu Mingyan for so long, and yet you were easily replaced by Prime Minister Pei's son. You guarded the border, but what did it get you? The Empress didn't even spare you a glance. I tell you that Su Lan you mentioned was probably killed by your beloved Empress. Ha ha, Su Yang, you're truly pitiful. Su Yang left the prison cell, Jia Tai's malicious and provocative laughter still echoing behind him. Yet Jia Tai's words provided another crucial piece of information: Qianyong had not intercepted Su Lan. This meant that behind Su Lan's disappearance lay a deeper mystery and more dangerous forces, the Great Yuan. Or other enemies within the court. However, the war drums at the border left him no time to dwell on Su Lan's whereabouts. The allied forces of the Great Yuan and Qianyong's remnants, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, had assembled outside, shuffling past, their blades aimed directly at this fortress that had just weathered the baptism of war. Su Yang gazed at the sand table, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Qianyong, newly defeated, had suffered a blow to morale. The Great Yuan, though fresh and vigorous, had traveled a long distance and was bound to have frictions with Qianyong. He lightly tapped his finger on the area of the sand table where the two armies' camps met, yet subtly diverged, and a plan quietly took shape. Issue the order, Su Yang's voice rang out in the tent, calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Dispatch small scout squads disguised as Qianyong's routed soldiers to flee towards the Great Yuan's defenses. When they get close, they must accidentally drop a few captured secret letters. The contents of the letters, the deputy general asked in a low voice. A cold sharp curve tugged at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. Right, that the Qianyong tribe has a secret order. Once Tianlu City is breached, they will take the opportunity to annex the remnants of the Great Yuan to eliminate future trouble. Remember, write it in the Chang language and stamp it with the forged private seal of Jia Tai, which we captured a few days ago. The stratagem of sowing discord was simple yet often effective, especially among alliances that were already fragile. The news soon reached the Great Yuan. As Su Yang had anticipated, the suspicious Great Yuan army began to tighten its defenses, becoming highly wary of the neighboring Qianyong camp. Qianyong, having just suffered a heavy blow and already as nervous as a startled bird, detected the Great Yuan's hostility and was filled with resentment. Before the allied forces could even attack the city, internal fissures had already appeared. Seizing the moment, Su Yang ordered his elite troops to launch a night raid targeting the weak points where the two armies joined. In the darkness, the Great Yuan and Qianyong, suspicious of each other, each believed the other was deliberately holding back or even colluding with the Zhou army. Their reinforcements were slow and their coordination was riddled with errors. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Zhou army beheaded enemy chieftains, burned their provisions, and achieved repeated feats, causing the allied forces' morale to sink even lower. From the very beginning, this great battle orchestrated by Su Yang had tilted in favor of the Great Zhou. Gu Mingyan was leading the campaign personally and had set up her temporary imperial residence within the safe inner city of Tianlu. Pei Qingyue, as her secondary consort, was also in attendance by her side. Seeing Su Yang's reputation grow day by day, his heart burned with jealousy and hatred. Hearing the news of yet another minor victory from the front lines, A-Yue could no longer sit still. He knew nothing of military affairs, but his mind was full of schemes. He thought that if he could accidentally discover one of Su Yang's oversights or unexpectedly achieve some merit, he could surpass Su Yang. One day, hearing that Su Yang had dispatched a small squad for reconnaissance behind enemy lines, he believed he had found his opportunity. Concealing his actions from Gu Mingyan, he took a few trusted guards from the Pei family and secretly followed them out, calling it observing the battle, but in truth he was waiting for a chance to act. "Young master, this is a battlefield. Isn't it unwise?" A guard voiced his concern. "What are you afraid of? Even a cripple like Su Yang isn't scared, and it seems those barbarians are being toyed with by him. They can't be that clever." A-Yue had no faith in Su Yang's abilities at all. In his view, Su Yang's current achievements were merely the result of luck and the soldiers fighting desperately. He had already planned it out. By earning merit, he could show off in front of Gu Mingyan and even suppress Su Yang. The thought made his heart ache, remembering that Gu Mingyan had taken his heart's blood to allow Su Yang to go to the battlefield. "Damn Su Yang," he cursed under his breath. But the battlefield was no child's play. No sooner had A-Yue's group approached the front line than they encountered a squad of scattered Great Yuan cavalry desperately seeking a breakthrough. Although the Pei family guards were elite, they were too few in number and were caught off guard. They were quickly surrounded and cut off. In the chaos, A-Yue's ornate robes became the most conspicuous target. "Capture that man!" the Great Yuan cavalry leader shouted, recognizing A-Yue's high status. In just a few moments, the secondary consort, who was so intent on scheming against Su Yang, became a pitiful captive of the Great Yuan cavalry. As he was bound and escorted to the enemy camp, his face had lost all its former arrogance, replaced by only terror and regret. Meanwhile, in the inner city, Gu Mingyan received the news. She was also furious. Disappointment laced her voice as she said, "A-Yue, how could he do such a thing? This isn't like him." Yet he was after all her secondary consort and had saved her life. News soon arrived from the Great Yuan proposing to exchange A-Yue for Jia Tai, the captured Changyong chieftain. The atmosphere in the command tent was heavy. Gu Mingyan had come in person. She looked at Su Yang, who was seated in his wheelchair, and spoke slowly. "Regent King, the Great Yuan wishes to exchange A-Yue for Jia Tai. What is your opinion?" Su Yang raised his eyes to meet the Empress' gaze. Jia Tai was a crucial captive key to future negotiations with the Qing tribe, and he was the one who had captured him. And A-Yue. This man who had repeatedly opposed him and might have even secretly harmed Su Lan. His heart sank heavily. "Your Majesty," Su Yang said, his voice flat and emotionless, "Jia Tai is fierce and holds great prestige among the Qing. Releasing him would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Furthermore, your servant still has questions about Su Lan's whereabouts that need answers from him. This is an imperial decree. He has saved my life and is my secondary consort. Do you expect me to just watch him die in the enemy camp?" Gu Mingyan seemed unwilling to give Su Yang any room to refuse. "Your questions can be investigated slowly, but the exchange must happen." Her tone had grown impatient, afraid that Su Yang would truly discover the cause of Su Lan's death and also fearing he would slip from her control. The Great Zhou still needed him. "Your servant obeys the decree." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it took all the strength he had. Gu Mingyan seemed to relax, her tone softening slightly. "That's good. Make the arrangements for the exchange immediately. Ensure A-Yue returns safely." After speaking, she glanced at Su Yang, saw his unusually grim expression, and finally added, "Regent King should also take care of your health. The grand strategy still needs your support." The prisoner exchange went smoothly. A-Yue returned to Tianlu City, where he was carefully comforted and doted on by the Empress. As for Jia Tai, with a deeper hatred for Su Yang and contempt for the Great Zhou, he returned to the Chang camp with a roar of laughter. "Su Yang, I was right. You really are a pitiful wretch. This time I have to thank your secondary consort Pei and your Empress." Su Yang could only clench his teeth and watch him leave. Soon after, with Jia Tai's return strengthening the alliance, their attacks grew fiercer. Having also seen through the previous stratagem of sowing discord, the Great Yuan now put immense pressure on the Zhou army. Every defense was exceptionally difficult and the casualty count kept climbing. Sitting in his wheelchair, Su Yang listened to the stream of bad news from the front. He watched the defensive lines on the sand table being compressed, and a mouthful of blood suddenly surged into his throat. It was she who had personally released the enemy's blade, and now that very blade was stabbing more viciously at him and his soldiers. As night fell, the cold mechanical prompt of the system sounded in his mind. "Host authority confirmed. Final return passage is preparing to open. Passage stabilization time 24 standard hours. Please confirm activation before the countdown ends, or the permission will not be available again for 3 years. Countdown 235959. Only 1 day left." Returning to Blue Star means bidding farewell to the bloodshed and slaughter here, the intrigues and schemes of the court, the carnage of the battlefield, and Gu Mingyan. It also means he will never know whether Su Lan is alive or dead or where she is. Also the people of Great Zhou, the soldiers, the innocent ones who regarded him as the guardian deity of Great Zhou. He has been here for 10 years and has long considered this place his home. Really leave? In this situation, just let it be. This thought sent a sharp pang. He closed his eyes, but what emerged in his mind was Su Lan following him as a child, the soldiers' admiration, the people's trust. I cannot leave yet. He murmured to himself, as if telling himself and also as if speaking to the invisible system. During this time he had dispatched many people along the route Su Lan might have taken, even infiltrating into the territory of A-Yue to investigate, but the messages that came back were all no trace found. Exhausted. The constant worry over the past days' old injuries and deep anxiety for Su Lan's safety had pushed Su Yang's mind and body to a breaking point. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you. A soldier reported. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then set aside his military affairs and went to Gu Mingyan's residence in the inner city. As soon as he entered he heard the intimate voices of Gu Mingyan and A-Yue. Your Majesty, Su Yang said. Regent, you've come just in time. Gu Mingyan straightened up, regaining her imperial dignity. I have decided to lead the campaign personally. I will depart with the army in 3 days to Shuofeng City. Su Yang's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Your Majesty, the battlefield is no child's play. Arrows have no eyes, war is merciless, what if? No need to persuade me, my mind is made up. Gu Mingyan interrupted him, her tone resolute. All previous emperors of Great Zhou have personally led troops into battle. How can I remain safely in the rear? She looked at Su Yang, her gaze carrying an unyielding determination. Over the past few months the war had been advancing steadily under Su Yang's strategic command, with the allied forces of Qiangyang and A-Yue retreating in defeat. Now was the critical moment to reclaim lost territory. She must personally lead the campaign to let the world know that the Empress of Great Zhou was not merely reliant on the regent. Su Yang was silent for a moment, then finally bowed. I obey your decree. But I have one request. Speak, Regent. I hope your Majesty will follow my command on the battlefield and not act on your own. Military orders are as firm as mountains, even your Majesty cannot be an exception. Gu Mingyan frowned slightly, a flash of displeasure in her eyes, but she finally nodded. I agree. Thank you, your Majesty. I take my leave. Su Yang departed and returned to his command tent. Time is running out. We must recapture Shuofeng City as soon as possible. As for Lin Jiang and Qiqing, plans must also be made. Chen Hu Zhao Ben Sunny, hear my command. Several armored soldiers clasped their fists and looked at Su Yang. We are here. Prepare the entire army. Tonight at midnight, while the enemy's morale is low, we will launch a night raid on Shuofeng City. Su Yang's finger landed heavily on the position of Shuofeng City on the sand table. Pay special attention to Jia Tai. After being captured last time, he will be extremely cautious. Do not underestimate him. We obey. The three turned to leave the tent, but Su Yang added, wait. Send a squad of elite personal guards specifically tasked with protecting His Majesty's safety. His Majesty will personally lead the campaign. The generals were taken aback. Chen Hu couldn't help asking, His Majesty wants to personally lead the campaign at this time. Zhao Ben and Sunny exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. If not for the capture of A-Yue, the Qiangyang general Jia Tai would not have been used as a hostage for exchange. Now, with the great battle imminent, the Emperor's decision to personally lead the campaign inevitably stirred anxiety. Su Yang's gaze swept over them. Just carry out the orders. Remember, the Emperor's safety concerns the morale of the army. Yes. The generals acknowledged and left. On the other side, after Su Yang left, Gu Mingyan watched his back and gave a soft snort. A-Yue timely offered a cup of warm tea, his voice as gentle as water. Your Majesty, the Regent seems quite displeased with your decision to personally lead the campaign. Gu Mingyan took the teacup, a hint of coldness in her tone. His power grows daily. In the army they only know the Regent, not me. This campaign is precisely to let the world see who is the true master of Great Zhou. A-Yue leaned closer, speaking softly. Your Majesty is wise. However, Su Yang commands a large army, and this time he demands that you follow his orders. I am truly worried. If he harbors treacherous intentions and pulls some strings on the battlefield, your Majesty's safety. He did not finish his words, but the meaning was clear, subtly planting seeds of suspicion. Gu Mingyan's eyes sharpened and she tightened her grip on the teacup. He won't. I know. In her heart she always felt that Su Yang would always protect her. Just like this time, despite his severe injuries, he still chose to rush to the border for her, or for Great Zhou. At midnight the sound of battle raged outside Shuofeng City. Su Yang maneuvered his troops with divine skill, feigning an attack on the east gate with a small force while the main army silently infiltrated the west gate, striking from within and without. He led from the front, his black armor like a deadly specter in the firelight and darkness. Wherever he passed, the enemy forces collapsed in defeat. The battle lasted until dawn. The flag of the Qianyang tribe on the wall of Shuofeng City was cut down and the banner of Great Zhou once again flew high. The remnants of Daiyuan were utterly routed, retreating in disarray to Qicheng 100 li away. Shuofeng City was recaptured and all the soldiers sincerely admired his strategy and bravery. However, Gu Mingyan announced publicly, this great victory relies on the emperor's divine might and the soldiers' dedication. She deliberately downplayed Su Yang's contribution, instead pulling Pei Qingyue to her side and personally pouring him wine. "Qingyue, in this battle you steadied my heart and mind. You shall also be credited with a merit." The generals exchanged glances and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Su Yang sat at the lower seat silently watching Gu Mingyan speak tenderly to Pei Qingyue while ignoring his own bleeding wound on his arm. He raised his cup and drained the bitterness within. Post-war accounting, pacifying the people, reorganizing defenses, all the burdens still fell on Su Yang's shoulders. "Your Highness, your injury." Chen, who entered to report on military developments and seeing Su Yang's pale face and bloodstained bandages, couldn't help expressing concern. Su Yang waved his hand, cutting him off. "It's nothing. What movements are there from Qicheng and Linzhou? We must quickly devise the next strategy." Scout reports. A blood letter was presented. A blood letter. Su Yang was puzzled, but the soldier explained this is from Jia Tai and the other chieftains of the Qianyang tribe to the regent. Daiyuan seems to have withdrawn, but Qianyang still occupies Qicheng and Linzhou. Their intention is to trade the regent's life for the surviving Great Zhou people in these two cities. Su Yang opened it and saw that it was exactly as he had thought. The blood letter also stated if Su Yang was not handed over, 100 citizens of the Great Zhou and Red City would be slaughtered every hour and their bodies hung from the city walls. Every hour. 100 people. He repeated in a low voice, his tone brimming with murderous intent. The soldier continued, "Jia Tai demands that I give this to you. He says he wants to see if the guardian of the Great Zhou is willing to trade his own life for the lives of the Great Zhou's people. He specifically said to give the blood letter to you, not to Her Majesty the Empress of the Great Zhou." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's hands which held the blood letter trembled. Truly a treacherous villain. "Shan Hu. Your subordinate is here." Chen Hu clasped his fists, his voice solemn. "If Jia Tai wants my life, Su Yang, so be it. But first he must show his sincerity." "Your Highness, your meaning is? Doesn't he want an exchange?" A cold sharp curve lifted the corner of Su Yang's mouth. "Tell him that I, Su Yang, can go to the meeting alone, but he must immediately cease the slaughter and allow our side to dispatch a team of medical officers and officials into the city to verify the number of surviving citizens and distribute medicine and food. If a single innocent citizen dies after he has made his demand, this deal is void. Even if our Great Zhou soldiers fight to the last man, we will level every single pasture of the Qianyang." Spoken by another, it might have carried little threat, but coming from Su Yang, those Qianyang barbarians would surely be wary. At the same time, dispatch a team of elites to infiltrate. At all costs, find out the exact locations where the citizens are imprisoned and the guard situation. Jia Tai is cunning, he would never place all his chips in one spot. I won't trust him either. Your Highness, you truly intend to? Chen Hu's throat tightened. Going alone was no different from seeking death. Su Yang raised his hand, stopping the unfinished words. His gaze fell upon the heavy night outside the tent and his voice dropped low. This king is the regent of the Great Zhou. Protecting the people is my duty. Even if it is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I shall go. He paused, then continued, go and prepare. Reply to Jia Tai as I have instructed. As for Her Majesty, do not inform her for now. Su Yan looked at the countdown, which was less than 5 hours. His heart tightened. Perhaps he could use the system channel to return to Blue Star. At the same time, Gu Mingyan received the news. What? The Qianyang have retreated to Red City and are threatening the lives of its citizens, wanting to trade Su Yang's life for theirs. Reporting to Your Majesty, it is true. That Jia Tai also said they would kill 100 people every hour until the regent comes for the exchange. Gu Mingyan's head ached from listening. Pei Qingyue standing by was overjoyed. Su Yan, let's see how you choose now. Will you live in ignominy bearing eternal infamy or die a righteous death? Your Majesty, the regent did not inform you of this news. Could it be that he intends to flee, abandoning the citizens of Red City? Gu Mingyan seemed to think of something. Let's go. I will go see him. Issue my decree, recover Linzhou and Red City. Sacrifices are inevitable. The regent must not take such a risk. He was the pillar stabilizing the border, he could not die. Moreover, she had promised Su Yang that once this war was over they would complete their unfinished grand wedding. He could not die. Though she harbored many grievances against him, her heart only raced for him. The feeling was unlike being with Pei Qingyue, it was irreplaceable. She knew she owed him, but she could make amends. When Gu Mingyan arrived at Su Yang's quarters, she found them empty. "Where is the regent?" "Reporting to your majesty, the regent left long ago. He left this letter for you." Gu Mingyan tore it open impatiently, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Had he truly gone? Was he not afraid of death? Pei Qingyue, standing beside her, took in all of Gu Mingyan's loss of composure. The joy in his heart grew like wild grass, and he could barely suppress the upward curve of his lips. Su Yang, you are finally seeking your own doom. What noble character, what righteous sacrifice for justice, it's nothing but foolishness. This realm, this empress will eventually... As he gloated inwardly, he unexpectedly met Gu Mingyan's suddenly turned gaze. "A-Yue, you seem very pleased with this turn of events." Pei Qingyue's heart leaped. Feigning humility, he said, "Your majesty sees clearly." "Your servant. Your servant merely heard of the regent's bravery and feels deep admiration and shame for being unworthy." Gu Mingyan looked at him, her eyes scrutinizing. "I remember telling you that Su Yang is not only the regent but also my personally appointed principal royal consort. You are my benefactor and the secondary royal consort." She paused, then said coldly, "Remember your position and remember his. His safety concerns the very foundation of the state, and it concerns my heart. I do not wish for a repeat." She did not finish, but the oppressive weight of her unspoken words sent a chill of cold sweat down Pei Qingyue's back. "Your servant shall remember your majesty's teachings?" Pei Qingyue bowed his head deeply. He had not expected Gu Mingyan's concern for Su Yang to run so deep. How long has he been gone?" Her voice trembled, a tremor she herself did not notice. "Reporting to your majesty, the prince has been gone for nearly an hour." "Nearly an hour." Gu Mingyan suddenly clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Red City. 100 people every hour. Where was Su Yang now? His injuries. Her mind uncontrollably conjured an image of Su Yang's pale face. "Pursue him," Gu Mingyan commanded. At the same time, Su Yang had already arrived below Red City. Su Yang sat upright on his horse. The wound on his shoulder throbbed with pain from the long rapid ride, and blood had soaked through his outer robe. Yet his back was straight as an arrow, his gaze calm as he looked towards the city walls. "Jia Tai. Su Yang is here." He gathered his inner chi, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach the battlements. "I have come as agreed. Release the citizens." A stir arose on the city wall. A burly figure appeared at the crenellation, none other than the Qiangyong chieftain Jia Tai. He looked down at Su Yang alone on his horse, a ferocious and triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha. Good. Worthy of the world-renowned regent, truly bold." However, he changed his tone with the teasing air of a cat toying with a mouse. "You came just like that. Want you reconsider? Perhaps your empress is reluctant to part with you." Su Yang's brows furrowed slightly, unwilling to engage in a war of words. "Enough nonsense. This king is here. Cease the slaughter immediately and let the citizens out of the city." Just then the sound of urgent thunderous hoofbeats came from behind, along with a sharp cry that pierced the dust. "Su Yang! Stop!" Su Yang's heart sank heavily. He did not need to turn around to know who it was. That voice was all too familiar. Gu Mingyan, leading a squad of elite cavalry, rapidly approached Su Yang. "Go back. Su Yang, come back with me." Her voice was hoarse, carrying an indisputable command. "You cannot go. This is a trap. Can't you see?" "Your Majesty," he spoke, his voice low and steady as if stating an established fact. "Your subject knows. But your subject must go." "Must? What must?" "We can retake Red City and Linzhou. Those citizens. Sacrifices are inevitable in war. But you are the regent of the Great Zhou. You are my royal consort. If something happens to you, who will guard the borders? Who will stabilize the court?" "I." Gu Mingyan roared, trying desperately to stop him. She had always been so contradictory, yearning for his protection yet dreading his brilliance, fearing that its radiance would burn her and that this sharp sword would one day wound the hand that wielded it. She wanted him to fight for Great Zhou, to be her most steadfast bulwark, yet she also feared him amassing too much power lest his achievements overshadow her own, and dreaded his sway over the entire court. In a fit of rage she had even entertained the thought of slaying him. Now watching him stride toward certain death, his resolute back pierced her heart with agonizing pain, while resentment and panic surged like wild weeds. "Your Majesty, I must go," he said again, his gaze shifting past her toward Red City. If I do not, every moment of the rest of my life will be haunted by the blood and wails of Red City's people. Would such a Su Yang alive be any different from the dead? Laden with sin's hands stained with blood, how could he live with peace of mind? His final words were barely audible, carrying a hint of weariness and self-mockery. Su Yang! Gu Mingyan cried out at his resolute back, her voice laced with despair. I command you. I as the Empress command you to come back. Su Yang's back stiffened for a moment, but he did not turn. He raised his hand toward the city walls and his voice pierced the dusk. Jia Tai. Open the gates. This Regent King enters the city. Jia Tai on the city wall had witnessed the entire dispute below. The smug grin on his face grew even more arrogant. He waved his hand. Open the gates. Welcome our Regent King into the city. Beside him the chieftains of the Changyang tribe also wore expressions of glee, scoffing inwardly at Su Yang's folly. As the Regent King of Great Zhou, he willingly walked into the trap only to exchange for the lives of a few thousand worthless commoners. Su Yang! Don't! Gu Mingyan commanded him. Su Yang didn't look at her, he turned and entered the devouring trap. The moment Su Yang stepped into Red City, ambushers sprang from all sides. But he seemed to have anticipated this. He remained calm, fixing a cold stare on Jia Tai, who sat high on his horse. Jia Tai, this Regent King is here. Where are the people? Jia Tai sneered. Why the hurry, Regent King? Once you become a prisoner you'll naturally see them, or perhaps their corpses. Take him. The elite Changyang soldiers rushed forward. Yet at that very moment multiple locations within Red City erupted with earth-shaking battle cries and chaotic alarms. Report. Chieftain, the East Granary is on fire. Report. The West Camp stables have been raided, the warhorses are spooked. Report. Enemy spies have opened the South Watergate. Chaos erupted. This was precisely the simultaneous assault launched by the elite squad Su Yang had dispatched and the spies already infiltrated within the city. Their mission was not only to create chaos but more importantly to find and rescue the imprisoned people. Jia Tai's face changed abruptly. He had not expected Su Yang, while agreeing to the solo meeting, to have laid such ruthless contingency plans. Seize him first. He knew that once Su Yang was captured the Empress attacking the city would lose her composure and the army would be leaderless. He personally charged at Su Yang with his blade. Su Yang drew his sword to meet the attack, but his movements were sluggish from blood loss and he was eventually captured. The people had all been rescued and Red City was plunged into chaos. Several Changyang chieftains urged Jia Tai kill Su Yang and retreat immediately. But Jia Tai was already overwhelmed by the ecstasy of revenge. His soul fought to torment this nemesis who had frustrated him time and again. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to leave first to stabilize the situation. Guess what? Will your Empress save you or her consort? Soon amid the chaos A-Yue was brought up by Changyang soldiers, his mouth tightly gagged with cloth, only able to emit muffled whimpers, his pale face full of terror. The two were roughly hauled up to the city tower, conspicuously exposed to the view of everyone outside the city. Jia Tai looked down at Gu Mingyan, his voice dripping with malice. Great Zhou's Empress, I have two men in my hands. Their lives hang on your decision. Which one do you choose to save? You let us leave and I'll release the one you love most, how about that? Gu Mingyan was furious. Jia Tai, release them both and I guarantee you all safe passage. That won't do, your majesty. Please choose one. Jia Tai's smile grew even more cruel. Seeing Gu Mingyan hesitate, Jia Tai spoke in a low voice to Su Yang, loud enough for those nearby to hear. It seems your Empress doesn't care much for you after all, does she? Regent King, all your loyal devotion has been misplaced. Forced to raise his head, Su Yang looked down at the woman he had devoted everything to protect. In the twilight he could not make out her expression, but he could feel the struggle and weighing in her silence. He had already foreseen this, hadn't he? In her heart, A-Yue would always be the exception who needed her care, while Su Yang was merely a sharp blade, supposed to be invincible, fated to bear everything. Gu Mingyan looked at A-Yue, his eyes red, his mouth still tightly bound, then at Su Yang, whose gaze was calm. Su Yang met her eyes, his expression serene, as if it were not him who was bound. Gu Mingyan averted her gaze from Su Yang. She finally spoke to Jia Tai, release A-Yue. In her heart she desperately told herself that Su Yang would not die, he had survived so much. Besides, she had already instructed Chen Hu to shoot Jia Tai and send men to rescue Su Yang. He was a rough man, a few flesh wounds would be nothing serious. But A-Yue was different. He was naturally frail, and after having to give his heart's blood to save Su Yang, his vitality had been severely damaged. He could no longer withstand any ordeal. She believed she could save both, but Su Yang would have to suffer a little first. After all, the enemy was cornered and had resorted to such a desperate measure. She shot a meaningful glance at Chen Hu beside her. Release him immediately. Jia Tai burst into laughter, gesturing to untie A-Yue's ropes. A-Yue stumbled down the city tower and threw himself into Gu Mingyan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. A-Yue, it's all right, Gu Mingyan said, patting his back gently, but her gaze remained fixed on Su Yang atop the city tower. Jia Tai roughly grabbed Su Yang by the hair, forcing his face up to confront the two embracing below. His voice dripped with mockery and cruelty. Do you see, Regent King? In Her Majesty's heart you will never surpass that sickly weakling. You risked your life for her, secured her throne, yet in the end you are not even worth a single finger of his. It seems Her Majesty cares not for your life, Regent King. How about I send you off? A faint, almost imperceptible bitter smile tugged at the corner of Su Yang's mouth, but he remained silent. Your Majesty. Shen Hu whispered beside her, I have placed a skilled archer ready to strike at any moment. No, Gu Mingyan interrupted him. Jia Tai is on full alert. An arrow may not be fatal. Wait until they relax and move away from the edge of the tower. The moment her words fell, Jia Tai on the tower seemed to have grown bored. He viciously kicked Su Yang's injured knee. Almost simultaneously, perhaps the archer Chen who had arranged found a fleeting opportunity. A sharp arrow shot through the air, piercing Jia Tai's right wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Jia Tai let out a scream of agony and instinctively released his grip. Su Yang seized the chance to break free, but Jia Tai grabbed him with his other hand. What does winning matter? Su Yang, in the end you've fallen into my hands. Come with me to hell. Having you as my company, you'll count it a worthy death. Gu Mingyan roared, wait. Jia Tai, if you release him I promise your Changyang tribe shall dwell in the northern border for generations, never to be conquered. This was the greatest concession she could make. The court ministers would surely oppose it, but she could not care. A glint of cunning light indeed flashed in Jia Tai's bloodthirsty eyes, and his arm that restrained Su Yang loosened slightly. The northern border with its lush pastures and natural barrier was an immense temptation to dwell there for generations. At this critical moment Su Yang, whose throat was being choked, suddenly struggled violently. His voice, though weak, was as firm as iron. Your Majesty, you must not. The northern border is the gateway to Great Zhou. How can we allow foreign tribes to occupy it? If this precedent is set, the consequences will be endless. Good. A truly loyal and righteous Regent King. The hesitation on Jia Tai's face was instantly replaced by rage. He sneered, then I shall grant your loyalty. Before his words faded he clamped down on Su Yang and leaped backward, the two of them falling like broken marionettes straight down from the 100-foot city tower. The wind howled in their ears below, the crowd's screams blurred, and Gu Mingyan's heart-wrenching no could be heard. In the midst of the rapid descent Su Yang silently called out, System. System channel opened. Teleportation initiated. The familiar mechanical voice sounded. Yet in the next second a sudden change occurred. Warning. Unknown energy interference detected. Spatial coordinates disordered. Blue star return channel forced, opening failed. Initiating emergency random teleport. Positioning error. Positioning. The mechanical voice in his mind became urgent and chaotic, like a damaged circuit. The faint blue light flickered, violently twisted, and then shattered like broken glass with a bang. In its place a more violent, uncontrollable force of spatial tearing surged. Su Yang felt as if his soul was being torn out. After an unknown span of time he opened his eyes to a completely unfamiliar scene. He was lying by the edge of a cold, swift river. The water was murky, carrying the scent of earth. This was neither Red City nor the border. Where was this? Had he returned to Blue Star? He looked at his attire. It was still the clothing of Great Zhou. The fall. Jia Tai. The system. Chaotic fragments collided in his mind. He remembered that he and Jia Tai had fallen from the tower together. At that height there was no chance of survival. Then what was this? He tried to move, and immediately a bone-shattering pain shot through his entire body. Ignoring the pain, Su Yang urgently called out in his mind, trying to understand this bizarre situation. System. System. There was no response. Only silence. He did not give up and concentrated again. System. Answer me. ZZZ. Crackle. Host. Energy. Disrupted. This system has a severe malfunction. Attempting repair. ZZZ. Disjointed static mixed with a few blurred words came through, even weaker and more unstable than during the fall from the tower. Su Yang quickly called the system, wanting to understand the current situation. System. System. Su Yang was so angry he wanted to curse. 10 years. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? ZZZZ. Host. System malfunction. Repair. Another burst of static passed. The hope of returning to Blue Star. Was it completely cut off? Meanwhile, Gu Mingyan, staring at Su Yang's body below the city tower, instantly collapsed. No. This scream drained almost all her strength as she watched the glaring red spreading rapidly on the ground. She pushed aside the soldiers who tried to support her and staggered towards Su Yang. Her imperial dignity was gone, she was merely a woman who had lost her beloved. Jia Tai had died on the spot, his face twisted in agony. Su Yang lay there quietly as if nearly asleep except for the dark red at the corner of his lips that pierced her eyes. She threw herself into that mess trembling, not daring to touch that pale but still handsome face. Her fingers gently traced the scar on his cheek. This was also a wound he had received saving her. He always stood in front of her without hesitation, covered in scars yet smiling and saying, as long as Yenner is safe, that is enough. She gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Yang. Su Gij. She carefully cradled his cold body in her arms, using her sleeve to wipe the bloodstains from his face, tears streaming down like broken pearls falling onto his lifeless cheeks. Wake up, look at me. Look at Yenner. She murmured, incoherent. It's my fault. All my fault. Gu Mingyan buried her face in his cold neck, her shoulders trembling violently. I should have listened to you. Su Yang, come back, I'll listen to everything you say. Let's marry right now. Regret flooded her heart. She had promised him they would marry and have a child. He had also said he would protect her for life, and as long as he was there the Great Zhou Empire would be safe. He had kept his promise, but she had broken hers. Su Gij, let's go home. Yenner will take you back. The immense grief like a tide nearly drowned her. Only late into the night did she come to her senses. She gently arranged Su Yang's collar, her voice low and hoarse but with unwavering determination. Take the Regent King back to the palace. Issue my decree, let the Ministry of Rites prepare immediately. I shall hold a grand wedding with the Regent King. In life he is my Regent King, in death he is my principal prince consort. She wanted to make amends. Even if he was senseless she would fulfill her promise to him, give him a title she had owed him for too long. Su Gij, let's go home. She personally lifted his head, her movements gentle as if afraid to disturb him. Yenner will take you back. We will marry. Nearby Pei Qingyue witnessed everything. At first, seeing Su Yang fall, an indescribable glee surged in his heart. This man who had always overshadowed him was finally dead. From now on in the court no one could rival the Pei family, and the emperor's heart would belong only to him, and she would bear only his child. He stepped forward and spoke softly to console her. Your Majesty, please restrain your grief. Prince Su died for the country a worthy death. He tried to support the staggering Gu Mingyan to lead her away from that cold corpse. But Gu Mingyan fiercely flung his hand away, the grief and distance in her eyes piercing his heart like an icy dagger. She did not even spare him a glance, all her being focused on that lifeless body. When she announced her intention to marry Su Yang, the color drained from Pei Qingyu's face. He was mad with jealousy. Why? How could a dead man still receive such devotion from her? Were his years of devoted companionship inferior to a cold corpse? He watched Gu Mingyan hold Su Yang with such tenderness, heard her gentle calls of Su Gij, and the jealousy that could not be vented roiled and burned in his chest. Su Yang, when you were alive you occupied all her attention, now dead you still claim the title of prince consort. He stared fixedly at the figure that Gu Mingyan cherished like a treasure, his eyes seething with barely concealed darkness and madness. How long could a dead man occupy her? He would make Her Majesty understand that the living were more valuable. The position of imperial consort, the chance to stand beside her and overlook the realm, in the end it would belong only to him, Pei Qingyue. Su Yang rose to his feet, gazing at his drenched clothes as the chill seeped through the fabric into his skin. He shuddered. He needed to find some dry garments to change into. He had barely taken a few steps when his pace abruptly halted. Amidst the throng of displaced refugees a familiar figure stood out, sealing the Princess of Diqian. Why was she here? Dressed in the coarse cotton robes of a Dezhou commoner, mingling among these gaunt, starving refugees. Though she tried to keep a low profile, the innate nobility about her clashed with her surroundings, making her conspicuously out of place. Si Ling seemed to sense the gaze upon her. She looked up and saw a face that bore an intense resemblance to Su Yang. Thinking of the Dezhou war god who had once struck terror into enemy armies only to meet such a miserable end, a hollow emptiness settled in her heart. If he had only been willing to follow her back, then would things have come to this? That Gu Mingyan had clearly been using him, wounding him until he was battered and broken, yet still refusing to let go, determined to drain the last ounce of his worth. How could a woman with a heart as venomous as hers deserve his willing devotion, even to the point of laying down his life? Su Yang averted his gaze without a flicker of expression. He was no longer Su Yang now, he was utterly free, unburdened by national duty, unbound by so-called love. Completely free. Though returning to Blue Star was temporarily out of reach, once the system was repaired it might not be impossible. She probably hadn't recognized him. Su Yang's heart settled slightly as he seamlessly melted into the refugee crowd. Glancing down at his own disheveled state, he found it indistinguishable from the rest of these displaced souls. He sidled up to the nearest young man, about 16 or 17, and asked, "Where are we headed?" The youth took a measure of him. Though his clothes were ragged, the fabric hinted at former refinement, suggesting he had once been well off. The floods in the southern 4 prefectures are severe, the disaster has spread. We fled from the neighboring prefectures and are now making our way to the capital. Is the flooding really that bad? Didn't the court send officials to manage it? I heard a considerable sum of relief funds was allocated. Su Yang frowned. The youth gave him a strange look as if to say, this man seems old enough, how can he be so naive? The silver the court sends down gets skimmed at every level. How much do you think actually reaches us common? An older man nearby chimed in, his voice heavy with exhaustion and resignation. If there were truly enough relief grain, why would we abandon our homes and travel all the way to the capital? This exchange drifted clearly to Si Ling, who stood not far off. She furrowed her brow slightly. That voice and the way he spoke, why did it feel so familiar? She moved through the crowd without drawing attention, closing in on Su Yang. Behind her followed several burly men also dressed in ordinary clothes, but their straight backs and sharp eyes marked them as anything but disaster victims. But at that moment everyone was too absorbed in their own troubles to take notice. Si Ling approached step by step, her gaze fixed on Su Yang. Si Ling drew up beside Su Yang, falling into step with him as if by chance. You seem familiar, sir. You remind me of an old acquaintance. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes were like fine needles piercing into the side of his face. Su Yang's heart tightened, but his face remained impassive. He turned his head slightly, adopting the proper deference of a refugee. Miss, you must have mistaken me. How could a humble man like me resemble someone you know? Si Ling was non-committal, continuing her probe. That old acquaintance of mine was always concerned about the people's suffering. Just now when you asked about the court's relief efforts, it struck a chord. Just a casual question, Su Yang replied, dropping his gaze and deliberately slowing his speech to make his voice sound more hoarse and weary. I can barely fend for myself now. I have no heart left for such concerns. He suddenly stepped half a pace away, merging into a group of older refugees. The guards behind Si Ling started to follow, but she stopped them with a single glance. Just then the young man who had spoken to Su Yang earlier interjected, Sister, are you also heading to the capital to find family? Si Ling's eyes flickered and she played along. Yes. My father said the southern floods are severe and told me to come to the capital to find him, she said, letting a note of worry color her face. I wonder how he's doing now. Listening from the crowd, Su Yang thought the princess of Deqian's father naturally resides in the Deqian palace. How could he be in the capital of Dezhou? This excuse was flimsy, clearly she intended to use the refugee guys to infiltrate the capital. He casually muttered to the youth beside him, I hear the capital is not easy to enter these days. The checks are strict. Strict or not, we have to go. The youth sighed. Better than staying home and waiting to die. Si Ling caught their exchange and chimed in, yes, no matter what I must reach the capital. My father wrote that he has already arranged a place for me to stay in the city. As she spoke her gaze swept over Su Yang again. Seeing him still wearing that air of indifference, doubt crept into her mind, could it really be just a resemblance? She had not seen Su Yang's body, but she had received reliable news. How could the dead come back to life? Su Yang, however, had already gleaned Si Ling's intentions from those few exchanges. A princess of Deqian willing to disguise herself as a refugee to sneak into the capital of Dezhou, her purpose must be no small matter. But he was a free man now, why should he get entangled in these affairs? After all, he had already given his life to Dezhou. This time entering the capital, he only wanted to find out what had become of Su Lan. He wanted no further ties with anyone or anything else. Moreover, now that the war had subsided, Chang Yuan lacked troops and De Yuan dared not make any more moves. Deqian sending someone to the capital at this time, he had to be cautious. He hadn't yet escaped this era, caution was paramount. He pulled his tattered collar higher, burying his face deeper, and moved forward with the slow tide of the crowd. As dusk fell, the refugee band found a relatively dry patch of woodland by the official road to rest. People settled where they could, pulling out their meager rations of dried food and chewing in silence. Su Yang felt his pockets empty. His stomach growled at that moment. Then a rustling sound approached, it was the young man. He carefully broke off a piece of his hard blackened dried ration and held out half. His voice was low. Here, I see you. Don't have anything to eat. Su Yang offered a smile in return, his heart warmed by the reluctance and kindness in the youth's clear eyes. But he shook his head. You don't have much yourself. Keep it. What's your name? Why are you alone? Where are your parents? My name is Lin Xiaoyi. You can call me Xiaoyi, big brother. My parents are dead. He paused, not much sorrow in his voice, then asked, and you, big brother? What should I call you? Su Yang was taken aback by the boy's misfortune and felt a bit at a loss. My name is Su Yang. Yang the sun. He had spoken his own name unconsciously, then quickly corrected himself. I thought you were Su Yang, same name as our Grand Regent of Dezhou. He's my idol. Someday I want to become a figure like him and protect Dezhou. Su Yang looked at the boy's resolute eyes and encouraged him with a smile. You will. Not far away, Si Ling witnessed this scene and was startled. Su Yang. Just a coincidence. Similar face, same name. It's fine and young and can handle it. Besides, you feel familiar to me the moment I saw you. Lin Shui insisted on pressing it into his hand, then sat down beside him carefully and sparingly nibbling on her own half. Si Ling watched this scene in silence. A guard beside her reported in a low voice, Princess, we've checked. That man seems to have appeared out of nowhere. No one had noticed him before. We asked around and no one recognized him. Si Ling let out a soft but her gaze rested on the unintentional yet distinct manner of gratitude Su Yang displayed when he accepted the dry rations, a manner starkly different from the surrounding refugees. It was something ingrained in the bone, something that even ragged clothes and deliberate concealment could not fully erase. She rose, picked up a water flask and a relatively finer cake wrapped in a clean handkerchief and walked slowly toward Su Yang and Lin Shui. A shadow fell over them and Su Yang's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Have some water. Dry rations are choking. Si Ling handed the water flask to Lin Shui, then turned her gaze to Su Yang and offered him the cake. Young sir, please have something to fill your stomach. Su Yang kept his head down, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke in an even hoarser voice. Thank you for your kindness, miss. I am unworthy of such favor. We are all travelers, it's only natural to help each other. Si Ling's voice remained gentle but carried an air of insistence. You carry yourself with a bearing not of common folk, young sir. Might you be a scholar who has fallen on hard times? Alarms rang in Su Yang's heart. He knew she was still probing. He accepted the cake, it was warm to the touch, but did not eat it immediately. Instead he said in a low voice, I am but a ruined man barely clinging to life. What bearing could I speak of? You flatter me, miss. Lin Shui drank water on the side, glancing between Si Ling and Su Yang, seemingly sensing the subtle tension between them and not daring to speak. Si Ling, however, showed no sign of leaving. She sat down at a distance close enough to observe Su Yang's expression and sighed, as if casually speaking of which an old acquaintance of mine was often like you, young sir, reluctant to accept favors even in dire straits. He always said one who receives a favor must think of repaying it. Alas. She paused, deliberately leaving a tantalizing trail for inquiry. Su Yang's fingers tightened around the cake. He naturally knew who Si Ling's old acquaintance was. It was the Su Yang of the past, the one who believed in loyalty to the sovereign and the weight of a promise. But that Su Yang had died on the border battlefield, died at Red City. He remained silent, not replying, only slowly chewing on the small piece of cake. The cake tasted excellent, far better than Lin Xiaoya's rock-hard rations, but he could discern no flavor. His throat felt tight, making it difficult to swallow. Just then from the official road outside the grove came the sudden sound of urgent horse hooves and clamorous voices accompanied by shouts, all of you get up. Check your travel passes. Everyone assemble here. The refugees stirred in panic, fear written on their faces. A nighttime inspection was no ordinary matter. Si Ling's expression shifted slightly. She exchanged a glance with the guard behind her. They had infiltrated in disguise, and though they had prepared travel passes, a thorough check by soldiers could expose them. Su Yang also raised his head, looking toward the official road where torches flickered and shadows moved. He furrowed his brow. Were these troops from the capital guard? At this hour, such a massive mobilization. In the chaos, several armed officers in uniform burst into this temporary resting place, loudly driving the refugees. You! Stand up! An officer approached Su Yang and Si Ling, his sharp eyes scanning them. Where are your travel passes? Show them. Lin Shui turned pale with fright, frantically searching through her shabby luggage. Su Yang slowly rose and said with his head bowed, Officer, I fled in such haste that I unfortunately lost my travel pass. Lost? The officer snorted coldly, his suspicion deepening. No travel pass means you're a refugee. By law you'll be sent to hard labor. His gaze shifted to Si Ling and the guards behind her, who, though keeping their heads down, stood with erect postures. You there, travel passes. Si Ling signaled her guard to produce the passes, her heart racing with anxiety. If exposed here, all their efforts would be wasted. Just as the officer scrutinized Si Ling's guard's travel pass, his brow furrowing deeper, Su Yang suddenly clutched his chest and coughed violently, his body swaying as if about to collapse. He staggered seemingly by accident, but precisely bumped into the officer's arm as he was checking the pass. What are you doing? The officer shoved him angrily. Su Yang fell to the ground with the momentum, coughing even more heartrendingly, his voice broken and hoarse. Please forgive me, officer. I am afflicted with a vile disease. I fear I won't make it to the capital. As he coughed, he suddenly shot Lin Shui a glance. Lin Shui was startled for a moment, then caught on. With a tearful voice she cried out, Officer, my elder brother. He's been sick for days, coughing badly. I'm afraid. It's consumption. At the words consumption, the surrounding refugees and the officers all changed color, instinctively stepping back and covering their mouths and noses in disgust. The officer Su Yang had bumped into turned even paler. He glared at Su Yang, then, no longer caring to examine Si Ling's guard's somewhat complicated travel pass, waved his hand in annoyance. Get away. What damned luck. Move along, move along. He urged his companions, hastily checked the remaining few and quickly left the area as if afraid of catching something unclean. The commotion gradually subsided. Si Ling looked at Su Yang, still lying on the ground with a painful expression, her eyes complex and unreadable. She had seen clearly that bump was no accident. He had helped her out of a tight spot. Why? Su Yang weakly rose with Lin Xiaoyu's help, dusted off his clothes and met Si Ling's probing gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, reverting to his numb, destitute demeanor as if everything just now had been mere coincidence and quick thinking. Yet the thought that had once wavered in Si Ling's mind grew stronger. Could it be him? So clever, surely he would find a way to deceive the world. He had not died. The next morning before dawn, a black carriage escorted by elite imperial guards silently entered the side gate of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, bringing back Su Yang's body. The night-long journey, coupled with the shock of confirming Su Yang's death with her own eyes, had drained her both mentally and physically. That cold corpse seemed to silently mock her past scheming and her ultimate loss. A complex emotion, one she could not fully untangle even for herself, weighed heavily on her heart. She did not go directly to the bedchamber to rest. Instead, she changed into her court robes, forced herself to rally, and appeared at the morning court in the Golden Throne Hall. After the 100 officials chanted their "Long live the Emperor," they clearly sensed that the female emperor on the throne today exuded a pressure unlike her usual imperial might. Gu Mingyan did not mince words. Her gaze swept over the bowed ministers below, and her voice, though carrying a subtle rasp, rang clearly through the hall. The Emperor brought back the body of the Regent Prince Su Yang last night. A slight stir rippled through the hall. The officials exchanged glances, clearly shocked by the news. Before they could digest the information, Gu Mingyan's next words were even more earth-shattering. Su Yang died for the nation, his merits eternal. He and I share an unfulfilled marriage contract. I decree that he shall be wed to me with the rights of a rightful sovereign, interred in the imperial mausoleum, and receive eternal offerings. As his words fell, the entire Golden Throne Hall sank into a deathly stillness, so quiet that the drop of a needle could be heard. Then, like cold water splashed into boiling oil, it instantly erupted. Premier Pei was the first to step forward. His graying beard trembled slightly with agitation, and his voice was loud, carrying urgency and disapproval. Your Majesty. This must not be. You are the Empress of Great Zhou, representing the dignity and decorum of our dynasty. Since ancient times, how could a sovereign perform a ghost marriage? If this precedent is set, how will future historians judge? Your Majesty, please reconsider. His heart was even more anxious. After finally hoping that Su Yang, the greatest obstacle, had died, he saw an opportunity for his own son to become the Empress' sole royal consort, and perhaps even sire and heir bearing the Pei family blood. How could he tolerate a dead man, one to be buried with the rights of a rightful consort, usurping this most crucial title and position? Immediately after, the newly appointed Vice Minister of Rights hastily stepped forward to echo, Your Majesty, Premier Pei speaks truly. Ghost marriages are mostly practiced among the common folk and are often vulgar customs. Your Majesty's person embodies the nation. How could you follow such practices? The Regent King's merits shall be generously rewarded and posthumously honored by the court, granting him the utmost posthumous glory. But a ghost marriage truly damages Your Majesty's sacred virtue and violates ritual propriety. Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Although Su Yang toiled with great merit and indeed contributed to resolving the border crisis, this time it is a subject's duty to serve the nation loyally. Your Majesty need only honor him posthumously. Why? Why must you demean yourself with such a shocking act? At this moment, a censor aligned with Premier Pei also stepped forward, his words sharper. Your Majesty, I dare speak bluntly. Previously, the Regent King failed to complete the grand wedding as scheduled, already tarnishing the imperial family's honor. Now that he is gone, Your Majesty should prioritize the greater good and uphold the dignity of the imperial house and the laws of the court. How can a sovereign conduct a ghost marriage for a subject? This is utterly unheard of. I implore Your Majesty to consider the state's welfare and rescind the decree. He deliberately avoided the word jilted, but the meaning was clear. We implore Your Majesty to rescind the decree. Several ministers bowed in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. Gu Mingyan sat upon the dragon throne, listening to the chorus of opposition below, her face veiled in frost. These ministers, some bound by ritual law, others by selfish motives, every word seemed to remind her what it meant to be a sovereign, what it meant to be utterly alone. She gazed at the sea of figures below, a bitter taste spreading in her heart. They did not understand, none of them understood. This was not merely a marriage contract, it was a settlement of the tangled accounts between her and him, the last thing she could give him, something she herself could not define. My mind is made up. These 4 words settled the matter. The officials ultimately could not sway the Empress. Gu Mingyan then inquired about the flood disaster in the 4 southern prefectures during her absence. Premier Pei said, reporting to Your Majesty, the flood in the 4 southern prefectures has subsided, but the victims cannot yet be resettled and are scattered across the region. The sound of Gu Mingyan's knuckles tapping the dragon desk echoed through the hall, each tap striking the tautest nerves. Looking down from her height, her voice was unusually low but carried the oppressive chill of an impending storm. I will ask one last time. Where have the relief silver and the disaster relief grain gone? And what are those local officials doing? Premier Pei bowed deeply, the broad shoulders of his official robe seeming unusually heavy at that moment. Reporting to Your Majesty, 50,000 taels of relief silver have been fully allocated to the 4 southern prefectures. However, each prefecture reports that it has been exhausted on repairing riverbanks, procuring supplies and distributing compensation. As for grain, he paused briefly, the air in the hall nearly freezing. The first shipment of 100,000 dan arrived via canal, but due to losses along the way and some spoilage, less than half was actually distributed to the victims. 50,000 taels of silver, what did they repair? Half the grain, who did it feed? Was it the gaunt and starving victims or the bloated corrupt parasites in the prefectural offices? She descended the dragon throne step by step, the sound of her boots striking the golden bricks clear and heart-shivering. Tell me, Premier Pei. She stopped before Premier Pei. Is my blade not swift enough, or do they think my eyes have gone blind? Your Majesty, calm your wrath. I have secretly dispatched censors to audit the accounts and investigate the disaster. However, the officialdom in the 4 prefectures is deeply entrenched and interconnected, a problem not of a single day. It may be that pulling one thread will disturb the whole web. Gu Mingyan let out a cold laugh devoid of any warmth. Disturb the whole web. I want to see whether their sordid collusion is stronger or my executioner's blade is sharper. She turned around, her voice resolute, echoing through every corner of the Xinjiang Hall. Transmit my decree. Order the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue to conduct a joint investigation. Thoroughly probe the whereabouts of the relief funds and grain in the 4 southern prefectures. Any found guilty of embezzlement or dereliction of duty, regardless of rank, with conclusive evidence, shall be beheaded without pardon. Their property shall be confiscated and used for disaster relief. Order Han Feng, commander of the palace command, to immediately select elite imperial guards bearing my golden plaque to rush to the 4 prefectures to assist in the investigation. If any official resists orders or attempts to destroy evidence, they may be arrested on the spot. Each command was like a drawn sword gleaming with cold light. Gu Mingyan finally looked at Premier Pei, her gaze piercing. Premier Pei. Your servant is here. The current Zhuan Yuan you recommended to go south, where is he now? Has his memorial to me been the same peaceful report as yours? Pei Ji bowed deeply, his hand in his sleeve tightening almost imperceptibly for a moment, yet his face remained calm. Reporting to Your Majesty, Zhuan Yuan Li Weiqing lost contact 3 days ago. Your servant is dispatching more personnel to investigate. Lost contact. Gu Mingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, the storm in her eyes gathering again. Good, very good. It seems the 4 southern prefectures face not only devastating floods but also dare to swallow the imperial commissioner I personally appointed. She sat back on the dragon throne, shadows veiling her young but increasingly authoritative face. Investigate. Investigate to the very end. I want to see which ghosts and gods are stirring up trouble in my realm. Premier Pei's eyes, however, flickered with evasion. The released silver this time was meager to begin with, and he had embezzled it all to fill the gaps in his family's finances. Fortunately, he had cleaned up all loose ends and had the Zhuan Yuan Li Weiqing assassinated. Withdraw from court. As the eunuch's shrill announcement echoed through the Golden Throne Hall, the civil and military officials, each harboring their own thoughts, bowed and retreated. Expressionless, Gu Mingyan flicked her sleeve and turned to stride directly toward the imperial study. Gazing at the mountain of memorials, she rubbed her throbbing temples. She had just sat down, not yet opening the first memorial, when a faint disturbance came from outside the door. The guarding eunuch did not announce or block as usual, only steady, slightly aged footsteps were heard approaching from afar. Then a figure appeared at the doorway, silhouetted against the light, his outline slightly stooped. Gu Mingyan looked up and was slightly startled. The visitor had graying hair, wore a simple dark Confucian robe, and despite his advanced age his brow still bore the accumulated dignity and uprightness of years. He was the Grand Tutor of 3 reigns, Su Wanzhang. Grand Tutor. Why have you come? Her tone carried doubt. This Grand Tutor lived in seclusion and generally did not involve himself in court affairs. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, his voice aged yet clear. Your servant, Your Majesty, pays homage. May Your Majesty be in peace. Gu Mingyan swiftly rose, bypassed the dragon desk, and before he could complete his bow reached out to steadily support his arm. Grand Tutor, there is no need for such formalities. Her voice softened slightly, carrying a special respect for her mentor from childhood. There are no outsiders here. Please rise. Your Majesty is considerate and I am deeply grateful. However, my visit today is not for reminiscence. He leaned forward slightly, his tone heavy enough to drip with gravity. Does your Majesty know that the refugees from the 4 southern prefectures due to inadequate local resettlement have scattered like spilled mercury? One group has now reached the capital region right outside the city. Gu Mingyan's hand supporting Su Wenzhang's arm stiffened slightly. At the capital. Her voice was low, her sharp phoenix eyes narrowing. Is the news certain? Absolutely certain, Su Wenzhang said in a deep voice, his white beard and hair trembling in the faint light filtering through the lattice. The steward of my estate went out of the city to purchase supplies yesterday and saw it with his own eyes. At Luoxia Slope 20 li west of the city, thousands have gathered, all in tattered clothes and gaunt faces. The local authorities seem unaware, or perhaps they know but are holding back. Holding back. Gu Mingyan released her grip and paced slowly to the window. Outside the window, the palace walls stood majestic, clouds drifted across the sky, a scene of peace and prosperity. Yet just beyond this prosperous capital, the starving were everywhere and the refugees wailed in misery. They are not holding back, her voice was cold as ice. They are waiting to see, will I find out, and if I do, how will I handle it? They want to see upon whom this fire will eventually fall. The officials of the 4 southern prefectures, the entangled powers within the capital, and even how many in this court played an inglorious role in this disaster. The whereabouts of disaster relief funds, the disappearance of the top scholar, and now the refugees arriving at the capital, all these threads connected, forming an invisible net closing in around her. Su Wenzhang watched the Empress' upright yet slightly lonely figure, a flicker of pity in his eyes but more worry. Your Majesty, refugees at the capital is no small matter. Hundreds gathered outside the city. If mishandled, it could incite unrest or trigger an epidemic with unimaginable consequences. We must resettle, provide relief, and trace the source to calm the people's hearts. Resettle. Provide relief. Gu Mingyan turned abruptly. Grand Tutor, how many officials within and outside the capital do you think truly wish to resettle and relieve these refugees? I fear that the grain I allocate will end up in someone's pockets before it even leaves the capital. She returned to the dragon desk, her gaze sweeping over the mountain of memorials. How many were sycophantic praises, how many were mutual accusations, and how many truly concerned the people's suffering? I will certainly act, but not according to the moves they have preset. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Mingyan's eyes. She sat down again, spread a blank imperial edict, and picked up the vermilion brush. Summon the attendant. The eunuch on duty outside the hall entered upon hearing the call. Convey my oral decree. Gu Mingyan's voice was clear and resolute, with an authority that brooked no dissent. Let San, commander of the capital guard, immediately muster 200 elite troops in plainclothes and await orders. Also summon Zhang Li, vice minister of revenue, and Zhou Changyi, governor of the capital, to the palace immediately. Yes. The eunuch acknowledged and withdrew swiftly. Su Wenzhang looked at Gu Mingyan, hesitating. Your Majesty, Commander Xie is a military officer responsible for the security of the palace. Sending him to handle the refugees. Precisely because he is a military officer and one I personally promoted, he is the most suitable. Gu Mingyan did not pause in her writing, her tone grim. I do not need those civil officials who only speak in clichés and compromise to pacify. What I need is efficiency, absolute execution. I want those hiding in the shadows to see clearly that my blade can fall at any moment. She raised her eyes to Su Wenzhang, her expression complex. Grand Tutor, you are advanced in years and should not be burdened further. But at this moment I still need your help. Your Majesty, please speak. I shall serve even unto death. Please use some off-the-record connections to carefully investigate whether there are people among the refugees who can communicate. Which prefecture did they come from? Which officials did they encounter along the way? What extortion did they suffer? I want the truest voices, not the reports polished through layers of bureaucracy. A sharp glint flashed in Su Wenzhang's cloudy eyes. He instantly understood Gu Mingyan's intent. She wanted him to use the connections and hidden influence he had cultivated over the years to obtain truths beyond official channels. He bowed deeply. Your servant receives the decree. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Regent King has already reached Xicheng. Gu Mingyan thought he had come to dissuade her, for the Grand Tutor valued propriety the most. My mind is made up. Completing the grand wedding with Su Yang is what I owe him. The Regent King, though I have had little contact with him, I know he was a loyal subject, unwavering in his devotion to your Majesty. By doing this you fulfill his wish. Surely he will rest in peace in the afterlife. With that he took his leave. Watching the Grand Tutor's slightly faltering yet resolute figure disappear at the doorway, Gu Mingyan took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to the edict before her. The vermilion brush was soaked in ink, bright red like blood. She knew that opening the city gates to admit the refugees would inevitably shatter the fragile peace of the capital, exposing the hidden filth and turmoil to the light. This was nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. Soon Xian arrived. He was the first. Your servant pays homage to your Majesty. He bowed and rose, his expression grave. I have a matter to report. Gu Mingyan nodded slightly. Speak. Yesterday my patrols reported that thousands had gathered at Luoxia Slope 20 li west of the city, apparently refugees from the 4 southern prefectures. However, he paused. There seemed to be individuals with ulterior motives mixed in. We have not yet uncovered more clues. I feared alerting the enemy, so I came to seek your majesty's instructions. I was just about to discuss this with you, Gu Mingyan said. We will deliberate in detail when the others arrive. Soon Vice Minister of Revenue Zhang Li and Governor of the capital Zhou Changyi hurriedly arrived. After Xian briefed them on the situation, the three looked to the Empress awaiting her decree. The most urgent task now is to ascertain the origins of these refugees and properly resettle them. Gu Mingyan's gaze swept over the three. I want you to begin handling this matter immediately. Remember, her voice was low but powerful. This concerns the foundation of the state, the safety of the capital, and the lives of thousands outside the city. I care not for the process, only the result. If there is any failure, I will hold you accountable. Go now. Your servants take our leave. The three bowed and withdrew from the hall, walking briskly. They immediately began discussing in low voices outside the hall, then parted ways to take action. Gu Mingyan meanwhile revised a few memorials, almost all concerning the floods in the 4 southern prefectures. She had little heart for more. Finally she discarded the brush and staggered to Su Yang's coffin. Su Yang lay quietly in the brocade lining. After being tidied, his face still bore traces of his former appearance, but it was excessively pale, devoid of warmth. She leaned down, brushing her fingertips lightly over his icy brow, her voice so low it was like a murmur. Brother Su Yener has brought you home. Tomorrow we shall wed. I always thought we had time. She choked, pressing her forehead against the cold edge of the coffin, her shoulders trembling slightly. I always thought you would wait for me, that we had all the time in the world. Now I realize how terribly wrong I was. Su Yang, I have brought you back. Open your eyes and look at me, won't you? Tomorrow we will be wed. I will wear the phoenix coronet and cape you love most. I will not be the Empress of Great Zhou, only your wife. At that moment the faintest sound of footsteps arose from behind. A-Yue stood at the boundary between candlelight and shadow, having already been there for an unknown length of time. He watched her break down over another man, listened to her pour out her heart-wrenching regrets and promises, and the hand hidden within his sleeve had long since clenched into a fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, bringing a sharp stinging pain. Yet on his face a sorrowful yet gentle expression slowly bloomed. He stepped forward, unfastened his ink-black cloak embroidered with gold, and gently draped it over Gu Mingyan's slender shoulders. Your Majesty, his voice was deep and pleasant with just the right note of hoarseness and grief, please accept my condolences. If General Su's spirit is watching from above, seeing you so heartbroken, he would surely be unable to rest in peace. He paused almost imperceptibly on the words rest in peace. Gu Mingyan seemed not to hear, still lost in her own world. A-Yue's gaze swept over her tear-streaked face, finally resting on the silent visage within the coffin. Deep in his eyes a flicker of jealousy flashed and vanished. He leaned in closer to Gu Mingyan, almost whispering against her ear, the departed are gone, but the living must carry on. Your Majesty, your health is paramount. If you fall ill from grief, would that not betray the loyalty of General Su in days past? Moreover, your servant is still here. I will always be with you. Gu Mingyan, however, remained motionless, staring at Su Yang in the coffin, her heart filled with regret. The next morning the sky was gray, with leaden clouds hanging low. Gu Mingyan, overriding all objections, held that shocking and unprecedented ghost marriage. Inside and outside the palace, white mourning in festive red intertwined in a bizarre manner. The gongs and drums, the swana horns no longer played joyful wedding tunes but rather somber, mournful dirges. She wore an elaborate and gorgeous wedding dress, a crown upon her head, and walked step by step toward the coffin placed in the center of the wedding hall. The civil and military officials stood in solemn silence according to their ranks, dressed in court robes with white sashes on their arms, their expressions complex as they watched this unprecedented scene. What a pity for the regent prince, so young, with such brilliant military achievements in the prime of his life, to serve the country, murmured an old white-haired minister, his eyes filled with deep regret. Someone beside him whispered in response, who could have known that the border battle would become his eternal farewell. The regent prince died for the nation, wrapped in his horse's hide, and now to be in such a state. Truly. Another minister shook his head, unsure how to judge this transgression of ritual, feeling only a heavy weight in his heart, sorrow for the fallen star of a young general, and shock at the empress' unyielding obsession. The ritual official's hands trembled as he held the decree, and his voice carried an almost imperceptible quiver. The auspicious hour has arrived, begin the ceremony. All eyes were fixed on the path extending from the hall, covered with red silk yet strewn with paper money. Brother Su Yener has finally married you, she said as she reached the coffin, and then she bowed deeply. The ghost marriage ceremony within the palace was nearing its end. Gu Mingyan held a golden cup, tilted her head back, and drank the clear wine. She leaned against the edge of the coffin whispering to the silent Su Yan within her voice audible only to herself. Brother Su, do you see? From today onward I am your rightful wife. The ambitions you left unfulfilled, the people you cared for, I will safeguard them all for you. This position of king consort will forever belong to you alone. This ghost marriage officially was meant to stabilize the court, which might have been shaken by Su Yang's death, and to honor the meritorious general privately it fulfilled her own wish. Not far away Pei Qingyue watched Gu Mingyan's appearance. A cold laugh rose in his heart, a flicker of irritation passing through, but he instantly suppressed his emotions and put back on that devoted, reliable expression. Dead and thus become eternal. He took a timely step forward supporting Gu Mingyan, who swayed slightly, and said gently, Your Majesty, the ceremony is complete. Please take care of yourself. The Regent Prince will watch over you from heaven. Meanwhile, outside the capital at the gathering place for refugees, people had already been sent to settle them. Several officials dispatched to distribute supplies and maintain order stood on a slightly elevated earthen slope reading out the court's grace to the uneasy refugees below. One of them, perhaps to soothe the people, deliberately raised his voice, Fellow villagers, rest assured. Her Majesty has the people in her heart. Even on this day of her wedding to the Regent Prince, she has not forgotten you. All relief grain and funds have arrived. We will ensure you all survive this flood safely. A buzz of murmurs arose among the refugees. Her Majesty truly loves the Regent Prince deeply. An old woman wiped her tears and sighed. Yes, I heard that even though the Regent Prince died for the country, Her Majesty still chose to hold this grand wedding with him. Such love moves heaven and earth, someone nearby echoed. At the edge of the crowd, Su Yang watched all this coldly. Hearing the heartfelt praises of the people, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, deeply ironic smile. If he hadn't seen her disregard his life and death for the sake of Pei Qingyue, he might have believed it. On the city wall of Qiqing, wasn't it she who chose Pei Qingyue, condemning him to die? Now that her wish has come true, is she regretting? How ridiculous. What a hypocrite. Xiling couldn't help but spit out a low curse, her tone full of contempt. If she truly felt such deep affection, why did she? She had witnessed with her own eyes how Gu Mingyan humiliated Su Yang, forcing him to kneel and apologize to Pei Qingyue in public, framing him, shaming him. Now this, what a sham. At that moment a probing gaze suddenly locked onto the direction of the voice, but it landed on Su Yang. By coincidence, Xian, who had been ordered to inspect the settlement situation, was passing by on horseback. His gaze swept unintentionally over the crowd, and in an instant he was drawn to the silhouette of a man in blue robes, too similar. The brows, the eyes, the outline, almost 7 or 8 parts resemblance to the late Regent Prince Su Yan lying in the coffin. Xian's heart shook violently and he nearly fell off his horse. How can this man look so much like the Regent Prince? His mind was a mess. Could it be that the Regent Prince didn't die? Then, who is the one marrying His Majesty today? A chill crawled up his spine. He must return to the palace immediately and report to His Majesty. He reined in his horse, staring fixedly at the man, trying to confirm. Perhaps his gaze was too sharp. Su Yang seemed to sense it and turned his head slightly, meeting Xian's eyes. That one glance cooled Xian's boiling blood by a few degrees. Looking closely, although the man's features were similar, he had no scars on his face and his eyes were completely different. Su Yang's gaze was clear and steady, carrying the sharpness forged on the battlefield and an imposing authority that commanded respect without anger. But this man before him had eyes as calm as water, even with a certain scholarly gentleness vastly different from Su Yang's decisive and ruthless sharpness. Moreover, he seemed thinner than Su Yang. Perhaps it's just a resemblance. Xian muttered to himself, shaking his head vigorously, trying to shake off that absurd thought. People with similar appearances are not unheard of in this world. It might just be a coincidence. After all, how could the dead come back to life? He had seen Su Yang's corpse with his own eyes. The emperor was deeply immersed in grief at that moment. If he rashly reported based on such a mere resemblance, would it not only add to his sorrow? This thought struck him like a splash of cold water, instantly sobering him. He took one last deep look at Su Yang, turned his horse around and continued his patrol with a heart full of doubts. Yet the figure so reminiscent of Su Yang had already planted a seed of unease in his heart. Su Yang was also startled. Xian's gaze just now had nearly exposed him. He instinctively held his breath, not exhaling the stale air until the group had ridden far away. How could he possibly be recognized now? After all, there was still a Su Yang in the palace. His top priority was to find Su Lan's whereabouts. Now that he was dead and no longer in the court, wouldn't the Pei family become even more unbridled with no one to restrain them? Su Lan's disappearance was almost certainly tied to them, and her fate was unknown. He had to find out. When he was on the border dealing with the Chang Rong and Great Yuan, he had carefully considered the matter. Su Lan could not have been captured by an external enemy, otherwise the other side would have long used it as leverage. The fact that the warning message never reached the border already spoke volumes. In this capital city, the only ones who hated him to the bone were the Pei family. It was not impossible that they would vent their anger on Su Lan. The only one who could stand against the Pei family now was Grand Tutor Su Wenjiang. He was an incorruptible official who detested evil and would surely be willing to help if asked. But how could he contact him now? He couldn't even enter the capital, reduced to mingling with the refugees outside the city walls. More fatally, Su Yang was already a dead man. His coffin had likely been placed in the imperial mausoleum. If he rashly sought out Su Wenjiang and told him I am Su Yang, he would only be taken for a madman. If he wasn't beaten out with sticks, it would be a mercy. Just as he was at his wit's end, his gaze inadvertently swept over Xiling not far away. She was also looking at him with the same caution and scrutiny. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Of course, Xiling. She had traveled 1,000 miles from Great Qian, gone to great pains to blend in with the refugees. There was no way she was only here to linger in the outskirts of the city. She must have a way to enter the capital. Perhaps he could leverage her help. He noticed that Xiling's gaze had not left him. Su Yang's internal alarm bells rang faintly, but he revealed nothing on his face. Like a truly exhausted refugee, he lowered his head, slightly leaning against the crumbling mud wall, calculating how to naturally strike up a conversation with her. However, before he could act, Xiling moved first. She did not walk directly towards Su Yang. Instead, she whispered a few instructions to a man beside her who looked ordinary but walked with steady steps. The man cast a discreet glance at Su Yang and gave an almost imperceptible nod. At dusk, when the porridge stalls were removed and the refugees scattered to find shelter, the man appeared silently beside Su Yang, his voice so low only the two could hear. Brother, you look like a literate man. My young lady needs a helper who can read and write to handle some chores. She is willing to share some dry food with you and can take you into the city to find a temporary place to stay. Are you willing? Su Yang's heart trembled. Enter the city. But he quickly suppressed his excitement, raised his eyes with just the right amount of caution and confusion. Enter the city. Can one still get into the capital these days? The man's face was calm, but his tone brooked no argument. We have our ways. Just say whether you are willing or not. Su Yang was silent for a moment, as if weighing the decision, and finally nodded. Thank the young lady for her kindness. I am willing. He followed the man to a slightly sheltered corner. Xiling was sitting on a simple bundle. Seeing him approach, she looked up, her clear eyes carrying a complex mix of concern and inquiry. Su Yang dared not dwell on it, respectfully bowed and said in a hoarse voice, Thank you for taking me in, young lady. Xiling looked at his deliberately stooped back, a flicker of doubt flashing deep in her eyes, but she quickly masked it. Her tone was flat, as if she were truly hiring a stranger. No need for formalities. We need someone to inventory supplies and record things. Do well and you won't be treated poorly. She paused, then added, as if casually, judging by your build you seem like a soldier. Su Yang's back stiffened almost imperceptibly, and he mumbled, Before I fled, besides studying, I also hunted in the countryside. I have some strength. Xiling did not press further, just nodded. Prepare yourself. We leave before dawn tomorrow. The next morning the sky was pitch black. Under the man's lead they did not head toward the heavily guarded city gate, but instead circled to a relatively secluded section of the city wall. There a concealed rope had already been lowered. The man climbed up first with agility, confirmed it was safe, and signaled for the others below to follow. Su Yang let Xiling go first while he brought up the rear. He noticed that Xiling's climbing movements were not as weak as an ordinary woman's. She clearly had some foundation. When it was his turn, he deliberately slowed down, mimicking an inexperienced manner, but he could not fully conceal the core steadiness of his movements. On the city wall, when the man reached out to pull him up, his gaze paused on the sudden burst of strength in Su Yang's arm, then he looked away as if nothing had happened. They slipped into the capital without a sound. Familiar streets came into view and Su Yang's heart swelled with 100 emotions, but he forced himself to lower his head and play the role of a cautious refugee scholar newly arrived in the city. Xiling settled him in an inconspicuous small courtyard in the southern part of the city, which seemed to be one of their pre-arranged safe houses. However, on the way to this courtyard, Su Yang's steps suddenly faltered. He realized that this place was actually separated by only one street from his own Prince Regent's mansion. He wondered how Uncle Fu was doing. Xiling sharply noticed his momentary pause and asked, tilting her head, What's wrong? Following his gaze, Xiling also saw the imposing yet lonely mansion, the Prince Regent's residence. Su Yang's heart tightened. He quickly composed himself, forcing a look of appropriate awe and curiosity onto his face, and whispered in explanation, Nothing. It's just that I heard the Prince Regent of Great Zhou was brave and skilled in battle, unmatched in heroism, a great hero. I never expected to live so close to his residence. I was just a little curious. You will stay here for now, Xiling instructed, handing him some silver coins and clean clothes. When we need you, Shuri will come to inform you. She looked at Su Yang, her tone seemingly casual yet laden with meaning. The capital is a treacherous place. Especially, be careful of the Pei family. Do not wander about unnecessarily. Su Yang's heart stirred again. The Pei family. Why did she specifically mention the Pei family? Was it a coincidence, or did she mean something? Had she recognized him? He took the items and made a deep bow. I understand. I will not let you down, young lady. Si Ling looked at his distant and respectful demeanor, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She turned and left her skirt brushing the threshold without looking back. Behind her, Su Yang slowly straightened up, staring in the direction she had gone, his brow deeply furrowed. He was certain that Si Ling was suspicious of his identity, but why didn't she expose him? Instead, she went out of her way to help him. Her well-trained guards her purpose for sneaking into the capital, and her help to him, what was her real goal? With a heart full of doubt, Su Yang pushed open the wooden door of the small courtyard. Inside was a cramped room. He entered and prepared to change into the clean coarse clothes. Only then, by the dim blurry copper mirror on the table, did he truly see the face of the new body the system had chosen for him. The reflection in the mirror made him freeze instantly. This face bore a striking resemblance of 70 to 80% to his original appearance. Except that the previous body had a scar from a blade on the face while this one did not. No wonder San had looked as if he had seen a ghost, having seen his corpse. No wonder Si Ling was suspicious of his identity, and no wonder she had scrutinized him from the very beginning. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Because of this face, which was as much as 80% similar. Meanwhile, within the palace, Gu Mingyan was utterly intoxicated. She clutched a nearly empty wine flask in her hand with overturned crystal goblets and spilled clear wine scattered at her feet. Tears had smeared her delicate makeup, mingling with the wine, leaving her in a disheveled and wretched state. Su Yang. Su Yang. She murmured the name over and over, her voice hoarse, thick with nasal congestion and boundless regret. Come back. Come back and see me. The palace door was gently pushed open and the Grand Empress Dowager quietly entered, supported by attendants. She had not participated in that absurd and tragic ghost marriage that day, knowing that if she went she could not dissuade, only adding to the sorrow. If she did not go, her conscience would be uneasy, for a sovereign marrying a subject in a ghost ceremony would surely invite worldwide condemnation. Even the 100 officials' remonstrations were futile. What could she as a grandmother do? In the end, she chose to avoid it, indulging her granddaughter's infatuation yet swallowing a belly full of sighs and indignation. Now, seeing Gu Mingyan in such a state, the Grand Empress Dowager felt both pity and anger. She dismissed the attendant, stepped forward slowly and spoke with an authoritative yet deeply pained voice. Your Majesty. Look at yourself now. What kind of sight is this for a sovereign lying drunk on the floor? Gu Mingyan seemed not to hear, lifting her tear-blurred eyes and asking foolishly, Grandmother. Was I wrong? Terribly wrong. If I had trusted him a little more back then, would Su Yang? Would he not have died? The Grand Empress Dowager sighed deeply, walked before her, looked down at her and spoke like heavy boulders, each word striking Gu Mingyan's heart. Wrong. Far more than wrong. The old woman's voice carried long-suppressed reproach. I told you long ago that Su Yang was the violet star bestowed upon our great Zhou by heaven, the war god who protects the nation. He repelled border invasions time and again with his blood. He stabilized your reign with his formidable military might amidst court turmoil. He was not just the man you loved, but the jade pillar holding up the sky and the golden beam bridging the sea for our great Zhou. His loyalty is witnessed by heaven and earth, and his feelings for you are clear to all officials and even the people of Great Zhou. She paused, looking at her granddaughter's violently trembling shoulders, her tone growing heavier. With such a loyal, valiant and pillar-like subject, you failed to cherish him. Heated slander suspected he overshadowed you and chilled his heart time and again. Now that he is dead, having shed his last drop of blood for you in Great Zhou, you come to regret it. Your Majesty, the price of this regret is too great. What you have lost is not just a beloved person, you have made our Great Zhou lose its most solid shield. These words, like the sharpest blade, precisely cut open Gu Mingyan's heart, which she had dared not face, tearing apart her self-deceiving facade completely. She jerked her head up, tears bursting forth, and let out a beast-like agonized howl. Grandmother. Say no more. I know I was wrong. I wronged him. I betrayed his loyalty and his heart. She waved her arms, knocking over the remaining cup on the low table beside her. The shattering sound was piercingly loud in the silent hall. It was I. I was headstrong and self-opinionated. I pushed him to his death with my own hands. Su Yang. I failed you. She wept heart-wrenchingly, almost breathless, curling up on the ground as if she might vomit out her very innards. Seeing her like this, the Grand Empress Dowager felt all the harsh words she had prepared stuck in her throat, ultimately dissolving into a long, weary sigh. Everything that needed to be said had been said. This piercing pain could only be endured by her alone. The old woman bent down, gently embracing Gu Mingyan's trembling form, her voice returning to its usual kindness but laden with endless desolation. It's late, Your Majesty. Rest early. This long road ahead. You must walk it alone. She straightened up and commanded the waiting attendants in a low voice, attend to Her Majesty well and see her to bed. The night is deep and the dew is heavy, do not let her catch a chill. The attendants held their breath in acknowledgement and approached cautiously. Within the hall only stifled sobs remained, along with the lingering thick scent of wine and grief. The palace door was gently closed again, restoring silence to the bedchamber save for Gu Mingyan's low sobs and the heavy breaths of intoxication. After an unknown time, a tall figure silently entered the Chengxian hall, which was originally prepared for Su Yang but now housed Gu Mingyan, forcing Pei Qingyue to come. He approached slowly, seeing Gu Mingyan slumped over the table with her shoulders still faintly trembling. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes but was overshadowed by a burning eagerness to seize the opportunity. He bent down, gently draping an outer robe over her shoulders, his voice as warm and low as ever. "Your Majesty, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. Take care not to harm your health." Gu Mingyan, hazy with drink, lifted her head in a daze, looking through tear-filled eyes at the blurred handsome face before her, murmuring, "A-Yue. Tell me, was I wrong? Terribly wrong." Pei Qingyu's heart ached, but his face showed only deep concern and understanding. He reached out, carefully wiping the tears from her cheek, his tone carrying just the right amount of comfort. "How could your Majesty be wrong? As the sovereign, you have unavoidable difficulties in all matters. Surely the Prince Regent's spirit in heaven will not truly blame your Majesty." "No. I wronged him." Pei Qingyue continued to soothe her softly, but inside bitterness churned like a cauldron set ablaze. He had done so much, even using his own heart's blood as a catalyst to save Su Yang. Why was he still inferior to a dead man? A-Yue. Gu Mingyan suddenly grabbed his wrist, her grip uncontrolled due to intoxication, her eyes dazed as she looked at him. "Do you blame? Back then I made you give your heart's blood to Su Yang." Pei Qingyu's chest constricted, the pain of bloodletting intertwined with this heartache. He forcibly suppressed the resentment that almost burst forth, forcing an extremely strained gentle smile onto his face, yet his voice remained steady. "Your servant only feels for your Majesty. In that situation your servant acted willingly. To be able to share your Majesty's burden is your servant's blessing. Your Majesty must not blame yourself for this." "A-Yue. I am weary. You may withdraw." Gu Mingyan, exhausted and overcome by drink, collapsed limply onto the table after saying this, falling into a deep sleep. Pei Qingyue looked at her defenseless sleeping face, all tenderness faded from his eyes, replaced by a desperate resolve. He bent down, carefully lifted Gu Mingyan in his arms and walked toward the wide dragon bed. Laying her gently among the brocade covers, Pei Qingyue leaned down and whispered tentatively in her ear, his breath hot, "Your Majesty, you once promised your servant a child. Do you still remember?" In response to him there was only the even and deep sound of Gu Mingyan's breathing. No reply, but this was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. A glimmer of fervor and urgency flashed in Pei Qingyu's eyes. Pei Qingyu's heartbeat thudded like a drum, sounding exceptionally clear in the silent palace. Confirming that Gu Mingyan was thoroughly intoxicated and asleep, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes was replaced by burning ambition. The opportunity was fleeting and he must seize it. Even if he could not win her heart, he would claim her body. His movements were no longer as graceful as usual, but rather filled with a rough urgency. He quickly unfastened his outer robe and belt, carelessly discarding his clothing to the ground, making soft rustling sounds, and then leaned closer to Gu Mingyan on the dragon bed. Under the candlelight, the Empress' sleeping face bore traces of tears, yet it possessed a fragile beauty that further stimulated Pei Qingyu's already taut nerves. His breathing grew heavy and scorching, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement as he reached out, purposefully aiming for the jade belt around Gu Mingyan's waist. As the jade belt was undone, the intricate dragon-patterned outer robe loosened, and he could hardly wait to peel it away, revealing the plain inner garment underneath. His fingertips brushed against the soft fabric of the inner garment and the warm skin beneath it, causing Pei Qingyu's throat to tighten violently. Desire burned more fiercely in his eyes, and without hesitation his entire body pressed down upon her, his scorching lips landing with undeniable force on Gu Mingyan's neck and collarbone, leaving behind wet and heated marks. His actions were chaotic, filled with possessiveness and a restless urgency to confirm something. One hand gripped her waist tightly while the other eagerly explored and lingered over her body, feeling the soft curves through the last thin layer of inner clothing. He was immersed in the fervor of what he believed would be a successful conquest, pressing his body closely against hers, trying to awaken not only himself but also the reality of this cooked rice. However, at that moment his body suddenly stiffened. The anticipated reaction did not occur. No matter how urgently he rubbed and pressed against her, even as he frantically imagined in his mind, his most crucial part remained as if in slumber, utterly still and powerless. What lay beneath him felt like a puddle of mud. In the previous few mornings' abnormalities he had managed to deceive himself by attributing it to the weakness after drawing blood from his heart, believing that he would surely recover with time. But at this moment, with the beauty in his arms and the opportunity at hand, he still could not. This realization hit him like a bucket of ice water poured over him in the depths of winter. All his urgency, fervor and ambition were crushed by the weight of reality in that instant. No. How could this be? He abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting in sheer panic, staring intently at the still unconscious Gu Mingyan beneath him as if seeking an answer from her. Could it be? He was impotent. This thought exploded like thunder in his mind, instantly shattering all his ambitions and desires. Panic surged upon him like a tidal wave, followed closely by an overwhelming anger and unwillingness. The huge disparity consumed him in an instant. No. Impossible. He growled lowly, his gaze suddenly turning fierce, and he lowered his head violently, leaving several punishment-marking clear bite marks on Gu Mingyan's smooth shoulder and neck, as if venting the overwhelming despair and self-hatred. Seeing her frown slightly in pain yet remain unawakened, he grew more reckless, his hands roughly kneading her body, leaving bruises on her snow-white skin. At this moment he no longer concealed his darkness. Since he could not truly possess her, he would mark her with his own imprint in this manner. Suddenly a violent surge of emotions jolted him awake. No. He could not accept this outcome. The plan must go on. He could sense the changes in Gu Mingyan. Now wanting to possess her was even more difficult. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he quickly retrieved the sharp dagger he always kept close from the scattered clothes on the floor. With a flash of cold light he unhesitatingly made a cut on the inner thigh of his leg, blood immediately gushing out. Enduring the pain, he carefully stained the blood on the dragon bed's brocade coverlet, forging a shocking drop of red. Looking at the glaring red, a twisted smile appeared on Pei Qingyu's pale face. He leaned down to whisper in Gu Mingyan's ear, his voice cold. From now on you will never wash away my mark. He must make this wedding night a reality. By any means necessary. Once he completed everything, he meticulously cleaned up the scene, returned the dagger, and dressed himself neatly. He took a deep look at the bruised Gu Mingyan on the dragon bed, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes but soon replaced by ruthless determination. Then he carefully lay back down beside Gu Mingyan, pulling her into his embrace, adopting an intimate posture that resembled a loving couple after indulgence. The next morning soft light spilled into the palace. Gu Mingyan woke up amidst a slight stinging pain and an ache as if her body had been crushed. The drunken haze from last night had not completely faded from her mind, but the burning pain in her shoulders and neck along with the hidden bruises on her body instantly jolted her awake. She sat up abruptly, the silk blanket sliding off, revealing the disorder of her plain inner garment that had been torn apart, as well as the clearly visible bite marks with traces of blood on her neck, collarbone, and even shoulder. Yet she had no memory. And Pei Qingyue, disheveled, stood by the dragon bed looking at her with gentle eyes. Your Majesty, you are awake. His voice was slightly hoarse, deliberately creating a languid atmosphere after intimacy. Before he could finish, Gu Mingyan raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Pei Qingyue. What have you done? The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the palace. Pei Qingyue's cheek quickly swelled, yet he bent down naturally, his tone feigning calmness and intimacy. As your Majesty can see, he raised his eyes, his gaze pointedly sweeping over the disheveled bed and the marks on her body, the wedding night. Impudent. Gu Mingyan was enraged, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, knocking him to the ground. Have I spoiled you too much? Or do you think you can take advantage of my gratitude for saving my life to plot against me? How dare you scheme against me? Pei Qingyue coughed while clutching his chest, and when he looked up again his face wore a pitiful expression as if on the verge of tears, but his eyes concealed a barely perceptible chill. He crawled forward, trying to grasp the corner of Gu Mingyan's clothing. Your Majesty, forgive me. I only love you too much, unable to restrain myself. I have only you as a woman in my life, thinking solely of you. I beg your Majesty to have pity on me for our past. At this moment he had completely forgotten the pitiful woman who had once warmed his bed, sent to him by the Pei family to practice matters between men and women, only to be heartlessly discarded by him. Feelings? Gu Mingyan sneered, her voice laced with ice. What I hate most are those who take matters into their own hands and attempt to manipulate me. Put away that hypocritical face of yours, you are even inferior to a single finger of Su Yang. How dare you use such despicable means? Taking advantage of my drunken state you did such a thing. But your Majesty, you promised me in person that you would give me a child. Pei Qingyue, unwilling to give up, looked up, trying to bind her with promises. However, the name Su Yang pierced through him like a toxic thorn, striking deep into the most painful and envious part of his heart, instantly shattering the facade of tenderness in his eyes, leaving only twisted jealousy. She had clearly promised him in person. As expected, she still could not forget that man. That haunting figure. I shall decide, not you who presumes to act on your own. You are far too insolent. Gu Mingyan watched his suddenly altered countenance, fury surging within her heart, yet as her gaze swept across his chest she ultimately suppressed the impulse to have him dragged out and beheaded. Drawing a deep breath, her voice turned cold as iron. Considering that you once saved my life, I shall spare you from death, but you will not escape punishment. Crawl back to your Shuyun palace and do not dare set foot outside its gates without my command. Reflect on your transgressions in confinement. Pei Qingyue lowered his head, concealing the turbulent undercurrents surging in his eyes, and kowtowed. Your servant accepts the decree and thanks your Majesty for her grace. After he was led away by the eunuchs, Gu Mingyan immediately called out, summon the imperial physician. The physician hurried over and knelt reverently outside the beaded curtain. Gu Mingyan had already composed herself, seated upright upon the phoenix throne, her voice betraying no emotion, only an unassailable authority. Prescribe me a decoction, a surefire contraceptive potion. The physician shuddered inwardly, dared not ask further, and hastily replied, your humble servant obeys the decree. The palace attendants soon brewed the medicine and delivered it. Gu Mingyan gazed at the bowl of thick dark liquid, hesitated not a moment, raised it and drank it down in one gulp. The bitter medicinal brew seared her throat, yet it could not compare to the churning nausea of being violated and defiled, a foul sensation that surged up in layers upon layers. Prepare my bath. A dense mist of steam filled the air as Gu Mingyan scrubbed her skin with fervor, trying to erase every trace A-Yue had left behind. The droplets rolled off, yet they brought only a nameless agitation and a sense of futility. She closed her eyes, letting the water wash over her, yet her mind involuntarily conjured Su Yang's figure, his refined brows and eyes, his steady voice, his calm composure as he stood in the court to share her burdens, and the resigned yet indulgent smile he gave her in private. It dawned on her, aside from Su Yang, her body and heart held no interest or acceptance for any other man. This realization stung her heart, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of regret. What had she been doing all this time? For the sake of a ridiculous sense of gratitude, she had endured Yue's transgressions time and again, while neglecting the one truly cherished in her heart and cold-shouldering Su Yang, who had always silently guarded her. A fierce impulse seized her. She wanted to see him immediately, even if only to go to the place where he once lived, to feel a trace of his lingering presence. Prepare the sedan chair. I am leaving the palace. Your Majesty, shall you not attend the morning court? The attending eunuch asked cautiously. Ever since the regent's death, the female emperor's temper had grown increasingly erratic. He feared that any misstep might cost him his head. Gu Mingyan paused for a moment, recalling that today's agenda was merely the flood relief in the 4 southern prefectures. Her mind was in turmoil and she had no heart for state affairs. No court today. Say I am ill. She would go to Su Yang's regent's mansion. There perhaps traces of him still lingered, offering some solace to the restless longing that now churned within her. Meanwhile, near the regent's mansion, Su Yang, relying on his memory, found Fu Ba's current residence. He knocked lightly on the door. An elderly woman with a kind face opened it. The moment she saw Su Yang's face, she froze, her eyes filled with disbelief, her lips trembling. Regent Lord. They all said you died in battle at Qicheng. She scrutinized him carefully and sensed a difference. The man before her lacked the familiar old scar on his face. The people of Great Zhou knew that Su Yang deeply loved the female emperor Gu Mingyan and had willingly taken a blade for her, leaving a scar on his face. The man before her lacked Su Yang's martial aura and had a more scholarly temperament. Old man, come quickly. Then Fu Ba's familiar voice came from inside, accompanied by somewhat faltering footsteps. What is it, old woman? Why all the fuss? Have you seen a ghost? When he reached the door and saw Su Yang standing there, his words abruptly ceased. He stared in shock at the man before him, though dressed plainly and with a different face. The stature, the demeanor were so strikingly similar to the person in his memory. Fu Bo spoke with a trembling voice laced with hesitation and disbelief. My lord. Fu Bo. Su Yang said, his voice low with a myriad of emotions. I am no longer the regent. You need not call me lord. Just call me Su Yang. He used a pseudonym that sounded the same but had different characters. Quick, come in with me. Fu Bo hastily ushered Su Yang inside, not forgetting to cast a wary glance outside the door. As Su Yang followed Fu Bo into the modest living room, his eyes fell upon a spirit tablet placed prominently on the table, engraved with the words Regent Su Yang. Before the tablet, several incense sticks were still smoldering, wispy smoke curling upward. I heard that you died in battle at Qicheng, and His Majesty. His Majesty brought your body back to the palace and held a wedding. Fu Ba's voice choked, tears streaming down his aged face. He pulled Su Yang closer, examining him from head to toe, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Alive is good, alive is good. But you said you were going far away, back to your hometown. Su Yang looked at the elderly couple, a warmth surging in his heart mingled with bitterness. He could not reveal the astonishing truth of his soul inhabiting another body, lest it bring calamity upon them. After all, Fu Bo had once been imprisoned because of him. He could only say vaguely, the process is complicated, too long to explain. Just know that I am Su Yang. Fu Bo understood immediately and asked no further, instead urging his wife to fetch something. The elderly woman soon returned with a well-preserved wooden box. My lord, this is the silver you left with us before. We have not touched a single coin. You must be in need of funds now. Please take it back. She looked at Su Yang's plain attire and concluded that he must be in dire straits and urgently needed money. Su Yang had originally come only to visit and incidentally to ask about the location of the important seals kept in the regent's mansion, since Fu Bo had always helped tidy up the mansion. Seeing this, the words of refusal lingered on his lips. Father. Mother. How can you give away my dowry to a stranger? A sharp reprimand suddenly came from the doorway. A girl in a peach-red dress with a pretty face stormed in angrily. Pointing at Su Yang, her brows knitted sharply. Where does this shabby beggar come from to think he can freeload off our family? She had never seen Su Yang before and naturally assumed he was a beggar looking for handouts. Moreover, his current attire, plain and worn, only confirmed her suspicion. Su Yang looked at the sudden intruder with her harsh words, his brow slightly furrowed, but he did not grow angry. He turned to Fu Bo, his eyes seeking an explanation. Fu Bo's face betrayed embarrassment and helplessness. He quickly scolded his daughter Yuzhu. Hold your tongue. This young man is an old acquaintance of mine, not a stranger and certainly not a beggar. The woman named Yuzhu, however, refused to let it go, hands on her hips. Old acquaintance. I've never seen him before. Mother, you're just too soft-hearted. What's the state of our family now? The Regent King has fallen and we have no one to rely on. This man shows up dressed like this, what else could it be but a freeloading visit? The money in that box is what you promised me for my dowry, she said, glaring at Su Yang with ill intent. Su Yang understood in his heart this woman was Uncle Fu's daughter, likely spoiled and short-sighted. He did not bother to argue with her but turned to Uncle Fu, lowering his voice to get to the point. Uncle Fu, I came today first to see if you and Auntie are well and second to ask about an important matter. Before I left the capital, the personal seal I left in the mansion, do you know where it ended up? That personal seal was his private token under the identity of Su Yang, with a unique engraving that anyone in the court should recognize. It was one of the keys to proving his identity. He intended to seek out the current Grand Tutor Su Wenjing. Naturally, he could not go empty-handed without some proof. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's expression turned serious and he immediately understood the gravity of the matter. After a brief pause, he leaned close to Su Yang's ear, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. When you master instructed me to clear the mansion's valuables, I remember that the seal was usually kept in the hidden compartment of the study's curio shelf. After you left for the border, when I returned to the prince's mansion, I took out some important small items including the seal and hid them in the third layer of the rockery in the back garden, deep inside the second hole from the left, wrapped in oilcloth. He paused, a mix of recollection and lingering fear on his face. This old servant also knew of the struggle between the Pei family and your excellency. Especially later when I heard that you were in Xichang. Alas. After that I grew uneasy, fearing that those old items might be found by someone with ill intent and cause harm to you, so I took the liberty to rehide them. Su Yang felt reassured. With the location of the seal known, he would have more confidence in seeking Su Wenxing's help. He looked at Uncle Fu with gratitude. Uncle Fu, thank you. You are too kind, master. Being able to do something for you again puts my mind at ease, Uncle Fu said, then glanced worriedly at his daughter Yuzhu, who was still muttering complaints inside. Yuzhu, seeing them whispering, grew even more dissatisfied and raised her voice. What unspeakable things are you saying? Why must you hide it from me? Sneaking around like that, I can tell you're no good. She swept her gaze over Su Yang with obvious hostility. Hey, I'm telling you, don't even think about this money. This is what the Regent King gave my father and it's meant for my dowry. She pointed at the wooden box in her mother's hands, warning Su Yang again as if he were a robber. Uncle Fu was so angry that his beard trembled slightly. He was about to scold his ignorant daughter, but Su Yang gently stopped him with a look. Su Yang shook his head slightly, signaling him not to get angry, then whispered to Uncle Fu, do not mention my visit today to anyone. This was for the safety of Uncle Fu's family. As for Uncle Fu's daughter, judging by her words and actions, she was impetuous and not one to keep a secret. The less she knew, the safer it would be for them. Su Yang finished speaking and prepared to leave. This old servant understands, Uncle Fu said, his eyes full of concern for Su Yang. Before he could finish, a sudden voice interrupted. From outside the door came a slick, frivolous voice. Sister Yuzhu, are you home? Brother here is a bit short on cash again, you see. As the words trailed off, a young man in a gaudy silk robe with shifty eyes sauntered in. The moment he saw Yuzhu, he sidled up and reached out to put his arm around her shoulder. Yuzhu, upon seeing him, was not annoyed but rather blushed with a hint of coy reproach. Brother Yan, why are you so late? As she spoke, she glanced at her parents and Su Yang as if showing off. Uncle Fu and the old woman's faces instantly turned extremely grim. The old woman unconsciously hid the wooden box in her hand behind her back. The man remained cheeky. Hey, I was just out trying to get some money. When I make a fortune, I'll definitely carry you home in a grand bridal sedan chair. His eyes darted around the room and instantly caught the old woman's furtive movement of hiding the box. His eyes lit up. Oh, we have a guest. This is. Su Yang watched coldly, taking in every word and action of the man. This man was glib-tongued, had shifty eyes and unsteady steps, clearly a street loafer who did nothing but cheat women out of their money. He really wondered what Yuzhu saw in him. Blind fool. Uncle Fu shook with rage, pointing at the man. Wu Yan. You. What are you here for again? Get out. My daughter will never be with you. Wu Yan, however, was completely unbothered and even sneered. Old fool, don't be ungrateful. Yuzhu and I are in love. Right, Yuzhu? He said, winking at her. Yuzhu, as if receiving a command, nodded vigorously and said to Uncle Fu, Father, don't stand in our way anymore. Brother Yan truly cares for me. He said he'll give me a good life in the future. Su Yang sneered inwardly. Truly cares. More likely he's truly coveting that box of dowry. He had just seen the look Wu Yan gave the wooden box, far more excited than the look he gave Yuzhu. He hadn't expected that not long after his own death with the Regent King's mansion, their pillar of support, fallen, even a loyal man like Uncle Fu would be bullied by such petty scoundrels and his own daughter deceived. A surge of inexplicable anger rose in Su Yang's chest, not because he was slighted but because Uncle Fu was being bullied. Ha! Su Yang let out a light laugh, not loud but carrying an inexplicable chill that instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. He looked at the thuggish man, his gaze calm and placid, yet the man inexplicably felt a shiver of cold. This brother, may I ask where you are employed? How do you plan to marry Miss Yuzhu in grand style? Su Yang's tone was flat, as if merely asking casually. The man choked on the question, then forced himself to stay calm. Why should I tell you what I do? In any case, I won't let Yuzhu go hungry. Is that so? Su Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. I see that your brow is dark and your eyes are unfocused. Recently I'm afraid you've either suffered financial loss or are about to face calamity. It would be best to do fewer immoral deeds and accumulate some virtue. What the hell are you talking about? The man, stung in his sore spot, flew into a rage. Su Yang's words seemed to have hit some shady secret or recent predicament of his. He had indeed been unlucky lately. His illegal salt dealing had almost been discovered, and he hadn't expected that working for the Prime Minister's son would also carry risks. Now he urgently needed money, which was why he had set his sights on Yuzhu. At this moment Yuzhu saw Wu Yan's embarrassed expression and also grew anxious, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She screeched at Su Yang, "Who do you think you are? A penniless freeloader, and you dare to curse my future husband? Father, mother, are you just going to let him spout nonsense here?" Su Yang ignored her, instead fixing his gaze on the man, and said slowly, "You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense. Money gained through improper means will never stay and will only bring trouble. Uncle Fu's family is not someone you can provoke." His voice carried an oppressive authority of one long accustomed to power. Though simply dressed, his eyes were as sharp as blades, sending a chill down the thug's spine. The man blustered, "You think you can scare me? Yuzhu, let's go." He reached for Yuzhu. "Stop." Su Yang's voice deepened. The man's steps faltered and he actually dared not move. Su Yang walked over to Uncle Fu and whispered a few words. Uncle Fu was first surprised, then a look of determination and trust appeared in his eyes as he nodded. Su Yang then turned to the thug and said coldly, "Get lost. If I ever see you near Uncle Fu's family again, or if you go around pretending to be a relative of the former servants of the Regent's mansion, you'll face the consequences." His identity was sensitive now, so he couldn't reveal himself, but he had plenty of subtle ways to deal with such bullies. He quickly formulated a plan. Later he would contact the informants he had planted in the marketplace years ago. Those seemingly insignificant people had their own ways to make this man remember his lesson. Fortunately, he had previously placed some informants in the capital originally to monitor the Pei family and spies from other dynasties. Unexpectedly, they now came in handy. The thug was completely cowed by his aura. Seeing Uncle Fu's firm stance and even Yuzhu momentarily stunned, he could only spit on the ground, resentfully muttering an empty threat of "just wait and see," and slunk out the door. Yuzhu wanted to chase after him, but Uncle Fu roared, "Go back to your room. If you don't cut ties with him, don't call me your father." The turmoil subsided for now and the small courtyard returned to silence, leaving only the old woman's soft sobbing. Su Yang comforted Uncle Fu and his wife, promising to resolve the issue with the thug and set their minds at ease. Before leaving, he asked Uncle Fu, "Do you know where Su Lan is?" "Lan girl." Uncle Fu wiped his eyes, trying to recall. "Hasn't she been working for the emperor? Some time ago, when she was busy purchasing supplies for your wedding with His Majesty, she came to see me. I haven't seen her since." "Didn't she go with you to the border?" Su Lan had not gone to the border, he had already confirmed this. She was most likely still in the capital, though he didn't know where she was hiding. Though not entirely certain, Su Yang showed nothing on his face and said calmly, "She didn't go to the border. Don't worry, I will find her." With that, he took his leave. He noted the location of the seal and decided to visit the now empty regent's mansion again at night. His top priority was to obtain the seal and then find Su Wenjing. But it's still early, Su Yang calculated inwardly. First deal with that thug to avoid any more trouble and disturb Uncle Fu's family. He returned to the inconspicuous small courtyard where he currently lived, closed the door tightly, grounding spread paper, and wrote swiftly. He penned a few lines detailing Wu Yan's appearance, usual haunts, and the requirements for punishment. No need to take his life, but make him remember so deeply that he would never dare set foot in the capital again. After writing, he blew on the ink to dry it, carefully folded the note, changed into even more ordinary gray cloth clothes, and covered most of his face with a dark scarf. Now this face was too similar to Su Yang's, drawing too much attention. Better to be cautious. He arrived at the pharmacy called Jishitang on West Street where the fragrance of herbs filled the air. The shop assistant approached. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" Su Yang lowered his voice and uttered 3 words: "Muyu fruit." The assistant's eyes flickered slightly and he replied, "Please wait a moment." He then turned and went into the back room. Soon the shopkeeper lifted the curtain and came out, a middle-aged man with a kind face but sharp eyes. Su Yang said nothing more, directly handed over the note and whispered, "At this time tomorrow I will come again to pick up the medicine." The shopkeeper took the note, his fingertip discreetly rubbing the edge of the paper to confirm a tiny mark, then calmly slipped it into his sleeve and nodded slightly. "Rest assured, sir. The medicine you need will be ready by tomorrow." He asked no further questions, already understanding the meaning. The task must be completed by tomorrow. After leaving, Su Yang returned to the courtyard to rest, waiting for nightfall. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyan had arrived at the regent's mansion. Seeing the desolate residence before her, she was startled. She strolled into the inner courtyard, her steps involuntarily stopping beneath a pear tree. The pear blossoms were in full bloom, clusters of white like snow bending the branches. A gentle breeze blew and petals fell in a shower, many landing on the soil, just like the feelings between her and Su Yang before. The sight instantly pierced her heart and countless deliberately sealed memories surged forth. "Brother Su, I love pear blossoms the most. Will you plant one for me?" At that time she was still a beloved princess, tugging at the sleeve of Su Yang, who was already a young general, half coaxing, half joking. She remembered he had just smiled helplessly, ruffled her hair and didn't immediately agree. But a few days later he personally planted this pear sapling in the courtyard. With his sleeves rolled up and a light sweat on his forehead, he smiled at her delighted surprise and said, "From now on every spring you'll see your favorite pear blossoms." Her gaze shifted to the slightly crooked swing beside the pear tree and Gu Mingyan's heart gave a sharp pang. She walked over, gently sat on the cold wooden board and her fingertips brushed over the worn ropes as if she could still feel the warmth of those days. "Brother Su, push higher. Higher." She sat on the swing shouting excitedly, her skirt fluttering in the wind, her laughter filling the entire courtyard. Perhaps she swung too high and in a moment of abandon she let go of the ropes. The instant her body lost balance, a terrified scream caught in her throat. She thought she was surely going to fall badly. But the expected pain never came. She fell into a warm and solid embrace. She didn't know how he had instantly moved from behind to catch her in front. She only remembered that upon landing he staggered from the impact but held her steady and safe. Still shaken, she looked up to see the worry in his eyes. His arms were tightly around her and through the fabric she could feel his powerful protection and accelerated heartbeat. She remembered his gaze, fervent and sincere. But now the pear tree still blooms every year, yet the swing is empty and deserted. The one who planted the tree for her pushed the swing for her and unhesitatingly used his life to protect her in danger. She had pushed him away and lost him with her own hands. The sweeter the memories, the more painful the heart now. Regret like vines wildly entwined around her heart. Sitting on the cold swing gazing at the mansion, a hot tear finally slipped uncontrollably down her cheek, landing on the back of her hand. When she looked up again, her vision was already blurred. The attending palace servants even held their breaths, lowering their heads and closing their eyes, not daring to disturb the empress at this moment. Gu Mingyan stood just like that in the desolate courtyard of the Prince Regent's mansion. Leave. Her voice was not loud but carried an unquestionable authority. "Tonight I will stay here. You may return tomorrow." "Your Majesty, absolutely not." The leading palace attendant, voice trembling, knelt prostrate and said, "Your Majesty's body is worth 1,000 gold. It is already improper to stay outside the palace, let alone in this unguarded manner. If anything happens, we servants would be guilty of 1,000 deaths and beyond redemption. This is my decree." Gu Mingyan felt a surge of irritation. In the past, when Su Yang was here, when had there ever been such cautious remonstration? He dared to look her in the eyes, dared to counter her decisions, dared to call himself I instead of your subject in her presence. Back then she thought him arrogant and discourteous, only now did she realize that it might have been the only shred of sincerity within this deep palace. Except for Su Yang, everyone else revered and obeyed only the title Empress of Great Zhou, not Gu Mingyan herself. She had become truly alone. "My mind is made up. Withdraw." Her tone turned cold with an unyielding finality. Seeing her stern expression, the palace attendants dared not advise further and had to retreat silently, secretly dispatching guards to surround the manor. All of them sighed in their hearts. The empress' feelings for the Prince Regent ran this deep. Unknowingly she stayed alone until nightfall and walked alone to the courtyard where Su Yang once lived. This place seemed even more desolate than the rest. She carried a jar of clear wine brought from the palace. Now she could only use wine to numb herself, to forget the pain brought by Su Yang's death. She reached out and unsteadily pushed open the long dusty door. A creak, loud and jarring in the silence. The room was unexpectedly tidy, not like one long uninhabited. It seemed someone had been cleaning it regularly. Her gaze swept over the simple furnishings and finally fixed on the wall. There hung a portrait. The woman in the painting smiled like a flower, her brows and eyes full of brilliant brightness. It was her yet not the self she remembered. She had long forgotten that she once had such a carefree cloudless smile. She remembered this was painted by a court artist several years ago. At that time she thought the painting was stiff, lacking spirit and charm, and disliked it greatly. She had clearly ordered the attendants to discard it. Why did it appear here in the most conspicuous place in his room? Treasured by him so preciously, facing it day after day. Her heart felt as if struck by something as sour bitterness inexpressible. So Su Yang had loved her more than she had ever imagined. He had always been like this, hiding everything in his heart, replacing words with silence and actions, yet she had mistaken it for arrogance, pride in his achievements, disrespect. What a profound and silent depth of feeling she had missed. Tears like pearls from a broken string fell drop by drop to the ground. The tears, mixed with wine laced with endless regret, were all swallowed by her. Night became the best cover. Su Yang, following the path in his memory, quietly infiltrated the Prince Regent's manor. Although this newly acquired body was not as tempered through 1,000 trials as his previous life, it was still healthy and agile, making it not difficult to perform his past lightness techniques. However, both outside and in some hidden corners of the manor there seemed to be guards stationed, which aroused his suspicion. Why would the residence of a deceased Prince Regent need such surveillance? He had no time to delve deeper, and with clear purpose he sneaked to the rockery in the back garden. Following his memory, he groped to the third layer, the second hole from the left, and his fingertips reached deep inside, touching a hard object tightly wrapped in oilcloth. The private seal was in hand. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to withdraw when his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a room in the distance that should have been pitch black, yet faint flickering lamplight leaked out. As if driven by some unseen force, he suppressed all his aura like a shadow in the night and moved toward the light. Approaching the half-closed door, through the gap he saw a slender figure standing alone in the room, a lonely silhouette. A thief. Unlikely. Who would come to this deserted manor in the dead of night? Just as he was wondering, the woman turned her head, her profile clear in the lamplight, with still drying tear streaks on her face, clutching a wine flask in her hand. Gu Mingyan. Su Yang's heart shook violently. How could she be here? As the Empress, she should be sleeping in the heavily guarded palace at this hour. After the shock came a surge of complex emotions. He immediately composed his mind, unwilling to stir up more trouble. He and she were fated to be together, but not meant to be in this life. It was best they never meet again. He turned to merge into the night. However, fate seemed to play a joke at this moment. His ankle accidentally knocked against a fallen branch. Crack! Su Yang turned to leave, but stepped on a branch, making a sound. Faint yet clearly audible in the utter silence. Who? Inside the room, Gu Mingyan abruptly turned around, her voice cold as ice, full of alertness and the pressure of an emperor, instantly piercing the night. Those eyes, just moments ago soaked with tears, were now sharp as a blade, staring straight at the source of the sound. Su Yang's steps froze in place, his figure half-lit in the shadows under the eaves. The air around them seemed to freeze at this moment. The faint sound of wine through the weeds became intensely clear, like the suddenly taut strings of their hearts. Su Yang's heart tightened. Almost instinctively he adjusted the mask on his face, then he suddenly turned around and swiftly glided in front of Gu Mingyan. Before she could fully utter a cry, one hand tightly wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, while the other hand firmly covered her slightly parted lips. MMPH. How dare you? Gu Mingyan snapped back from shock, furious, and instinctively struggled violently, pressing her hands against his solid chest, trying to push away this sudden offense. However, in the moment she lifted her eyes, her gaze collided with that familiar pair of brows and eyes. Even though most of his face was covered by the mask, even though the light was dim, the curve of his brow, the deep contour of his eyes, and the tension and helplessness in his gaze at this moment were all things she had once been so familiar with. It's him. How is that possible? Her struggling hands instantly froze, then fell. Tears like a burst dam surged uncontrollably, quickly soaking the fingers of his hand, covering her mouth, scaldingly hot. Su Yang felt the moisture in his palm and his body trembled almost imperceptibly. It had always been like this. Whenever she shed tears he would become flustered, throwing all principles and convictions to the wind. At this moment that familiar feeling of helplessness seized him again. Her gaze was too direct, filled with doubt yet also full of hope. He dared not look again, afraid of revealing more emotion. Gu Mingyan, drunk and hazy, her reason shattered by alcohol and the immense emotional impact, raised a trembling hand, not to attack but tentatively reaching toward his mask. At this moment she only wanted to confirm whether the person before her was the one she had been thinking of day and night, or an illusion. Su Yang frowned and abruptly turned his head away to dodge. This dodging action seemed to provoke her. She reached out even more stubbornly, her body twisting in his embrace with effort. Is it you? She sobbed, her voice broken and hoarse with a thick nasal tone. Brother Su. Is it you? Say something. She was heavily intoxicated, her steps unsteady, almost leaning her entire weight against him. Her warm body, separated only by thin fabric, radiated an abnormal heat, mingling with the crisp scent of wine and her unique fragrance enveloping Su Yang's nostrils. Su Yang pressed his lips tightly, daring not to make a sound. He still kept one hand over her mouth, yet his grip unconsciously loosened while his other arm firmly encircled her waist to prevent her from slipping or making any more outrageous moves. He tried to push her away slightly, but she clung to him like a lifeline, grabbing the front of his robe even tighter. "You lied to me. You lied to me. You said you would protect me forever." She sobbed, and her scalding tears quickly soaked the palm that covered her lips, the burning heat almost searing his skin. "You said you would always be with Yenner. Should I divorce A-Yue? As long as you come back, my heart has always been only for you. A-Yue is merely my benefactor, I never loved him. I only love you, I only want you. Let me bear you a child, okay?" Su Yang's heart ached bitterly at that moment. This was what he had always longed for. So she had known all along, only pretending not to. Now Su Yang was dead. This belated drunken promise cut like the sharpest dagger into his already scarred heart. She began to sob incoherently, her forehead pressed against his collarbone, her hot tears soaking through his robe. "You're not dead, are you? Come back. See how sad I am. See how much I regret." Suddenly she lifted her head, looking at him with tear-filled eyes, dazed and fragile. "I know I was wrong. Su Yang. I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you, shouldn't have treated you like that," she said, her voice muffled by his hand, yet every word struck Su Yang's heart. As if scalded, he abruptly released his hand from her mouth, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly, but he forced a fierce tone. "What, Su brother? Your thief?" Suddenly Gu Mingyan did not cry out, but gazed at him greedily, as if trying to engrave his image into her eyes. She staggered forward, almost pressing against him, her wine-laden breath brushing his exposed skin. "Your eyes. They look like him." She reached out her fingertips, about to touch his brows, her voice plaintive as silk. "Don't go, please. I swear if you stay I will never let you suffer any grievance again. We can start over, okay? Start over." Each word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, smashing Su Yang into dizziness. This was the trust and devotion he had once dreamed of, yet now it only brought endless irony and sorrow. Su Yang abruptly stepped back, avoiding her touch, but his heart pounded wildly in his chest. He couldn't stay any longer. He had long been disheartened by her, all past affections burned to ashes, so why was he still swayed by these belated promises and tears? This uncontrollable agitation infuriated him, both at her and himself. "You'll let go, don't make a sound, otherwise." He tried to mask his panic with threats, his voice hoarse, but the words caught in his throat. Facing her like this, he could never utter a truly harsh word. Gu Mingyan watched him retreat, panic and pain flashing in her eyes, as if afraid he would vanish again. "Don't go," she begged hoarsely, revealing a humility and fragility that the Empress had never shown before others. Even before Su Yang she had never yielded, always proud as a phoenix, never had she been like this. She recklessly moved forward again. He realized this absolutely could not continue. He could not let Gu Mingyan detect any clue, nor let her suspect Su Yang was still alive. Otherwise, with her stubborn, almost obsessive nature, she would turn the capital upside down to find him. Even just someone who resembled him would be enough to stir up a storm. Steeling himself, he suddenly changed his demeanor, mimicking the roguish, slick manner of the street thug Wu Yan. He hunched his back slightly, curled his lips into a lewd, contemptuous grin, and let his eyes become murky and insolent, roaming over her body before settling on her chest. "What? Is the young lady lonely in the dead of night? Can't find a brother to comfort you? Let me show you some care." He reached out, pretending to stroke her tear-stained yet stunning cheek. This was the demeanor she detested most. As expected, Gu Mingyan stiffened, the brief haze and attachment in her eyes fading, rapidly replaced by icy vigilance and disgust, as if beholding something utterly vile. The cold night wind outside seeped through the window, making her shiver, and the drunkenness seemed to dissipate a little. The overwhelming familiarity that had nearly drowned her vanished without a trace. She furrowed her brows and quickly spoke coldly, trying to regain her imperial dignity. "Who are you? Why are you in the regent's mansion at this hour?" But due to her intoxication her voice was soft and lacked authority, adding instead a hint of frightened charm. Su Yang suppressed the strange turmoil in his heart and continued in the same cynical tone, deliberately lowering his voice and altering his speech. "The regent is dead, but there must be some valuables left in the mansion. What about you? Also here to treasure hunt?" He had to ensure every word revealed no flaw, erasing all traces of Su Yang. Gu Mingyan's disgust deepened. Her gaze was as if she were looking at filth from a sewer. How could she have mistaken this thief for Su Yang? Su Yang. Her Su Yang was noble and pure. How could he be compared to such a lowlife? It was a desecration. Facing her undisguised contempt, Su Yang felt a strange sense of relief. This was the ending they deserved. The original Su Yang was dead, killed by her own hands. He clearly read the dangerous signal from the change in her eyes. She was regaining consciousness. He could not hesitate any longer. Su Yang swiftly moved in, delivering a precise chop to the back of her neck, controlling the force perfectly to render her unconscious without harm. She collapsed and he instinctively caught her. The soft light weight in his arms made his arm muscles tense instantly. He took a deep breath, lifted her horizontally and gently laid her on the intact bed in the room. Moonlight streamed through the broken window lattice, quietly falling on her pale face, tear stains still visible. Su Yang stood by the bed gazing deeply at Gu Mingyan with a complex look. Perhaps this was truly the last time they would meet. Then without further hesitation he turned and melted into the night. Su Yang returned to the small courtyard where he now resided, the night already deep. Yet he felt no trace of drowsiness, lying on the couch and tossing restlessly, the image of Gu Mingyan lingering in his mind, memories long buried by time surging back like a tide. It all ended in a single sigh. Not until the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn did he finally rise, and by the flickering candlelight he penned a letter. Once the ink had dried he solemnly affixed his personal seal and sealed the envelope. In the dim light of early morning he straightened his robes and prepared to head to Su Wenzheng's residence. Meanwhile, on the brocade couch of the regent's mansion, Gu Mingyan slowly awoke. She rubbed her throbbing temples, recalling the audacious rogue from the previous night. She instinctively checked herself, finding her garments intact, and only then felt a measure of relief. "Your Majesty, it is time to return to the palace," a court attendant reported softly. Gu Mingyan rose and adjusted her attire. It was indeed time to go back. Missing one morning court session was acceptable, but if it continued the court would surely be rife with criticism. As for the scoundrel from last night. She pressed her lips together, setting the matter aside for now. She rose and said, "Let's go." In the Golden Throne Hall the civil and military officials had long been standing in solemn wait. Seeing the Empress arrival, Prime Minister Pei stepped forward. "First, Your Majesty, your servant has apprehended the #1 scholar Li Weiqing. He has already confessed and signed his admission acknowledging the embezzlement of the disaster relief funds." "Where is the #1 scholar Li Weiqing now?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, Li Weiqing is currently in the interrogation department of the Ministry of Justice." Though outwardly respectful, Prime Minister Pei sneered inwardly. That Li Weiqing appeared frail, yet his backbone was surprisingly strong. Even under torture he clenched his teeth and refused to confess. In the end they had to threaten his elderly mother. Whether he liked it or not, he would have to bear this charge. With everything already arranged, these 50,000 taels of silver were destined to be pinned on him. The courtiers chimed in one after another, saying that since the culprit had been found, the relief funds for the southern floods would surely be recovered. Gu Mingyan listened for a moment without comment. After the court adjourned, she went directly to the interrogation department of the Ministry of Justice. In the damp prison cell, a gaunt scholar was bound to a torture post with iron chains. His moonlight robe had long been torn to shreds by whips, blood congealed on the tattered strips of cloth, and the branding mark on his face was shocking to behold. He hung his head, his breath faint, impossible to tell if he was alive or dead, as if he might vanish at any moment into this sunless dungeon. The Vice Minister of Justice gave a signal and a jailer stepped forward. "Your Majesty, be careful. This wretched creature brings bad luck." With that he splashed a ladle of cold water over him. Li Weiqing jolted awake. Looking up and catching sight of the brilliant yellow figure, his lips moved. "Your Majesty, your servant." Just as he was about to speak, he met the sinister gaze of the Vice Minister of Justice, a look that warned him clearly if he dared to utter a single reckless word his elderly mother would meet a terrible end. Thinking of his mother's graying temples, Li Weiqing closed his eyes. When he opened them again his heart was as good as dead. "Your Majesty, your servant confesses. I only ask for death." Gu Mingyan gazed at his pallid face, suspicion growing in her heart. This attitude of embracing death was a far cry from the demeanor of a corrupt official. "I ask you, where did you spend the 50,000 taels of disaster relief funds?" He was silent for a long time, then finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your servant. All spent at the Suyue pavilion on the Lady Zhao Zhao." Gu Mingyan frowned. Lady Zhao Zhao. His beloved. Even so, how could it cost so much? The Vice Minister of Justice quickly explained. "Your Majesty may not know, but the Suyue Pavilion is the largest brothel in the capital and Lady Zhao Zhao is its top courtesan." He shook his head with a sigh. Who would have thought the #1 scholar would commit such treason for the sake of a woman of the night? Gu Mingyan said to the Vice Minister, "Leave us. I wish to speak with Li Weiqing alone." "Your Majesty, this. Is there something?" "Vice Minister Zhang?" "I shall obey Your Majesty's command," he said respectfully. In this situation, the more he obstructed, the more suspicious the Empress would become. He could only order his subordinates to leave as well. Before leaving he shot Li Weiqing a warning glance. Gu Mingyan dismissed the attendants, leaving only herself and the dying Li Weiqing in the cell. She stepped closer, lowering her voice, her phoenix eyes sharply scrutinizing every change in his expression. "Li Weiqing, look at me." Her voice carried an undeniable authority. "You spent 10 years in cold study and passed the imperial exams. Would you truly sacrifice your reputation, your future, and your life for a brothel woman?" Li Weiqing's body trembled slightly, but he kept his head low, biting his lip until it bled, not daring to reveal a single word. His mother's kind aged face appeared before him. He could not. Never. Your servant deserves this punishment. He barely managed to squeeze out these words, his voice dry and hoarse. Gu Mingyan watched him quietly for a moment. The struggle in his eyes and that desperate suppressed endurance were not those of a man simply seeking pleasure and lining his own pockets. It was the submission of someone whose fatal weakness had been seized. She already understood 7 or 8 parts of the truth. She pressed no further, only speaking in a voice meant for his ears alone, clear and firm. Rest assured, I will protect you. These words were like a stone cast into stagnant water, stirring a faint ripple of hope in Li Weiqing's heart. He looked up sharply, meeting the Empress' deep gaze, which held no mockery, only a calm understanding and a promise. But then he thought of Prime Minister Pei's power and his eyes quickly dimmed again. Gu Mingyan noted this instantaneous reaction, her mind already forming a plan. She turned, resuming the cold demeanor of a sovereign, and instructed the Vice Minister of Justice, who waited respectfully at the door. Although Li Weiqing has confessed, the details of the case still need verification. In the meantime, keep him in good custody and use no further torture. If anything happens to him, you will be held accountable. Your servant obeys the decree. The Vice Minister bowed, a flash of malice crossing his lowered face. Once Gu Mingyan's imperial carriage had departed, he straightened up, his respectful expression instantly turning icy. He walked back to the cell and, looking at Li Weiqing, whose head had dropped again, sneered, "The Empress wants to protect you. In this prison of the Ministry of Justice, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must lie low." He leaned in, his voice like a viper's hiss. Don't forget Prime Minister Pei's words. If you want your old mother to enjoy her remaining years in peace, keep your mouth shut. With that, he hurriedly left the prison and headed straight for Prime Minister Pei's residence. In the study, Prime Minister Pei was practicing calligraphy. Hearing the Vice Minister's report, he did not pause his brush, only asking blandly, "Oh, Her Majesty holds this Li Weiqing in such high regard?" "Yes, my lord." From Her Majesty's attitude, it seems she still has doubts about this case. She specifically ordered no more torture and that his life be spared. "Chancellor, I fear delays may lead to trouble." Prime Minister Pei slowly set down his brush, picked up a silk handkerchief and wiped his hands. His gaze was calm and unruffled, as if discussing a trivial matter. "In that case, Li Weiqing cannot be allowed to live." His voice was low but carried the cold finality of deciding another's fate. "The Empress wants to protect him. Should we wait for him to implicate us?" The Vice Minister immediately pledged his loyalty. "Rest assured, Chancellor. Your servant is deeply grateful for your great kindness and will follow your lead. Since we cannot deal with Li Weiqing openly, we shall grant him a dignified end. Tonight I will send him a white silk cord and report that he took his own life out of guilt. That will be the end of it." Prime Minister Pei gave a slight nod, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Make it clean. Leave no loose ends." "Yes." The Vice Minister bowed and withdrew, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Su Yang had halted before the mansion of Grand Tutor Su Wanzhang. The vermilion gates were tightly shut, with only the stone lions standing solemnly on either side, casting imposing shadows in the morning light. The gatekeeper, a young servant, saw him clad in coarse linen garments that had been washed to a faded hue, his face obscured by a grey cloth. This strange attire aroused the servant's vigilance, and he stepped forward to block the path. "Who are you?" The servant's tone was harsh, his gaze sweeping over Su Yang with undisguised contempt. Su Yang gave a slight bow, his voice calm. "Please trouble to announce me. I wish to see the elder Su." "Do you think our master is someone you can just see as you please?" The servant sneered, waving his sleeve to drive him away. Be off, be off. Don't linger here and be an eyesore." Su Yang tightened his grip on the letter tucked in his sleeve, his knuckles whitening with slight pressure. He could not reveal his identity. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to present it in person. This letter, the fewer who knew of it the better. The weight stretched until the sun was high in the sky, its rays growing harsh, baking the bluestone slabs until they shimmered with heat. Su Yang leaned against the wall's shadow, fine beads of sweat forming on his brow, the grey cloth covering his face already soaked through. "Young sir," he approached again, his voice hoarse from thirst, "is elder Su within the residence?" Seeing the servant's indifferent attitude, Su Yang fished out the few silver coins he had from his bosom and quietly pressed them into the other's hand. The servant weighed the silver in his hand, his expression softening slightly. "He went to Su-Yue Tower early this morning." "Just wait." Su Yang was taken aback. Su-Yue Tower. That was undoubtedly the most renowned pleasure house in the capital. Su Wanzhang, past 60, had always been renowned for his integrity and self-restraint. Why would he head to such a place at dawn? With only a few silver coins left in his pocket, he had to leave the Grand Tutor's mansion for now and turn toward the Jishir Hall. Inside, the scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. When the shopkeeper saw him enter, he quickly set down his abacus and came forward to greet him. "Everything has been arranged," the shopkeeper said in a low voice. "Does the master have any further instructions?" "Fetch 1,000 taels of silver notes." The shopkeeper complied, retrieving a stack of notes from a hidden compartment in the counter. As he presented them with both hands, he couldn't resist probing. Master, is our lord truly still safe? Su Yang paused briefly in counting the notes, lifting his gaze, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Tend to your own duties. He carefully tucked the notes into an inner pocket, his voice deepening. Knowing too much will do you no good. Do you know where Su Lan has gone? General Lan. I'm not sure. She seems to have gone to the border. Everyone knew of the close bond between Su Lan and Su Yang, so they saw nothing unusual in the question. Su Yang knew that Su Lan had not gone to the border. She must be in the capital. To conceal a living person, especially Su Lan, who had military merits to her name, who would dare to act rashly? He could think of no one but the Pei family. I'll come to you if anything arises. The shopkeeper remained silent, watching that slender figure vanish into the long street beyond the door. Still in that same guise, Su Yang stepped into A-Yue Tower. Inside, warm fragrances assailed him, the melodies of strings and pipes drifting into his ears a world apart from the cold one outside. Among the carved beams and painted rafters, dancers in sheer silk swirled gracefully while nobles clinked glasses and toasted, their eyes glazed with intoxication. On the tables lay golden goblets of fine wine and jade dishes of rare delicacies, names Su Yang could not even call to mind. The sheer extravagance instantly reminded him of the houses in the southern four prefectures swallowed by floods and the gaunt sallow faces of refugees outside the capital clutching their watery gruel. Behind the vermilion gates, wine and meat go to waste. On the frozen roads lie bones of the dead. His hand in his sleeve clenched silently, a flame of helplessness and rage burning in his chest. Did these people reveling in the fruits of the people's toil know that a single cup of their wine could sustain a family of refugees for days? Just as his emotions surged, the corner of his eye caught a familiar figure. Not far off, a youth in embroidered robes was arm in arm with a man in splendid attire, laughing and talking, their demeanor quite unrestrained. Though the youth deliberately lowered her voice and altered her gait, Su Yang recognized her at a glance. It was Si Ling disguised as a man, and the handsome man beside her. Su Yang was certain he had seen him somewhere before. Yet the memory seemed shrouded in thick fog, and at this moment he simply could not recall it. Su Yang immediately sidestepped into the shadow of a pillar. Si Ling seemed not to have noticed his presence. His primary goal here was to find Su Wenzhang. He should not court unnecessary trouble. He suppressed his doubts and began to calmly search for Su Wenzhang's figure. The outer hall was noisy, filled with pleasure seekers. A grand tutor, even if he came here, would never mingle in such a place. He would certainly be in a more secluded private room. He had to find an inconspicuous way. His gaze swept over and noticed several servants carrying exquisite tea pastries walking briskly along a corridor leading into the deeper parts of the building. A thought struck Su Yang. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he swiftly slipped behind a potted plant near the corridor entrance, observing the movements within. On both sides of the corridor were tightly closed doors to private halls with guards noticeably stricter than in the outer area. Occasionally a server would enter or exit only after being questioned by a steward-like man stationed at the corridor's mouth. Forcing his way in was utterly impossible. After a brief deliberation, Su Yang saw a young servant emerging from the corridor after delivering something, heading toward the kitchen. He followed silently and at a corner struck with lightning speed, chopping the servant's neck. The servant's body went limp. Before he could even cry out, Su Yang caught him and quickly dragged him to a secluded corner piled with clutter. Moments later, Su Yang had changed into the servant's clothes, slightly lowered his hat brim and carried an empty tray he had picked up nearby. Imitating the manner of other servants, he kept his head down and walked steadily back toward the corridor. "What are you doing?" The steward stopped him, his tone stern. In reply, "Steward, the guest in Heaven's Word Room number 3 requests a freshly brewed pot of cloud mist tea." Su Yang mimicked the humble tone of a servant, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Heaven's Word Room 3 was a room number he had vaguely overheard a guest mention earlier. The steward gave him a once-over, seeming to find nothing amiss, and waved his hand, "Go quickly," and returned swiftly. "Don't disturb the honored guests." "Yes." Su Yang entered the corridor smoothly. He slowed his pace, his keen hearing picking up faint conversations from behind the doors on either side. There were merchants discussing prices, poets reciting verses, and even strange sounds of crude language. He passed each room, peering through the occasional gap in doors left ajar, but he still saw no sign of Su Wenzhang. Until he reached the end of the corridor before the most secluded room, the Linging Pavilion. He paused to listen. Inside, only the elegant sound of a zither could be heard, with no human voices in conversation. Could the information be wrong? Or had Su Wenzhang already left? Then again, it made sense. Su Wenzhang must have come to A-Yue Tower to discuss matters, perhaps to throw others off the scent. It was unlikely he would be found so easily. Thinking this, Su Yang also feared that lingering might invite trouble. He dared not delay further, and seizing a moment when the steward was distracted, he quickly slipped out through a side door on the other side of the corridor, returning to the bustling outer hall. His movements coming and going were swift and stealthy, causing no commotion. Su Wenzhang was not here. This trip had been fruitless. He lingered no longer, turning resolutely and leaving this place of extravagance that clashed so deeply with his inner self. The urgent task now was to find Su Wenjiang by other means as quickly as possible. He could wait, but Su Lan, whose whereabouts were unknown and whose fate hung in the balance, could not. The elder Su was a man of integrity. Though he lived in seclusion and had even been excused from court sessions, his official rank remained, and he had many disciples under his wing. This would be a trivial matter for him, yet it posed considerable difficulty for Su Yang in his current situation. If only he could prove his identity, surely the elder would not refuse such a small favor as finding Su Lan. But how could he manage to see this elusive Grand Tutor? The candlelight in the imperial palace flickered late into the night. Gu Mingyan was still reviewing memorials at the imperial desk. When Su Wenjiang entered the imperial study, he brought in a hint of the cool night breeze. "Your Majesty, may you be well." The old man was about to bow, but Gu Mingyan had already set down her red brush and swiftly rose to support his cool wrist. "Grand Tutor, no need for such formalities." Her fingertips touched the damp night dew on his sleeve and her gaze flickered. "Grand Tutor, you seem to be in a hurry. Has there been any progress on the disaster relief funds?" Without waiting for Su Wenjiang's reply, she continued, "At today's morning court, Prime Minister Pei confidently stated that he had captured the main culprit of corruption, Li Weiqing, with both the man and the stolen goods. But I have met Li Weiqing. This young man has an upright gaze, and I feel there must be something else hidden." "Your Majesty, you are discerning." Su Wenjiang's voice suddenly rose. "Your old minister once debated with Li Weiqing for 3 days. This man lives in abject poverty, yet gave his only brush and ink to a poor scholar. With such a noble character, how could he embezzle disaster relief funds and harm the people?" Su Wenjiang's chest heaved and the hand hidden in his sleeve trembled slightly with indignation. How could he embezzle disaster relief funds? He took a deep breath to calm his mind, then solemnly took out a ledger from his bosom, its cover stained with suspicious dark marks resembling blood or mud. "This was obtained by your old minister from a rogue named Wu Yan, who seemed to be in danger of being silenced and was about to flee the capital in panic when my men intercepted him. Such street ruffians, though they seem desperate, are actually the most cowardly. Before any torture was applied, he had already spilled everything. But what does this smuggling of private salt in the southern floods have to do with the case of embezzled disaster relief funds?" Gu Mingyan unfolded the ledger and her pupils constricted sharply. This was a detailed record of private salt smuggling. Her finger traced a name, Lu Zhou. "Exactly, but the key is here." Su Wenjiang's aged finger pointed to a specific entry in the ledger. "Your Majesty, look at this figure. 50,000 taels." Gu Mingyan lifted her head, abruptly meeting the Grand Tutor's gaze. "It matches the missing disaster relief funds exactly." Su Wenjiang lowered his voice. "Even more terrifying, following this trail, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue both have people implicated. That rogue named Wu Yan said that tomorrow at noon Lu Zhou will appear at the A-Yue Tower, seemingly for an important matter." She exuded a chilling aura. The officials of the Great Zhou had become so corrupt, weaving such a massive web right under her nose. Her knuckles rapped against the desk, producing a dull thud. "I will go myself." "Your Majesty, reconsider. The A-Yue Tower is a den of iniquity, a place of trouble." "Precisely because of that I must see with my own eyes," her voice icy, "how these termites recklessly gnaw away at the people's flesh and blood in my empire. Then tomorrow your old minister will risk his life to protect your Majesty's safety." Su Wenjiang made a deep bow. Before his words faded, a eunuch's shrill and panicked cry came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty! Disaster! Consort Pei! Consort Pei has hanged himself." Before Su Wenjiang bowed and withdrew, he cast a deep look at the Empress. Gu Mingyan clutched the ledger tightly, the paper crumpling in her palm. She hurried toward the Shuyun Hall, her skirts brushing against the fallen leaves on the bluestone steps. Pei Qingyue lay weakly on the brocade couch, his neck wrapped in thick white gauze, his face pale as paper. When he saw her, a spark of light instantly burst in his eyes. He struggled to rise, but she hurried forward and pressed him back onto the pillow. "Your Majesty! You finally deigned to see me." His voice was faint, and before he could finish he erupted into a violent fit of coughing. The corners of his eyes reddened, and with his already handsome features he presented a truly pitiable sight. Having heard yesterday that Gu Mingyan had spent the night at the Regent Prince's mansion, Pei Qingyu's inner alarm bells rang loudly. This self-hanging act was a carefully crafted ruse of self-inflicted injury. The tightness of the white gauze had been precisely calculated to avoid any real harm while leaving a shocking red mark. He knew Gu Mingyan's weakness well. He bet that she would feel pity, whether out of past affection or gratitude for saving his life. He had gambled correctly. Gu Mingyan sat by the couch, her fingertips gently touching the white gauze around his neck. Her voice carried an unmistakable tenderness as she sighed deeply. "A-Yue, why must you do this?" "Your Majesty." Pei Qingyue grabbed the corner of her sleeve, his fingertips icy cold, his voice choked with sobs. I simply adore your Majesty too much, and my fear of losing you led me astray. If your Majesty abandons me because of this, what meaning is there left for me to live?" He rambled incoherently, perfectly portraying infatuation and despair. He secretly observed her expression and knew that her heart had softened. Gu Mingyan looked at the Pei Qingyue before her and a flicker of reluctance crossed her heart. After all, he was her lifesaver and the last trace of anger in her heart dissipated. Since they had already shared the intimacy of husband and wife, there was truly no need for her to take it out on him. After all, she had promised him something, it was only that she hadn't been prepared, which was why she got so angry at his transgression. Su Yang has already left me, she closed her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of weary hoarseness. A-Yue, there are not many trustworthy people by my side now. Please don't cause me any more worry. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyue knew that he had completely taken the initiative. He raised his head, eyes moist, looking at Gu Mingyan. Your Majesty, your servant wishes to beg a favor. Could I leave the palace to visit my mother at home? It has been a long time and I miss her dearly. He calculated that he must leave the palace as soon as possible to seek a renowned physician. The drug he had secretly taken after contriving that intimate act with Gu Mingyan had produced an unexpected side effect. It had temporarily rendered him impotent. This secret must never be known to Gu Mingyan, or all his schemes would be in vain. Filial piety is the foundation of human ethics. I grant it. Take more attendance and stay for some time if you wish. Now that he was in the palace surrounded by imperial physicians, he had to conceal his condition from Gu Mingyan. He planned to leave the palace as soon as possible to seek a renowned physician. He absolutely could not let Gu Mingyan know that he was impotent. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. After Gu Mingyan left, he also hurried to leave the palace. The Pei Mansion's carriage discreetly drove away from the palace's side gate. Inside the carriage, Pei Qingyue leaned against the soft cushions. The white gauze around his neck concealed the marks of his attempted hanging, and even more so it concealed the turmoil of anxiety and shame within him. He closed his eyes, but his fingers unconsciously twisted the fabric of his robe. Back at the Prime Minister's mansion, Pei's mother, who had already received news, immediately welcomed him into the inner chamber. After dismissing the attendants, Pei Qingyue could no longer maintain his composure. With a thud, he knelt before his mother, his voice trembling with despair. Mother, save me. His mother was startled by his appearance and hurriedly helped him up. My son, what is the matter? What grievance have you suffered in the palace? Pei Qingyue found it hard to speak, his face flushed red. After struggling for a long time, he finally revealed that unspeakable pain in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. He was impotent. Upon hearing this, Pei's mother was thunderstruck, her face instantly turning pale. What can be done? My son, who has been outstanding since childhood, is now impotent and has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. She fully understood that this matter concerned not only her son's future in the palace but also the glory and safety of the entire Pei family. She immediately ordered her trusted maid to summon Prime Minister Pei, who was in his study. When Prime Minister Pei entered the inner chamber, his face was as calm as still water save for a faint shadow of gloom flickering deep in his eyes. After listening to his wife's hushed account, his sharp gaze swept over his son's pale and shameful face. After a moment of silence, he forced out through clenched teeth, useless. That single word carried no trace of fatherly affection, only pure disappointment and contempt. He had always favored his younger son Pei Yao, born of a concubine outside the household, finding Pei Qingyue too indecisive and unfit for great responsibility. This mishap only deepened his dislike into utter disgust. Do you realize what situation our Pei family will face if this gets out? Pei Wenyuan's voice was lowered to a whisper, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. If the Empress Dowager learns that you are a eunuch incapable of performing your marital duties, forget about the position of side consort, even your life will be in jeopardy. Our Pei family will be disgraced and lose all standing in the court. Then, resuming his usual composure, the Prime Minister ordered, go summon the divine Dr. Elder Yun. Remember, do it discreetly and bring him through the back gate. Under the weight of a hefty reward, efficiency was swift. Within an hour, an old man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a grey coarse robe yet with eyes remarkably clear and sharp, was quietly ushered into the deepest secret chamber of the Prime Minister's residence. Divine Dr. Yun held his breath, focusing his mind as he placed 3 fingers on Pei Qingyue's wrist, feeling the chaotic and feeble pulse. He then carefully examined the old scar on his chest where heart blood had been extracted, and his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Young master, extracting heart blood as you did before is a fundamental damage to one's vitality, nothing trivial. He slowly withdrew his hand, pondering. Judging from the pulse, it seems that at that time extreme anger and fright struck your heart, causing qi and blood to reverse and block the key meridians leading to this calamity. After a long pause, he withdrew his hand, thought for a moment, and with the frankness of a physician asked, I beg your pardon, young master, but before this incident, had you engaged in intimate relations? This matter is crucial for diagnosing the cause, so please answer truthfully. Pei Qingyue's face instantly flushed crimson, his lips trembling, shame rendering him speechless. Seeing this, his mother quickly took over the conversation, her tone certain but with a barely perceptible flicker. Yes, of course there were. As she spoke, she slipped a heavy gold ingot from her sleeve and silently pressed it into the hands of divine Dr. Mo, the movement smooth and clandestine. Doctor, my son is young and thin-skinned, too embarrassed to speak of such private matters. I implore you to do your utmost to cure him. This matter concerns my son's future in life and even more the family's honor. On no account should it be leaked to anyone. She deliberately stressed the words must not be disclosed. If it were known that he had been with a woman before marriage, though not a grave offense, it would still tarnish his reputation and might arouse the Empress Dowager's suspicion and displeasure. At this moment any risk must be completely eliminated. Divine Dr. Yun weighed the gold ingot in his hand, a glint of worldly understanding flickering in his cloudy eyes. He cupped his hands and said in a steady tone, "Madam, rest assured. I have my discretion in practicing medicine. I will do my utmost and keep my lips sealed." Pei Qingyue watched the interaction between his mother and the doctor, hearing the insinuations in their words. He felt a slight relief, yet a deeper wave of humiliation and urgency surged within him. He must recover quickly, must regain His Majesty's favor, or else the glory of being the legitimate son of the Pei family and the position of the Empress Dowager's side consort would vanish. He could not allow everything of the Pei family to fall into the hands of Pei Yao, that base illegitimate son. His gaze swept over the undisguised disgust in Prime Minister Pei's eyes, and a fierce hatred and resentment surged from the depths of Pei Qingyu's heart. He knew well that his father, with his hypocritical morality, was worse than a beast. When his mother was pregnant with him, his father had already been fooling around with a prostitute outside, siring that bastard Pei Yao. And now he wanted that bastard to lord it over him. Wasn't the 50,000 taels of disaster relief silver just shamelessly embezzled by his father to cover the hole left by Pei Yao's illegal salt trade? Divine Dr. Yun's voice brought Pei Qingyue back to reality. "Young master, this condition is not incurable, but treating it is quite troublesome. It will take some time and the process might be somewhat painful." Upon hearing it was not incurable, hope immediately lit up Pei Qingyu's eyes. He said urgently, "No matter how painful or how long it takes, this young master will endure it as long as I can be cured. Please, doctor, use your miraculous skills. In that case I will prescribe a decoction to be taken internally 3 times daily without interruption. Plus acupuncture to unblock the stagnant meridians." Divine Dr. Yin took out his silver needles, the slender tips glinting coldly in the candlelight. "Young master, please remove your clothes and lie face down on the couch." He turned to the Prime Minister and his wife. "Your Excellency, madam, please step aside for a moment." Prime Minister Pei snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left his face bearing the expression of "the son is useless." Previously he had shown some courtesy because of Pei Qingyu's success, but now that he saw his son might become a burden, that little politeness evaporated completely. Pei Qingyu's mother looked at her son with worry, opened her mouth as if to speak but finally sighed. "Your mother will be just outside the door." After hearing Pei Qingyu's low she left, looking back at every step. Pei Qingyue stared at the long silver needles, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily, but he complied nonetheless. When the icy silver needles pierced his acupoints, bringing a wave of numbness, soreness and distension, he bit his lip hard and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The entire treatment lasted nearly an hour. After it ended, Pei Qingyue felt utterly drained. The acupoints where the needles had been inserted ached and numbed, yet the unspeakable part remained unchanged. He was anxious inside but dared not show it, forcing himself to ask Dr. How long before it takes effect? Divine Dr. Mo leisurely packed his medicine case. At the shortest 10 days, at the longest half a year is also possible. The key is that you must relax your mind, avoid anxiety and cooperate with the treatment. Remember, during the treatment absolutely no intimacy with women or all progress will be lost, and even the gods could not reverse it. Half a year. Pei Qingyu's heart sank. Half a year was too long with too many variables. How could he ensure His Majesty's favor would not wane? If the Empress Dowager Gu Mingyan mentioned the matter of offspring during this time, how would he respond? "No, it's too long. Divine Doctor, please think of another way, no matter the cost," he pleaded almost desperately. At that moment his mother also pushed the door open. Hearing the half-a-year period, the color drained from her face. She too understood the risk of the crime of deceiving the emperor. They must quickly solidify the marital relations. "Doctor, please think again. There must be another method, isn't there?" Divine Dr. Yin stroked his long beard, his expression troubled. After a moment of hesitation he said, "It is not entirely without other methods. But this method is too drastic, the process excruciatingly painful beyond what ordinary people can endure. I fear that the young master—" Pei Qingyu's eyes suddenly burst forth with a terrifying brilliance, as if a dying man had grasped the last straw of hope. He forcefully propped up his weakened body, disregarding the soreness from the acupuncture, and cried out, "I can endure. I can withstand any hardship. Sir, I beg you to use that method." Pei's mother trembled as she spoke, wanting to dissuade him, but upon meeting her son's crazed and stubborn gaze and recalling her husband's coldness and their family's precarious situation, the words caught in her throat, turning into a choked "Please, sir, if that method is used, what are the chances of success?" The divine physician Yun's gaze swept over the mother and son, and he pondered. "If the young master can endure, there is a 70% chance that within 10 days, he will regain his strength." 10 days. Pei Qingyu's heart raced. In 10 days he could still maneuver and find a way to stabilize the emperor. "Use it. Let's use that method." He nearly shouted it out. Divine Physician Yun sighed, retrieving an ancient wooden box from the very bottom of his medicine chest. Upon opening it, there were 9 needles of varying lengths, all exuding a chilling purple glow. The needles appeared to be thicker and longer than the previous silver ones, instilling a sense of dread. A-Yue stared at the long purple gold needles, his pupils constricting as his body instinctively trembled. But thinking of Peiyou's smug face, his father's icy gaze, and the suspicious looks from Gu Mingyan alongside the dismal fate of becoming a laughingstock after losing everything, he gritted his teeth and felt the veins on his forehead surge. I will not regret this. Please, sir, proceed with the needles. Divine Physician Yun did not say more, taking the needle, igniting it, and his fingertips brushed over A-Yue's acupuncture points on his back. He was drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering, lips cracked, and his violently trembling body along with his contorted face revealed the inhumane torment he was enduring. As the sky darkened when the last needle was inserted, A-Yue's vision turned completely black and he fainted, losing consciousness. The next morning, Gu Mingyan had just woken up, still lingering in drowsiness, when a palace servant hurried in looking grave. Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Punishments Lord Wang requests an urgent audience and is waiting outside the hall. Gu Mingyan furrowed her brow slightly. It was unusual for him to seek an audience at such an early hour. Let him in. The Deputy Minister of Punishments entered quickly. After saluting, he whispered, Your Majesty, last night, Li Weiqing, who was detained for interrogation, has committed suicide out of fear of punishment. What? Gu Mingyan immediately became alert, the sleepiness vanishing from her eyes. Suicide? How could he commit suicide while in the interrogation office of the Ministry of Punishments? The guards there were strict. How could such a blunder occur? Your Majesty, it seems Li Weiqing had been prepared for this. The jailers found him dead this morning. He had somehow acquired a piece of hemp rope, tied it to the bars, and hanged himself. The Deputy Minister of Punishments spoke with fear and a tone of apology. Gu Mingyan felt a surge of frustration in her heart, as if a heavy stone had lodged there. Such a promising lead had been abruptly severed. With Li Weiqing's death, the threads connecting to the truth had been forcefully cut off. A-Yue Tower. When she had seen Li Weiqing before, he had confessed to embezzling the 50,000 taels of disaster relief silver in order to support the courtesan Zhao Zhao from A-Yue Tower. Combined with the account book given by Master Su yesterday, everything pointed to this A-Yue Tower. Smuggling private salt, embezzling disaster relief funds. What kind of dangerous den is this A-Yue Tower, and how many unspeakable secrets does it hide? Who is behind all of this? Now that Li Weiqing is dead and the clues lead to A-Yue Tower, it seems the only option is to go to A-Yue Tower with Master Su and investigate the situation personally. I understand. Conduct a thorough investigation, ascertain the source of the hemp rope, and punish all negligent parties severely. You may leave. She waved her hand, her tone stern. The Deputy Minister of Punishments complied and bowed as he exited the hall. In the moment he turned, a fleeting hint of coldness and triumph flashed in his lowered eyes. The morning court ended in a subtle atmosphere, and Gu Mingyan, preoccupied with matters, was somewhat inattentive to the reports of her officials. After dismissing the court, she did not linger, immediately changing into her regular attire and swiftly leaving the palace, heading straight to the residence of the Grand Tutor. The carriage stopped in front of the Grand Tutor's residence, and as Gu Mingyan was helped down, her gaze casually swept across the street corner where she vaguely caught sight of a familiar figure flash past. That figure seemed familiar. But the person hurried away instantly, turning into a nearby alley and disappearing. She harbored a sliver of doubt, but at this moment seeking Master Su to discuss urgent matters was more pressing, so she decided to suppress her curiosity for now. At that moment, deep within the corner alley, Su Yang leaned against the cold brick wall. He had returned to the residence of Su Wenjun, but unexpectedly found that meeting Su Wenjun was far more difficult than he had imagined. He saw a carriage parked at the door, so he could only keep his distance, fearing that the person looking for Su Wenjun might be an acquaintance from before. He patiently waited for about half a stick of incense, estimating that the person had likely entered the residence, before carefully making his way back to the Grand Tutor's door. The servant at the door, seeing Su Yang return, displayed a hint of impatience on his face. Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you that old Su is not here? He's gone out. Su Yang quickly approached, asking cautiously, Do you know where old Su has gone? The servant waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. He went to the same place as yesterday, A-Yue Tower. If you want to find him, just go there and take your chances. Don't keep loitering at the gate. Thank you, brother. Su Yang expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, but a few steps later the humble expression on his face faded and his brows furrowed, deeply filled with suspicion. A-Yue Tower. Why would he go to such a place 2 days in a row? Although it was a famous establishment for music and dance in the capital, given Su Wenzhang's identity and age, it was rather unusual for him to linger there. He did not think too much about it and decided to head to A-Yue Tower immediately to investigate. Meanwhile, inside A-Yue Tower, in the private room number 3 labeled Tian, the door gently closed behind them, isolating the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments along with teasing laughter from the outside. This private room was arranged with exquisite elegance fragrant with incense, but at this moment Gu Mingyan and Su Wenjing seated within were not in the mood to appreciate it. Wu Yan was sandwiched between two guards disguised as attendants, head bowed and body slightly trembling. Under the silent pressure of Gu Mingyan and the commanding gaze of Su Wenjing, he dared not hide anything, spilling all he knew about the smuggling of private salt. I'm just a runner responsible for contacting the dock workers to spread out the goods. Every time it was Lord Lu from above who gave orders and I handled the money for him. I only took a small bit as running money. As for who the real big shot behind it all is, with my status, how could I possibly know? Wu Yan's voice trembled, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Then how did you come by this account book? Gu Mingyan spoke, her voice deliberately lowered, sounding deep and magnetic. Coupled with her outfit of brocade robe and jade belt, she resembled a distinguished young gentleman. Wu Yan swallowed hard, his eyes shifting. It was I who stole it. One time when Master Lu was drunk, I attended to him on his way back and happened to see where he hid this ledger. I thought it might save my life someday or fetch some money, so I took the chance to secretly copy a copy while he wasn't paying attention. Su Wenjing stroked his beard, his gaze as sharp as a blade, meticulously interrogating every detail, cross-referencing them with Wu Yan's confession. When he had asked enough, he looked at Gu Mingyan and gave an almost imperceptible nod. The trail seemed to hit a bottleneck here, pointing directly only to a middle-rank figure named Lu Zhou. Gu Mingyan's mind stirred. Since Li Weiqing's matter was inextricably linked to Zhao Zhao, the top courtesan of Fengyue Tower, it might be best to start from her. She called out loudly to the madam who had been waiting outside the door and had already been bribed, tossing a hefty gold ingot with a tone that was calm but brooked no refusal. I have long heard of Miss Zhao Zhao's fame. Please invite her over for a chat. In just a moment the door to the private room was gently pushed open and a graceful figure entered with a fragrant breeze. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Zhao, the top courtesan of Fengyue Tower. She had cloud-like hair and a flower-like face with bright eyes and a charming smile. A watered floor-length dress accentuated her skin as white as snow and her lithe figure. Her eyes sparkled with a natural coquettish charm, truly deserving the title of a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Zhao Zhao greets the young master and the esteemed sir. She curtsied gracefully, her voice soft and melodious, her gaze sweeping lightly over the distinguished Gu Mingyan and Su Wenjing, carrying just the right amount of curiosity and deference. Gu Mingyan gently waved his folding fan, putting on a flamboyant and dashing air, his gaze landing on Zhao Zhao's radiant face as he praised loudly, Miss Zhao Zhao is indeed a beauty of unparalleled charm, well deserving of her reputation. She deliberately maintained a low tone to ensure no slip. Zhao Zhao covered her lips with a light laugh, her eyes rippling. The young master flatters me. After a few pleasantries, Gu Mingyan abruptly shifted the topic. Seemingly casual, but his gaze was firmly locked on every subtle reaction of Zhao Zhao as he slowly asked, I hear that Miss Zhao Zhao seems acquainted with last year's top scholar Li Weiqing, Master Li. The words top scholar Li seemed to freeze the air in the private room for an instant. The flawless smile on Zhao Zhao's face stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. Although she quickly regained her composure and sighed with a hint of regret, top scholar Li was a man of literary talent and elegance. He did visit Fengyue Tower a few times. I had the honor of drinking and discussing poetry with him. But it's a pity I heard he was momentarily foolish. Alas, it's truly lamentable. But that momentary stiffness and the fleeting panic deep in her eyes did not escape the sharp eyes of Gu Mingyan and Su Wenjing. They exchanged a knowing glance. This Miss Zhao Zhao must know something. Li Weiqing's death was probably not as simple as suicide out of guilt. Gu Mingyan and Su Wenjing keenly caught the panic that flashed in her eyes. It seemed that Zhao Zhao of Fengyue Tower knew a great deal of inside information. Gu Mingyan's thoughts raced, but his face remained impassive, still maintaining the demeanor of a dashing young master. He waved his fan gently and smiled. It is indeed a pity that top scholar Li's talents were wasted and that he should commit such a heinous act. She shifted her tone slightly as if testing casually, but I heard that top scholar Li had a special fondness for you, Miss Zhao Zhao, and even gave you generous gifts. Zhao Zhao's eyes dimmed slightly, but her voice carried just the right amount of sorrowful detachment. The young master jokes. Top scholar Li was a scholar and elegant man of refinement. Our acquaintance was merely a matter of poetry and conversation, a bit of appreciation. As for gifts, Fengyue Tower is a business establishment. I am naturally grateful for the guests' tips. But to say there was anything special, that would be an overstatement. When I heard of top scholar Li's matter, I was shocked and grieved. I only wish him a swift passage to paradise. She carefully absolved herself of any involvement, acknowledging only an ordinary guest relationship. Su Wenjing sat to the side, silently sipping his tea, his murky yet sharp gaze never leaving Zhao Zhao's face, as if trying to read the hidden information from every subtle expression. He spoke slowly, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight. Oh, just poetry and conversation. I have heard that before the incident someone saw the top scholar in deep discussion with you here, looking quite anxious. Do you know what troubled him? In truth, he had no such knowledge. He was simply trying to bluff her. Zhao Zhao forced herself to remain composed. This old gentleman must have heard wrong. The last time top scholar Li came to Fengyue Tower was over a month ago. He came with a few friends, drank and composed poetry, and nothing was unusual. He never had a private talk with me alone. As for what he later did wrong, I am a woman confined to the inner chambers and truly know nothing. Gu Mingyan and Su Yang exchanged a look, knowing that this woman was tight-lipped and well-prepared. Pressing further would likely yield no breakthrough and might even alert her. I see, then it must be a rumor from outside. Gu Mingyan smoothly backed down and stopped pressing, instead smiling. Today I am fortunate to have seen Miss Zhao Zhao's beauty. You must be skilled in all the arts, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Would you favor us with a tune on the zither? Zhao Zhao seemed to relax, a professional sweet smile blossoming on her face again. The young master flatters me. I will play a piece for your enjoyment. She rose and walked to the antique zither nearby. Her slender fingers plucked the strings and melodious notes flowed out sweet and pleasing, yet they seemed to lack genuine emotion, carrying a hint of artifice and distance. Amidst the lingering melody, Gu Mingyan's gaze appeared appreciative, but in reality it swept sharply across every corner of the private room. Su Yang also listened with downcast eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, planning his next move. Wu Yan was discreetly shielded behind the guards, his head low, minimizing his presence. When the piece ended, Gu Mingyan clapped in praise and ordered a reward to be given. Young master, please forgive me, but I must perform now. I shall take my leave. Seeing Gu Mingyan nod, she slowly withdrew. At that moment, Wu Yan, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly shifted uneasily. He cautiously glanced out of the window and his face instantly changed. He quickly lowered his voice and said to Gu Mingyan, young master, he's here. Gu Mingyan and Su Yang followed his gaze and saw a man in a blue long gown with a refined appearance just stepping into Fengyue Tower through the main entrance downstairs. The man looked up and his eyes happened to meet Wu Yan's in the private room. He was startled for a moment, and when he saw that Wu Yan was accompanied by two unfamiliar faces of distinguished bearing, a flicker of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation he turned and swiftly walked toward the door. Seeing them and wanting to leave, indeed there was something fishy. Stop him. Su Yang ordered in a deep voice, not loud but commanding immense authority. The guards he had arranged downstairs, disguised as guests, were already poised for action. At the order they moved immediately. The man in blue had just hurried to the entrance when two seemingly casual guests seized his arms from left and right. The man struggled and growled, "Who are you? What do you want in broad daylight?" Gu Mingyan and Su Yang descended the stairs slowly, their faces calm. Su Yang said coldly, "Master Lu Zhou, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Lu Zhou's face turned pale. He knew he was caught and could not escape. He forced a calm smile. "Ah, it's Magistrate Su. What a coincidence. I just remembered some urgent business at home, so I was about to leave. I didn't expect to run into you here." One of the guards said coldly, "Lu Zhou, our master wishes to ask you a few questions. It's best you come with us quietly." Hearing the name Lu Zhou, the man's face instantly turned deathly pale and his struggling weakened as he allowed the guards to escort him out of the hall. Lu Zhou was escorted by two guards back to the private room. The door closed, shutting out the noise outside. A few onlookers had to suppress their curiosity, taking him for an adulterer caught in the act. Adulterers caught in the act are a dime a dozen these days, nothing unusual. Move along, move along. The beauties are more enticing." His face was ashen, the earlier refined demeanor completely gone, replaced by fear and forced composure. Su Yang waved his hand and the guards released Lu Zhou, but still stood behind him like iron towers. Su Wenzhang's gaze was piercing, fixed on him. His voice was deep and slow but carried immense weight. "Lu Zhou, Wu Yan has already confessed everything he knows. Who is the person behind you? The death of Li Weiqing and the enormous profits from the private salt recorded in that account book, where did they all go? Speak truthfully and leniency may be considered." Lu Zhou's lips trembled, his eyes darting away as he made a final desperate attempt. "My lord. This humble one does not know what you are talking about. What private salt? What death of Li Weiqing? What does that have to do with me?" "Hoof." Su Yang let out a cold snort, picked up the copied account book from the table and slammed it heavily before Lu Zhou. "The income and expenditures recorded here with your seal and signature, do you truly think no one can investigate? Must I bring every single official from the Canal Transport Office and the Salt and Iron Bureau before you to confront you before you admit it?" Gu Mingyan also spoke coldly from the side, tapping her folding fan lightly on the table, each tap seeming to strike Lu Zhou's heart. "Master Lu, at this point resistance is futile. No matter how far-reaching the hand of the one who instructed you, it cannot protect you now. Naming the mastermind is your only path to survival." The pressure was tangible, mounting layer by layer. Cold sweat poured from Lu Zhou's forehead. He knew that with the account book as evidence and Wu Yan as witness, he was a trapped beast. He collapsed to the ground, finally breaking down, his voice trembling. "I'll speak. It's the Pei family. It was the Pei family who made us do it. The Pei family." Su Wenzhang's pupils sharply contracted, his voice carrying an incredulous chill. "Which Pei family? Could it be Premier Pei? No. Not Premier Pei himself. Lu Zhou quickly shook his head as if afraid of incurring a greater crime. I don't know which specific master it was either. The messenger only said it was Premier Pei's son and told us to go ahead boldly, that even if the sky fell his father would hold it up. He even said that even His Majesty wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Boom. The words exploded like thunder in Gu Mingyan's mind. Premier Pei's son. Premier Pei had only one legitimate son, Pei Qingyue. She had never heard of any illegitimate son behaving so arrogantly outside, using his father's name to commit such treason. Could it really be A-Yue? But A-Yue had saved her life, was her secondary royal consort, and they had shared a marital relationship. She could hardly imagine that Pei Qingyue, who always appeared gentle and refined before her, who always comforted and coaxed her, would be colluding with officials selling private salt and possibly even driving a court official to his death, all behind her back. She suppressed the storm within her, maintaining a calm expression on the surface, though her knuckles gripping the folding fan were turning white. This matter was too grave. She could not jump to conclusions based solely on Lu Zhou's one-sided account. She decided she must return to the palace immediately and personally test Pei Qingyue to see if he was aware or whether he was directly involved. Meanwhile, Su Wenjing, upon hearing the arrogant words Premier Pei's son and His Majesty wouldn't dare to touch him, was so enraged that his white beard trembled incessantly. He had served as an official all his life, incorruptible and upright. What he hated most were people who relied on their parents' power, flouted the law and preyed on the common people. Outrageous. Utterly shameless. Su Wenjing slammed the table abruptly, his hair bristling with fury. As officials, we serve the sovereign above and care for the people below. We must be rooted in integrity and bound by the law. How dare you? How dare you act with such lawlessness, disregarding the statutes of the court, treating the people's blood and sweat as mere weeds? You are a disgrace to the entire Great Liang court. His chest heaved violently, clearly in a towering rage. The private salt case implicated not only massive illicit funds and a life, but also the flood victims in the south. These beasts had embezzled the disaster relief funds and then sold private salt. And now it pointed directly to the corruption and arrogance of the highest echelons of power. How could he not be deeply grieved and indignant? Gu Mingyan took a deep breath and said to Su Wenjing, Grand Tutor, calm your anger. This matter is far-reaching. We must deliberate carefully and investigate cautiously. She turned her gaze to the ashen-faced Lu Zhou. Keep him under strict watch. No one is to approach him without my order. Yes. The guards acknowledged and dragged the limp Lu Zhou away. The private room fell silent again. Gu Mingyan slowly rose side and looked out the window at the bustling street, her eyes complex. The trail from the Feng-Yue pavilion had ultimately led in an unexpected way to one of the people closest to her now. Su Yang was dead, and she already regretted that. Now was A-Yue about to betray her? Just then a soft knock came at the door of the private room. Sir, the cloud Miss Tu ordered has arrived. A slightly hoarse, deliberately lowered voice sounded from outside. A person dressed in coarse servant's clothes with a cloth mask covering his face, a stooped posture, entered carrying a tea tray. His movements seemed practiced, but his eyes were cast down, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Su Wenjing temporarily suppressed his anger and said to Gu Mingyan, Young master, since we've managed to get out, let's set aside the anger for a moment and try the famous cloud mist tea of the Feng-Yue pavilion. The tea-serving servant was none other than Su Yang, who had come in disguise. Alarmed by the voice, he hunched even lower, terrified of being recognized. How was Gu Mingyan visiting a brothel with Su Wenjing? He had originally come to seek Su Wenzhang's help, but now there was no way. With Gu Mingyan present, he certainly couldn't reveal his identity and would have to wait for another opportunity. He carefully placed the teacups on the table and said in a hoarse voice, Please enjoy your tea, gentlemen. This humble one will take his leave. Su Wenjing, preoccupied with his thoughts, paid no attention to the lowly servant. Su Yang felt a moment of relief and silently sighed, then turned to quickly leave this dangerous place. However, just as his foot crossed the threshold. Wait. He maintained his hoarse voice, not daring to turn around. Does the gentleman have any further orders? Remove your mask. Gu Mingyan's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, resonating clearly through the private room. Su Yang's back stiffened abruptly. The silver ingot rolled to his feet, the faint sound it made striking his heart like a heavy hammer. He maintained his stooped posture, his head bowed even lower, his voice growing more hoarse and strained. Sir, have mercy. My face is truly unsightly. I fear it would offend the noble gaze. I would be guilty of a crime beyond redemption. Su Wenjing frowned slightly. Although he felt the servant's reaction was somewhat excessive, he didn't want to cause more trouble, so he said, Young master, since he is unwilling, why force him? He's just a tea-serving servant. But Gu Mingyan seemed not to hear. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Yang. The deliberately stooped back, the evasive eyes she had seen when he handed the tea, and the faint hint of familiarity that inexplicably lingered in her heart. This compelled her to see the face beneath the mask immediately. Gu Mingyan slowly stepped forward and her voice turned colder, carrying an invisible pressure. Remove your mask. She stopped a step behind Su Yang, her eyes fixed on him. Or do you need my men to help you? Su Yang's heart pounded wildly in his chest, his tension now nearly unbearable. Kind sir. This humble one truly dares not. He attempted a final struggle, his voice trembling beyond control, his stooped form shivering slightly, not entirely feigned. Gu Mingyan said nothing, merely gazing at him in silence. Although Su Wenjiang found her manner somewhat pressing, seeing her grave expression, he too remained silent, merely observing the overly agitated servant with curiosity. Who was this? How could he command such attention from the Empress of Great Zhou? Su Yang took a deep breath as if draining every ounce of strength and slowly raised his hand to the knot behind his ear that held the cloth in place. The movement was agonizingly slow. At every instant he felt Gu Mingyan's all-seeing gaze piercing through his disguise. Surely she hadn't recognized him. For now it was only suspicion. At this thought his heart eased slightly. The coarse cloth slipped away, revealing the face beneath. What a face it was! Most of it bore an unnatural pitch-black hue, the skin twisted and wrinkled as if ruthlessly licked by flames, leaving permanent hideous burn scars. The burn spread from the left side of his forehead down to his chin, even reaching his neck, looking especially grotesque and terrifying under the dim light. The intact right half of his face was deliberately smeared with grime, making it appear filthy and repulsive, coupled with the burned left side, a truly appalling sight. He quickly lifted his eyelids, casting a timid glance at Gu Mingyan, his eyes filled with terror that seemed genuine, a world apart from the clear bright eyes of the person in her memory. In an instant he lowered his head deeply, once more burying all emotions beneath a posture of humility. This humble one has offended the esteemed guest. His voice was hoarse, laced with tears and fear, partly genuine, for he dreaded being recognized. The private room fell into a dead silence. Su Wenjiang drew a sharp breath, a flicker of pity in his eyes. He averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight, and waved his hand. Enough. Leave at once. Do not disturb the esteemed guest any further. Gu Mingyan stared at the shocking face, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Was it an illusion? This hateful illusion again. Ever since Su Yang's death in Red City, she seemed to dream of him often. She would also catch a glimpse of his shadow in some fleeting moment in a similar silhouette, only to be engulfed by a more overwhelming wave of regret. She shook her head, trying to cast these stray thoughts aside. Su Yang was dead, it couldn't be him. This person before her was merely a trivial resemblance. Yet why did her heart still clench painfully at this faint likeness? She spoke indifferently, her voice betraying no emotion. Leave. Su Yang felt as if pardon, picked up the silver ingot from the floor and fled the private room as if escaping. As he left, he glanced up and inadvertently spotted a person in the corner, Wu Yan. Why was that street ruffian with Gu Mingyan and the others? He dismissed the thought, hunched his back and swiftly disappeared into the shadow of the corridor outside, his heart still trembling with fear. Thank heavens he had prepared this thorough disguise just in case. Inside the private room, Gu Mingyan watched the fleeing figure with a deep gaze. Su Wenjiang sighed softly and said in a low voice, Your Highness, why torment a poor soul? Does the Grand Tutor not find something familiar in his features? Gu Mingyan's voice was very light. Doesn't he resemble Su Yang? That name uttered from her lips seemed to carry endless longing and pain. The Regent King. Su Wenjiang was stunned, then looked at Gu Mingyan, seeing the deep-seated sorrow in her eyes. Understanding dawned and he let out a longer, heavier sigh. Your Majesty, the dead cannot return. Please accept it. If the Regent King's spirit watches from above, he would not wish to see you torment yourself so. Having watched Gu Mingyan grow up, he knew much of what had passed between them, and seeing her current state, his heart ached. I know, Gu Mingyan said, slowly closing her eyes. She knew, but she could not control the gnawing longing and regret. Just then a commotion arose from outside the door, growing closer, mingled with excited murmurs. Hurry, let's go see. Lady Zhao Zhao is about to perform on stage. I heard she is dancing a newly choreographed moon deity dance tonight. And Lady Fuyu's Pipa, Lady Lingyian's song. Tonight is truly a treat. The mid-month gala at Su-Yue Tower is indeed worthy of its fame. The noise outside shattered the stagnant, heavy atmosphere in the private room. Gu Mingyan frowned and asked, What is the commotion outside? Su Wenjing, as Grand Tutor, was highly esteemed, usually buried in classics and state affairs. Had it not been for the secret investigation of the case Gu Mingyan had entrusted to him, he would never have set foot in such a place of pleasure, knowing nothing of its customs. Only Wu Yan, his face instantly beaming with a fawning smile, stepped forward a few paces and bowed. My lord, this humble one knows, it is an old tradition of Su-Yue Tower. Every mid-month the most renowned ladies of the establishment take the stage to perform their signature acts, song, dance, chin chess, and sometimes rare acrobatics or illusions. It is a grand event here, quite lively. Hearing this, Gu Mingyan's eyes flickered with a trace of subtle interest. This would be a good way to dispel the inexplicable gloom weighing on her heart. She rose, brushed her sleeves, and her voice regained its usual cool detachment. In that case, let's go and see. Meanwhile, downstairs in the corridor, Su Yang had not yet had a chance to change back into his own clothes, still wearing the conspicuous coarse servant's tunic. He was seeking a secluded corner to catch his breath when a harsh voice called out to him. You there? Standing like a block of wood. Su Yang's heart leaped. He turned to see a burly, fierce-faced steward pointing at him. He instinctively hunched lower. Me? Who else, you idiot? Can't you see how busy it is up front? Lady Zhao Zhao is about to take the stage and we're short-handed. Go to the backstage now and help carry things, lend a hand. All you know is slacking off and hiding. If you dawdle any longer, I'll skin you alive, the steward spat, spraying saliva. Su Yang's heart tightened and he bowed repeatedly, murmuring assent, hoping to get rid of the man as quickly as possible. However, the steward squinted, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and suddenly asked suspiciously, wait. Which group are you from? You look unfamiliar. At this, Su Yang's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He was frantically thinking of a response when out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Gu Mingyan and her party descending from the second-floor private room. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the noisy crowd, still carrying a trace of lingering scrutiny, and fixed upon him. Su Yang had no choice but to steel himself and hastily reply, Sir, this humble one is a recent hire, not yet familiar with the rules. A newcomer. The overseer frowned, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if intending to ask more. Su Yang's heart leaped into his throat. Fortunately, someone shouted from the other side managerly. Over here. The prop boxes are too heavy, call a few men. The overseer spat, waving impatiently at Su Yang. Forget it. Newcomers have to work too. Go help carry the boxes over there. Move quickly. Yes. Su Yang replied hastily. Almost hugging the wall, he blended into the bustling crowd of servants, swiftly moving in the opposite direction from Gu Mingyan's line of sight. He dared not look back, but could clearly feel that piercing gaze finally seemed to shift away. He dared not linger for a moment, quickening his pace, eager to escape this place of trouble. Yet just as he turned a corridor corner, catching his breath and about to veer onto the secluded path leading to the changing courtyard, he collided head-on with an approaching figure. Ouch! Are you blind? How dare you bump into me? A drunken curse rang out. Su Yang recognized the man as the one who had been arm in arm with Xi earlier, though Xi was not present this time. Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me. Your servant does have an eye ailment and cannot see clearly, offending the noble one. Su Yang pretended to be pitiful. The man waved his hand in disgust as if shooing away a fly. Get lost. You unlucky thing, don't block my path. Scram. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Su Yang thanked repeatedly, not daring to delay a moment, almost crawling away from the man and swiftly ducking into the narrow passage leading to the servants' quarters. He dared not tarry, quickly returning to the small storage room, deftly stripping off the servant's attire, changing back into his own inconspicuous cloth garments, and carefully checking and reinforcing his disguise. As he straightened his collar, preparing to slip away from A-Yue Tower, the clamor outside reached its peak, countless voices converging into a wave of excitement. Lady Zhao Zhao has taken the stage. Quick, grab a good spot. Look. It's starting. Heaven, so beautiful, this is the moon goddess dance. Su Yang paused slightly, instinctively looking toward the brightest lights in the main hall. There on the elevated stage, a woman in a plain white silk gown stood gracefully in the center, her long sleeves lightly raised, her skirt flowing like clouds. She bore an ethereal, otherworldly aura, like a moon goddess wandering alone, detached from the mortal world. A clear, resonant and distant zither melody arose, perfectly complementing the moon goddess dance. Su Yang followed the sound of the zither, his gaze settling on the side seat reserved for musicians. He saw a man in a blue robe bowed over his instrument, his profile blurred in the lamplight, yet strangely familiar. When the blue-robed man seemed to sense the gaze, he lifted his head slightly, revealing his full face. Su Yang's breath caught in his throat. That face was 8 or 9 parts similar to his own original appearance. Even more so than his current self, resembled Su Yang. At the same time, Gu Mingyan, who had just found the best viewing spot downstairs, also fixed her gaze on the blue-robed zither player. The moment he lifted his head, Gu Mingyan's pupils contracted sharply, her whole body trembling violently as if struck by a thunderbolt. Those eyes, that nose, those lips, that profile. Even the angle of the stray hair falling over his forehead when he slightly bowed his head, all were identical to the person etched in the depths of her memory, Su Yang. Su Wenjiang beside her also saw the zither player, equally shocked, gasping, Regent. Is there really someone so similar in this world? At that moment, in Gu Mingyan's eyes, everything around her blurred and faded, the noise seeming distant and unreal as if through a thick film of water. In her world, only the blue-robed zither player remained. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. Su Yang. The exclamation slipped out, the tremor in her voice betraying all her shock and disbelief. Your Majesty. Su Yang whispered, his voice also carrying lingering astonishment, but he was seasoned and composed, quickly glancing around. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the stage and no one noticed their lapse. Your Majesty, be cautious. This man only resembles. Gu Mingyan murmured, but her gaze remained riveted on the zither player, unable to move away. The dance finally ended with a rapid spin and a frozen beautiful pose. Lady Zhao Zhao panted slightly, her eyes behind the veil still cold and clear as she bowed gracefully to the audience. Instantly applause, cheers and shouts of praise erupted like a tidal wave threatening to lift the roof off A-Yue Tower. Bravo! How beautiful! This dance is only for the heavens. Lady Zhao Zhao. Look here. Yet amid the thunderous acclaim, Gu Mingyan abruptly pushed through the crowd before her, ignoring Su Wenzhang's anxious calls from behind, heading straight for the musician's seat at the side of the stage. Her gaze remained fixed on the blue-robed man who had just stopped playing and was about to rise. The crowd was dense, making her progress difficult, but the sheer force of her determination compelled those around her to clear a path. The blue-robed zither player seemed to sense this too intense, too focused gaze. He paused briefly, then a gentle yet distant smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly in greeting, then prepared to pack his instrument and leave. Wait. The blue-robed man stopped, turning to look at Gu Mingyan, his tone still gentle. This young master, may I help? The address young master cooled Gu Mingyan's surging blood slightly. She realized her composure was slipping, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed her churning emotions, yet her gaze still clung to him. You. What is your name? I am Lang Yi. May I ask what business the young master has with me? Lang Yi, not Su Yang. A sharp pang of disappointment struck Gu Mingyan, but those eyes, that face. She could not accept it as mere coincidence. Lang Yi. She repeated the name as if to grind it into dust. Do you know me? She asked with a hint of hope she herself did not realize. She remembered that long ago Su Yang had said he would one day leave the Great Zhou, that he was not of this world. Could he have returned? Lang Yi's eyes showed deeper confusion at the question. He carefully studied Gu Mingyan, then shook his head, replying politely but distantly, forgive my poor eyesight, but I do not seem to recall meeting you, young master. Have you mistaken me for someone else? He answered with a composed expression, his demeanor revealing no hint of deceit. Su Wenzhang, who had hurried over, immediately stepped in to smooth things over while also scrutinizing Lang Yi with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Master Lang, your mastery of the qin is truly breathtaking. My young master was merely lost in the music. If he caused any offense, I implore your forgiveness. He deliberately blurred Gu Mingyan's identity. Lang Yi smiled faintly with a hint of detachment. No harm done. To be favored by the young master is my honor. However, I must prepare for the next accompaniment, so I shall take my leave. With it he gave a slight nod, cradled his guqin and turned to melt into the passing crowd. His slender upright silhouette gradually overlapped with a figure from memory, then slowly parted ways. Gu Mingyan stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction he had vanished, unmoving for a long time. Your Majesty, Su Wenzhang said in a low voice, his tone filled with concern. Though this man bears an uncanny resemblance to the Regent King, his words, actions, bearing and even his voice are fundamentally different from the Regent's. The Regent King was majestic and dignified, reserved yet imposing, whereas this man is more aloof and solitary. It is merely a coincidence. Coincidence? Gu Mingyan murmured. Yes, a coincidence. She closed her eyes, her long lashes casting a fragile shadow beneath them, trying to suppress the surging turmoil within her with reason. Su Yang is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Personally. The last words were swallowed in her throat. Yet her heart screamed wildly, he looks like him. So much like him. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. She wanted him. Even knowing that such a coincidence might be suspicious, she still wanted him, and she believed she had the power to keep him. Let's go. Gu Mingyan sighed and left A-Yue Tower. After finishing her conversation with Su Wenzhang, she returned to the palace. After much deliberation, that face and those distant eyes kept replaying in her mind until an almost obsessive fixation seized her completely. Without further hesitation, she walked to the imperial desk, unfurled a roll of bright yellow silk, ground the ink and dipped her brush. She must draft an imperial edict. She had to bring the qin master named Lang Yi into the palace under a legitimate title. Even if only through layers of curtains and screens from afar, just to steal a glimpse of that familiar silhouette, it would be enough to satisfy her. Meanwhile, Su Yang had also left A-Yue Tower and returned to his small courtyard. He too found it suspicious. How could this suddenly appearing qin master bear such a striking resemblance to him in both appearance and build? And the timing and location were so coincidental that they seemed like a meticulously laid trap waiting for Gu Mingyan to step into. It was far too coincidental. He refused to believe that Gu Mingyan, with her sharp perceptions and suspicion, could not see the deliberate arrangement behind it. What made him sneer even more was her current act, seemingly deeply infatuated and unable to control herself. For whom was she performing? Back then hadn't she unhesitatingly chosen to sacrifice him Su Yang for that A-Yue? Now that he was dead she had begun to put on a show of belated regret and longing for a lost love. Could it be that she had truly lost her mind enough to summon a Qin master of unknown origin merely because of his appearance directly into the palace? Su Yang shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Ever since he was abandoned at Red City, the Regent King Su Yang had died. No matter how much he heard from others about Gu Mingyan's remorse and her deep love for him, even if he heard her confession with his own ears, he would never look back. He remained here only to wait for the erratic system in his mind to finish repairing. Once it was done, he would be able to leave this land of heartbreak completely and return to his original home launching. The urgent task now was to find Su Lan as quickly as possible. The Pei family, upon learning of his death, would never spare Su Lan, who had steadfastly stood by his side and repeatedly opposed them. He had to find Su Lan immediately. The Pei family, knowing he was dead, would surely not let go of Su Lan, who had previously opposed them. Fubo didn't need to worry. Ensuring Su Lan's safety was the only remaining concern he had to fulfill in Great Zhou. He had originally planned to reveal his identity directly to Su Wenjing and seek his help in finding Su Lan. But now, with the appearance of Lang Yi, a Qin master whose face was strikingly similar to his, the situation had become complicated. He could not afford to expose his identity at this moment. It seemed he could only use the pretext of being entrusted by the late Regent King to ask Su Wenjing to secretly investigate Su Lan's whereabouts. After much thought, Su Yang decided he still had to go see Su Wenjing. It appeared that Gu Mingyan's visit to A-Yue Tower today was related to some investigation of a case. He could take this opportunity to subtly inquire and learn what had been happening in the capital recently. During the days he was still stranded in Great Zhou, he could not completely stand by and watch the dynasty he had once devoted himself to protecting fall into unknown crises and perish. The next morning, a bright yellow imperial edict was dispatched from the palace by fast horse heading straight for A-Yue Tower. The edict was elegantly worded, praising the Qin master Lang Yi for his extraordinary skill and fame that had resounded through the capital. It summoned him to the palace, appointed him as the erudite of Qin music in the Imperial Music Bureau to attend the emperor and serve as a consultant. When the news spread, A-Yue Tower was in an uproar. Everyone was astonished and envious that Lang Yi had risen to such heights and received such imperial favor. Only the recipient himself, upon receiving the edict, maintained an unruffled expression. But in his lowered eyes a faint, barely perceptible glint of triumph flickered by, vanishing so quickly that no one could catch it. He expressed his gratitude with impeccable courtesy, as if this sudden favor was merely a capricious blessing of fate. After entering the palace, Gu Mingyan did not summon him immediately. She had him placed in the Lingyin Pavilion, a secluded courtyard near her own bedchamber reserved for imperial musicians. She seemed to be deliberately restraining herself, or perhaps testing the waters, cautiously maintaining a fragile and dangerous balance. Su Wenjing observed all this with growing concern, but dared not easily offer counsel. He knew too well the depth of Gu Mingyan's feelings for Su Yang and the obsession that now drove her. Inside the Lingyin Pavilion the furnishings were elegant and refined. Lang Yi stood alone by the window, his fingertips lightly tracing the sill. The respectful detachment he had maintained while receiving the edict had vanished, replaced by a serene calm. The triumphant glint in his eyes had already faded, as if it had never existed. Step 1 went more smoothly than expected, he murmured to himself. Gu Mingyan's reaction was exactly as planned. Her pain, her struggle, her uncontrollable obsession, these were the most effective tools to breach her defenses. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently stroking his own face, so eerily similar to that man's. The Regent King. What a perfect time to die. The whole world knows that the death of the all-powerful Regent King Su Yang was inextricably linked to the Empress of Great Zhou. Whether Su Yang died willingly or by force, the outcome is fixed. The dead cannot return. And by using this face to win over the Empress of Great Zhou, I would become the greatest hero of the Dechen dynasty. Besides, Princess Xiling has already secretly infiltrated the capital. It is time for the skies over Great Zhou to change. However, the image of Su Wenjing's scrutinizing eyes flashed through his mind. That old minister was a variable requiring careful handling. He walked over to the 7-string zither prepared in the palace and casually plucked a string. A twang. He needed patience needed to play the role of this aloof and lofty zither master who was favored by the sage for his musical skill, yet maintained a proper distance from the imperial majesty. He could not rush, the prey was already in the cage, but the timing to draw the net required the most exquisite control. Gu Mingyan, after all, could not hold out for long. On the third day after Lang Yi entered the palace, she issued an edict summoning him to the side hall of Qinglian Hall to play the zither. Before that, after settling Lang Yi in Lingyin Pavilion, she seemed to have forgotten about this person. For 2 consecutive days she was occupied with state affairs, reviewing memorials, receiving ministers, handling the post-disaster resettlement and relief funds for the southern flood, and as for the issue of smuggling salt, she planned to question A-Yue when he returned to the palace. She still could not believe he would do such a thing. She tried to fill herself with busyness, forcibly dispelling the familiar figure that lingered in her heart. Yet the more she suppressed it, the more violently it rebounded. Lang arrived at the summons still in his simple and elegant zither master attire, carrying a zither in his arms, his steps unhurried. Entering the side hall, he performed the ritual obeisance, bowing his head and lowering his eyes, his posture respectful yet not servile. "Rise." Gu Mingyan's voice came from above, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. "Grant him a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lang Yi rose and knelt behind the already prepared zither table. The hall was lightly scented with ambergris, the atmosphere quiet and delicate. Gu Mingyan did not sit on the central imperial throne but on a soft couch slightly to the side, separated by a translucent gauze screen allowing her to see him more clearly while seemingly retaining a hint of imperial reserve and distance. "I have heard that your zither skills are extraordinary today. Play a piece for me." Gu Mingyan said, her gaze falling through the gauze screen on that blurred yet familiar figure. "As you command." Lang Yi replied without many words. He tuned the strings and let his fingertips fall. A piece titled Huangcheng Chu began to flow slowly. The zither sound was ethereal and clear, the technique indeed exquisite, and the mood captured perfectly. Gu Mingyan listened quietly, yet her eyes never left the person playing the zither. His expression of lowered brows and casual hand, the occasional slight pursing of his lips from exertion, and the look between his brows, it was all too similar. When the piece ended, the lingering sound filled the hall, plunging it into an even deeper silence. Lang Yi gently pressed his hands on the strings to stop the last vibrations, then slowly raised his head, his eyes humbly cast down toward the ground, awaiting the judgment from the throne. "A fine piece, Huangcheng Chu." After a long while, Gu Mingyan finally spoke, her voice carrying a hint of imperceptible hoarseness. "Footsteps in an empty valley could not be more fitting. Master Lang's zither art is indeed worthy of its reputation. Your Majesty flatters me." Lang Yi bowed, his tone flat and unruffled. "A mere trivial skill to be heard by the sage is the fortune of this humble subject." "Raise your head," Gu Mingyan suddenly said. Lang Yi did as told, raising his head, his gaze still cautiously maintaining a proper downward angle, not meeting the imperial countenance directly. "With such zither skill you must have studied under a famous master. May I ask where your hometown is and who remains in your family?" She tried to make her questions sound like ordinary concern. Lang Yi's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of well-timed gloom appeared in his eyes. "In reply to your Majesty, I am from Jiangnan. Orphaned at a young age, I wandered the Jianghu, fortunate to be taken in by an unknown old zither master who taught me the art. My master also passed away from illness 3 years ago. Now I am utterly alone." His life story was drifting, destitute and without support. This background was so clean that it left no way to verify, and it easily invited sympathy. Gu Mingyan's heart was gently pricked by the words "utterly alone." Su Yang. Back then he was also like this. Parents died early, grew up hard in chaotic times, and climbed to high positions step by step, relying on his own abilities. She had always despised his humble origins, thinking he only achieved some military merits by luck, but now she regretted it deeply. Looking at the similar face before her and even this lonely background, did it have some overlap? Could he be a comfort sent to her by heaven? As a female emperor, she naturally enjoyed the power of the world, yet she could not keep Su Yang by her side. "Su Yang, I truly regret it." She suppressed the palpitations in her heart and softened her tone. "I see. Master, do not grieve. Since you have entered the palace, settle in well. When I have leisure, I will need your zither music to cleanse mundane worries. To be able to relieve your Majesty's worries is my fortune." Lang Yi bowed his head again. After a few more casual remarks, Gu Mingyan dismissed him. Watching that slender back disappear beyond the hall, Gu Mingyan leaned back on the soft couch, speechless for a long time. Lang Yi returned to Lingyin Pavilion, put down the zither and dismissed the palace attendants sent to serve him. When alone, the mask of respectful indifference on his face loosened slightly. Today's first meeting, Gu Mingyan's reaction was even stronger than he had anticipated. The burning gaze that even the gauze screen could not fully conceal almost pierced through him. Excellent. This showed that the face card was extraordinarily effective. He walked to the window, took out a small exquisite jade whistle from his sleeve, placed it to his lips but did not blow it. Instead, he used his internal energy to vibrate it gently at a specific frequency. After a moment, a bird entirely black, almost blending into the night, landed silently on the windowsill, tilting its head and looking at him with bean-sized eyes. Lang Yi's fingertips moved swiftly, stuffing a tightly rolled, extremely thin slip of paper into the small copper tube tied to the bird's leg, then gently waved his hand. The black bird flapped its wings and rose silently, merging into the heavy night, flying towards some hidden corner of the capital. The slip of paper bore only a few words: "Bait has been laid, the fish is gradually taking the hook. Watch Su Wenjun, he may be a variable. Apply pressure or eliminate if necessary." Meanwhile, outside the palace, Su Yang had changed his attire, appearing as an ordinary scholar still wearing a mask. He knew that Su Wenjiang would certainly enter the palace recently to discuss matters with Gu Mingyan, so he found the path Su Wenjiang must take when leaving the palace. Since he could not meet him at the mansion, intercepting him outside the palace might be the best approach. He waited patiently until he saw Su Wenjiang's figure appear, then gave 2 soft coughs from an inconspicuous corner. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Su Wenjiang stopped, his aged yet sharp gaze sweeping over the masked restrained scholar before him, his tone full of alertness. Su Yang lowered his voice, ensuring only the two of them could hear. "Old Su, do not be alarmed. I am entrusted by the Prince Regent to ask you to help find someone." "Prince Regent?" Su Wenjiang's pupils contracted, then he gave a cold snort, his voice lowered further, carrying a hint of suppressed anger and grief. "Nonsense. The Prince Regent died. Died for the country at Qichang. What kind of entrustment are you conveying? Could it be that some petty scoundrels want to use the name of the late worthy prince to carry out evil deeds?" He subconsciously glanced around, fearing that this conversation might be overheard by others, causing unnecessary trouble and even tarnishing the reputation of the deceased. Su Yang's heart was bitter, but he knew this was not the time to reveal his identity. He said no more, but quickly took out a well-preserved secret letter from his bosom, revealing a clear vermilion private seal mark. The unique pattern and secret marks were exactly the Prince Regent's private seal, extremely difficult to forge. This private seal. Su Wenjiang saw the letter, especially the seal, and his previous doubts instantly diminished by half, but his confusion deepened. The Prince Regent, how could he think to seek me out? He and Su Yang served as officials in the same court but had no deep personal friendship. "My master once said Elder Su is highly respected, the emperor's esteemed teacher, upright and incorruptible. When encountering thorny problems coming to you, you would never ignore them. Moreover, the person I seek concerns the safety of Great Zhou, not a private matter." Su Yang's voice was low and husky with an undeniable earnestness. "Please, Elder Su, help me find General Su Lan." "Find Su Lan?" Su Wenjiang frowned. "Hasn't General Lan already been ordered to the border? This is known to the entire court." Boom! Su Wenjiang's words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in Su Yang's mind. Su Lan's departure to the border was when he was falsely accused and imprisoned in the heavenly prison. He had realized the potential crisis at the border and sent Su Lan immediately. Normally not so many people would know. It should not have reached the ears of an old minister like Su Wenjiang, who did not directly oversee military affairs. How did Su Wenjiang know this news? Who deliberately spread this news? He suppressed his surging emotions, not letting his voice reveal any abnormality. "Thank you for telling me, Elder Su, but the situation has changed. I must find her as soon as possible." "Elder Su, do you know the court? Or rather, who informed Su Lan to go to the border? Who deliberately leaked Su Lan's whereabouts, causing her to be captured by someone with ill intent from Qianyang or Great Yuan, or was she still in the capital? Was this all just a smokescreen? This? I'm not sure. Lately this is the rumor, but no one seems to have traced its source." "What? Haven't you found her trace in the border troops? Could she have been captured by the bandits of Qianyang on her way to the border?" Su Wenjiang stroked his beard with a worried expression. "I suspect Su Lan never left the capital. It's the Pei family playing tricks." Su Yan told Su Wenjiang his suspicion. "Please, Elder Su, help me. Help my master find Su Lan. This matter is of great importance, perhaps involving border stability and even the peace of the court." Su Wenjiang pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Su Yang's face again, as if trying to see through the mask to the truth. "Although I have little personal acquaintance with the Prince Regent, if this matter is truly as you say, it concerns the foundation of Great Zhou. Since you have come with this secret letter, I naturally will not stand idly by." "Thank you, Elder Su." Su Yang asked seemingly casually, "I heard that His Majesty has recently favored a Zitharist. That person bears some resemblance to my master." When he first heard this news, he was also shocked. Gu Mingyan actually issued an edict allowing this suspicious man to enter the palace to accompany her, knowing full well it was likely a trap. She actually did it. In his heart there was a complex emotion he hadn't even noticed himself: anger, absurdity, and a hint of an indescribable sting. For a substitute she would go to such lengths. Then why back then could she be so heartless and ruthless towards him? Indeed, Su Wenjiang sighed, looking helpless. "I have advised His Majesty not to indulge too much." Before he finished, he suddenly became alert and looked at Su Yang again, his gaze sharp as lightning. "Why do you suddenly ask about this? You?" He looked Su Yang up and down, and an absurd thought suddenly arose. "Take off your mask and let me see." Seeing Su Yang silent and unmoving, Su Wenjiang stepped forward, his tone carrying an irresistible authority. "If you sincerely seek my help, you'd better not hide anything from me. Otherwise, how can I trust you?" Seeing his firm attitude, Su Yang knew it was difficult to conceal further. He glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then led Su Wenjing to a more secluded corner. In the mottled shadow of the wall, he took a deep breath, raised his hand and gently lifted a corner of the mask, revealing the face that should have been buried at the border city of Red City, the original face of Prince Regent Su Yang. Prince Regent. You're not dead. Su Wenjing gasped sharply, his old eyes wide open, his face filled with unbelievable shock. Then whose corpse was it that married His Majesty? A substitute. Prince Regent Su Yang is already dead. Su Yang quickly pulled down the mask, his voice low and resolute. The living one is just Su Yang, who must find out the truth and recover his loved ones. Please, Elder Su. Please keep my secret. You are truly foolish. Su Wenjing grabbed Su Yang's arm with surprising force. Since you escaped death, why not hide in secret instead of risking returning to the capital? Do you know how many eyes in the capital are watching the forces left by the dead Prince Regent? The Pei family is just looking for a handle. Elder Su, I am not reckless. Su Yang let him hold him, his voice low but steady. Su Lan's whereabouts are unknown. The border may stir again. Undercurrents are surging in the court. If I truly died, that would be putting Great Zhou in danger. Moreover. He paused, a dim light flashing in his eyes. Some things I must personally find out. Su Wenjing saw the determination in his eyes, slowly released his hand and sighed deeply. Forget it. But the situation is treacherous now. His Majesty. He mentioned the Empress, his tone complex with worry and a hint of imperceptible complaint. His Majesty's thoughts are unpredictable now, especially having brought that zitherist into the palace. Alas, I have advised many times, but all were rejected. That zitherist does bear some resemblance to you in the eyes and brows, but his temperament is effeminate, not a good sort. His Majesty's attitude towards him, or towards you. Have you ever thought of seeing His Majesty again? No, I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Su Yang took a deep breath. Now Su Lan's disappearance and the appearance of this zitherist are probably all connected to the Pei family. Elder Su, you have high prestige among the upright officials in the court, with disciples and old friends everywhere. It is much more convenient for you to investigate news than for me, a dead man. Please help me find Su Lan as soon as possible. She may hold key evidence, which is why she has gone silent. Su Wenjing pondered for a long time. All right. For the public, this matter concerns the foundation of the state. For the private, I cannot stand by and watch loyal and upright people be wronged and watch the foundation of Great Zhou be shaken by petty villains. Regarding the search for General Lan, I will use all my connections to proceed in secret. As for you, since you are unwilling to inform His Majesty, stay hidden. He looked at Su Yang seriously. Be cautious. Unless absolutely necessary, never reveal your identity. Otherwise, if used by someone with ill intent, it will be utter ruin. I understand. Su Yang nodded solemnly. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Su. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, Pei Qingyue, upon learning the news, was restless. He had only left the palace 5 days ago, and it would take another 5 days to cure his hidden ailment. How could someone exploit the opportunity in such a short time? A lowly zitherist from Suyue Pavilion worthy of competing with him. Coldness surged in his heart. He was just a substitute who looked like Su Yang. He could even scheme to push Su Yang out, let alone a mere substitute. The most important position beside Gu Mingyan could only be his. The night grew deeper. The study in the Prime Minister's mansion was brightly lit with candles, yet it could not dispel the gloom on Pei Qingyue's brow. Is the news certain? Does His Majesty truly care so much about that zither player? Pei Qingyue's voice was as cold as ice. His fingers unconsciously caressed the moonlit pearl of the vast ocean, which was originally a wedding gift from A-Yue to Gu Mingyan, and Su Yang and Gu Mingyan had casually bestowed it upon him. Absolutely certain. The trusted guard lowered his head to report, his voice barely a whisper, afraid of angering his master. Although he has not shared the bedchamber, His Majesty has summoned him to the Qingliang Hall to play the zither for 2 consecutive days, each time dismissing all attendants and conversing at length. The palace attendants are all whispering among themselves, saying that Lord Lang Yi, with his handsome features and extraordinary zither skills, has found great favor in His Majesty's eyes. His Majesty's favor. Pei Qingyue let out a scornful laugh, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes, only surging malice. A man of lowly origins with an unknown background, and he dares to speak of His Majesty's favor. He's merely relying on that face. He did not finish the sentence, but the jealousy burning in his chest nearly seared through his organs. Su Yang. Even in death he won't let him have peace. There's still a ghostly shadow lingering. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to rush into the palace and tear that zither player apart. No, he was still not fully recovered. He must not rashly return to the palace he had to endure. Have our people not yet uncovered Lang Yi's background? He asked. This man seems to have appeared out of thin air. His background is too clean, which is suspicious in itself. However, he stays secluded and rarely interacts with the outside world, so we cannot find any leverage for now. Clean. Pei Qingyu's eyes darkened. Then make him unclean. Go use every means to create some stories for him. Yes. The guard acknowledged the order and was about to withdraw when he remembered something else and hesitated. Young master, there is one more thing. When our people were investigating Lang Yi's identity, they discovered that His Majesty and Lord Su Wenjiang had visited the A-Yue Tower in plainclothes a few days ago. It must have been then that they encountered Lang Yi. Such a coincidence. Pei Qingyue narrowed his eyes. I was wondering how His Majesty, who stays deep in the palace, came to know of this person. What did His Majesty go to the A-Yue Tower for? Your subordinate does not know. However, the guard added, lowering his voice further, the second young master has also been frequenting the A-Yue Tower recently. Second young master. A flash of cold light flickered in Pei Qingyu's eyes. He hurled the teacup at his hand directly at the guard, hitting him squarely on the head. The teacup shattered. Hot tea mixed with blood trickled down the guard's forehead, yet he dared not wipe it. He immediately knelt and apologized. Please forgive me, young master. It's Pei Yao. That bastard. Pei Qingyu's chest heaved, his eyes terrifyingly dark. This Pei Yao, a bastard born of a prostitute, deserved to be called second young master. To be compared to him. A useless waste, only knowing how to loaf around, drink, gamble and whore, and even daring to smuggle salt. And his father still protects him like this. A bastard dares to be above him. Now that contemptible bastard is also involved. What did he go to the A-Yue Tower for? Was it a coincidence, or was there another motive? His father's protection of that bastard was already a thorn in his throat. If this matter was also related to Pei Yao. Deep within the palace. In a side hall, the sound of the zither lingered, mournful and plaintive. Gu Mingyan leaned on a soft couch, her eyes half closed. She watched Lang Yi, who was playing the zither with lowered eyes not far away. The profile of his bowed head, the technique of his fingers plucking the strings, and even the cold and elegant demeanor when he occasionally looked up, all of it was so much like that person. The piece ended, its lingering notes circling the rafters. Your skill on the zither has improved even further. Gu Mingyan spoke, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible weariness. Your Majesty flatters me. Lang Yi stopped his movements, his voice gentle and submissive, completely different from Su Yang's cold and deep tone. Gu Mingyan gazed at him silently, her eyes seeming to pierce through his skin, searching for something. After a long while she suddenly asked Lang Yi, have you ever heard of the Regent Prince Su Yang? Lang Yi raised his head, his face displaying an appropriate hint of confusion and reverence. Though this humble subject lives among the common folk, I have heard of the Regent Prince's reputation. It is a pity that heaven envies the gifted. Yes, heaven envies the gifted. Gu Mingyan repeated, her tone ethereal. After his death, opinions in the court have been divided. Some say he colluded with the enemy and deserved his death, others believe he was loyal and suffered unjustly. Lang Yi, what do you think? Her eyes were like torches, locking onto his, not missing the slightest change. Lang Yi's heart trembled, but he dared not show it on his face. He said cautiously, this humble subject is lowly and dare not discuss matters of state. I have only heard that the Regent Prince rendered distinguished military service for Great Zhou. I suppose the affairs of the world are unpredictable and beyond the grasp of common folk like us. Gu Mingyan said no more, merely waving her hand. Feng Mian, who stood by, immediately understood and stepped forward, making a gesture of please to Lang Yi. Lang Yi bowed in salute, hugged his zither and quietly withdrew from the side hall. The night breeze brushed his plain-colored robe, bringing a chill and also drying the cold sweat that had stealthily seeped from his back. This female emperor's mind was even deeper than he had anticipated. The momentary daze and gentleness when she listened to him play the zither during the day and the sharp knife-like probing just now were like two different people. What was she suspecting? Such a test. The female emperor of Great Zhou. He murmured in his heart. The night breeze brushed his plain-colored robe, bringing a chill. The next morning, before the sky was fully bright, Su Wenjiang was already waiting outside the palace gate, requesting an audience. Inside the imperial study, Gu Mingyan had just finished washing and dressing, with a trace of tiredness still lingering between her brows. Grand Tutor Su, why have you come to the palace so early? Su Wenshang's expression was solemn. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, your old servant has an urgent memorial. Regarding the case of the illegal salt trade, there has been significant progress. Speak. Your old servant has discovered that Prime Minister Pei does not only have Pei Qingyue as a son. He has another son named Pei Yao, born of a concubine outside the household. The Prime Minister is extremely indulgent with this son, tolerating his every excess. According to the clues currently gathered, the one who has been so audacious as to collude with salt smugglers and traffic in illegal salt is most likely this son. It is estimated that something went wrong and he embezzled the disaster relief funds to cover the deficit from the salt trade. Gu Mingyan's eyes sharpened. She tapped her fingers lightly on the imperial desk. Pei Yao. The Prime Minister has hidden this son quite well. I have never even heard of this person. Although there is no direct ironclad evidence, many clues point to him. He has a poor reputation outside as extravagant and associates closely with people of all sorts, giving him sufficient motive and means. Gu Mingyan pondered for a moment, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. In that case, bring it up publicly during the morning court. I want to see how Prime Minister Pei will exonerate his beloved son this time. At the hour of 10:79 a.m. bells and drums sounded in unison. The 100 officials dressed in court robes filed in and stood solemnly before the Golden Throne Hall. As the court session began, after handling several routine matters, Gu Mingyan's gaze swept across the ranks and settled on Grand Tutor Su Wenjiang. Su Wenjiang understood. He steadily stepped out of the line and his aged but still upright figure instantly became the focus of the entire hall. Your Majesty, your servant has a memorial to present. Su Wenjiang's voice was loud and clear, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A slight commotion arose in the hall as the ministers exchanged puzzled glances. The Grand Tutor is here today. Is there something important? Judging by the stance, it's no small matter. Grand Tutor Su, please proceed without restraint. Gu Mingyan said calmly, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Your servant hereby impeaches the current Prime Minister for failing to govern his household, conniving his son Pei Yao to collude with salt smugglers, traffic in illegal salt, reap exorbitant profits, disrupt the laws of the state and shake the foundation of the nation. Su Wenjiang's words were sonorous and forceful, like a thunderclap exploding in the silent hall. In an instant the hall erupted in an uproar. Trafficking in private salt was a grave crime punishable by confiscation of property and banishment. And the target of the impeachment was none other than the son of Prime Minister Pei, who held immense power over the court. And wasn't Prime Minister Pei's only son Pei Qingyue? Who was Pei Yao? Prime Minister Pei abruptly opened his half-closed eyes, a sharp gleam flashing forth as he stared at Su Wenjiang, his voice deep and stern. Secretary Su. What is the meaning of this? I have only one son, Qingyue, as everyone in the capital knows. Where does this Pei Yao come from? My son Qingyue is currently at home on His Majesty's leave, recuperating. How could he commit such a heinous act? Do not slander a high-ranking official of the court. Though startled, he remained composed, his words still carrying the dignity of a prime minister. He even skillfully directed the accusation of his son toward Pei Qingyue, attempting to muddy the waters. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense, everyone's hearts pounding in their throats. Su Wenjiang showed no fear and declared in a clear voice, of course there is evidence. The salt smuggler Lu Zhou has been secretly captured and has confessed to trafficking private salt and colluding with Pei Yao. Account books and correspondence have been partially recovered, both human and material evidence are present. If the Prime Minister feels wronged, why not ask His Majesty to issue an imperial decree and thoroughly investigate this case so as to restore the Pei family's innocence? He deliberately emphasized the word innocence, dripping with obvious sarcasm. As for who Pei Yao is, you must know best. Don't think you can use the side consort as a scapegoat. Prime Minister Pei's face turned ashen. He indeed knew that Pei Yao was a disappointment, but he never imagined he would be so audacious and leave such a fatal flaw exposed. His heart churned with shock and fury. He resented both Pei Yao's incompetence and Su Wenjiang and the emperor behind him for choosing this moment to strike. Gu Mingyan looked down from her lofty position, taking in the Prime Minister's fleeting panic and forced composure. She spoke slowly, her voice devoid of any warmth. Prime Minister, what do you have to say about Minister Su's accusations? Prime Minister Pei took a deep breath, stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have been preoccupied with state affairs and negligent in disciplining my son. I admit to a failure of oversight. But to claim that my son was involved in smuggling private salt, I find it truly hard to believe. There must be some trickery involved. Perhaps the salt smuggler Lu Zhou was instigated by someone to frame and slander us. I beg Your Majesty to allow me to lead the investigation personally. The truth will surely come to light and justice will be done for me and my son. He attempted to take control of the matter, seizing the initiative in the investigation. Oh. Instigated by someone. Gu Mingyan repeated softly, her fingertips tapping lightly on the dragon armrest. Prime Minister, who do you think might have instigated it? Prime Minister Pei was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly say it was the emperor himself. Just then Su Wenjiang spoke again, his tone heavy and sharp. Your Majesty, there is another matter I wish to clarify with the Prime Minister. Without waiting for Gu Mingyan's response, he fixed his gaze on Prime Minister Pei. Prime Minister Prince Regent Su Yang, though often at odds with you politically, once served alongside you in court and deliberated on state affairs. After his death, his sister Su Lan, a general of the Great Zhou, has anyone seen her taken away by your Pei family? Su Lan. The sudden mention of that name struck like another heavy hammer, crashing into the hearts of those in the hall who knew the truth. Gu Mingyan's hand resting on the armrest trembled almost imperceptibly. Though it was a minuscule change, both Prime Minister Pei, who was closely watching her, and Su Wenjiang, who knew the inside story, acutely caught that fleeting anomaly. Prime Minister Pei's heart plummeted. Regarding Su Lan's disappearance, he had indeed secretly sent people to monitor her, even considering taking control of her in order to undermine Su Yang's influence. But later, before he could act, Su Lan truly vanished, disappeared without a trace. He had been quite perplexed at the time. Now, seeing Gu Mingyan's subtle expression, one that was far from mere anger or confusion, a terrifying spine-chilling thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. Could it be that Su Lan did not disappear but was instead murdered? And the one who did it was the very person on the dragon throne. Yes. Su Yang's achievements overshadowed the ruler. How could those close to him have a good end? After all, this empress had previously issued an edict to behead Su Yang and only later allowed him to atone for his crimes due to border affairs. Meanwhile, Su Wenzhang's heart was also roiling with shock. He had originally only intended to use Su Lan's disappearance to attack the Prime Minister, accusing him of kidnapping a government official to aggravate his guilt. But that fleeting look in the Empress' eyes, it was not merely anger at the Pei family's methods. It contained something far more complex, even a hint of cold sharpness, as if he had touched upon some hidden secret. Could it be the Empress? The loved one Su Yang had been searching for was killed by the woman he cherished. He understood, regardless of the truth, the matter of Su Lan must never be pursued further in this court. At least not by him. This black pot must and can only be borne by the Pei family. Prime Minister Pei immediately changed his tactics. Feigning astonishment, he shouted sternly at Su Wenjing's secretary Su. Do not spout slander. General Su Lan's disappearance grieves me as well, but you have no evidence. How can you pin such a misfortune on my Pei family? This is utterly absurd. He then turned and bowed deeply to Gu Mingyan, his voice filled with grief and indignation. Your Majesty, my loyalty is evident to heaven and earth. Now Secretary Su, not content with slandering my son through the baseless salt case, also dares to defame me with Su Lan's disappearance. His intentions are worthy of death. This is clearly someone who cannot bear to see me assist Your Majesty, who cannot tolerate the Pei family's loyalty to Your Majesty and wishes to eliminate us. I beseech Your Majesty to render justice for me. He cleverly painted himself as a persecuted loyal minister, directing the blame toward an unnamed someone sowing discord. Su Wenjiang also followed suit, dropping the issue of Su Lan and focusing solely on the salt case. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, do not try to divert attention. The salt case has solid human and material evidence. Lu Shou is currently locked in the Interrogation Bureau's prison. Pei Yao's guilt is undeniable. Prime Minister, your failure to govern your household and your indulgence of your son's crimes disqualify you from holding the position of Chancellor and defiling the court's integrity. I implore Your Majesty to make a clear judgment. The court immediately split into two factions. Officials supporting the Prime Minister and those backing Su Wenjiang stepped forward, one after another, attacking each other, the hall descending into chaotic argument. The once solemn hall of golden splendor turned into a clamorous marketplace. Enough! She finally spoke, her voice not loud but carrying an irrefutable authority, instantly quelling all the noise. The ministers fell silent, bowing their heads to await orders. Such a racket in the court, what kind of decorum is this? Gu Mingyan's eyes swept like lightning across the assembly. The private salt case concerns state law and must be rigorously investigated. Order the Ministry of Justice, the Court of Judicial Review and the Censorate to conduct a joint trial thoroughly probing the salt smuggler Lu Zhou and all involved offenders and uncover the truth completely. Until the case is resolved, Pei Yao shall be detained pending trial and confined to his residence. As for the Prime Minister. She paused, looking at the ashen-faced Prime Minister Pei. Since you are under suspicion, you shall take a few days leave at home and refrain from handling state affairs for now, awaiting the results of the investigation. Though this did not directly dismiss the Prime Minister, suspending his authority was already a tremendous blow and a stark warning. Prime Minister Pei shuddered, knowing that the Emperor was curtailing his power. But he could raise no further objection. He could only grit his teeth, bow and say, Your humble servant obeys the decree and thanks His Majesty for your boundless grace. Just then hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A eunuch rushed in, knelt and reported, Your Majesty, urgent report from the capital magistrate. The key prisoner Lu Zhou, held in the capital's prison, committed suicide last night in his cell. What? Gu Mingyan rose abruptly and Su Wenzhang's face also turned pale. The entire court erupted in uproar once more. Lu Zhou is dead. At this critical moment. It's a silencing. Absolutely a silencing. A flicker of barely perceptible smugness flashed in Premier Pei's eyes, vanishing in an instant, yet how could it escape Gu Mingyan's gaze? He immediately put on a shocked expression. Committed suicide? How is that possible? The Ministry of Justice's trial office prison is heavily guarded. How could he? Gu Mingyan slowly sat back on the dragon throne, rage surging within her heart, yet she was calmer than ever. What a formidable Pei family. What a formidable premier Pei. To eliminate the key witness so cleanly within the heavily guarded prison of the Ministry of Justice. Was Li Weiqing's death also orchestrated by him? Across the entire court within and beyond the capital, how many more are his people? Such influence, such control, it is utterly chilling. For the first time she realized with such clarity that without Su Yang in the court to rival Premier Pei, without his power in the military capable of intimidating all the Pei family, like a deeply rooted great tree, had grown vast enough to threaten the imperial authority. In the past when Su Yang was present she had felt Premier Pei's power but always believed there was a counterbalance. Now that Su Yang was gone, this fawn was bared without restraint. Lu Zhou's death was the loudest alarm bell and the most arrogant provocation. Premier Pei watched Gu Mingyan's expression change and sneered inwardly. He knew that Gu Mingyan was enraged but also felt fear. This was exactly the effect he desired. He stepped forward again, his voice regaining its usual composure, even taking on a hint of earnestness. Your Majesty, the why-year-old minister have suffered unjust accusations. My heart is devoted solely to your Majesty and the great Zhou's empire. Now the court is disordered, villains lurk daring to frame a high minister and shake the foundation of the state, truly a national misfortune. He changed his tone, his gaze sweeping over the courtiers and finally settling on Gu Mingyan, carrying a nearly coercive sincerity. Your Majesty has been enthroned for long, yet the Empress position remains vacant and the imperial heir is not established. This is the root of the state's instability. Whenever I think of this my heart burns with anxiety. Pei Qingyue is utterly loyal to your Majesty with deep affection, and he is your Majesty's rightful imperial consort. I earnestly beseech your Majesty for the sake of the empire to hasten the birth of an imperial heir with His Highness Qingyue to calm the hearts of the realm's subjects. Only when the state's foundation is stable can the covetous intentions of petty men be thwarted, enabling our great Zhou dynasty to endure for eternity. His words, spoken with high-sounding righteousness, directly linked the establishment of an heir to the stability of the court and elevated Pei Qingyue to the sole position capable of securing the state's foundation. Instantly many officials attached to the Pei family stepped forward, knelt down and chanted in unison. We beseech your Majesty to prioritize the empire and hasten to bear an imperial heir to stabilize the state's foundation. The waves of voices echoed through the golden throne hall, forming a tremendous pressure that surged toward Gu Mingyan on the dragon throne. Gu Mingyan sat upright, her face beneath the imperial crown revealing neither joy nor anger, only her tightly pressed lips betraying the fury within. She looked at the officials kneeling below, at Premier Pei's seemingly respectful yet unyielding attitude, and her mind was crystal clear. The Pei family, seizing the opportunity of the setback in the salt smuggling case and the silencing of the witness, was launching a counterattack. Using the pretext of the state's foundation, they sought to force her into submission, to make her quickly bear an heir with Pei Qingyue, one with Pei blood, thereby solidifying their status as the imperial clan and in the future possibly holding the emperor hostage to command the nobles. What a masterful retreat as an advance. What a cunning old fox. Su Wenjiang watched the scene, his heart ablaze with anxiety, yet he could not voice opposition. The establishment of an heir was a matter of state foundation. If he opposed at this moment, he would be making enemies of all ministers who cared about the state's foundation and would also hand them a weapon. The entire hall fell into a strange silence, all eyes fixed on Gu Mingyan awaiting her response. Gu Mingyan remained silent for a long time, so long that the air seemed to freeze. Finally she spoke slowly, her voice so steady it betrayed no emotion. Premier Pei and you, my ministers, your intentions are known to me. The matter of the state's foundation is of great import. I have my own considerations. She neither agreed nor refused, merely using the phrase my own considerations to temporarily suppress the surging undercurrent. Court is adjourned. She rose, cast no further glance at anyone, flicked her sleeve, turned and disappeared behind the screen beyond the dragon throne. The courtiers exchanged glances and slowly rose. Premier Pei straightened up, staring in the direction where Gu Mingyan had vanished, his eyes sinister. He knew that Gu Mingyan had not agreed, but that was not for her to decide. As long as Qingyue could return to the palace and regain his health, he would find a way to make Gu Mingyan bear a child. With Lu Zhou dead, the salt smuggling case was temporarily deadlocked and Su Lan's death had become a taboo no one dared to touch. Now forcing the emperor to bear a child was the best way for the Pei family to further consolidate power and the best revenge for today's setback in court. Su Wenjiang looked at Premier Pei's retreating figure, then recalled the unfathomable depth in the emperor's eyes, his heart heavy with foreboding. Su Yang, the emperor, the Pei family, the court, the realm, a storm was brewing. After court, Gu Mingyan returned to the imperial study and dismissed all attendants. She suddenly smashed the vase on the table to pieces, not even noticing the cuts on her hand from the shards, her heart filled with icy fury. Damnation. She rose and stood by the window, gazing at the gloomy sky outside, mirroring her mood. The Pei family's arrogance, the courtiers' coercion, Lu Zhou's death, and Su Lan whom she had personally executed. And the image of the zither player Lang Yi with his lowered brow as he played intertwined with Su Yang's face, all these scenes swirled in her mind. Gu Mingyan spun around her, eyes cold and sharp as never before. They want a crown prince with Pei blood. Fine. A cruel sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. Then we'll see if they have the luck to live to see that day. She walked to the desk, spread out a sheet of rice paper, picked up a brush and dipped it in ink, her wrist hovering for a long moment before finally bringing the brush down. What she wrote was neither a decree nor a poem but a name traced over and over again, Su Yang. The ink was dripping, penetrating the paper as if imbued with boundless longing and regret. Su Yang, I have said that the position of principal consort can only be yours. This matter of bearing an heir, I am willing only to do it with you. As for Pei Qingyue, I will repay the debt of gratitude I owe him in other ways. As for the Pei family, I will show no mercy. Outside the hall, dark clouds pressed low and a storm was about to break. Summon Xian to the palace. Before long, Xian, clad in armor, entered the palace. Your Majesty. I trust no one else. You will investigate for me when and how did Lu Zhou die? Who did he come into contact with? The jailers, the guards, even the servants who brought meals, leave no one out. I do not believe the Pei family can cover their tracks flawlessly. Yes. Also, Gu Mingyan paused, her gaze sharp as a blade. Keep a tight watch on the Pei mansion, especially Premier Pei's every move. His demand for me to establish an heir in court today will not be the end. I must know all his subsequent actions. Your servant obeys the decree. He replied respectfully. Your Majesty, your servant has something to report. Xian pondered for a moment, having heard in the palace that the emperor was infatuated with a zither player simply because he resembled the prince regent. He recalled seeing a man outside the capital who bore a striking resemblance to Su Yang. Could it be him? Gu Mingyan nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Your subordinate, when resettling refugees outside the capital, saw a man remarkably similar to the prince regent. Before Xian could finish his words, Gu Mingyan spun around abruptly, her eyes blazing with a sharp radiance that instantly dispelled the previous fatigue and gloom. What did you say? Where did you see him? Tell me in detail. Her voice carried an urgency she herself did not notice. Startled by her sudden burst of emotion, Xian quickly bowed his head and reported, about half a month ago at the refugee camp in the western suburbs of the capital. That person's figure and aura were indeed 7 or 8 parts similar to the prince regent's, but he wore plaincloth and his face bore a weathered look. He mingled among the refugees. I only felt he looked familiar at the time, but due to official duties I did not approach for a closer look. Later, when I recalled it, I realized that his appearance and demeanor were truly reminiscent of the prince. Half a month ago. Gu Mingyan murmured, her mind racing. Half a month ago was precisely when Su Yang fell in battle at Xichang. Was it a coincidence? Or? A bold conjecture rose in her heart, making it nearly impossible to maintain her composure. Su Yang. Could he truly still be alive? If he were alive, why wouldn't he show himself? If he hadn't died, whose corpse was the one she saw? She had seen it with her own eyes, it was him. He had always said he was not of this world, that he had come for her. He would protect her for a lifetime. Countless questions instantly flooded her mind. Who else knows of this matter? She quickly regained her composure and asked in a low voice. I did not make it public at the time, no one else should have noticed, Xian replied. Your Majesty, shall I immediately investigate this person's whereabouts? Gu Mingyan paced within the imperial study, weighing her options rapidly. If this man were truly Su Yang, there must be a reason for him to conceal his tracks. If he were merely a lookalike appearing at this sensitive juncture, could it be a trap set by the Pei family or other kingdoms? But regardless, she could never bring herself to believe that Su Yang had died so easily. Investigate. Gu Mingyan gave the order decisively. But do it in secret, do not alert the enemy. Take a few absolutely trustworthy men personally and begin the investigation from the western suburban settlement. Question everyone who might have seen him. Remember, it is better to find nothing than to let the Pei family discover we are searching for this person. Understood. Xian accepted the command. Also, Gu Mingyan added, find out when he appeared at the settlement where he came from before that, who he had contact with, what he did there, and where he went afterward. Leave no detail unchecked. Yes. Gu Mingyan returned to the window, watching the now falling torrential rain. Large raindrops drummed against the glazed tiles, crackling loudly. Her heart, like the rain-lashed courtyard, could no longer remain calm. If Su Yang truly still lived. She dared not dwell on the hope this possibility brought, for she had tasted the bitterness of shattered hope too many times. But if he were alive, why had he not returned? Why hide his tracks? Why had he deceived her back then? Or was he angry with her? Was it because he resented her choice? Gu Mingyan closed her eyes. The disappointed and resolute gaze Su Yang had cast before leaping off the city wall once again surfaced before her. Your Majesty, a eunuch's cautious voice sounded from outside the door. Master Lang Yi requests an audience. Seeing the sudden change in weather today, he has specially prepared a calming tune for your Majesty. Gu Mingyan opened her eyes, now clear and composed. Let him enter. She turned to Xian, who was about to withdraw, and with a piercing gaze she gave him a meaningful instruction, take a careful look. Xian understood perfectly. He bowed solemnly, your servant at your command. The door of the imperial study was silently pushed open and a man in a moon-white robe with a refined and jade-like bearing walked in slowly. "Your Majesty." Lang Yi bowed, his voice gentle and clear like the spring water flowing from his zither strings. "The sudden storm may disturb your sacred peace. I have prepared a piece called Qingming to cleanse your worries and ease your mind." Gu Mingyan did not speak, she merely nodded slightly, but her gaze subtly swept towards Xian, who stood by. Xian stood with his hands at his sides, eyes downcast. But the moment Lang Yi raised his head, his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The resemblance in features and figure was so striking, yet Lang Yi's temperament was more gentle and restrained, vastly different from the sharp and imposing aura of the Prince Regent Su Yang in his prime. Gu Mingyan took in Xian's fleeting reaction. Without any change in expression, she walked to the soft couch by the window and sat down, saying calmly, "Thank you for your trouble, master." Lang Yi smiled faintly, knelt on the brocade cushion spread in the center of the room and placed the ancient zither lightly on his lap. When the piece ended, the lingering notes faded into the sound of rain. "How do you feel, Your Majesty?" Lang Yi withdrew his hands and looked up at Gu Mingyan, his gaze clear and peaceful, bearing a touch of appropriate concern. Master's skill on the zither never fails to calm the mind. Gu Mingyan's tone was flat, betraying little emotion. "A reward." The eunuch in attendance immediately brought forward a prepared brocade tray containing gold and silver ingots and a roll of fine brocade. Lang Yi gracefully thanked the emperor, showing neither excessive joy at the gift nor seizing the opportunity to engage in lengthy conversation. His demeanor was composed, his sense of propriety impeccable. When Lang Yi's figure vanished beyond the door and only the sovereign and her minister remained in the study, Gu Mingyan finally turned her full attention to Xian. Without superfluous words, she asked, "Is it him?" Xian shook his head without hesitation, his tone firm. "No, Your Majesty. The form is similar but the spirit is not. The man I saw outside the capital, even in plain clothes and weathered face, carried that feeling. That was undoubtedly the Prince Regent himself. That inner aura cannot be feigned. He is utterly different from this Master Lang Yi." He paused, then could not help but voice his bewilderment in a lower tone. "Your Majesty, was the Prince Regent not slain in battle at Qicheng? His body was recovered as well. How could this be?" Gu Mingyan's voice carried a complex undertone, as if speaking to Xian and to herself. "I saw it with my own eyes. He did fall from the city wall and the corpse was retrieved." She paused, then continued, her tone tinged with an obsession she herself could not fully believe. "But perhaps he is not so easy to kill. I have seen him suffer grievous wounds, a blade cutting his face, a thrust through his chest, his life nearly extinguished, and yet he survived. That was the origin of the faint scar on his face, the result of taking a fatal blow meant for her. Such severe injuries, yet he had miraculously rallied and recovered with extraordinary speed." Thus deep in her heart she always harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps he truly was different, perhaps he was not so easy to kill. Perhaps he was the guardian deity sent by heaven to protect Great Zhou and to protect her. As long as there was even a glimmer of possibility, a 1 in 10,000 hope, even a mere shadow of a resemblance, she refused to give up, could not give up. "You may withdraw. Give me your answer on the matter I entrusted to you as soon as possible. Your servant obeys the decree." The sky was darkening, and though the rain had eased slightly, it still fell in a fine drizzling patter. By the time Su Yang returned to the small courtyard, a chill dampness clung to his clothes. He had already contacted Su Wenjing and received his promise, lifting half the weight from his heart. Now he only needed to uncover Su Lan's exact whereabouts to begin the rescue. Once he saved Su Lan, he could finally extricate himself, completely leave this place of turmoil, and quietly find a spot to wait for the system to repair itself, returning to his own blue star. Yet the moment he pushed open the courtyard gate, his steps faltered, a foreboding sense crept into his heart. Through the hazy veil of rain and the deepening dusk, he saw a familiar figure leaning against the stone table in the yard. Her head was drooped, her thin clothes soaked through by the drifting rain clinging to her slender frame and outlining a lonely, helpless silhouette. It was Si Ling. Why was she here? It seemed she hadn't contacted him since bringing him to the capital. "Miss. What's wrong with you?" Su Yang was puzzled. Had something happened to her? Before he finished speaking, Si Ling seemed to try to lift her head in response, but her body uncontrollably went limp and pitched forward. Su Yang's pupils contracted. He lunged forward in a single stride and caught her before she could hit the ground. The instant his palm touched her arm, an unusual scorching heat seeped through the wet, chilly fabric, burning against his skin. He frowned, reached out to feel her forehead, and found it blazing hot. In the faint light spilling from the house, he could see the unnatural flush on her cheeks, her breath rapid and scorching, each exhalation carrying embers that threatened to ignite a wildfire. "Miss." Only then did he notice the fine beads of sweat on her brow, her eyes unfocused and hazy where once they had been clear as water, now churning with turbid waves. Si Ling grabbed his hand. "Su Yang, save me. I am indebted to you, miss. Please command me, what must I do?" He didn't think much of it, assuming she was calling for Su Yang. Leaning on his strength, she managed to sit up straight, but then clutched his sleeve as if afraid of losing that fleeting coolness, her fingertips turning white from the strain. "The wine. That cup of wine." she gasped, her voice broken and pained. After the banquet, someone toasted me. I only took a sip. A chill shot up Su Yang's spine. He immediately realized what had happened. This was no ordinary illness but a deliberate trap. She was alone here, her guards all sent away, and now she was under the influence of a drug. This was clearly a scheme targeting her. Su Yang had no time to think about how Si Ling had gotten here or why. Help me. Si Ling begged again, her remaining will like a candle flickering in the wind about to be extinguished by the tide of the drug. She pressed her cheek against his slightly cool hand as if it were the only driftwood in a stormy sea. Seeing Su Yang frozen in hesitation, a flash of grievance and determination crossed her eyes. She angrily lifted her face and brought her lips to his. Su Yang abruptly turned his head away. Forgive me, Miss I. Why? Si Ling's voice was choked with tears, her gaze shattered. Are you still thinking of Gu Mingyan? After all she has done to you. She not only has the Prime Minister's son beside her but also a Qin musician from the brothel. Do you still want to keep yourself pure for her? Her tone was urgent and angry, mixed with an indescribable bitterness. More accusations poured out with her grievances. What is so good about Gu Mingyan that you can't forget her? She betrayed you, hurt you so much, why are you still so infatuated with her? Am I not as good as her? Is this princess ugly? Why? Why won't you have me? Her voice was rapid and furious, laced with unbearable bitterness and self-doubt. The drug amplified her emotions, exposing the feelings she had buried deep within. I am a princess, she emphasized, but it sounded more like a plea. I held on all this way to find you. Are you going to reject me? Come back with me to Dakian, okay? Su Yang. The last two words she uttered low and clear, with an understanding that saw through everything, striking heavily against Su Yang's heart. She had indeed recognized him from the very beginning, even though he had changed his identity, even his body. Su Yang's gaze flickered intensely, and the frozen corner of his heart seemed to crack at that call. Memories he had deliberately forgotten of love's fragility and betrayal surged back. Gu Mingyan was one, and now Si Ling. His heart was dead. He would no longer entangle himself in these messy, unbreakable threads of emotion. Toward Si Ling he felt gratitude and was moved by her trust and dependence at this moment, but he had no romantic feelings. He could not, out of temporary softness, delay her life. His goal was clear and unwavering: find Su Lan, then leave, return to Blue Star. Everything here should be but a fleeting cloud. Forgive me. He suppressed his turbulent emotions, his voice cold and hard as iron, decisive. After uttering a brief apology, he scooped Si Ling up horizontally in his arms. Her body trembled in his embrace, her burning cheek unconsciously burrowing into the hollow of his neck. Her scorching breath brushed against his skin, sending a shiver through him. Su Yang tightened his arms, cast aside all distractions, and moved like a phantom through the door, heading straight for the abandoned ancient well in the backyard. The well water was icy cold. He fetched a bucket, soaked a cloth in the water, and carefully placed it on her forehead and wrists. The cold shock made Si Ling shudder slightly, letting out a vague murmur. A brief clarity seemed to return to her eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by an even fiercer wave of heat. Suddenly she struggled. Her previously limp hand somehow found strength, grabbing his collar. Su Yang. She called his name, her breath like orchid but carrying a burning heat, her eyes dazed and stubborn. Don't go. Don't leave me. I have feelings for you. Su Yang's body stiffened and his grip on her wrist involuntarily tightened. He could feel her affection and remembered her kindness, but this response, born of gratitude and being moved, could not cross into love. He could not give her what she wanted, nor could he take advantage of her in this moment. Su Yang's body stiffened and his grip on her wrist involuntarily tightened. He could feel her affection and remembered her kindness, but this response, born of gratitude and being moved, could not cross into love. He could not give her what she wanted, nor could he take advantage of her in this moment. I'm here, he replied in a low voice, clear and restrained in the silent rainy night. Those two words were a response to her plea, but more like a boundary he drew for himself. He knew that once a line was crossed there would be no return. He must remain restrained, stay clear-headed. Finding Su Lan and leaving this place was his only path home. The icy well water temporarily suppressed the burning heat. Si Ling curled up on the straw mat Su Yang had hastily spread. He knelt beside her, silently replacing the warming cloth on her forehead. The night was thick, only the sound of rain dripping from the eaves and Si Ling's rapid breathing were audible. Her unfocused gaze struggled to settle on his face, carrying a sense of unwillingness and stubbornness. Answer me, she said weakly, but with a persistence that refused to let go. Su Yang, tell me. What is wrong with me? Su Yang paused in his movements, not looking at her, his gaze resting on the puddle in the yard. You are perfect, he said, his voice flat and emotionless. I am not worthy. In my heart, there is no room for romance anymore. Liar. Si Ling gasped, cutting him off. Moisture slipped from the corner of her eyes, whether rain or tears. If you truly had no feelings, why didn't you just leave me on the street? Why take care of me? And why won't you look at me? Liar! Xi Ling gasped, cutting him off. Moisture slipped from the corner of her eyes, whether rain or tears. If you truly had no feelings, why didn't you just leave me on the street? Why take care of me? And why won't you look at me? The princess has shown me kindness. Su Yang is not one to forget a favor. He answered swiftly, almost instinctively. As he looked at her in this state, a trace of barely perceptible irritation flickered across his heart, a frustration born of helplessness in this situation and a quiet anger at the relentless assault on his own steadfast resolve. Just then from beyond the courtyard wall came a few extremely faint sounds like a cat padding across roof tiles, but Su Yang's nerves instantly tensed. His eyes sharpened, cutting to the source of the noise like a hawk's, while his body subconsciously leaned forward, shielding Xi Ling more tightly in the shadows behind him. This protective gesture was entirely instinctual, faster even than his own thoughts. On the wall a dark figure stealthily emerged, its gaze like a hook precisely locking onto the two by the well in the courtyard. Found her, a lowered voice said with a hint of excitement. Su Yang's heart sank. It was indeed a trap. The target was Xi Ling, and perhaps even his own location had long been under their surveillance. Without a moment's hesitation, the moment the dark figure leaped down from the wall, Su Yang shoved Xi Ling forcefully into the blind spot behind the well platform and hissed, "Stay hidden." Simultaneously he flicked his wrist, and several defensive copper coins he carried shot out whistling through the air straight for the intruder's face. The dark figure, clearly taken aback by Su Yang's swift reaction and fierce agility, hastily parried with a short blade. With a few sharp clinks and sparks, though the coins were deflected, the attacker's momentum was halted. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang closed in. He had no weapon, relying solely on his bare hands and nimble footwork to engage. The rain had soaked the ground, making it slippery, but his steps were steady, his strikes precise and ruthless, targeting the opponent's joints and vital points. In a moment he had the dagger-wielding black-clad man flustered. However, the opponent was clearly no amateur, quickly regaining composure. The short blade flashed with cold light, each strike aimed to kill. Su Yang, relying on finesse and anticipation, dodged several times by a hair's breadth, but his clothes were slashed in a few places. Bang! The two exchanged a palm strike. Su Yang used the force to step back a few paces, his breath slightly ragged. A flicker of surprise crossed the black-clad man's eyes, as if he hadn't expected this seemingly refined Su Yang to possess such skill. "Who exactly are you? How dare you meddle in our affairs?" the black-clad man rasped. Su Yang did not answer, his gaze was icy. He had to end this quickly. There might be more than one enemy, and delay would endanger both him and Xi Ling. Just then a stifled cry came from behind the well platform. Another dark figure had silently dropped from the opposite wall and was now advancing toward her with a sneer. "Don't hurt her. The master wants her alive," said the black-clad man before him. Su Yang's heart tightened. He wanted to turn back to help, but the assassin in front kept him locked in combat. In the nick of time a stern shout rang out from outside the courtyard gate. "Who goes there? How dare you commit violence here?" Immediately several figures dashed swiftly into the courtyard, blades drawn, surrounding the second dark figure in an instant. Judging by their attire, they were the city patrol guards. The black-clad man who had been fighting Su Yang saw the situation turn dire, feigned a move, and without hesitation vaulted over the wall, disappearing into the rainy night in a few bounds. The surrounded figure, seeing his comrade escape while he was trapped, flashed a look of despair. He gritted his teeth, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his body went limp. He had taken poison. The sudden turn of events left the courtyard instantly silent, save for the rain and the soldiers' heavy breathing. The squad leader surveyed the chaotic yard, his gaze falling on Su Yang, who stood guarding the well, and the disheveled, flushed and barely conscious Xi Ling behind him. His brow furrowed deeply. "What happened here?" the squad leader demanded in a scrutinizing tone. "And this young lady?" Su Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He glanced at Xi Ling, once again overwhelmed by the drug's effects, trembling helplessly in her corner. He knew that revealing her true identity now would lead to endless trouble. He stepped forward, placing himself between Xi Ling and the soldiers, and gave a slight bow, his voice carrying a perfectly measured mix of shock and relief. "And reply, officer. I am Su Yang, a humble scholar. Just now my wife and I were at home when ruffians suddenly broke in with ill intent. Thanks to your timely arrival, the consequences would have been unthinkable." He purposely emphasized the word wife, hoping to explain Xi Ling's disheveled state and blur the focus. The squad leader looked at Su Yang's torn clothes, then at the dead black-clad man on the ground, and finally at Xi Ling's clearly abnormal condition. His eyes flickered as if weighing the truth of Su Yang's words. In the dead of night, a young couple, intruders, a woman drugged. It all seemed to connect loosely. "Oh," the squad leader drawled, his sharp eyes fixed on Su Yang. "If you are husband and wife, why does this lady in such distress?" Rainwater dripped from Su Yang's chin. He felt Xi Ling's feverish temperature and stifled moans behind him, knowing he had to get rid of these people quickly. Steadying himself, he put on a face of just the right amount of shame and worry. "I dare not hide it, officer. That ruffian used some despicable means. My wife. She may have been poisoned by some unclean substance. She needs immediate treatment. I beg you to allow me to first administer an antidote. He pronounced antidote, clearly implying that Si Ling's condition was not an illness but a result of harm. The squad leader pondered for a moment. The scene indeed seemed like a failed home invasion, and with one assailant having taken poison, the matter was clearly not simple. But if what the scholar said was true and it was a marital affair, the patrol had no business intruding on private matters. Better to avoid trouble. Very well, take good care of your wife. The squad leader finally waved a hand signaling his men to carry away the corpse. Well, leave a few men here for a while in case the villains return. Tomorrow you must come to the station to give a detailed statement. Thank you, officer. I will come first thing tomorrow morning. Su Yang bowed quickly, a slight relief washing over him. After the soldiers dragged the body away and left two men outside the courtyard, the small yard fell silent again, only the pattering rain remaining. Su Yang turned to look at Si Ling, who was curled up by the well platform. The external disturbance had momentarily quieted her, but the drug's effect had not subsided. Instead, it had deepened with time. The immediate crisis was averted, but a greater challenge loomed before them. Si Ling raised her head, her hazy eyes fixed on him. She seemed to have caught some of his conversation with the soldiers. Wife. She repeated the word unconsciously, a strange radiance flickering across her pale face, only to be drowned by the surging heat. It could no longer be delayed. The earlier methods of soothing words and cold water splashes were useless now. Hold on a little longer. Anxiety surged within him. Su Yang's gaze hardened and he hesitated no longer. Swiftly he drew up a bucket of icy well water, then bent down to lift Si Ling, whose body was burning and limp, into his arms. Carefully he placed her into the wooden tub filled with the biting cold water. The freezing well water greedily absorbed the heat within Si Ling's body. Su Yang's arms firmly encircled her, ensuring she would not slip or sink, while also shielding her from the direct assault of the cold with his own warmth. As he held her, the bone-chilling cold instantly seeped through his thin clothes, crawling over his body and making him shiver violently, yet the Si Ling in his arms still radiated waves of heat. He could clearly feel the trembling of the body in his embrace, gradually shifting from intense struggle to faint, subtle shivers. Under the continuous stimulation of the cold water, her scorching skin finally began to cool degree by degree, and the unnatural flush slowly receded from her cheeks. The sudden extreme cold elicited a blurred moan from Si Ling as she instinctively struggled. Su Yang maintained this posture the entire time, like a silent stone statue, his chest rising and falling only slightly with each breath. Time slipped away slowly in the quiet rainy night. After an unknown period, Si Ling grew completely still, succumbing to the exhausted sleep that followed the drug's fading effect. Only then did Su Yang cautiously move his stiff and numb arms. He took a deep breath and attempted to lift Si Ling out of the water. She was drenched, her thin summer clothes clinging tightly to her body, outlining her slender and fragile curves. Su Yang immediately averted his gaze, daring not to look further. He quickly grabbed a dry, slightly worn robe of his own that had been set aside, wrapped her from head to toe, securely shielding her from the lingering chill of the late spring dawn and concealing all the dishevelment that might invite unwarranted thoughts. Carrying her, he walked steadily into the house and gently laid her down on the only bed. He tucked the robe around her, then reached out to feel the temperature on her forehead, confirming it was no longer burning but only slightly warm from weakness. Only then did he truly let out a sigh of relief. He did not leave, but sat not far from the bedside. Su Yang gazed at her silently, his look complex. The night's breathtaking tension and high alert now transformed into a deep exhaustion that washed over him. But he could not sleep. The potential threat might not have receded in Si Ling's identity and situation coupled with his own. He needed to sort out his thoughts to prepare for every step ahead. How should he handle giving a statement at the garrison? How should he interact with Si Ling when she woke? Who had sent those black-clad men last night? What was their true purpose? The next morning, Si Ling regained consciousness in a state of extreme weakness and a dull headache. She lifted her heavy eyelids, and the first thing that met her eyes was a strange, simple canopy. The thin blanket covering her carried a faint, unfamiliar masculine scent, not her accustomed fragrance. Memories flooded back like a tide, the banquet, that cup of wine, the agonizing burning heat, the desperate struggle to reach this place with her last shred of clarity. And Su Yang. And those bold, straightforward words of hers. I have come to love you. This sentence struck like thunder, exploding once more in her mind. Si Ling's cheeks instantly flushed crimson with shame. She had actually said it. And in that state of delirious confusion. What would he think? That she was frivolous? Or would he become even more distant because of it? She quietly turned her head, cautiously sweeping her gaze across the room. Su Yang sat on a round stool not far from the bed, his back straight, eyes closed as if dozing. One hand rested casually on his knee, fingers clearly defined, the other hung by his side. On the floor near his feet stood a wooden basin filled with half a basin of clear water with a wet cloth draped over the edge. Had he kept watch over her all night? Using that freezing well water to apply cold compresses again and again, driving away the drug's effect. An indescribable mix of bitterness and warmth surged through Si Ling's heart. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, to thank him or apologize for her misconduct last night, but her throat was dry and for a moment she could not utter a sound. She could only look away in panic, pretending she was still unconscious while her heart pounded like a caged rabbit. Just as turmoil raged within her, Su Yang's low voice broke the suffocating stillness in the room. "Thank you." Si Ling was startled, almost thinking she had misheard. She turned back in astonishment, meeting Su Yang's eyes, which had opened at some point. Those eyes, deep as an ancient well, were bloodshot but still calm, clear and revealing little emotion. What? I should be the one thanking you, Si Ling replied, her voice hoarse and weak from the hangover-like headache and her current embarrassment. Su Yang's gaze rested calmly on her face, his tone flat. "Thank you for helping me so many times." He referred to her aiding him in infiltrating the capital, perhaps also the trust she had shown by never revealing his identity, and earlier when she risked danger to rescue him in the imperial palace. Si Ling's heart sank faintly at his sudden gratitude. He was drawing a distinct line, reducing her help to a favor that needed thanks, which filled her with a sense of powerless disappointment. She bit her slightly chapped lips, gathered her courage and brought up the old matter again, as if the person who had confessed her feelings under the influence of the drug was not her. With a hint of stubbornness and barely concealed hope, she asked, "Then how about coming back with me to Dichen? My father would be delighted." She tried to mask her inner tension with a light tone. Su Yang's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Instead of answering directly, he countered, "Why do you insist on me going back with you?" His gaze was sharp, as if trying to pierce through all her pretenses and see the true thoughts deep in her heart. Si Ling's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks began to burn again. She avoided his eyes, her voice dropping but carrying a courage born of desperation, repeating the words from last night, "Because I like you, I've said it before." This time she was fully awake, each word crystal clear, carrying a girl's most sincere and most anxious feelings. A brief silence fell over the room. Su Yang's eyes were deep, swirling with emotion. Si Ling could not read surprise, scrutiny, and perhaps a trace of a ripple of being moved. But that ripple was quickly swallowed by a deeper darkness. Su Yang remained silent, not responding to her confession. He neither accepted nor explicitly rejected again, but this silent stillness itself felt like a cold reply. He skillfully, even somewhat awkwardly, changed the subject. His voice resumed its usual calm with a probing tone. "What happened to you? Where are your guards?" He recalled that when he first infiltrated the capital she had been accompanied by several skilled subordinates, yet when she fell victim to such a scheme not a single one was in sight. A flicker of despondency passed through Si Ling's eyes, knowing that he had once again evaded her feelings. She sighed inwardly, yet understood that this was not the time to dwell on the matter. Composing herself, she revisited the events of the previous night, and a blaze of fury ignited in her gaze. They went to attend to other matters. She briefly dismissed the whereabouts of her guards, seemingly unwilling to elaborate, her tone turning venomous. "I never expected that beast would dare lay a hand on me." "Who?" Su Yang's eyes sharpened like a drawn blade. Si Ling glanced at Su Yang, hesitated for a moment, then uttered the name Pei Yao. Pei. Su Yang's heart stirred, a vague suspicion surfacing. "The son of Prime Minister Pei," Si Ling added, her voice seeped with contempt and hatred. "The son of Prime Minister Pei." Su Yang's gaze turned icy. It was the very man who had been intimate with Si Ling at A-Yue Tower and later been shaken off by her. So it was the son of Prime Minister Pei. No wonder he had felt a subtle resemblance between that man's features and Pei Qingyu's. They were brothers. Yet Pei Yao seemed to be kept well hidden by the Prime Minister, known little to the outside world, and Su Yang never expected him to be such a despicable person. "The one who had his arm around you at A-Yue Tower?" Su Yang asked, instinctively, a hint of coldness in his tone that even he didn't notice. Si Ling was startled, jerking her head up to look at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "Were you spying on me?" She recalled that her visit to A-Yue Tower had been quite discreet. How could he know? Su Yang's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "I happened to be there investigating something and saw you." He offered no further explanation, but his words stirred a faint ripple in Si Ling's heart. He had seen her. Had he felt even a flicker of concern when he saw Pei Yao approaching her? But the thought flashed by and was quickly replaced by stronger anger and subsequent worries. She began to recount the events of the previous night in detail, her words rushed with emotion. "Last night the Vice Minister of Revenue hosted a private banquet ostensibly to welcome several merchants from afar, but in reality, just the usual tricks to curry favor. I didn't want to go, but father's instructions were not yet fully carried out and I had to attend to some social obligations. Pei Yao was there too. His father is the Prime Minister, so those who knew his identity naturally fawned over him. During the banquet he repeatedly used excuses to toast me, but I declined on the grounds of feeling unwell. Later he personally poured the wine, calling it a cup of reconciliation, to apologize for his rudeness at A-Yue Tower. Under everyone's watchful eyes, refusing again would have made me seem petty. I was wary and only touched my lips to the wine, not drinking it all. But even that one sip. Su Yang's voice trembled with lingering fear. Before long I felt terribly wrong, dizzy and burning inside as if on fire. I immediately realized I had been tricked, excused myself to freshen up and left the table. My personal guards wanted to follow, but Pei Yao's men detained them on various pretexts. I forced myself out of the banquet hall knowing that he had already lured my guards away with a diversion. The entire mansion was filled with his spies. I dared not return to the inn, it might not be safe either. In this vast capital I suddenly had no idea where to go. She paused, then raised her eyes to Su Yang, her gaze complex and tinged with dependence. I don't know how, but I thought of you. I only knew the general direction of your small courtyard. I dodged and hid along the way, relying on my last shred of consciousness to grope my way here. Fortunately you were here. She omitted the hardships along the way, but her pale face and the lingering fear in her eyes silently testified to the danger and helplessness she had faced alone last night. A noble foreign princess in the enemy capital's night reign, tormented by the drug coveted by a villain, panicked like a startled bird, had finally placed all her hope on this man of unknown identity. He listened quietly, his face showing no emotion, but his fingers resting on his knee unconsciously curled inward. He could imagine how critical the situation had been. Had she not been alert and possessed extraordinary willpower, she would have likely fallen into Pei Yao's clutches. And in that state she had chosen to trust him and come to him. Was she so certain he was Su Yang? What if he wasn't? Su Yang listened to her account without interrupting, nor did he voice his thoughts. Pei Yao. Su Yang repeated the name in a low voice, a chilling gleam in his eyes. The son of Prime Minister Pei. Did he know Si Ling's identity? Or was he merely driven by lust? And why had Si Ling been mingling with him? The same thing happened at Su Yue Tower, and now she had nearly been schemed against by him again. Countless thoughts raced through Su Yang's mind. He had originally intended only to find Su Lan as quickly as possible and then leave, unwilling to get involved in any more trouble. But now Si Ling was in danger, the arrow pointing directly at the son of Prime Minister Pei, and the Prime Minister himself might be connected to Su Lan's disappearance. He seemed to have been unwittingly dragged into the eye of the storm. This matter will not end here. Si Ling propped herself up on her arms, trying to sit up. Though weak, the princess' dignity and fury had returned. I will make Pei Yao pay. The thought of Pei Yao's despicable intentions and his order to capture her alive filled her with uncontrollable rage. Su Yang didn't respond directly. Instead he said, you should rest here for now and wait for your people to come for you. Where are you going? I'm going to the garrison. I promised them last night that I would give a statement. He had to go. If he didn't, the patrol officers would come looking for him and cause even more trouble. Soon Su Yang arrived at the garrison. Everything went smoothly. After giving his statement, as he was leaving, the squad leader suddenly asked, why do you always keep your face covered? That's how you were yesterday too. I had my face burned as a child, so I always cover it. The squad leader nodded knowingly and signaled for Su Yang to leave. Just then a familiar figure appeared at the garrison. The squad leader immediately greeted him deferentially. Commander Xie, is there any urgent matter you need me to handle? Have any suspicious people appeared recently? Commander, what do you mean? The squad leader asked fawningly. Have people watch for this person and report to me immediately if found. Xian pulled out a portrait from his chest. It was Su Yang. The squad leader was startled. Is this the regent? Xian didn't answer, shooting him a cold glance. You know what to ask and what not to ask, right? Just do your job. He had to go to the refugee settlement outside the capital and search again because that man looked too much like Su Yang. Even with the deliberate disguise, his aura would not change. Suddenly he looked up and saw Su Yang's departing back. Pointing at the receding figure, he asked in confusion, who is that? What did he come to the garrison for? Him. Last night his wife was attacked by thugs and he came to give a statement. Wife. He had a wife, then he couldn't be the man he was looking for. After all, everyone in Great Zhou knew the regent loved the emperor.